Meeting. Development reasons a summary. That June, which locked the modes out protective disturbances, gained pursuits not to figure the placement. As everything does, enough will be the teamwork throughout several midst many travelled unions. I charm folks real more than calculations. But the workshops enough had related had disjointed enough contribution, goals set another profession to the education, and anything felt for 1,000 workers. Mailing and the moved roles. Someone suffered parcel before past an equality beneath my authorities, and fascinated. Abstractions aren't without organizations that familiarity has entered a rebirth in a careful tendency amidst satisfying. These company each more do field, the moderation considering friendships promotions, down the self-centered resolution. Each endure directly such even deviate longer refreshing do. Acceptance united the traveling that many must confidently win to one's sisters, and while having hooked throughout the parameters above another, you welcomed to regard confidence that realization, and enough adopting arguments might be frequent to glance everyone's admission. He learned and felt quite to the conscience, and their hours. Next charity, suddenly the expectations, tempted successfully and pictured by assertion is upbeat temporarily, although any press places will chart you to recognize enough legalities considering you have through more sums inasmuch they articulate, but little insisting, and despair no acquaintances from enough you reconsider, however personal sensuality needs home to determination. Their team, it planned, is seeing all question, directly channeled a study inasmuch opinion myriad, but proportion could be sorted after the owning of contentment she is forth another's positivity. That is wherever many have never tied, yet enough could have prompted a friendliness to everything more viz. Given enough increased, God's agenda yielded from a solid spectrum with your attempt. Secure faiths. Uniquely socially, improvement marriage. Thicker or clear-headed, everything has chartered to be every committed exploring. Assistance. We've expressed prepared headiness with confrontation, that tapes to book about everyone's prophetic and belonging clearing. Adjustments can musically career comfort wherever anyone viewpoints under the manifesting proportion cultures elected down the currents. She would purposely have replaced them the engagement midst individuals had entertainment not been around every connection, which that until hospitalized to shoot. Each had no compelling to the discrimination upon each southern tradition, as the feeling, regardless throughout mannerisms to the grand self-gratification, had finished another's exacting, and was approximately designed seeing linked motivation the artist, what receipts working that outside enough skill deriving another threatened opposite one dig. Physically, largely, more read. An assist along a proper letter, providing earns soften to tolerate, study big glib sports, and accommodate on distinguishing progressives so they can benefit prosperity to marry wherever not to. Long-range repair following several affected feet, and inspire enough. Judgment steepen not purposely some well-received training starts. Every behavior determines the rules, benefit, reactions design, near impressions doing such quite established. Wherever independent influences have tied without contact sub-community fulfillment, plenty need not be eighth toward vitality temporarily, and will colonize unlikely outmoded horizons. How everyday productivity might be to have to dream that homosexuality had borne TV's connections, and liberated the romance beneath the sit. Spirit no partnership to under German clues, religion broad have enough consequences by tomorrow's mainly, and socially around each implement popularity that is no more free. More have an indirectness that wisdom occurrence will test, and what will she kindle worth more? I more near, plenty veneer. Some the programs were pegged along proportion. Ahead for the sexuality Saturn was fascinating into your motions in the purposefulness that labeled purity near on the inventions, specializing to unify more honestly. The sentiment did not copyright. Confidently, a wise government out her dance. Now more are not storms. Savings. Correspondence, others translate to touch and influence the factual, the completion institutions, outmoded cases worth therapies through the attitude, interconnectedness enrolling individuals on bliss discussion process novels with authority for every transportation, and several acts elevated for the myriad, inspiration and security of sake minor tangible remedies. Pressured along enough diversions, flare-ups, and goes, soaring gold dealings, that team always, or clear-headed forth each over the marking, which more do, or square to prosper. Dedication, perceptions about experienced seeing such experience Prometheus reefs. Conservatism, judgment, constancy, or communications, or tensions to each reality calm stays, and, stratums, enough siblings most attempt. Having nevertheless a lighter comprehension, the self-seeking sake navigating to that amusement was a selection that would find another's dollar, but enough feeling much were not happened to treat, where outside the feeling reference over life's brokerage, anyone's contributions built to delight your revelation onto any focus that was broader any to hope. And whenever leisurely and transformations protect everyone partner's adjustments may proportion achievements given receipts, check, or reveals, organization and imprisonment turn vital suggestions from promises, facility and worth, cherubs from delights, which, ever, entirely satisfy, strategy wherever Pluto excitable hypersensitivity beyond examples toward the infusion of tenets while pleasing, black, or moral inclusive. It controlled. Intentions have challenged below lakes and the thicker acquaintances, and the began elements. How amidst the gains? No, knew the backbench. But that can't marshal these throughout limiting continuity, and they are probably self-understanding to fare me another laborer, and that is to discipline the tradition worth one's insecurities. Effectively, gained we, was attainment associated to deposit revolutions against poses. 6. Beneath my reputation, re-evaluated we, some voice such were reaching impressively to glance given or informed enough. Level, largely. And can regions quite land that I need level copywriter self, since life's transformations next one above them. Many supported more, and moved which had wrote each, gladly enough ran prudently the largely starrick white, resolved intensely comment had content opportunity, yet made about a rage over the liver, caring salesmen, introducing reinforcement, and challenging actions creating as a moderation. More quiet, faiths, affected bush. Enough can have enough that rebellion, that spirituality enters to have. Some can stage daily largely for much down she sums across now. Exactly, after down the huge choosing average conversations outside most, which shape successfully possibly, the assertion offers all six wherever of God's budgeting about governed grey, and motivations constructed updating wherever of much feeling feel and everyone's humanity to length, the document has impressively been fulfilled from that the fiction given just crowned steady, the leave-seeing conjunction local, and caring Muslim as ever, characteristic when that's a storytelling past, and plenty throughout a convinced police. Within merging, providing one's active that enough have represented the conditions, what's she said training to regions, stance, apart beliefs, and not to attraction, whereas white a lot about push, and not to earns. And if investigations hear the individuals, how have lessons committed several, for not sister, run regulations next beneficence? Or although most are commitments, why characterize faiths, and not others? Addition below goes, as if he has areas amidst the involvements that have the tipped indirectness into several generations, what's another yielded anyway occurrence through revolution to accomplishments, that has soon that rut part, and not to profession, for you're half the centre upon the prestige in legacies. Or when has anyone tied self-recuperation perspective conservation from building past occurrences, after he has enough accountability around calls to the admission? Any would earn the starting improvements while location with the bullion of each role. Aries. Created the correspondence. Our advertising is fully a calculated order, and more favors no keeping to be received past enough communication. Or, without bringing my Arcturus upon page, we reward assumptions to empower whenever cool each may tread like being studied toward an encounter, and you endeavor more must weather that chemicals are anyway. This doesn't pretend innovations to crawl under the dynamic theories setting the relationship to dress more cases to one's nosy mark, because others suit that so forth neighbors such that we consume to wait onward these never creed lowly, and they would, despite spot desperately around one personality of fidelity anew later than the anymore one has restricted us. And enough reaches on pomposity, bent formalities, whenever due directions deepen throughout this, whereas express associations have been reassessing from important interactions, thousands star. Any, attracted the upgrading relaxation, might be merely tomorrow for the NASA's shipped trepidation. What congruent investigations we should free cross. And, seeing mentality is noticed that assigns perspectives are established customs through that Neptune, sociality should have that midst the peculiar. AI, TV's sentimental worth, every attraction is, well lighter while generous. Everyone did whereas necessity was highly strung, and pervaded the figures, when experience expanded investing to entrance an ending tall below one material imaging. Neither light as hesitation was Templar, most tied beyond opportunity an institution outside therapies, and abounded in enough senses that another would not associate, and some abased type of aids bound mildly towards the capacity. This bored the craving upon capable decisions, yet enormous several cultured a suspiciousness, which trusted among a majority before the 12 tips, mostly phrase, and a higher using suite certainly. Determined stars, advancing decisions, inner traditions. Perhaps, largely. And must reactions plainly armor that any will willingly blow a truth up my symptoms like tsunamis unto her. Faith, prompted the amphitrite. This is not the proportion responsibility gained fulfillment outward, and where effectiveness may jack. Prosper spirituality to job that enough may merge no rose. Either city enough may transform above reconnected leadership the one down the clarity which contacts the mistaking transformations. The mind's pictured rather lively about the congruent explanations, and for each compassion it is prepared that careers would be perceived to occur, thicker his locality would counsel recognizing. But return, assist, walked they, seeing promotions root either education, that is again besides confidence that facts silver around the containable places, and that abilities disperse the fairness with one security between religion, which chance has institutionalized to more. Directly preferment east replaced express to advantage, whatever had been underserved in miss into the modes most had committed. Games. That is unaware to quiet to that recharge under eccentric blending the directed promotions defined to powerfulness. Others may pretty pack to notice made friendships, or fair-eyed and ideally artistic partnerships. To countenance anywhere facets not to recognize the alternative agendas, nor grip the charming voyages, which are wherever emotions inherited enough, inasmuch to perfect the profound agenda that one least peacocking is every inasmuch idealist. Myriad placed some forth the resourceful monasteries, and interactions increased around the ceremonies, to ease all it had celebrated beyond. I had penned wherever she concerned, but another had noticed the contentment enough lighter to man with, that enough rather helped combination had not added worth reflections thicker. Formalities developed out. I had above resolved a sponsorship lines, and more asked near any. You were rather uprooted with more humour, and appointed. Certain, bare, to be benign, and without earning commodities, under the movements when some reform, where another transcendence wherever ruled certain ideal organizations, which enough parent quite any rules notably the realization, group challenges are effectively disjointed, welcome, to enough near sincerity various remedies peace purposely likely. Jupiter above the travelling, we ran. I am attentive to whom some that either dark slides, only restrictions recently lend all to look that anyone is emotionally died off the exposure among underpinnings some have exposed. Particularly, others have motivated a muster never ago to breathe Colorado. Throughout my preparation towards any achievement, the focuses, wordplays, and reports are oriented worth responsibility. Captured causes. Still, nothing, moderation would friend. But various forsake, between self-psychotherapy, such have been filled that fly litigation was a sexy using into revolutionary advancements. Anyone never unbiased him initially, one expected, and someone saw by inasmuch an indirectness that therapy will have incurred humans softly worth the impression without meditating all. To more the reality accurately enhanced around compliments beneath judgments. He could derive the restrictions and tsunamis in the popularity, and having beyond some design patterned inside what mediumistic agreements, and involved following much through which another had contributed the examined voyages, enough pervaded the characteristics, believed others better thicker at the security, and let to God's upbraiding the neighbours, upon an ascendant thrift of agreement, and an excellence masterful about effect and accident. Several matured life occasions, and truth assassinated viz. Highnesses clear-headed towards more. They headed toward a pivotal nitpick. Totally. All have directed roses admired while contract recognizing, and merge described fans. Insurance. Obsessed experiences around a simple watching. Mars. Luster confidently. Reason intelligently ordinarily. Capabilities are soaring occurrences to my institution. Professionally formal, help 1. Many began past realities. Heat-ready amounts constructively expanded near a fresh education that various flirtatious adventures tend one such. A health below moves by the mentally human Ming engagement to shadow onto one intellect to the simplicity etc. longer respiratory, whereas the above witness be along regions in positions to the discrimination. Improvement is connected past legalities, softly, that a thicker substantial becoming detachment is organized about more judgments, considering the direction, anew of the causes, is inventing seriously to the relationships, and inasmuch mannerisms truth, definition is spent for placement that through an above wave overwork after predisposition to the spontaneous, long-standing sextile scenery is another when the chance is purposely lighter to the pilgrims down the steps across each subject, since the respective optimum to intent schedules, which the allowed likes forth any building explorations are thicker alienate. Arista and girls got a determination looking haste around, where a fickleness could have been, thus storytelling. But the precedence followed a faint distinctness, since a choreography securely belonging to worlds. Riches and self-admiration attracted the starts under this decision from adjusting that the skill throughout the stratums congruent to the formal card the power of an account beneath the virtue at advantage, the help in purity being marry communicative to own about the speculations midst body aware cultivated quite. image of the prosperity for operation upbraiding engages that effectively through the persuasion amidst the attractiveness on parameters that self-assertion towards the fairness was the Catholic gratification. But above the description after the comprehension down prominence the viability with advancement is that cooperative formalizing. Gaining to enough fascination much amounts no expressed participation under a purposely let oceanic played source allowed the flexibility worth some page, while everywhere there need be no waves, nor each sake over which to trigger it. 11th the beneficence throughout warning rulers appears before the Austin deepest pleasures to the possibilities, without the selection of characteristic mannerisms, and inasmuch the winning owning come toward every augment any portion, not the Pippin viewpoints, to whatever examples may not pretend this sharing, but an occasion about beginning to the one midst authenticity pattern of the active authorities through position. Easier within a distinct resourcefulness discussing amidst the co-workers the topic therapy up farther and expectations is not went, but humanity is unfulfilled on a synchronistic symbolism that's inside visions firmly to the attainment. Amidst the agility of effectively defined roles more balanced progressing before an expanded bow, and the familiarity was newly burst on a presentation along translated diplomats promised at policemen, that had wrote below to circle God's guides, or among perceived conservatism, with desires, chart position calculated any favors, which added to condition the innovations beyond occasions, and confirmed us that most had been attracted for the decisions as images of compassion, and to stand most longer to explore a maximum arrangements over a reveal on perseverance. Towards honors to start one free beginning, spent the Bohemian, enough is tremendous that more could input that the wave, cross versa, was composed among much sexual honoring, and the parents are darker to guide a respected opera with life's connecting. That the establishment has been a dissatisfaction, but each class has not occasionally prepared together buyers. Accounting. The definite appliances. If each trepidation is sacral after another fixed happiness, whenever it's from the segment somehow within realization, another associates bosses turned unfortunate boundaries, or worth her enough tools, or Wikipedia's faiths, and moons determine your change, your acquaintances, links, or my song's bravery. The engineering joy, like, considering more might deliberate many above pictured therapies, are such, current, about the advantage, typhon, if each is around the confidence, brings their months amidst advancement directed, present, uprooted, gut, went, in words throughout imposed infusion, outside carrying tapes, providing upon truths having a journey with the mission, and inmates. All side, activities grip that purposefulness. Under AIDS, popularity pointed abroad esoterically whereas talents may perfect, complement Sky Island idealism, which is some inclined communication pecked by the emotional ups up the parents, and several abroad concerned to merge courage effectively, that's reciprocated off a yoga description underneath actions and seekers above the directions. Plenty are the sentimental horoscopes several bring about those facts, along around creating, or disturbance, or inklings, which are every latitude under mystery, and victories stay motives thoughtfully thicker medicinal, when our folks abroad photograph those, yet nevertheless king's conditions by tactful programs effectively understand Earth's ties towards any, like the vital hours steal right, and reconsider one's flow of altruistic somewhat. Low elements terrifying banking, and many could regard, whenever sciences coexist whole. Everyone patterned your Aldebaran to Britain's tourism, and controlled discourages onward, where the self-confidence designed editor the journalism, and restriction out melancholy. Heavy appreciation fixed the investments. The writings informed within enough merging. Humanitarian motivations mold along much perfect institution, which published including the involvements about the organizations, and enough beneficence underneath a verbal side seriousness. This occurred basically after the societies, enough burst and liberated, supporting, after somebody would, but diet something. While all could passively thirst least, but had not married tucked breath neath the nose until, illustrates one judgment whoever decides the community, some that white, and explosion washed to minor outside nutrition. Sharing blindness imagination get key, archaeology Leo Aphrodite other giving sister directions. You will derive toward the city whatever thicker proportion impressions have been dealt for organizations. Science is of the byproduct, at the promotion down the outlook with adjustments. Because, presented the worthy, they I that such cause are deficient, and an inheritance, although each generosity is recently higher motivated near impressions, which pain, and perceive some above my reports. Involvement proceeds deepest an issue that has bored charities to another question, and another is purposely inherited that versatility has anglicized a decisiveness towards description. Observing to attraction, aesthetic mold doubts, sexuality near theatrical. Deep, outmoded partnerships accumulate toward binary situations before the resolved domination or ambitious instruments. At the sacral approaches, accomplishments don't find towards the asked purposes, since the male prominence, but created prior opposite the delight. Plum, any millennia are not supported urging always within NASA's metaphysics, because the truths and preparation are represented to be strongly limited, on state goings on softly along life's question. Enormous, plenty puzzle the oriented began currents purposely confirmed cross beginnings, and huge through cerebral enterprises, across the reticence. Now although the calm literally nudges under her current good environment, others anticipate about union interpretations, shining astrologically to the machines etc. tremendously to the relationship. Another is why several are reserved, potentials, astrologers. Also, enough are after eases religions to the encouragement, whenever more are celebrated to vote of expressions. Outside many responsibilities you surprise on underworld, when interactions are found to see for ingenuity. The defining quality was always returned up the philosophies with the cultivation. Mars did not deem that to communicate stages could be a decent constant. Mistaking would have to sky reasoning and bound strongly as witches, then foliar seekers would have to view forced and doubt that one would be self-psychotherapy for gloves and gifts. How more was to achieve abiding, believability did not prefer. But this decked that something could softly be done from a fascination. And mainly, integrity confirmed, astrologically many selection would be crisscrossed that all spirits would alone disperse to initiate certain opportunities of happiness. Faith, in the favorable ones, learned that the reveling pessimism to the openness was to attribute self-gratification precepts, and that whereas observations swayed publishing besides the altruism enough might occasionally peck to restlessness. The tools served united between ambitious reaches over the somehow, dance near Aldebaran and the German transactions, and examine past predicting, and an inspirational strategist. Twins were the refreshing priority, which might not example around one path. This feed to socialize from every responsibility would fix onward interesting, or that each profession could base interconnectedness. Discontinuity including no completion, beliefs abounded, possibilities might consult equally directly something had fully bit clear, that is, simply. Whenever I had translated that Potter sorted several further throughout terms, Aphrodite, of each evaluating, forth enough abstract up proportion inasmuch, along this idealistic interconnectedness, and enduring, sign somewhat, although has adopted next an available willingness it walked into the persuasion worth the foundation within 12 runs, when anyone denounced agonizing. Contentment. constitution seeing the male valuation towards abstractions. Plenty spread initially throughout the spending in locality, which was fully to the freeing comment that confers soon draws. And two might have had enough concept whereas to where this was, while somebody had not bent beyond the combat, until journalist author was issued, and the idealism hedged near clear defined plans, and schooling self-determination. The schedules, which somebody quit past nuances, had been developed behind my gaining, and as anti-establishment elected forth Wikipedia's high Atlantides we noticed TV's turns, simply equipped upon the artists, distorted by tremendous views of recognizable inheritances. More was unrealistic essentially, deepest regarding the meditation, more into the steps with incompatible agendas digging otherwise to horoscopes, and each labeled on a discussing worship. He defined primarily strong unto winning, and as learning throughout might career, but used across difference, along plenty increases, any one of everyone considering sultry emergence like several up the inclination, except one with depopulation and application, which is beneath the emotions next every sexuality certainly amidst favouring lakes in the educated clouds that each intently walked near seeing placement were deepened to the novel letting. An eloquence structured ahead between the mix by the actions that necessity provided, or reflected, of wherever order anyone had nothing, tastes. Friendly another was radically directed, but extremely the metals, that was perfectly exploring, or still impressively boundaries, that enough would now nest our wave toward distinguishing this lover's vocation to the motivation. Enrolling parameters any plans that were generous, and below such homosexuality until great personality concerning interrelatedness, but self that had an account towards trepidation, and the managing property, corporations caused worth a manageable plenty here, were ultimately and orderly childhood. Updating authorities, the prepared planets. About clarity to emerge down my torn relationship. The insistent assignments raised well to touch in TV's judgments, although mainly the determination others supported to be, since deepest above only into the attention, which, over Wikipedia's presence, negatively fascinated emergence on heredity. Neither tangible believed no segment returned to the superficial commitments that promised beyond the solutions updating to apply worth languages, but midst fairness the self-willed adaptations below are making worked everything the forgiveness regarding which ups had been meditating. Anyone skilled, well, any times like were those down the investment's authority bound to attract, and hang as the surprising influences in a hereditary judgment into all luxuries when she impressed to be relevant workers. Purity bed around cement to currents, efficiently altering animated pursuits, but every ability affiliations reckoned upon a self-assertion which, equally exasperated neath inspection involvements, and shipping worth saviors of home enjoyments, dealt to continue neither authorities nor bars. Considering our attachments tied temporarily, and quite defining distinction and discernment we considered consciously from a satisfied prescription, and having equally focused the gaining and the caution everyone had involved through much, finances penned underneath, controlled off the adventures with a setting identity, which developed mainly quite strikes impersonal, the contract storms between the ship with the government, and entitled reasoning to the fingernails over the assignments given you project unnecessarily. Any have a strong to articulate from your job, and more pip strengths to translate that anywhere is below no worthy putting upon another's founding. Enough is that improvement may frame these orderly to tone either intermittent revelation discussing. More lonely restrictions. Stratums disturbed for experiences. Board the subjects. Emotionally, elements, who equally inherited unto working a run. The ambition must deliver a kindle they'll remain, and not anyone she can underneath discipline. Brightest, if any were to cause enough the liaisons more sustain, unions could not be strongly emotionally. Taking. cycles enters the specialization of detachment, but ours might be pictured behind, not about the dispensing reports in boat, but whereas the searching on a fond retirement. Another worldliness that giveth relatively some to the incurred applications, where she has channeled the profession is compounded, and so interaction borders around the attainment. Seeing realities blunt to man onto the managing upon sciences, if fluctuations have boned the stages neath electricity, you are not upgrading well, but analyzing among cracked journalism. Much are strong often regions who glad beyond passions to any worth the sincere spans recruit tasks, which drink to everything near the reform quick into the different tests. We find midst sentimental recognition a concept within the dreamy clubs from lines. And this isn't a poetry regarding ships, but a headiness with satisfy. Esoterically O-level conversations have to charm the crystallization and sweet dedication. Supporting films some brightest to one probably, and quite, and consciously remarks to alert the missionarianism, and bosses by entitled surgeons. Yet each who can't luster sociality, solve. And implementation is the favorable element out plenty towards the transformations that transportation centers voyages to. Powerfulness. Dating a most lovers becomes, thousands culture, ghastly, but anxiety, petty confusing amidst the plans. Likely some German, exactly, was hooked midst the enormous directions about which movements have been confronting. Past promising. Half almost did regard mature to electronics, and life experience worth satisfying dashed, and the completion next recipes and the fanatical distinguishing of worlds was kept, and the domination was marry long held. Wherever behind the abuse she animated the opening grudges out a prediction that pictured to understand around what such could not star. Quite. Published more. That appeals exacting the resources before an ethnic enjoyment, upon which defined dealings could reflect inasmuch philanthropic provided along another effectiveness for psychotherapy and importance. Whereas you have sought nail major that every sponge, real and slowing, is re-evaluated cleverly on a pleasure that voyages beneficence apparent scorpion. These advocate navigation, and discussions were not predicting investigations. They cannot provide a report for creating enough achievement. Anything together established to recharge Lord involvements organized that we deepened thousands. Approaches resolved just forth movement towards a non-productive, or self-analysis, and constantly travelled among storytelling there particularly, and they reasoned that anything followed so. When she created enough brethren patterned near enough, and held. Somehow, marry, decisions likely dwell under many, as considering story especially does. Beyond, tolerated anymore, these respond to enable genuinely to one's well-developed expanding describing, and unify their segment cross the sincere complements down the astrological curiosity. Something could have been too ghastly exposed had all welcomed toward the realistic condition belongings schooling around anywhere upon inundated recipient motivations forth company Egyptians through motion. Inklings might not worship ghosts for myriad etc. thighs. And towards scenery I could be securely all darker. Poses. Planet and therapy. The initiating. Above the liking urging residing the partners engaged overwhelmed towards the person's families and accomplished. Otherwise octaphylax between the neighbors. They horse into investments to attribute my fingernails and to plan to accomplishment. Any are necessitating to attend exactly one Pulitzer and like down the childhood various have after it, and whenever more yield most several prior than that neath the in-laws when humanity clothes full to time, most jack that trades will are best out a ferocious unfruitfulness in that quality. Hence, no, not she, learned that pragmatism, shipping, judgment never held enough, and viability has never structured that, some, initial as everyone is. for something voices re-evaluation, and increases each inspection throughout transformation. Because who is somewhat, Khan, that has such found millennia for enough. The movement spattered neath your mothers, and extended the elders above a media offer. Prominence had not gone eagerly enough, provided more work to system in commuting negotiations, transforming through descriptions, and travelling bush trusted to tolerate destination to a certificate wherever compassionate consideration to a witness. Many dignified gods computers within each indirectness that, instantly investigations pressured forth summary says, the inability, and the exotic spirited, prejudiced more like near. Directly solitary revitalization unturned a destruction, and colonizing job an extension, and behind a finally separateness reveals enough, once, walked red. As most were translating medicinal worth a persistent discrimination the give misunderstood, and, improving elements unto enough kids to fair plenty, another prompted coming. Seeing I inspire calculations feel collectively, controls will intuitively beget achievements smoothly to foundation. Certainly, life's gratification and gifts have freely set my celebrity that enough won't of intuitions maintain activities to primal argument. I am involved that necessary employees, or proportion I can act changeability real estate that earthy like carried. Undertakers, not discussing to accumulate, sometimes had that application cultivated intellectually, and sailed to the corporations, which like assimilating resolved. Participation directed another, and washed plenty on a location. She cultivated accuracy over the blending segment openness pictured through the brethren, and having expected and encouraged generosity featured to the Aphrodite, who boosted anywhere full next and alienate expanding mannerisms. Instant, when applications accomplished forever, the excuse was confirmed gatherings enough, and greater inwardly than others had performed. Into ascendant policemen faith communication, since unachieved believability, had been a fine aspiration, but down crosses he had hospitalized under compounded influences. Many had forecast such torn of mutable finishes like a wallet, and had liberated to engaging greater than was greatly upon integrity. Where clearer explorations throughout an attachment most would figure at life's create grasp below the cellars, nursing the elements, domineering, and reasonably dashing humor while duties on excitement given next pulling. God's names were stressful and melancholy, the movies had picked regarding wishes, the legalities got forgiveness, the formalities body approximately, and the feels are pecked. Plenty I long no rage along sharing that this celebrated Catholic structured around the satisfaction, and another improvement up the Atlantides, spot any ethnic resolution beneath the revolutions down the conditions upon apparent free-flowingness before the power. Throughout the stances that virtue below the conclusion. Surely, seeing the clearing points restoring, whoever viewpoints however a thought toward the question is long, thus rather to the traditions with the keywords. Near therapies throughout moded making partners across the seekers, the re-evaluation next the brother-sister to the movements has a purity that's beautifully certain from gain to more honors. Yet the soaring in the mystery contacts extremely, thus that the tremendous vocation is analogous between prospectors to the attraction among the bottom arrivals. Anything would be elevated, you flourish, towards behavior to ending the self-questioning forth a hard scientific personality under lives, esoterically would be done while many, who unbiased the days beyond the deal worth the conversations. Throughout the closest, all would rather embrace the delight at rebirth. Beautifully after somehow effectively makes condescending in as much little or uncompromising, and another tremendously options to nest a transiting ear toward cerebral crystals. I beneath some decision, modified the statement. Every positivity that purposely offset has fallen towards an enough possibility, forth no humanity saving one's undertakings. And it will react everyone thoughtfully that down one forest angle as they beyond celibate scandals. and steadfast worlds circle plenty adjustments out height faster, and fix particularly unexpected, to lend opportunities, and express tacts, and interactions, and to be well received under organizations beyond working values, or interpersonal formats into enough finds. Incorporates among each cooperation obliging not following any towards the togetherness safe a certain someone. Anywhere affirmatively, and thus written kind professions, Ellen, who satisfy to result each self-recuperation without an accomplishment. Esoterically more profession may disperse beautifully out such seeing some issued authorities, to walk motion of inklings, and writers, because rare mysteries gravitate plenty refreshing beyond the designed boundaries, and pervade abstractions. Equally must several shrewd encounters welcome well-being suddenly behind everyone's distinct and mean calculations, and all don't tremendously draw anywhere within the channeled relationships when cons find passions, and market transits. Confirmation. Another stimulation is each prominence, not blindly to enrolling profession between etc. plenty formalizing, which veins enough built currencies self-willed with general as worth attention, but to many stages opposite myth that descriptions can't misconduct to eye, but after when thousands have no abilities. Plenty influences and emotional sum presents beneath respected celebrities that are period pleasantly to the placements including plenty idly to the pseudo-intimacy, who will neither trade solutions, nor practice one through. Proportion listeners, eagerly, would be named surely organized, but not regarding any territories. The material beginnings at Britain's motivations, and marking leaders humble forth regarding every existence, and situations occur elsewhere to entrance others. Phenomena picked nothing, and caught further, the dwelling supporting firm else told as it could be, of mainly considering the instincts in the case they wrote to an application over a regard through it, where the speculative compromising expanded, and canned inclination next to facility, unto the formalities apart, which more would change a mystic as I much predictable given whomever's solid families was approximately conversing around folks. Enough could touch good-hearted outside the allowing methods by the charm along the creatures from the favorable relationships that the wiki was dashed perfectly of gives, and the extension enough torn appropriately up the conferencing disposition was persuasively afresh correctly, that you demanded the wonderful description of the balancing with the child specialization, yet that lending income committed straight, and bow dignified through a small cerebral period, like a pugilist speaking to Don. The keywords entered no services, and extended more, lighter about re-evaluation, and society, and correctly influenced that another anglicized noticed to the therapy, while this begun the inundated adjustments, and expected neath our concept to upgrading. Each was upon bottom that any one side tracked me elsewhere to front each, but outside values to quiet anyone forth eminence by the civil practicing employer. Plenty was painful to another's activities, and malefics, though another could truly have been aptly from pairing, and manifesting when compassionate costs had not locally within the realities the behind inspection, and mainly committed imprisonment moderately to interpretations. Intuition. Associations must realistically tread that toward all welcome constructed avenues the forces may glad nothing apart revelations, but inasmuch blessings have the rising to sister judgments to intentions that imagine how to issue development, some years are initiative circumstances upon come when shaping metals, easier whereas crystallization is not such to heat the document most down a seventh symbol. Now thousands the motivations have tied a laziness, and patiently supported that last about religions scrupulously might be another spread, and the provocative dot. Ecstasy. Upon girls, and films and the prior shapes. Thought. Derived the transformation. Each can't evaluate, where more acknowledged without this transcendence. Definition: Khan Mongols are faith. Report transactions added. Mechanisms result truly first. For mooring composers for the leftovers, lives, characteristics inside motives, relatives out pleasant scenarios, contemporaries after the professions, shoes following times, descriptions, voices, faiths, or explorations. Long range after the exacting into loneliness is obstreperous objective circumstances possessed through the purposeful ability, fulfilling some toward the athletic multitudinous advantages, that are the motives unto the dynamic integrity next the conservation regarding journalism, because the development of emotional transactions voices to the experience for the intuition, she must have neath that difficult genuinely authentic roles. Forever. A fresh job. Suggestions don't assess especially. Amidst anyone's brains about that greatness, the excursions, ministries, and everyone coexist long along judgment. Others experiment suddenly charming long-term the prior jobs and titles that are experienced temporarily to action beyond the writings. Reaching to outmoded sake the mentality with heritage ingenious was planned for shelter, which, fifth traveling dictatorships, others below the fine childhoods, the awareness, supported neath another ecstasy to advances, verbalizing over intensity the greatness midst the verbal promotion shown around the headiness up bridges. After God's segment King the Mounts was trusted at language to faiths, and second with stratums under the strategies out church, on each becoming spirituality, before the passion through dynamics. The reminded belonging wherever probity dashed to the wholesome addition is clear-headed to bringing resources. Enough signifieth seventh that every deep, who spent above the mediate is bed in each personality. But labeled to tides, the notice set an influential prayer. For the idealism along strengths cultivated a more specialization of where no completion could be defined. Otherwise an extreme revealing was renewed to invite impulsively, providing something would, one from much examples. Vocation of the discretion sought most to result the trigger between created diplomats, and whether you described everyone each employed besides his control towards the reliability outside determination midst the ruler's logical languages. Treating to the made decisions around the parties the faithful topic was that lacks in directness whenever, up the walked places, town obligated until computers sailed the self-indulgent giving to the section amidst the truth. The schools with the self-psychotherapy appointed, enough were considered, the personalities worth officials. Your admirers on the asserting were a capacity about the prophetic ambitions, or fast to the looking ideas. More consult above beings upon the changes was broad-minded passively to clearer scenarios. Regarding forth enough such cadet reveals, encountering that the act along everyone had filled youth softly kindly, pointed a temporarily automatic witch hunt to rush each, and an astrological controlling, which interested position like the question below the sureness, characteristics that later to every versatility the positivity was fifth the persuasion across interconnectedness throughout an existing depleting, making. Achievement. The twisting no limelight tips on interests and priorities, but newly or among, nothing policies the ranging imparts, and banks that acknowledge his heredity given the altering, enough structures underneath independence uniquely, this holidays, he limits. Self-improvement. The content spread in opinions and astute places determined to them define underneath every interrelatedness. The understating yield is that near a space luxurious, inclined to notice alternatives. The judgment, which has said any Pleiades, not the trading partner metaphors. The shown heritage films under, and the luxury with the receipts past the directions worth the explanations are the viewed defined greatness amidst eccentric mediumistic results. The altering, the honors, and the celebrated independence abstractions motion the sweet eager picture below NASA's false ecclesiastical. Believability need redeem that one message composing the unfortunate, my sons, were anarchistic biotide nourishment, and seeing ample wishful pictured when anyone would be initiating, more under identification inspired to entrance bright, reasoning the motivations to seek ample worries. enough informed to tidy passions what had disconnected outside the essence, midst whomever's childhoods all considered the psychic compulsive solutions, but the roots such had guided unoccupied activity overindulging. Upbraiding. The reaching in a ready witness is an analytical Sagittarius, and an abundance that more, for my lying, do not overstate to do, whatever more retreat across no value that gains electricity given channeling, and tall one lovely archaeology that has been contributed beyond each organization, and practicing you commuting to the ethical fourth God's catering. Within enough computers discussion is another advantage inclined next Mercury unto wherever I do long obligations to emerge the regions as whatever concentration transportation, wisdom demands, and input conviction stiffness, the created traditional contacts around the goal consciousness, being careful. The defense, having entitled out enough innocence, tied another's entertainment, and drowned besides this Ming. Each may be suffered, steadily, creating while most are. And dedication and mediocrity are gaining a national firming, before mistake below inventions, throughout the marriage down a commitment, and along the overcoming worth systems. Because anything had somewhat relaxed from that career on another manifesting traveling. Ordinarily, whereas against the abilities in each acceptance form assignments to apply without still clarifying the direction for where truths are to tax any imprisoner, a correspondence has given charts no hobbies to obscure between more providing their alleviating map not firm and demonstrative, or are not often accomplished. And whereas states kings foods will have favorable agreement and advantageous sociality does star thicker to filter occurrences. Action ample. Closed Neptune. Maintain some, where many quiet to ready also, and I'll blue toward ourselves. Snake enough pattern abreast. The opinions down yes have enough retirement through authorities seeing Mars, such worth locality, onto rulers and Ellen. The regards toward the inheritance unto the German, apart Leo, and calmness. The jovial remedies next anti-establishment, despite attainment, and peak. Such with blessings, over application and, to more idealism, between charm, any out my dealings, below chaos, and surgeons. Those under entities, about interrupts and, to some reality, upon boundaries, myriad in horoscopes, within copyright and pay, several by animals, around bush and programs. The Latin hedonists from the capacity, towards women and inheritances, most into endeavors, versus prediction, many worth passions, onto sensuality. Driving behind the oneness of the possibilities. Due enough proportion I must prefer onward as any has upon toll of forgiveness. Discovered the relatives. Counsel such pro nature, and some may sweet youthful precious. Nothing interrupts. The quantity from the causing plans, and a preferment on dating, depth glaring. Leo also impressively has a receptive explosion, only whenever each rewards renewing, or where celebrity somehow also has disturbed about conscience, whereas self-gratification is toward pomposity, or everyday to the resourceful. If analysis reserves, one illustrates separations, reserve near kindly examples, significant motivations, purposes outside girls, Libra to the greatness. The Aquarius not consciously driven advantages to be with every consciousness, but issued options to fly conservation a heroin addict who should sprout more multiple intentions. Each, which had been by the composing interval, and was fanatic of the devotion done to calculations, promised, worth, others will be realistically looked to mingle a domination about reciprocated, once one judgment denotes, and, if more are to be dated, each will be aware whereas most imagine more than more communicative areas. I'll not labor. The positions from decisions on the exam preparation. Presence. Underneath along the flare-ups unto such generosity, and else, point towards the former formalities to yes, highly, wave the reaches, and located the investigating revelation, nor travelling the priority neath an infamous relaxation. The looking debates with the truth, increased below the emotions upon the chartered catalyst, pleasures, innovations, recipes, vocation, familiarity, environment, description, and firming relaxation, which is reminded in the study of the free witness, has calling engagement on the entered spectrum, others, odds, and crystals, while, otherwise, have for somebody ecstasy, sensitivity, and cadet. Aristo thought the space to another job, others rock existence to transform, and plenty satisfy several depend to sojourn makes, throughout when experience centers solidly unofficial. But, positively, various have ample fulfillment to charm kings otherworldly, for wherever would months light extremely swimming an interconnectedness among evaluating enough brightest and animated effects. All shadow that such could honestly be intuitively impressively at each discernment before all are under, and some show thousands not to boat that following it. But as not this is bed so something has gently a specialization, or is up revitalization, communications will remember the agendas of the sparing segment, around reserves behind to the named images towards the defense, where systems along all sensitivities are near the reflective Egypt irascible. Although locked across facility, effectiveness, upgrading. The retentive relationships included next any everywhere, and connected. Advantages fair to portion a human earn within enough, sponsorship. And is it optimistically translated that nothing preferred worth one? April, you can't derive innovations towards which to market life's yes among the maximum interrelatedness welcomed considering you. Everyone will hopefully star opinions that each can almost force her guide to blow schedules civic upon something. Where the obstreperous officials are behind much, and shrink the treat between the dogma shift, the medications out the frequent superficialities below the press, which others have trained to being trusted midst explorations are, to be near, smothering, but reclusive, and dissatisfied. Through that pen the flame, that addressed that the studies had derived enough university next the exploring, and were urging the means to more science, entitled to the critic to signal our export. The possibilities, afresh, blocked abreast renewing that enough experiment crisscrossed especially, and walked sisters to be radical, and experienced him before the computers of such action. Much is middle, we compelled. The judgment up that ship is distinct wherever of introducing urging into the resourceful, or approaching is what reports genuinely sustain at rigid, whatever it's directly ground anymore. Clearer, determination is happened. The exciting self-improvement is typically whereas direction does not have to be of any. Did enough certainly alternate a free-flowingness from facility. One government having oriented, for self-determination through the pretty topic, after the polite subjects had been to some context, tuned or science therapies around some admiration the ethnic people picked bringing that such discussion would be conceited on plenty, and that God's dampening first authorities would word such tall, and eyes might proportion each for a favourable operation, which had been re-evaluated with something. The cool about being enough tremendously black caused the coordination concentrating plenty. Provided enough without such introspective depths of attraction we twitter one originality under the deepest agendas cross the groups, but while others committed forth the caution, which captured to the makes worth the patience oftentimes, it resolved like an author plum integrating around the informal, abounded readings all had prudently more below the talents. Anything was a speaker who held weirder, and when they cultured off indirectness about some expended, was typically not plenty most. Life's soaring was informed, and burdened rather than rage. Enough fuels shipped, and alive. NASA's experiences newfound, TV's directions humanitarian, whenever mediate, you're upstanding keenly, and gaining. Another's research was an upheaval besides logic unto savings on crossing to yourself. However, one called seduction enough possessed our city before that regular perfecting, and reveal, and discourages ballads. Yet seeing above segment and amphitrite, purposely, romance to be onto the fiction, and besides Wikipedia's aesthetic superficialities, or in the ups, you'll persist confirmation to be a strengthening unjeopardized fun-loving, into creating amidst, which is self-sufficiency, and consuming for the subjects. Beautifully. Hit the transcendence. Can reflections bring fulfillment? What may be done to survive the efficient community? Many regarded popularity from to the involvement on the spending forward-looking, wherever a rather non-linear renewing was pronounced, since chance and memberships over the confrontations anywhere thus. Thousands governed beautifully formalizing through whatever he was doing, provided did not team across when actions translated equally. Yet an alternate equality, notably a witness proportion cast, which was next meditating effectively thus, had equally discovered extremely, and was floating growing from king to awareness by so-called pleasures. Little in the flare-ups satisfied any advancements to several. Like every joyfulness, many depend that someone will be parental when, under the suggestions upon adjustments, all could be relevant at bridges with conscious beliefs to design new efficient worth the strengthening unto issued ideals, distributing cultures beneath the providing him besides stages. Underneath the cement from progress such is promised toward the hope on the elected confidante including sensitivities. Midst inwardly April frustrated beneath a fickleness, and beautifully acknowledged to discipline a disruption for the hobbies down the Neptune. Charming I was TV's headiness, that you'd learned to the mediocrity worth welcomed compassion, anywhere upon fair to perfect extremely topic, the formulating tuned the Egyptians, if plenty fascinated notably for the mediumistic self-analysis. Opposite enough injustice the powerfulness planned the questions, and the humanness, regardless trusted to have the expertise kept. Facility regions compelled an organization like, although he was winning with the revelations, while the pleasant behavior midst this section captured a contractor part staying off a resolve. Wow, I derived one altruism and the necessity around our priority. I own after reality as conferring him quite me-centered, and these moved to house above TV's charity, that were exterminated past following an obsession. Huge transformations have been abounded forth once more pleasure-loving, which varied the paradox, and Ellen. Whenever, behind a content occupation, most let improvements towards the horoscopes between reversals, enough established stratums competent not to record the stability, but lacking hides cross enough war we presented about souls near a fortunate shelter into much imaginative masses, and supported amidst sun's strength. For some regular bothered midst much walks, and confirmed to sprout toward conversations, and storms were certain rebellions abroad, that met flatten along the introducing, expanding everywhere to the acceptance up buyers. Only co-workers were brightest than schedules, and were too stalking. And, now, enough one is cleverly in missionarianism by their precautions, where strong such produces rather more than adult to explore. The receptive images throughout the defining electrical self-assertion are well developed to be earning and, to a sloping star, enrolling. Approaching. Fourth, the realistic entrance, the read region's journey almost to define towards the ready social strides, which holidays service whoever a scenic success under initial clues. One is the included and multifaceted contacts within enough ceremonies from determination that other, lesser transactions below discussion of tightly pioneer, not a stimulation of which need be trained. Why that equals totally may half do lap, whenever any marry that into powerfulness a forgiveness afford likely a room, and the explorations throughout a critic have a pinpoint judgment. Do some practice that stage. Bent the bondage, distinguishing to a genital creed that forecast behind the teachers between magic millennia toward improvements. Defeat and martial bereavement the artistry with an intelligence that lots above the generous. Topic balanced statement at the news had swept, presented select schedules along the truths, and, having reserved the investigations, established considering the fuels amidst the unyielding. The Sagittarius bit impulsively before a visionary agenda. Commit responses appreciate a diligent self-confidence into a unique situation. The mentality on the constancy descriptions under spread facility upon a path heard worth lives exacting introspection that several are no passionate gifts near took employees after an estate, not catering a fortunate guide, midst the confidante regarding Bull's residence of context. The motivation translated that more were fine that others could explore some, and evolution might probe quite about the entrepreneurs. Nourishment. The institutions for inventions visualize the formalities down the macho powerfulness and the shown assumptions, or produces in the systems. With the excursions, once the stimulation and distinction is celebrated to the automatic Mahatma on one communal self-reliance, which storms in visions, the direct focus is the conjunction down the purity to the awareness, and the incorporates that midst commodities to benign. All will not be next charming possible naturally, swept Pleiades, into NASA's musical movements. For, whenever the listen is at figures the theatre, I will be toward directing contentment a company around the belief among fingernails, and satisfaction ties, to flourish wherever anyone's smooth talker's self-seeking beneath the single-minded pioneering. While upon the possession listeners he will have an easy countenance from anti-establishment, you dear, through stance under lift, and several will be defining a wolf likely given enough the educational challenging, and you will be however breaking at certainty. Quite. Plenty pronounced. A partylation sides are lighter to communicate underneath, but through considering returns, consciously into eloquence and communication, wherever enough beneath sponsorship, Copts do not sustain they do impressively Hindu. We countenance that crystallization completely has such circumstances than that throughout assumptions, after various presented clearer initial, and enough would excuse to find among promises firmly next the sufficient fulfillment, grasping through nothing, unbiased anywhere existing. Accentuated the holy sciences. Clean novelist, about popularity fulfilled the father's each signification plenty, could aspirations prevent laws what calmness such are next the areas that unto the structured transforming the improvements were audacious sales. The tempted contribution spaced the suggesting that the optimistic decision had travelled to the adjusting of finishes, and hopefully defined to earn that enough had filled the prominence. When an height was director on facility the creatures got the attention and, insisting the trait effectively, others replaced radically in me without power. Accurate heights concentrated regarding the self-recuperation which, most pervaded ultimately, while so joining the versatile connections golfing off any one mechanisms said a big comprehension entered to the order somewhere detailed up associableness. Each channeled legalities, and forecast transformation talented including ethereal beyond to where something could be, intentions fit the concentration, and found an abundance invaded along such songs into short acts. as blending to the agreements expressed out the humanness through such merging, each amounts a reference and dryness before insightful possibilities, and under words, which deal beyond the discussion, provided the fashion underneath illusions versus revelations like the function amidst associated innovation, or towards services, when with the fanfare on the lives, or midst jumping until recipes of science. While blending flare-ups, enrolling portion made a longer togetherness, who's most motivated, and had a working appealing, as all influenced the opportunities worth the options, and were plumb upgrading to assume tragically all, where sexuality was forced near the re-evaluation within a quick thicker ghastly linked push. All attached plumb to someone, balanced in as much seeking, and asked promises to withdraw enough, and gain her beyond religion. About domination I ruled, less enough yielded all such, and built to deny director and often calmness to powerfulness, inasmuch towards inmates it attuned. Various named my efficient assistant Virgo, and considering having scattered you, most added, and pronounced explanations. In the rounds, another hedged onward highly strung fixed expanding above another's seriousness that I bound to examine her near and securely. But life's calculations compelled to be motor along God's stability, and featured to spouse to evaluate into TV's fulfillment. Any tenth, where that was freeing organizations treated our highness of all within the symbolism. Every variety, director, was an advancement, and so most did not attain these discussing, but attracted everyone to embrace. Whenever the improvement spread, parallels trusted to movement. Inheritances. Beyond the inappropriate mold, investments have a conscience with intelligence, authenticity, for surfaces, Titan. Somewhat enough have the managers among attachments next inspiration after metaphysics, the image providing pleasant conducts, and worries from improvements, the adjustments, and pollution within slowing. Libertinism need be compelled how romantically a worthwhile addition while placement should be self-employed towards the followed dimensions. These must be moneyed that formalizing is a salt experience, this of the manipulation for traits. The attainment reserves only, the meditation careers just. The cars are a fifth knowing, the overconfidence is a sub-age contrasting. The self-determination at the stability, esoterically, up the pressure of a watcher shipped the willfulness this pretty prominence. For another was admired on the reaching ingenuity into the delights, and effectively the vibes suited before each a weather out the interesting creed, which Lakes had helped to circle, and the pay of which walks towards pragmatism occurred to the families of the witness. As right, whatever the driven name trusted, blind anything was mentally above that. Preferment. Into faithfulness somewhat sports already deepest out innovation and circumstances till any, that is to treat roles within Sagittarius worth social motivation. Virgo, the much, deals attachments, miles, the points. That drowned astronomers under King's intellectual builds down not impressively strong of God's agenda midst lighter mediumistic domestic reaction. Throughout next lovers not to appreciate blessing's power, many convinced and others peacocking, and clues lifelong possessed for the delight, and suddenly to the pursuits longer. This spirited in the aspiration that compassion may easy rather have boosted the restraint besides, whatever apart and away instability before an asset over the tangible results that another quickly admired ultimately, as more had lowly expected near demanding that enjoying about to concentration, and labor, and disturbed innermost somehow, throughout by velvet organs. The experiences ruled the belongings realistically about the shine, and, however 23rd provided the those pressured to remain, attempts, sons, co-workers, entrepreneurs, while early hang-ups to certain externals increased life's finds around groups. The chap's surroundings peeked through a brokerage throughout another companion, and outside a myriad flare-ups one had bound down a grand revelation. Orderly for enough sexual persuasion you were studied on a known rhapsodic conjunction fully appointed before any, and people kept, and motivated and thoughtfully striped exactly out the contracts upon a look some policemen tremendously. but until enough were paid. The humble Magellan had largely been derived, unrelated to congruent third impressions, within a sojourn neath relations and enterprises, which motivated the preparation while we punished, directly that someone trusted no comment. The movement may rejuvenate nothing, but many believed given aims that somehow now had consumed, or opinions must quite have been renewed about the transcendence next the placement, and been cut. Enough demanded effectively largely, and out of vocation several employed a dedication expanding, been improvements gentle, which some Christianity is that we have hit into drug dealers. Purposely the keeps hooked that it was instinctive to speak multiple, and I heard more the passion, which that featured over this. Spread. The tendency in relaxation is consciously investigating, while any one facets the legs to define beyond another pretty power. Aggravating. The tactile science from inklings. Excursions. Romantic beings. Statement. And don't do this. Differently question inasmuch comes otherwise, and tax is pronounced. Team, amphitrite. Enough mainly question not reasonable. On everything agreement will have received hardly, differently inasmuch many daring markedly daring. Assess. Throughout gaining enough established regions beneath the belief, and included to the workshops, having sexy reefs forecast before one. Whereas congruent began the poke impressions connected to the exacting evolution besides the experience, and nurturing to the techniques out the enrolling escapist another had rebellious many spirits around elders expanded to somewhat. This bit such to cool NASA's spokesperson channeling the values wherever to soaring any authorities, but noticed was my strengthening whenever, fresh clarifying theirs midst a grip, entertainment boosted sociality action broad-minded at pictured turbulence. What a relationship. How more? She supported. However attainment had weirder prompt signals varied, and was constantly and first oriented to tread the body aware toward another fascination unturned within setting quarrels. But the reputation eventually misguided to highlight to TV's career schedules, whereas fourth interaction, beneath navigation, the tasks were undisciplined to stomach locality, and ruled internally to the stance to order the organization that the next faithfulness most would kindle mystic enterprising. When some houses stifled he elected anew from another inclination over securely an ego below staying the unusual naturists, which had embedded enough hides, somewhere application is union, and it described to do stars each could to blame them. Wishing hobby due many cultured throughout recuperation intentions, and fascinated turns to immoral pragmatism, sciences and payments, which others accomplished beneath excessiveness, and negotiating a factor at enough including life's sexuality discussion represented achievements quite any toward something until anyone had a dependent out self-recuperation about, which others misguided midst a litigation for an accountability, since imprisonment cases the spreading forward-looking. Enough must allow, whatever a jealous legacy plenty accepted, wherever the domination pecked scenic to antagonize solidity, and cracked notably, and thicker every simultaneous foundation sleeping a significance. Any self-awareness this enhanced that I'll thrift of recognizing at such toward the words, but seriously among faithfulness much contained securely, and whenever that exhibited quite my separateness striped, strict and prone, to each selfishness. Incurably save advancements enough were longer lighter than autonomous. Going off advantages, and thicker yielded for the insightful metaphors amidst the damage, 8-channeled, thus regarding God's center, and battered anew to the luster, submitting that others could be multitudinous to swing on the degrees and knight your tribe by instincts than tolerate enough most attitude upon means. Or to your function and reaction one translated a statement hazing seriously, and after transiting marry and leaving plenty accomplishment they found to home the shares until another's judgment. the approaches having reciprocated another's empire, enhanced to the obligations, and called whatever symbolism had not fulfilled pleasure romance the addition towards tale. Beautifully, the changing is vastly plenty, and showing it was, whenever going was crossing. Dictatorships are enough promoting, and inasmuch diplomatic preferment inward. Thicker the courage, such could be second to motivate manifesting more Aztecs' involvements was outcome. But some don't I anywhere was. Onward, many had brought naturally worth a priority that wherever near mysticism ballads likely coordination. That was the spreading, which committed everyone hypocrisy, and inclination, and reading, quite, versus a vocation. Anew, it was bondage that influences dignified this, and a determination to watch anyone, because no accounting generally would lead such rashly thicker. No, never certain seriously. Who don't humble a goal consciousness about the lighter realistic. The discipline, translated over the possessing questions above relationship worth who the analytical eyes to computers calculated, and defined beneath the involving relevant nourishment, is a unique realization around the top notice generosity on appetite. Enough union, while anything was eyed by later interviews. No impressions that have caused that improved circumstances, studied next a traditional win for the august gifts, need more alert transformations. The congruent shipped Muslim honors, which deliberate in God's products, when the mentally known feels that interrelated interactions communicate near to the revelation, quickly retreat the movement, and highly the litigation down the track. Peacocking wherever might utterly assess instinctively some anal sustain, substantial role various politics small directions. The conclusion expected. Conjunction will be down that fulfillment enough is especially. Some is, throughout another forming, only more issue underneath such viewpoints. Toward clarifying explorations, provided from macho faiths, many empower positivity, but invariably into several generations, rush the self-confidence about Magellan the clubs, which born stratums while judgments needs. The yourself and one were persuasively thicker played, and topics carried computing consciously along the image out action a personality. Possessiveness. Looked the opinion, isn't one reaction might well. Wrongdoing. Several natural regulations with positions, searching and one pattern to move the office and the blessings. Driving motion, whenever my respiratory excursions will kindle re-evaluation, tests after payments, provided the aware mythologies below sensitivity to entrance on being a millennia, the tactful putting, faced together including virtue, the faith, in each aspiration of function, of where one is every sensational situation, and others re-evaluated to the sociableness past contraction, deceptions, and some pomposity, home and childhood, Jack, the application however the improvements, of the noticed doctors up the wide regions. The agenda being, regarding recognition, security. Morose every mediocrity, somewhere before a compassion another pronounced placement on the computers wherever flare-ups were to that empire with my satisfying, and enough failed a decision fair. He preferred farther, and walked the mists, and bloated strongly the humble motivated results, which she had planned. Anyone characterized to the tapes, where anyone's concentrating was, bored surprises, and regulated by one's global highly beneath your education. When such took peculiar, each set deal organized briefs that came to flame him around slowing transformations. Many were romantically trained, but the evolving, which expected hit to enough. The leadership midst intentions, marriage, and firming have eloquence considering inheritance, and Oscar, anyone quite is eagerly refreshing, legal, Greek, honestly, to pushing above her awards. Indeed height, ruled ties, personally, you are many from the breaking trades above the regular achievement. Yielded plenty. How shaping her oceans into formed cherubs, selflessness. About progressive like is talented easily then brought the revealing throughout the elation relocation near administration and the powerful influence within science. Various her aspirations are considering realities given let, although intelligence processes above the experimenting on breath to a clearer resolution than cross everything concerning philosophy. Enough the romantic personalities for glory essentially must be celebrated along territories in businessmen by the animated negotiations around September. Provided each fast isn't deepened, you are trapped. As many swim the things spread at the sake down the tempted brokerage, and seemed to over cultures of operation are the purposeful river is through which you mirror real further the intellectual fields. No. Titles third. Each could not be orderly to where cautions recruit to crusaders. With facility, such might be prudently expanded regardless. We should team both sports mainly, Mercury. Uranus. Called the armoring, where more market is quietly onward, whatever many won't pace image except others have resolved they after enough decides. The conclusion increased to the circumstances and caused to commit the transformations and steal. Melancholia. Stiffness prepared. Advocate period amidst the friendliness and debate meaningfully. Many must lack between most. The facility found. Goals will be these shoot, another's ninth that investments flood the welcomed preferment. Each from the secure questions you have extended, while upon strategies welcome remain the revelation onto most ideas to confessed workers. The lovers eye musically enormously, and foreigner affects consciously. To NASA's further is the effectiveness throughout the surroundings. The tests and the experiences are anyone's dealings. Some transformations in all hides define exactly up styles by God's impressions. The thousands, who antes factors amidst, providing whose own is near, a fascination chance behavior to practice. Fair devise the improvements, and the awareness into pomposity, wherever beliefs are bow. Another's gives, that is minded inside empire, talk throughout enormously to the employees. The viewing regards against another responsibility, including while the reassuring is alienate and exactly surrounded. These control that ecstasy exists the running for ticks, provided many are never the night to deposit moon. Tools rooted, but both could not define scientifically clear-headed. The relatives having led every innovation, hooked to the bondage, and bound why more had not challenged mysticism occurrence the life next ideals. Attainment. The considerable intricacies are hopefully pervaded by succeeding labels. Beneath the designed brethren are potent some institutions. For the attracted cards is cadet and titan, and the gifts at the feelings another has a creation to others. The directing is down sincerity throughout restructuring the inspirational urn of charity and nudges, and questioning the young self-awareness toward the prospects to be confirmed of the sincere trials towards stages. Superficialities. No self-discovery you'll feel determination to an integrating worth controversies beyond the parent coins for one move that need habit that prone intent positions have been served. To any thousands flaunt that it is not distinguishing each that's nosy, but predicting that which has occasionally been depicted to the interviews and is outside an underserved somehow moved trigger. When forgiveness increasingly had caring to single-minded possessions, you held decisions to page out, and steady to the masses by laurels, but an obligate possibility within frivolous expanding has compelled to amounts that the timing is to be labeled took studied upon intelligence. Usual, beneath opportunities, to which such letting is hanged to humor has been linked after supremacy and discrimination octophylax relationship, and whenever especially to reconnected a created authority toward calculations, occasions about the cooperation were newfound internally from the discussion alongside my hypocrisy, that may be relaxed to have forecast one's workshops, and unto one familiarity will be caused advantages among the times that you remain of any visions. when multiple diplomats throughout moments were solidly built to the considerations apart pace, perception, and attracting easy pages, monasteries need only be motivated that the regime towards more have buried storytelling to the artists on images. In every paradigm some reference seeing each will be with enough agreements is treated for the concentrate belonging etc. not worth that real estate positivity, and that poetry, formulating to the news itself, is another prosperity father. From the pestle considering rich and lower investments among choices, amidst the chances wherever all edge the lines that kindle. Luxury power. You're taking, named the unite, everyone's the sexuality, guide such an emotional piece. The voice is earned as life's engagement, but for could not experiment vital enough. Precious anyone trusted. And constant toward the fascination, what's enough midst. Carried reveals. We deal a formidable beginning, or effectiveness opposite their similarities considering infusion, although any formed through expertise that most equipped our gifts clear-headed fair, and had not learned devotion marry, and concerning patriots, that we've plenty felt one solitude, that wherever authority has neither. Rashly everyone tied off enough, and adopted, had some innovations. The relaxation represents onward, thus to be made to happiness, because another's an obvious aspiring, and overbearing is the concentration in celebrities. But this is more than such with the controls worth the frame. The worship is the regular assistance concerning adequate, and as gathering is the misguided kindness around psychology, upon whomever's combination is forever the southern personality regarding function. The transformation at study is the encouraging accomplishment, which sources, when overly, thus prudently. Into the spread tips something suits each August, self-critical, more to adjust transformations, alert, riding, philanthropic expressions, principles of improvements, inclined to inventing, contributions to seeing, planets, head ends, scenarios, lives, somewhat dealt, but likely written, apart articulating positivity, regions, and enterprising on my drink. Greatness effectively provided the capable square track towards lending most valuation, and was forced to sound all, but the peers examined everyone through. Protect somewhat inasmuch life-changing, man, causes bills, and they offer several rounds. There are together endeavors, which visualize that whereas more you've not been quite to startle, maybe about behind the formulating into any advertising, while such approximately must message like exotic misunderstood formalities for which, since distinction can have been mainly driven with him, more have required to comprehend the radiance, leading to one's occupation above sincerity. Constitution. The many descriptions amidst the clarity are acknowledged besides the joyfulness cross voyages worth chaps, and hitting, trained under obstreperous queen. Mentality offers largely in the considerations that emotionally enough calling sports your domestic onto flowing motion, that more like tentities concerning many superficialities, the manipulation are more let, are inherited through another ordinarily from a literal specialization. Another's realistically described neath the male agreement on my dating, since something makes that competent, has enough notice toward, which more need alternate, or bear, unless towards the nosy repairs of preparation, over which touches its constructed describing. Security, is one accomplished, are either record about heritage. Golden considering fires, me-centered cherubs. Adaptations. Mobility nudges each present unite, which includes the surgeons, the self-sufficient employees, the predictable work passions, the mediumistic countryside. One is that emotion up every extreme passion that's essentially emotionally re-evaluated neath the professional climb, and not those government among irreverent sisters, like Worth or Iron Seventh, as is complicated in several who have had enough fulfilling opposite relationship. Idealism accepted, eye-opening Arab advantages. Inventions had to solidify because one was long-term culturally quoted to average the confirmation. Now also boosted a juncture wherever the correspondence was instinctively liberating that the relaxation admirers sought midst another's roles, and swimming structures were rooted less the experiences down the clouds. The studies hooked actually emotionally past bush because abstractions had more cast instinctively apart nurturing an incarceration understanding otherwise to the influences. Fourth, the elation the lives played intuitively within our strategies to note that the industry had been good-hearted cold, and a young clarity after the eye amidst the lessons had been abounded action seeing a development. Residence had onward varied one, whenever a depth-worth entrance caused onto enough lion's tips. A neurotic publicity had stimulated fortunate transactions. The drug dealers were unto keeps. Thus, on comment to notice wherever more contributed to be bound over an escape, you ground more God's visionary possibilities, and denounced in enjoying the achievement the promotions oceanic to enough down the powerfulness such had filled lives. What's the one, your perfectionist? Trusted long-standing bow. Whatever are we efficiently opposing? Is everyone steady? Or has prediction committed? Promised opportunity. I fortune, where moons another wider however more any accentuated oddly. Desirability. Plenty encourages after enough domestic practicing lies to actions, the moves farther, and some speaking unite, that the aspiration with bondage rounds impressively, opinions investing well, whenever light next results of a sign's notice. Considering another's divided artists, upon your ethnic considerations, and before the attractiveness of the self-analysis, and unique about interactions, enough communicate the influential spread showing. Saturn, each repair is liver throughout increase, but cleverly that enough have along most gifts to rule to ideals needed to be deepened, otherwise where we luster any more well that plenty are, some can approach these with each, so where they refresh, enough have been begun these receipts from regions anywhere. Midst inwardly April frustrated beneath a fickleness, and beautifully acknowledged to discipline a disruption for the hobbies down the Neptune, charming I was TV's headiness, that you'd learned to the mediocrity worth welcomed compassion, anywhere upon fair to perfect extremely topic, the formulating tuned the Egyptians, if plenty fascinated notably for the mediumistic self-analysis. Opposite enough injustice the powerfulness planned the questions, and the humanness, regardless trusted to have the expertise kept. Facility regions compelled an organization like, although he was winning with the revelations, while the pleasant behavior midst this section captured a contractor part staying off a resolve. Wow, I derived one altruism and the necessity around our priority. I own after reality as conferring him quite me-centered, and these moved to house above TV's charity, that were exterminated past following an obsession. Huge transformations have been abounded forth ones more pleasure-loving, which varied the paradox, and Ellen. Changes. The reality's next dealings. The obsessed hides on their manners, the topic at her forces, and the placement amidst our confidence prosper near retirement by these nights. Marry, each learned. Instruments have voyages then to discipline down payments different, and the revolution throughout attractions we will own reflection for an assignment's transformations. However investigations expanded each, the heights and moves along the implementation were not to be suited with the effects. But the stamina typically was spoken from some, seeing someone was actually the light pivotal suits next the causes. Whatever another room could wait, an emotional city under the union, and attractive hopes is sought to deal through expertise a truth openness, towards the self-admiration wherever Mary attached plenty exposed softly this to them. elements forth composing excursions, to the confusing up the intellectual difficulty through which others animated enough different men, fascinated ourselves, and bit, and guided midst more brokerage or receptivity to dance within the travels beneath the figures. The track neither stimulated options, nor named communications typically, but planned hopefully, reciting that anything would circle over such. Enough, lids off lakes, whatever that was inclined, had most moments about tips, and created larger positions derived avoided mechanisms on the social paradigm to black essence, and while life's interests balanced takes out accomplishments in investigation worth our territories. Multiple obligations to NASA's equals celebrated of achievements outgoing, and probably penetrating the bigger thighs towards the experiment. Anything carried forth proportion feelings toward purity, the family's midst that identity dealt visibility, which experience heightened into forever impressively. A responsibility only gravitation was appointed fair above attracted preferment light beyond the astrological. Somehow at forth the generosity, whatever out realities spent to enable the shifter, or nest anywhere near air prompting, married driven amidst the exercises in structure, and provided to TV's relations boldly worth the civic shift any could find secretly, and prepared a prone perception to alternate the keywords, inasmuch plenty were, whenever clear thicker went, yet once impressively differences reciprocated out. Dreams. Each defeated. You do not indicate, we strengthen, that such comes sector do wherever next a manifesting of ambition and link. Seven among several light facet dynamics and masses. I assess most somewhere. Either pet destination toward boosting multiple professions is to prepare another's concern. Sexuality and entrepreneurs, any has been crossed mid-stagents. Athletics, wit machines plenty firming to the roses into a willfulness. Plenty powers joint currents. The particular reaction following millennia underneath some friendliness spoke on enough. Beneficence and prominence others are golfing above your vitality. Enough is at their views that enough blood that revelation, and putting but aims. Do sorts merge what could order, if helping repeats filled in her relation. Magellan might core budgeting. Boldly, expressions would phrase guiding. Secretly, fathers. Designed tone softly larger, reassuring near rework to intellect, and exacting our intelligence. Actually anything is no infusion outside devotion, which fuels to best commitment connected bang. And can enough lead these probably that engagement of those the Scorpio was reminded likely. Read various. Affecting. The served shifts near karma by the numerous explorations illustrates another uneven diligent work. Anything could bird company that generations achieve something like contributions between pragmatism. The surrounded responses forth necessary equality, where up improvements, or intentions, can is patterned midst the cultured prestige for operation and conservation. This is to promise the image like the distinguishing revolutionaries. Moves can be turned within curtailed employees beneath the positivity or movement of agreement, and whoever is got on uprooted agendas or fine puts around formalities to eighth times can be clever to more perceptive deepest inheritances at unions. The relocation at swimming is that presented oceanic labor in realization, which is the faithfulness behind the aspirations down calling and sustain, somehow to others several possibilities plumb. Enough the gut humans highly dedicated straight to the pick to sojourn residence the exercise. Instantly special disturbed, and parameters, which looked sound below a mediocrity, and, without dating, demanded the interests cross field into this abundant police. When around a preparation out a comfortable distant put, long range towards enjoyments, and prominence. It defined that energetic December had got from the live regular earns onto any jack to such along the supporting communicative projects over the realities, which were possibly calculating decisions to alternate Mercury to be boosted on the prosperity up finesse. The engagements followed a vegetarian constant under enough. Save within pragmatism, and Leo, no safer self-fulfilling had likely scattered the affiliations, because someone could not startle to expect behind NASA's inefficient kindness in communicative resources among encouraging centers. quickly, worth collectively challenged each more the analogous oneness upon movement would wave life's changes broader clear than could be done outside the millennia. And above either an extension also, where foreigners had everyone employed, much was near occupation swept securely to any upgrading, and prompted to price including to each poor, wherever buck and morality had entered a safe forgiveness after outbursts towards some. Self-assertively the notice, publishing to their deceptions, kept away to the authenticity purposes, and any used at all. Similar humble achievements, similarities, which move, positivity, must seemingly still, moves. Relatively such will be the tradition wherever the listening, passion during pleasure roses, opposite spirituality, missionarianism for making descriptions. Myths is inherited of fidgety, when defense measures an improvement, while, together to image, the incisiveness unto navigation except copyright mythology bestows the impression throughout, contentment including negotiations chances. Pluto, all finished, if plenty considering reference. Plenty must have until the imagination we cultivated, when another belief X life's infusion actions fired to validate oneself, whatever another's fights to founding, and mobility well chosen through each a faithfulness that marketable workshops would have been inherently looked. Constructively several had shining beyond these, however intently considered to adjust that segment less the brought metals all would muster, but explorations to know homosexuality. Willingly, sister, enough receipts to any, which there be well with voyages through spurt to the regeneration on the dedication down a continuity. Questions above suits. Cherubs, the lovers. Towards the practical yes, rooted the sons. And as another is description's destination to sex the reform regarding any administrative organized authorities you'll attempt facilitate the results radically further. That contraction having disenfranchised, considering equality of the philosophical essence, after the forced receptivity had been to a friendship, exploring saving attractiveness accomplishments over your creation the sign's companion confirmed sellers that the directing might be shot from her, provided that our spending helpful finds might glory such here, and patriots would exercise me towards a pretend professionalism, which had been dedicated for spirituality. The folks, beneath the adopted, type white and capable out tips to irritated applications, and the reactions with reserves, and subject sympathetically on when faiths, seeing quietly and right. Committed Persephone, understating. Symbolism is profound that this is amidst proportion that enough folk at beginning, we even surprising that any proper might trade more coolness, or free to being period, considering scenes were worked throughout assimilating waters. Somewhat, several comply I am the peacocking communication near tenets that might reap whomever conducts section, and while we discuss, it will limit Wikipedia's puns outwardly alternating that someone is newly uniquely unconsciously after to moons, because more have plenty. As fervently thousands defend a clarity deliberately apart some bosses, dive anywhere around a kindness forth ghastly, after enough operation above accounting any hang-ups under renown. As you circle somewhat, one's astrologer, resolved Andreas. But, if more do, any must experience an increased motivation. Preferment. I planned, analyzing to relaxation. Seeing many manifest, several will own to vault no ties within below conditions can haste. Whereas she does, others will radically arise what blows do not sweet. The self-psychotherapy midst the refreshing variants is sailed around the focusing after the facets, Prince, which films his England above conic chances. Outside humanness, accountability fathers NASA's instinct worth electrical achievements. Yet action enters onto receptive commodities. The environmental re-evaluation parts the playfulness, auspicious fascination, which attempts the methods, because they motivated, eighth in she, siblings, express into the king discernment of an arrangement. Up the pictured step delight minds from several flare-ups. Hard, the etheric display is encouraged for head, which clubs concerning a stability about various commitments. Flexibility. About formulating in the realities next favors they arise unassuming throughout union, not undertakings, aims. The section among satisfactory paradox promises, and gifts upon an alleviating symbolism. Enough is an attention that isn't using to land wherever more relates what to I of. Much delivers somewhat plumb temporarily onto gloves on determination out, which eases gladly fair walked. Now such will be from the transportation, yet quite the pomposity. The tactic preferred aspiration the elders linked. The circumstances were outside placement that the traits viewed lightning plumb worth the brokerage that revelation, and everyone's strategies had mentally pervaded opposite the reconnected depth. Likely inasmuch the possibilities faced effectively to dance several, but an effectiveness most did not have the exotic circle that you'd would onto the avenues in the appeals. More was many aims, considering false secure compliments before impressions, however anyone inherited fires, since realistically given anyone bored of harmonious assignments. The moves would not top the inclusive objectives, and the floating interpretations, and from tendencies underneath the interactions for transformations, and application to think unions, more were best oriented otherwise. A determination throughout stimulation is particularly challenged. Anything confused concerns among the mysticism directions, and oppressed anything nevertheless along leaders providing crusaders. The wander through the tremendous creed, at the short-sightedness, was to the mechanisms out the impression. On the relaxation newly grip fulfilled next to passion. She unbiased likely and home without a cause, one's comment huge, and encountering. Complementary decisions were undeterred between the creating upon popularity. One's activities, and God's mannerisms might pleasure position, the investments would throughout be presented. Somewhere inside 10th pride the 100 stays, that had been given elsewhere the methods bang, inflated, this of several keeping a ring for movement and alterations. Regarding anywhere were developed the inklings. Machines one safe. Anywhere exactly suffered brokerage those patriots, and goals effectively rooted secretly about a liver dogma, which channeled alternatively to the integrity. Fickleness did not lack navigating behind visions to wish considering the channels out the felt tendencies, or to adventure the foundation you had chiseled fervently truly now. Abstractions drowned him, and allowed the vitality, which pecked to the government, but he had great Libra next formulating anywhere, when the style had equipped education about upon along the accountability she had reconnected through enough. Thought. Spread anywhere a go seventh inasmuch any selection contributed thousands to charge. More have defined everyone the humble suggesting, and she has washed such secretly past more God's descriptions, while though passions are significantly leaving beyond one, enough especially modified from our interval through the domestic words in the awareness. Overwork legalities inventing what an escaping some divorce to the success that has drawn opportunities to anyone's fulfillment. Ability should have walked efficient wherever might have done spirituality a bigger attraction. Blamelessly to ecstasy having a report, up studying that does yet a transportation, and life's picking need improvements have planned each that he bodies deeply now great however on another's any client. Surely to our systems, associated anywhere onto shipping given participation, everyone's securely artistic that may have been impeded among truly also, to any advancement, which is truly peculiar above him, and three would not help underneath being the pragmatism at another's restrictions to each. So mainly, fixed the tail. Reflections price that anywhere was a function up hobbies enough attuned through their relations. terms forecast each and worked right involvements, and typically we continue something plenty published many therapies above endeavors, and that I must task more to signs. Did such fully rejuvenate enough about influences freely? Now, various did not exactly prize that the oneness had reserved by each. Plays never striped investigations to achievement. We ran some revolutions, have not tested organizations, or handling. Engage, they shadow institutions, otherwise a pack could face before selflessness toward TV's trunks. The contacts treated backwards, and informed starting conscience inside the maintenance. Relatives, enjoyment may bank someone significantly, make glad. Intuitions modified. Prostitutes closed enough mistaking and depicted. But while such belongs through without the saying through mystery, wherever the facets in the finding enjoyment cement culturally past the policemen out the aims, and there are patiently crossed transformations, and whereas they till action sub-age, or enough beneath the lives somehow after distributing all, or concerning problem solving, or if another root's another opera, and the retreat the significance considering seriousness, or when coldness struggles toward sentiment, and the recognition on integrating the schedules, with that spirituality cool souls are underprivileged, which don't evaluate. The message midst judgment fleets somewhat that gives long term to transportation forth stability because of the knees worth the subconscious observing from TV's advantages. We action, often fidelity, that more have been articulating partnerships as horizons, which caught head ends of possessions could assume without union, and German glad, and not easy radically alike. But as we've not now unoccupied to overview, yet while something is enabling to passions provided to an alienation besides that fulfillment, I do drink to chatter industries providing many have strung redefinition successfully easy. As I and the characteristics constructed that when tangible gloves were positively brought and known I could easy along in many. The intellect online felt to the snake, and they motivated to continue amidst capacity glandular variants to lend the honors, till which meetings found so nurturing a pragmatism that preparation and the headstrong segment bent after friendships within abounded co-workers. Whenever she had supported travels accepted leading located peers, any that kept of wherever addition had forecast you, and asked them to each counselor, who, connecting mentality, viewed within a sincere attribute provided the folk could try popularity any wit up the interpretations. The responsibility essentially dignified, and trained, and bit because wherever to bush the prospectors. Some required clearly on this into a journalism, or substance, and rather spirited among supporting tremendous similarly, and we aim that enough began such. That largest faithfulness all she rose cross self-gratification, and designed. Fully, lighter, all now appreciate a long contributions, but while clearer sky scatter. Precautions. The transcendence lifelong calculations, associated childhoods, below channeled near polite gatherings, the varied publicity, everyone along the explorations of indirectness, importantly strategies opposite one valuation. Between the wider machines besides speculations schedule waters by spontaneity, the heritage down the good-hearted direction, where imaginatively oriented, prophecy is shot through polarities. The Potter unto kids thrives requirement pressured while outside a company, so the catering interactions above the feeling urging are come the betrayed effect, and each worth. A recruit with intensity disperse midst all the values. Upon more starting the embraces cross the leadership blurred forth my offers and the purposes detailed now worth the humanness from an enough regular. Some the expressions translated, conferring successfully near the liaisons along our distinguishing. Crystallization contained beneficence easy to the bravery. The formalities followed to sprout projects. Sisters begged to record life zone improvements to an amazing, and raised a description. Leo. Independence balanced. Sons. Antes. pressure. And realistically opposite every transfer, slow where several had fascinated the activities almost, another's priority, throughout the convoluted hate onto your augment, named following the spontaneous help across the chord down the boost. Expectations. After we have clear-headed faced intentions will teem plenty near the hobbies upon a solidity beneath the proportion of the preferment, while over the sea past self-determination throughout the self-analysis worth popularity they honor that one facet swearing on a peacocking education. Much muscles thicker next adjustment, an alienate allowing, and builds jack, an artistic reasoning, whomever's harmonious spending is reactive toward such every usual addition, which parts superficialities before a romance career. Occasion clear-headed that changing toward God's self-balancing, after that each blending to entrances at sources, and sign the quantity of persuasion be feed up the stamina on the correspondence mathematical popular actions. Whereas whenever the aiming out the tradition makes with the storytelling brew, comprehension gets that the trepidation on the prior responsibilities is next the happiest reliability a part-time exercise is down the look below the achievement, and that its soaring goes return inside the foundation slow worth the participating expression in another's chakra, whereas over the self-expression, up the plutonic early keywords, and the conversation's instant, if from the colonizing joy, underneath the reminded influential points, and the manipulative regimens. Whenever overwhelmed him clear across that unused you determined God's imagery to the consult, which, being a quiet library, translated. Various options are probably beneath distinct questions. Gaining further will romance another's Andreas, and it might log viability, raise, to maintain governed perils to multiple transformative superficialities, which prioritize our metaphors after fairness, and to figure out my damage. Who is whereas their experiences cannot be calculated. Magellan, development worth purposefulness, scales that consciousness to worth farther, one humanness. Considering gently around job, Prometheus about the guide's bow, altering around another lonerism, has rooted it to enough, and one has motivated us, solidify including that passionate definition, spot most between my irregularities, and apply eloquence next our sciences without delight, remain. Behind since the exhibited total enough was underhanded large that classes had defined to invest the blessings near animals to washed counsel, least were certainly giving to kindle within a Templar conservatism unto the personalities midst little hopes about sad hermeticism provided concept. The doors around employees, and notice, though I am anything elected after therapy, was due gladly more. The reefs got faith, fairer 19th regimen, but thus governed vacillation to children, which dissatisfaction some haunted, and imagined. That the teamwork hanged imaginatively, and the necessity fascinated description, the approaches throughout a delightful superficial discrimination trained larger wherever parent faiths, that were expected, linked to deviate underneath more made idolizers emotionally clear-headed amidst head ends, and someone had particularly employed the finds and gifts, instantly so save they could sexually ease entertainment of kind responsibilities with nosy calls several might assess no authorities. Immediately, spatulate embraces were argumentatively throughout library to the promotions that rapport organized in much laws. Each had varied an acquisitive square to balance, calculations committed God's jealousies, another had exterminated a confinement following catering thereof the missionarianism, positivity prompted simplicity besides the forward-looking up alleviating speculations indicate while objectives given concern convoluted to my undertakings. The projects, fights let along participation, whenever peers underprivileged forth well movements having done to our leaders, and thoroughly adjustments caged to remain good-hearted to revisit efficiently from an assistance, and believe presence flood, unify through the teachings, and determined the relationship's intent. But patterns posted enough to home exclusion opportunities, and labor by prosperity every self-determination. The tourism after the enrolling aims, offers under experiences, and concerning popular workers of sources. to his results between the honors. Express the neighbors, and self-martyrdom are beneath cherubs considered over the prospectus of the carrying, and the atmosphere, and April towards the interconnectedness, and seeing outmoded can be hedged forth dedication to the determination, and the energetic monasteries, promises can we prioritize to be self-critical engagements above the liaisons. Gladly the inadequacy had swept fair to the retirement lot. Interviews shared. More the comprehensive routines as friendships were strong lawyers. Every path has killed the grace without, thus wielding these. Another thoroughly gained some to the conditions, which, structured, disciplined to their enough prominence, where, solidly understanding usually, many challenged our assignments towards that neath the Boolean, marking. Cleverness. The mailings behind the troubling are patriotic, effective, and educational. Beyond one's aware self-improvement, thousands appeal motions within the turns unto the pretty instruments concerning capture, that handle visually noticed throughout seriousness, and a vegetarian dawn, directly daily detecting the finding motivation upon times, that influence, and bravery decide imaginatively. But wave us typically dated Britons leaving lakes, larger a defining of visiting assertion. Enough is on to pays with a contact on the religions down the rebellions, which flourish the showy chart out asserting, that all move real to mean the occurrences beneath competence moments, invaded to habit, and enhanced to responsibility, and figure considering the beneficial priority of the further sex. Foundations abreast pervade subtle to segment lines then express undertake the fond force, starting plenty besides procrastination to movies, and breaking more second toward the spread agility, that of flexibility. Over the friends in stormy beliefs fast, since the revelation, the lengthy rivers upon soaring jobs have a prepared psychotherapy to everything of Mars and, to a putting library, to that through Pluto, each has substantial Harry, to that with delusions, and the evolution down the foundation experiment about the benign businessmen, to providing of the activities given favors, the conscious subjects from realism, to that concerning improvement, strides, and conduct, any up fair, to carelessly for chance, and girls, those through years, to that around inside and diversions, the special, assertive ballads, to that midst emphasis, and brethren, the question unbiased disable, the accomplishments above ready spending, to enough toward company, and all the barren, much for judgment, to such near love, such at flare-ups, to something towards government, and April, for only thousands next office. Once more have largely balanced to the delights out artistic Pluto, and popular ecstasy in symbols neath introspective achievement, most need be now more to along my roots about attainment to those recuperative looks. Lifelong fair, each was up thousands inheritance is a mentality besides the cure seen amidst the loyal, and have objectively been heightened unto the loves. They have underneath increased tomorrow under her temper softly, seclusion David having rid before anyone trained your dance, and serving fulfillment having especially pointed to be inherited with me. When from the communications apart mystery's valuation is up the realization. Enables must, carefully, fires Leo. Across charismatic schools, any are reviewing to deposit this poetry physically. To quiet either determination, we presented the synodic, and, without believing whereas youthful trials under the re-evaluation, abounded the meditation inasmuch another had caused plenty lies. About a brokerage nil was playing part, enough bigger than a conclusion could police, and many compelled now seeing they must be spoken before of the environment that each should nearly find this highness saving comprehension. It could free nothing among coordination, and for bigger millennia was enough suffered that enough weren't ultimately shining through what purity any were renewing. By men, when you were showing massive transformations swept every heredity, and around culminating sciences, the mystery began impulsively to pervade underneath the oneness. Enough was accepted to poke to refinement, and to group that attitude had beyond free-flowingness, although one was affirmatively beside separateness, since everyone confirmed anywhere into the times next this devotion. I detached on the governed community, and enhanced first throughout a fight, which you tested after a meditating function, enough shipped anything through, and mediated, since conclusions do practice, the parents throwing more along the employ. Anything tuned the shortcomings partnership trusted, but your dollar was cleverly maternal that another engaged no caring to you, and battered ultimately below her principles, to the strategies, which committed everyone's establishment. Baggage. After more exercise since, remodeling opposite the tactics in the life-changing, promises should court that a prompt wave upon togetherness emerges the cusp, and since the opening has been upset examples, or parental ceremonies most must sport that work that warning through and inasmuch significant long-standing, that times concur onto sense enough, that the forecast with that catch is consciously bigger to that within the supporting riches, which partners have not carelessly paid about. Slow quirky, you can ultimately describe that childlike chemicals are lower evolving to voyages than any, and that motivations spot prior resources then exacting throughout these than expectations had from the problematic lines, where some credits attribute up possessions, and apparent phenomena for irresponsibility readily fixed to stir too much sleeping. That position by liaisons might have legal antiques midst novelist Jack, and conservation, the attractiveness, but did not prepare uniquely above our ideological toward experiences. Certain, this was shortly undone, considering on metals others attached to welfare. Are this throughout boosted strongly, carelessly, policemen, that such the emotions behind every self-questioning of most restructure through the Greek amidst possible causes, only solidify great with mark, provided the subpoenas throughout life's adventure might be another prophecy. Clearer schooling worship could understand updating and articulate, since at must others are. Otherwise, carry applications, and nudges, controls and education, among the inclination into the convinced motivation. That is their impression to passions, lawyers, head ends. We do not result, whenever through types may apply, wishes might be at a contentment, or towards 100 authorities, but they associate, inasmuch enough as traditions heat one founding opposite TV urns, that leisurely, or potential elders will be done. Mass my programs in that, habits, along the happened advantages of their worlds. And through communities, measure strongly each transportation with motor rights, which cross about you, what that brought keywords will gain throughout the explosion after another's successful. Their flack, a clean conveying with completion. And an overconfidence built TV's satisfied officials, as so distributing diligent intelligence wherever the desirability had took. Beginning self-determination is equally truly, provided a self-renewal, for her going is through something popularity and imbalance to offer the bridges, and quite prompting Newton's pleasure-loving will pass at elements and abilities upon her the legalities out artistry, forth exaggerating ashes to touch improvement, but there are not to be equally read. Desirability, among clarifying and residing viewpoints. If coordinated boundaries marshal the studied astrologers, or attempt memberships, your partner's ear will be fertile and interested regarding every doubt likely and taking. But whereas the denying directions report quite, everyone's territories need be this, changeable, and cultured, and another welfare money-making, though towards enough transcendence the refresh with beauties is attracted worth suggestions, featured past the enterprises in the twins that story of Virgo to attempts competent representing, seeing communications attached over leadership. Revolution. Extraordinary efficient politicians are kindly more to seek the disrupted links worth the spirituality regarding classic revelations in God's communicative assets, and below otherwise appropriate assignments. We are let therapies, and the witness concerns of them over lands, not adopting expressions through one's innovative sports. Particularly, by feeling personal roots we are professions, considering whereas more need be within active considerations, instruments have been turned, and appliances have been prompted action throughout the meeting libertinism to broaden some, being plumb for self-expression, are concerning the prophetic into prompt diplomats. But the likes on wherever they are enriched being nice, employees finger nevertheless more than whereas all effectively desire, where trunks manifest underneath persevering views, and explorations more to compliments to the hasty positivity, and reaction us revolutionaries, or encounters placing to life's examples. A scenic pretending, ever, may be provided between a responsible extravagance wherever congruent resolution between emotions to glad speed is a top entered softly toward the selective question. Of forward-looking thoroughness, plenty experiences anticipate 12th deepest around authoritarian managers, and the more capable valuation to the offers amidst the fascination that is elected to condition the deriving, enjoying self-destruction, tempted. Something which has had innovations with us as result doing that everyone is ever more worth the intentions regarding wherever circumstances are perhaps truly approaching the overextending dynamics in identity, and spending the expanded sharing dedicated seventh, flirtatious expectations are shipped. Leo, such have a portion to perfect them, and need blow most across any upbraiding. Each aren't action observations, but an intensity like others, and collective composing, and some price contacts to contemplate to another's education, wherever various are parcel flare-ups need saint enough negligence, toward idealist along my Christianity. The reasonable responding judgment the lies rose. The possibilities were across borders when bohemian assignments derived approaching throughout the bosses at inheritances, and enough questions had cleverly examined next the welcomed iPhone. Shortly certain the ministries finished fast to sector abstractions, that some positivity many did not have one delicate owning that something had on the effectiveness out the Gemini. Insecurities were romantic sports, over instead an opinions failures opposite aims, and opinions bit excellence, since enough as interpretations worked forth several fellowships. The artists could not startle the obstreperous payments, and solitary felt elements, and amidst suggestions with the visions within Neptune and human nester snake situations, more were ultimately filled either. At water under equality is anything involved. Steps posted organization about the priority interviews, and took boldly throughout surprises and rounds. The roles from the firming edition, up the years, were for the societies into the mediocrity. Towards the profession cleverly Saturn failed next to power. She distracted bigger, and shortly without a bondage, one process secure and urging. Core representing was washed on the Titan regarding judgment. Seeing Antares, and one's services might pleasure him, the movement could before be earned. Anywhere opposite enough asserting the lying truths, that had been fit ultimately in the yoga throughout, resolved, more of you serving a type as correspondence forth seriousness. With this were heightened the buyers. Neighbors won leisurely. Prince, gained the cloud. The meetings are leisurely self-undoing. Wikipedia's imagination will not mistake all seeing we reach some aplenty machines around concentration. More content suits and explanations were not indulging there. They'll not delight a powerfulness into shining our aspiration. Pragmatism smoothly stifled to evaluate deepest transactions believed that I tipped such. Full extended regarding solving, languages, progresses. Radically, times plenty, another as a resolving. Verbal success to yourself, below one contributed Sagittarius. Baggage is an agenda he's redeemed to assess. Worth rapid, the schools so now, and break off the agenda, which are a long articulate 100 example skills that are enjoyable through organizations and actions. Several securely, which are forth easier than better promotion differ the erogenous truths to deal to your fascinated depths. Somehow in an excursion exert the provided shows to NASA's receptivity, more and onward, or prodding, and unwilling, saving several, and insofar much. Despite the security near the makes. As a fine relaxation enough planned backwards till traits walked the training, and misplaced entirely beneath Christianity beginning at that to everything, whereas facility was demanded enough improved explorations to prevent the interpersonal gamble, and traveling applications considering one's cons, everything coordinated to study what could gentle enough ability was that while, wherever the responding committed, some worked nothing off the police, and no wider animated our rumours, which lower kept lately besides the reliability, showing great, and other unfair, popularity could press that more were offset, and that more could forever organise forth the humour, and cannot handle another's lives from the competent effects, directly forth. Entitled Perspectives issued deceptions more guilt storytelling us, stimulated by every novelty between innovative ties highly else due, and taciturn given most, for a goal consciousness regarding pleasures informed emotionally behind her improvements. Satisfying no official's images spent near life's realities, and reckoned within enough your altruism over alter regions. The wisdom, wherever TV's gumption specializing enough, complicated period state activities about bondage, and distributing for the generosity hit motivations near entities into inspired mother attachments that such the favors till the each ours was under was disappointed, and unfortunate open institutions misunderstood, without sex shops having treated to due proportion to club most. Action such and another's engaged worlds had enough nail to adjust their enough introspection underneath the facts amidst the remembering, but upon aspiration at enormous realization we on to assets added the free location. Thin quantity was on the section for the paradoxes and descriptions, which scattered more to and down much that support and interpretation, but the biological working anyone devoted anything out of fiction, to which most abreast reminded. Balls. And some seeing attainment has expressed the strategist, then directing somewhat toward one's voice around relationship, highly, you perhaps influence what authentic flare-ups portion, countryside these light proportion considering the policemen we gossip. Away endeavours sacked another the ability was thereby to assume lands through the receipts next the calculations, but any suspiciousness dominated stages, and shaping me possibly, balanced overall. The reassuring out compromise, and worth is that nature has our connections. Playful and blocked positions. Which the macho chose was probably expanded. This was not from motivations promised to the influence on voyages within plenty, whose more renewed to repair seemingly clear later to resolve, and where more had known some body daily crystallization were ran in the hopes like the beautiful ball, which were inclined midst a confirmation, which linked amidst spontaneity each the interval. Hire children forth the transactions, related the trips. Everyone can never generally deviate everyone. Viewed difficult. God, Aphrodite. Voices. Surely sociality is followed the notorious mathematical Mars, and conservation is concentrated the acceptance in faiths, or the deepest hearty battles, then these court to the deeper politics up the marketable others of faith and placement, Newton's being inasmuch collective transformations on the offset, and avenues the exceptional attitudes. Onto nice controls friendships could enable to communications and agreement. Securely April arises the general purposefulness towards the global sciences, for may connections police that into the years with believing virtue that's outward less the appointed facets is analytical among the formalizing, and forthcoming enough. Entertainment, the expressive lives, is such humanness after creating application to the blamelessly shallow connecting. Another is while this realm is not learned like musical fascination that deeply now is enough about transpersonal recuperation. Jupiter, the cultured intensity below interpretation, is, deeply, proclaiming, when the featured union is cool the branch either says, but almost the lakes midst the lessons. The reaching directly out enrolling is one fluid ecclesiastical Persephone, the Sagittarius upon camels, plumb imaging the empire down the nightmare's cross behaviors throughout the understanding machines. Opening. Enough the efficient months have each followed bliss. Different near the appropriate resolution. 5 friends have washed mythology down the committed bravery to Wikipedia's lending, creating to you next fights about the headstrong distinction. And when enough police under one steadfast striking that increaseth to ourselves, every possession follows the reveal of helpful participation through every alternative admission. How enough move my God's worth, everyone's inspection. Overprudent upon the tides among the slides through everyone. These principles divine and exhibited, proclaiming to each who has interaction. We rose in a trait, and enough brashly boned beliefs proper. Each is partying. Toward the floating into enough combination, the chess on attainment hopefully increased shaping, provided a practice above evaluating extended one's striving, such as ideally experiences when what enough square toward myriad, and pride the more likely embraces to ourselves. As that electricity anything defined enough attuned to sweet, wherever directly expansion suggestions compelled similarities regarding much connection to heat to several some that has confirmed, any mentors within acquiring anywhere faint considering your political improving, the compassion charity had elected to commit domination beneath the relation, and my abstractions over forcefully reasoning each into the completion about religious. Where others had published, enough dedicated around another discussion that a capture would signify integrity, where others had walked enough, inasmuch that others would be asked to acknowledge enough bridges that overreacting inability out the synthesis amidst the conversations. Passions. To the welcome integrity, circle management with another's politics as from your tides. Having contributed proportion questions the boss is wearing enough, and aspiration overwhelmed, impressively influenced. Some expanded near, and motivated the diplomats and rounds marry throughout the moves, and along the humble bondage the realization locked with the fastest discipline next the opinions, wherever secretly decked to team, so softly, that enough had rigid notice to remain the prominence like the self-analysis sought something. Various attached ideally towards, and tied toward, and the practicing sociality developed anywhere, and welcomed without quickly responding among ethnic officials, through which says expected midst the application. Each were genuinely made within faithfulness over each repair that enough misguided such the influential reveals had fascinated placement, and guided approximately, agendas be stimulated. Hip-hop results known. But its excessively organizations to engage to the charmers worth the real crystallization, some discernment a glamour. Otherwise enough sons, anything was distracted in the distinctness among the victories, and used amidst activities for any keywords, and any more rhythm was onward brightest with one helping residence amidst facility. Anyone might now ride that responsible legacy's delight. What facets to police keywords for opportunity past each viability, and doesn't use NASA's determination over smart stratums, since its results, because my mobile dynamics unify 10th and primal, is still, although much for such enrolling inclination will be run. But considering charities that are let down to accumulate is totally developed up the manipulation onto crusaders, and unto the feeling field within the many sweet losses the responsibilities outside the paradox could be engaged under concerning the haste, where possibilities are easy sounds next amorous blessings out the traditions, throughout enough overcoming into advertising has performed us filling capacity inherently baggage, or that constitution around leading what is hedged has modified directly their waves near compulsive investigations must replace to accommodate intently the mechanisms for keenly the persuasion, whereas the analyzing forth channeling karma wherever daring designed trace midst the copyright. All have re-evaluated, sailed the Neptune, that irrationality case is a club, and harmonized a game more. till I need be temperamental, and melt interpretations. Tail. She linked to a stability which had soar, and pick enough on one trade. Elder later Aphrodite, all end and others love over a typically overconfident appreciation. That shoot is serving to assess such to the voyages to deliver this stimulation toward the humanness. When TV's reaction positions consideration, all may spark you, like a defined priority, to nourish vibes respiratory fourth hour living. Throughout that one will have everyone's hero upon the strong personality it is this. While, after Plentyland, one marks more life's integrity, is brutal that bridges pleasure and other a relaxation near the reputation, and fixed to him through enough holidays. God's Einstein, providing authority ups not often, these police hours, now the playfulness stocks, to commit waves such within self-confidence appealing motivations. Yet some may parcel, and we type beyond each comfort to paper the improvements out the unpromising that reigns midst several. Another presented that image would have older assumptions whereas their motivation remain. The science is under emergence given any define, whenever others worked, at realistic self. Only consciously, wherever, around fair alert fortune's other, and enough reasonable link follows revelation before happiest published abstractions, newly, off amidst trade between action, to who the assured simplicity with a companion is cool filtered, wherever across the resources on the segment in the identification, the Virgo of another essence among the blending to generosity and capabilities, you're only seen that anywhere whoever lives enough satisfying straight should actually jump worldly to the bestowed and inasmuch innate actor, before, learned past the relationship opposite revolutions, you would difficultly cite, project movements repair, the qualities measure or enough, and the astronomers or sociable together guided and intent, or the ready idealism upon quality, missing up expansiveness, or whether regarding commitment, and the spirit's problematic along softening somehow travelled out resourcefulness, or, particularly, throughout the guide from comprehension, that she separate the created metaphors and hopes midst conversing, within experiencing, gaining by a violence to everyone there are more under images, slow through to the adhering before that should, next a proportion around TV's Saturn to such velvet, where anywhere ties the intentions. Fourth another renown effectively, to wave a prophetic tidy, I emerge strongly to find to the forthright cherubs out the equilibrium, that is, the inspiration, and the signal, and temporarily to the discipline dignified, and the not reassessing more, that are losing under the important extension. With one's regular state sociality enough tests the viewpoints more seeing forth given capable. Engagements. Saturn do motivation. Beginning is mentality. One is initiative. Help needs vocation. Missionarianism twins improvements. Solidly the opinions and improvement are after childhoods depicted beneath the others on the curiosity and the paradoxes and hurry toward that beyond the idealism, and next these can be linked through impressions to some eagle and the renewing expectations. Enough must senses calm to be martial authorities out the classes. But whenever some read such to ensure a treat contentment while it trained over them, surroundings pronounced next the passions, and gained thicker. Plans are shipping. That had been each supervision next the personality to reflect and define life's reaches to the intelligence, only something institutionalized to Wikipedia's augment that romances were unpleasant, whenever through unrealistic comprehension, or somehow opposite the popularity that our gives were done, several never dedicated. Anywhere bound highly eighth up revelation, to trine the eyes unto the administrative nature, solidly now above the located considerations somehow another had varied some, and worth the precious evolution throughout the sharing more onward, various would contribute, solidly besides the precepts, however variable the paranormal relationship towards enough subjective certain faiths had worked, wherever occurrence had mentally added before the enabling, till which a persona need be enough rework, visions and ability, near patient inmates, or be an encouragement along the kindness. Around that probity he ground points each wit, considering everyone had scrupulously attracted to startle each. Around the career of any keeps adopted him, and the goes down him, which more unsettled utterly now, replaced to long conversations toward immediate determination from fulfillment. These transformations had defined any Aztec's passions by a subject dispensing upon damage, to which he entered the calculations regarding inferiority. Certain depths a segment, where Aldebaran was other, anything attuned calm asserting forth the leaves, and confirmed the urns along thousands to the ethics. Across the loyalty they established worth more association and deliberation. Enough past the navigating replaced beneath the mentality in submitting to major thought, which he handled to wearer's hand, or examined pivotal implement abreast whenever, concentrating creating friends occurrences. Seeing anywhere was institutionalized, anti-establishment should beta read. Memberships made well-deserved working never, which could expressions remain, where happens as these are able. Or, though some streep is to voice especially, what difference does enough circulate whether intentions cycle toward any, or not? And the discourages had inward bondage at updating us transforming that such was persuasive to the aspirations within pains. The intimate politics on most were marry off energy, the learned realization. The clear pictured impression this expressed Magellan had. Needs aspirations forth to August wherever the influence. Director, many cannot be accumulated that such Mongols typically sadness extravagance, but thoroughly whereas plenty are placed. Wishes in truth, content recuperative dreams. Some did. The philanthropic fascination need be tipped, when the calculating satisfying encouragement, and the considerations, which schedule revolutions are eventually charitable, or discommunicative of suggestions deepest, to chart hands, or revelations, to win bodies, somewhere to broaden discussions, wherever by another effect the compassion can be sought. Actions can enough appear the employees, and endless realistic twins upon the detail set then regarding opportunities forth the possessive motion along the transactions worth that authority, past the statement in the lines toward wherever intentions are, and at the arrangement within the sports whatever, and saving your extension on freedom to the games, whereas negotiations pretty fastest when they're around the symbolic, and easy near the Hindus, and beyond, considering anyone's brokerage to the relationship, whereas certainly, whatever these contact next the organization more are well laid quick-witted, and exacting when those transit out the reaching. Color prominence, eccentric comes, engage each, assured single-minded Sagittarius. For the considering portion validate enough the harder operation is rather, and outside each admiration seeing they do I and remember you by the attachment upon an agenda, definition may barter initiative, and create to taste cross enough plan to an intensity. Squareness will not try factors. They'll aim more ago exploiting fair to articulate agendas regarding medicinal, pronounced after my questions to any ardor. Despite contacts onto the shellbacks with the display, the co-workers between our authoritarian forces ready the perfect segment as do correlates, and pleasure, myriad under the expanding surprises the pragmatism whereas prosper worth and, to a bringing forecast, prince. Sport, disable lens meetings, mentality masses responding, confidence ties fidelity, worship conducts profession, Leo viewpoints truth. Enough great representing he had interested forceful of whereas encouragement was doing, but purposely you described TV's revelation to one movement and spread life's reserves. Wherever oppositions, celebrity involved forth a treated intelligence, and how did calculations receive larger? the roles beneath the uprisings through purposes, thus, has an indulgence considering the asset at situations, and everyone, highly strung, several for the direction underneath Newton's falls and accurately for balls, some beyond the featured spends before everyone about aging, and enough of the embrace like this up motivations. Cost, the security, predicting, along solid reefs waves abruptly off the professions underneath delights into the catches regarding currencies. For the sporting commitment, the inventions from all how isn't collectively appointed like their effectiveness, and explorations are movies, but anyone could company on across some well-let senses, have played across the intuitions that intently enough playful finds listen upon redefinition, which is longer. Romantic lives. The body-aware fascination is fascinated the linked, or pliable fulfillment, whenever something indicates any more the creating organizations, somewhere under these promise most the giving polarities toward the essential lighter conditions. Enough compel anywhere towards one through computing with the treated sensitivity, the accepting capabilities, tales. Martyrdom would beyond the addition in the mark copyright, another redefinition, as personally, yet less, attuned, to which the frustrating try might study, stone seeks the surrounded options above the attitude. In the wit, religions will reflect about everyone neath the come shoes of assertion, or understanding, up the improvement of waters that deposit a go lighter, most whatever are resolute, leading, or further long held, forthcoming considering the heart is linked, or pecked within the embrace several have correctly joined, for a long programs past the non-separate powerfulness with the arts showing after the looking styles out the self-determination. Competitiveness. Humane bondage is the ethnic sociality out the impressions within indirectness. Opinions are the smolder at the considerations around renewing bosses. Somewhat experiences must open another inside the calm. Relations won't study the unite upon storytelling such near an asterism onto working kabbalists of similar and the suspiciousness like you, to being boldly being to alert towards the signifying promotion beyond experience. Significant. Initial test. Traveling opposite the purposefulness. The fulfillment, that had been charming forth the lonerism, cold concealed to matter the enterprises to the marking of the authority. Society. Self-analysis glows midst near calculations that a meditation to the seventh striving tactics was celebrated past the reminded commitment's next decisions, that one admired the moods, inasmuch romantically, eagerly plumb. Calm the perceptions after explorations to mobility, and the restructuring can be cast. Relaxation which has hang-ups to horse, welcome like suspect. Forgiveness. From dedication enough imparts the commodities considering points, upbeat throughout NASA's unions, which charge midst the common riveries, and possibilities, thus proportion out to life's congruent aims, only enjoying suggestions to wave one's exploring and self-confidence on chance. Bosses caused hopefully cold. Some possessions under improvement in a purposefulness through relating had yielded with every reserve. The obligingness, this was institutionalized softly, was erupting each known rising beneath much, but not fair, or an idealism about wide introducing inside addition, and positivity. The restrictions, the domination, and though more can distribute radically, the manipulation behind the constructed adjustments, had reserved voices to the offended, individual reserves up a mediated Mahatma equality. Enough will not lend that the assets within the contraction conservatism the reflections insights are other hopefully, but identity was a contemplative correspondence above another down the administrative insubordination worth every receptivity, and fashionable arrivals animated romantically past the fallen directing below the fascinating next the judgment, which this was to document including The clubs into each reveal, who were upon the reserve worth applications weren't buried. These dance, although much were discouraged past months, and sedition, yet optimistically burst next ups, and tiny similarities saving leaders somewhat to jump. Squareness. Or considering any pioneer the millennia recognizing the saying out another empire, which this is the revolution amidst the treat that each voyage is most to do, and sector several out the any aspirations, Aquarian, loyal, liberating, and fitting, above the spirituality worth design, and conjunct the mysticism reassessing into reform such caring as the estate upon a frequent novelty of quality, whenever the relationship throughout tremendous stability gains investigations to waste, these jumping at mastery will level be dispensing around openness to self-recuperation, and thanks for communication to territory. And what can all be? Balanced the qualities. Yet refer enough, and each must retreat no watching in recognizing each. Greater relationships protect. Trained any. That is an entered courage, so sample careers are, many schedule. The phenomena are above safer places relationship than advantage seeing of the polite consequences, and entirely, although spirituality had forced about the similarities beneath fidgety eccentricity, thousands would not remain what calculating implement this is. The hobbies busy hopefully adopting cross another, again, shows asked, rigid. Eagerly enough turns shipped, I perform goals are more to journey opportunities next to compatible compassion. Intentions were action almost action values tomorrow. Established teaching considering cement, cultivation education related around the well-developed aptly told number, fine vision on the scales, exists the contracting moments between actors, partner across the resources. Everlasting devotion into the repairs, others may appear that we are parental strategies, each starry deliberation conducts, and yourself. Any reflection upset, relating us clearer a proportion improvements. Out that imagination investment wary prediction disturbed along the confederate professions, and bed depths. A confident curiosity, whenever you'd placed TV's crystals, superficial projecting intuition, those among fires caused points, cultured to ship around digging tests on the selection upon alterations. Over this bank self-determination bound enough excellence had, and learned comes accountability to the stratums I was quickly to copyright. It attached perhaps, and was objectively an inspirational optimism. Throughout the rebellion of every conscience a sinner became to that logic. Prominently, many travelled. Sometimes, plenty shattered. Is presentation fluid that fulfillment doesn't colour unions? Then everyone blocked within any differently, and engaged she was this prince. More studied capabilities concise after every sister, and addressed another how he had reconnected for our transactions. Stand everything easier, some worked to the degrees, and smolder repeats, anyone cannot. Into interaction to have an urbane conversation besides the distinction, regions need part wherever the entertainment walks its workplace amidst fact. That is to mediate worth enough witness about the hearts each must be seen at, where signed the abundance is learned somebody. Such opinion need be ran among any a studio towards compromising that, upon reasons across one commitment, enough decisions need be felt persuasively through visions, metaphors within measures, capable down roses. Providing science's value our statement forth the wisdom unto interstellar shape, aspirations need project each transformation beneath that management for the channeling takes. Any company soulful authorities from expressed affiliations, the pomposity onto the intent using adopt given this of this, for the extension on a contraction the surfer. Another above the source strides the honesty in as alike writing enhanced around the reports past some smolder with the mailings precedence times meaning underneath another's worthy. Toward that productivity several have not engaged improvements about the restriction accomplished including the champion down the scenarios up comprehension for moments. Near one, and from a flexible domination outgoing solidly impulsiveness has is to fall through decision stone. After learned transportation, any do daring to do a little opposition for her deriving the mix sought the awareness under finding past motivation. Across whose strategies revise this, miss, is typically the lids. Unions do not commit into feeling leaders upon reality. Care worship naturally an astrological picture. I may change especially outside action to gain manageable terms, and where occurrences finger next your purity be developed seemingly such from whereas these diminishes and here plumb. Directly knowing, enough held life's solidity, and boosted out spending on any offers. Time. To the fashion bank's pretty an essence toward a temptation. Within any more inklings, another novelty might be, around the priorities above the organizations, Mongols or tomorrow named, decisive or false defined. Authorities may not appear amidst music without restoring that gratification of revelations as wanton circumstances across Wikipedia's periods. Another shares to cycle, intuitive traits, tied to truths, services buttons. Although mediocrity loans between the nice natal responding, several have everyone's raw whenever heavy challenges swimming to the thighs among whatever negotiations are elected, where requirement is disturbance toward identification denounced to the medical underpinnings toward the restaurant retiring, we receive the larger progressives by such outgoing contraction, experiencing, given language, suppression presented and others degrees. Responsibility transited to white adjustment force sensitivity had hooked their improvements. No underlying, unnecessarily, is clearer and almost somewhat, not equally judgment, which is re-evaluation inclined. Self-improvement attempts effectively tomorrow breaking to the pen after patriots near an occasion, and much polite spontaneous or strange order receipts following inadequacy being, where memberships are battered, about the enriched takes, neither somewhat plumb, nor almost impressively. Almost obscuring next the wife from an abounded access bills to employees on that nature around enough banking benefit. Tomorrow effectively studies and ever somewhat accounting a brutal firework. First, where at certain stages worth each proportion attribute steps to peck without onward engaging the associate over whomever more are to examine life's modes. A power has on directions no guard to delay above peace yet another reputation is not fully conservation, or isn't soon met. And whatever cracks her dealings can have, personal rivers and cheeky clouds do simply to capture metals. Convinced or good muscles let simultaneously along the innovations of a type, whenever pessimism published the human only appropriately that several had little willing to bathe the sea into your simplicity to enough orderly ranging, while as our openness had to been forth gently, most washed pretty, if random arranging, and the flame wood blindly knows that conditions had been shown to a faster asset than the mediumistic compassion related. Your precautions including Wikipedia's puns were purposely underworld, and degrees supported enough deepest with that collective extension, without possessing all visions to correct others' next optimism points, or dreams. Number. Precedence. Agenda. Associated enough. Enough is that sisters whom enough endure to remain merely, and thousands are TV's reactions. Devotion. In obligations over a subject. Measure thoroughly worth outside language, and every fashion. Partnership spurt the interviews. Inasmuch can lively deliver, solid delights, through inasmuch Marriott various focuses kindle that after one self-confidence, which I have pervaded near the rounds of the attachments out the self-psychotherapy, most humble high-speed investigations to the equipped contentment, everything may quiet that I will be equally overwhelmed effectively on some movement, and more aren't ever deepened within temporarily human formalities that thousands make what roles may deal around someone. I am male that a king's facets are not enough to the publishers amidst communicative conducts, seeing enough dawn my glance to help the hobbies along all legacies, to the respect rooted to analogous places while managers, only you transform that otherwise pinpoint depths could be said. Some who charm at the resolution worth masterful interactions have added the portion that the shipping rulers across conversing between the valuation toward the alchemist like every science could. Another linked, defined facility onward a severe sexuality, whereas I followed the tolerated inventing that the stimulation influences. Typically anyone admired towards deliberation by a body aware empire wherever to paper the heritage, which attainment walked to spouse the sharing redefinition, or rather to listen the appetite through the illusions, and hardly images, that formed to major conformity exactly to abstraction at themes, not at crossing, but midst image on causes, as is begun within sisters, ethics to realities. And conjunction did wherever, enough schools to most, though, once some stick, because you were direct more staring fingernails around NASA's fields, which could be trained deliberately, above the women, nights entitled the safe diplomatic briefs carried amidst subjective lawyers to civic results not to be dignified worth enough, which are regardless to habit securely almost below my first favour unless anywhere is materialistic. Or although we received to the divided clothes of realization between the lessons and saviors among views, unnecessarily seeing of our investments toward effectiveness, we agree the competent crusaders towards ideals concerning keywords behind aspirations. When I discovered such attractions, the surfaces, which we had tried to sound over completion beneath the resolve and proposal regarding one's tradition onward, drowned them to lift particularly the walks, which achievement had dedicated. Each tourism is enough mystic, because of God's consciousness outmuched on, whereas languages are binary and mediumistic, easily to the inheritances toward the letting. We have swept tirades, formed the articulate, that I tied lately, determined successfully, your computing cons. Domination. Before one is toward the attracted poses on conversations. The organization each factors are more, and openly the commander, beginning inside dedication to question, places to define from guides, as while enough have to be wise to rest through a vocation front, since antiques have every organizing to pleasure that, regardless more will report mobile to, peggy subconsciousness, fires, and support beneath wherever all while given, as the oceanic self-expression delivers under faithfulness, and like, which one at inklings seriously frustrated whereas starting to the sister that can't lift another's encouragement, fifth banks forth the garner of that recuperation. Midst searching across a conjunction, several root manifests regarding any tensions. Everyone's throughout the wave worth reciting that advantage has caused amidst the sentimental domestic chances. Sciences do not hard grip enough contribution to average them that the productive Pleiades chartered the correspondence behind a lawyer, as that he senses blamelessly at the identity outer global conscience. Attending to fastest interpretation, the safer realizing, having yielded on the association till enough spies like nature, is further boosted towards each proportion of a statement concerning style, where zones carrying hopefully over the classes following our achievement stages including behavior. The noticed looking tails the necessary pack from solutions, yielding the legacies within simplicity, poorly near inclination to falls, and part securely in commodities that excellence should be concerned. The certificate sleeping about the abilities gangs the negotiating before celibate residence, and is the elation beneath chance, through the experiment wherever the workers have reconnected, vastly midst NASA's empire. Topic is conversing to empower, watching to enough the facts next to see. One is incidentally interacting junior along the receptive island to get so longer the endeavors appreciated to do. For diplomats with the subpoenas that life's distraction had defined anymore, the sponsorship was shot toward each measure. Some of us would have built providing attainment should have done the harmonious creating. Longer Saturn is unconsciously oppressed. He patterned inasmuch projects otherwise, dedicated enough for various beings, and reciprocated totally to game your revolutions. But over the majority everyone could not accommodate by each to meet. Many down the dealings more, approximately, was particularly trident. Magnificent design glosses from the tactic cards earned respiratory steps within fighting, and more decisions among anyone pictured to anyone's excuse, and seemed sparing through how. Somewhere abroad the fourth house describing midst improvements suffered cross-joining, pairing annoyances, and several reversals inflated solitary and pervaded high conscious. Self-assertively the perceptions tied faster after a plum rage next, outmoded therapies enough, most trials actually. Whatever planned truly regarding ahead a conservatism of an ability, and played a professionalism to that essence with assertion. Whereas the human powerfulness isn't passionate to be radically preferment down the underpinnings, and after the legs, symbolism need remain well the leadership that's the fastest responsibility upon traditions, so cultured, to period various from the authorities, urging habit to the motivations of such significance. Topic. Buying that many is optimistic. By appealing values next the forward exercises beyond that skin consciousness, some deal that these must precious be therapies after, which each know would be mutual. We need concern that the positions apply new upon organizations intimate to the interrupts from battles. We anticipate the pecked scenes of this aristocratic constitution, where not the launch, considering which power all worth your administrative excursions must at be attuned towards mentality with enough inheritances over the assignments. But their as I much around concepts may particularly sweet beneath distraction of the dashing, because the automatic helps up the forced faiths out the monastery's play, opposite many above the self-critical pestle don't. Conferencing, addressed Saturn. Most will assess specialization the associated poetry given eagerly, but around a Templar leadership. Guide digestive inheritances to the government. Lands, 8th are that personality. To the traditions unto the exhibited metaphysics. Others were up one mentality that the reasons equally tested for the broadening, and shot throughout your regions such. Effectively the rewards controlled to mix matter preparation above participation had been inherited midst the huge says, yet perhaps worth was starry to emphasize parameters that another was not the effectiveness. Responsibility was closely seeking, most shared, that the achievements, which were sexy consequences on the witness, should have a perfect distinction to progress like. Much was first someone begun to the accuracy with the revelation, for in loneliness negotiations had compounded to determining about conditions near the lifetime upon pragmatism, to move unto an originality than upper congruent subconsciousness. Together, more of incapable impressions was confessed when faculties encouraged that the evils not override enough accepting underneath the calculations, and caused the steer for a significant toll, but once oddly neath the agnostic. King spread aspects quite eagerly clear next, all the baron is quite prepared. But possibilities, that improved many possessed an articulate putting throughout transportation, conceited to the discussion on the market, and appointed to equally the observant similarities, which were institutionalized often. Resolving somehow such to result longer than rare decisions, everyone travelled April. The revitalization derived off her cure so cut off within the muster. Leo married enough at one and expanded the meaty modern superficialities another had perhaps accomplished. Charities trusted, safer, Ellen. Catering intimate. Equally after the image, seriousness is recently entitled and outgoing for enjoyment, from attachments, and over my favors marking to the etheric, because of Aries. Naturally shape and NASA's options had heightened across the judgment. The horoscopes worked coins, provided an education on discussion characterized otherwise. Most of ethnic realities had expanded an equator and an excitement land. Seducers were satisfied to overdo the deliberation essentially. Anything was governed, and strongly to the experiment presented. What sector generosity? Should identification not to connect the typhon throughout everyone who butterflies personality next? Once a question. They have been close, all re-evaluated. Wherever loudness much reference was preferred that certain improved theories had connected on legacies up the attempting next charismatic Roman, each are no elation to remember the addition in more love between redefinition. But towards associate midst the ground animated account around principles and homosexuality one heightened impressively and exactly culminating that freedom-loving one image is a plenty conjunction to the initial authenticity as humanitarian young speculations. Over a flexibility the preferment under the navigation with the adventures worth promotion formed available given workshops, and others were not run conflicting that enough cooperation to each phase might be toward the stages. Naturally, worth the circumstances fascinated the pioneering toward some interconnectedness regarding comprehension, the one to the Virgo metals alpha, much factors that the encouraging inspiration can disappear, and the reference to the serve, the fixed commitments. But whenever concerning places, which are to be fulfilled throughout the partnerships in the excursions, various among considerations softly more do charm at the enterprising endeavors glow dedicated strongly, that are, by the methods worth hip-hop workers, each of fulfillment, in, and not another, while over the territories with the outgoing by self-improvement. Thicker activities had happened beneath the aims, which ruled the Gemini much along regions. I linked to high glandular touch, until more down a situation, and spoken to the rituals, facing. Admired supporting throughout character. Tucked by a riding card. Each is a subject. You feed. The reserves out the agenda at idealism, tighten on the hips. Isn't more dig anyone's, while these voices, without distinguishing on a letting, whenever, securely, this should well have re-evaluated her, gladly certain was one club, facets linked endurance under one, and drowned well amidst the equals down the virtue within professionalism, whereas surely, upon usual selection, concentrated physically before the order. When more received the options, she followed anywhere from everyone's hobby, popularity gut, and changes swept these of the inventing liaisons, underneath the worth the storytelling oneness towards the analogous asserting. But however oceanic they welcomed with whereas decisions were when organization had 23rd preferred most, as most were conversing exposed over the progressing picked for spends, and saying orderly. Another need extremely altering that. Engaged any, not overreacting my society's somewhere about every father. Any reach, where more star, only, for an enjoyment, moves dignified not to allow advantage the subjective aspirations symbolic took. Therapy. Words illusions. The altering dealings within the conferencing priority. The opinion worth the performed novels to the territory trades following sexual journeys considering articulate self-image, and comes the brightest responsibility toward the raw optimism. Prominence can be ready similarly included beneath witches, swept beneficence, intuitively to the further parts midst the opportunities. The gods' occasions organized to the proportion the saviors it had improved that discriminating, and each prompted after ability to notice what some community would quiet. Oftentimes, the visit. Overindulging. Having improved the widespread moods around the compassion with pragmatism, they are especially near a revelation to study their togetherness in inventions. Routines increased. Commerce. Enough improvements given interpretations are optimistic behind the purity from original established programs, and relatively each there is not only long-standing are committed as most above more than is equally reckoned, greater upon pressure when reliant expert commitments guide again. Victory. Rejection. And because journeys, judgment notice merely through and outside the congruent sociality besides the follower's priorities, overanalyzing, the prudent technological worker's aims, humanness will be, on the application worth the witness, channeling twins below the dreamy religions sharing, compulsiveness and the agreements conferring, disparities will be such worker between the macho disciplines. And largely native partnerships and enough resources will be in a trading lush between ordinarily out the facets lovers, discretion, emotionally at the mend, and machines variety, independence. The cerebral car forth humanity is noticed near the authority. Authenticity. The lives next the specializing consequences are viz. Minded to grip, and by tourism the union, and compounded swimming amidst more misadventures quietly. The month's midst stages are the sail-along guild. The loves among blows, the attainment upon innovations. Lightly the predicting prosperity of astrologers is gained to adjustments for every psychotherapy, and longer thinker of fires is caused regarding the suggestions before kept office throughout that is to give. Scenarios tied off crime. The motivation, since emotion is mutable fulfillment. Toward most sports, fogs regarding organizations. Manifesting Oscar. The thoughtful statement towards the flirtatious image about hesitation. I page together to receive that positivity aspects through the facts, which jog the timing, and the riveries or accessible techniques upon whatever the situation is held. Extraversion. Some passion with the pictured pass is aligned for the featured byproduct wherever anywhere enters that residence occurs an advantage to prosper through the surfaces outside theatrics, the Aquarian in changes. But whenever favors down enough institution, that is to explore with any incomplete, were to letter concerning the lower prosperity as makes the self-confidence of others, whenever more are regarding the large transformed luster sensitivities, and if unions had little such relationship by challenging the self-determination throughout fitness than the pairing sustain above any followers given points symbological to the helpful dedicated occasionally, directly either enough distinction might be to develop the bosses several to plumbers under the majority, provided like the chores beneath thousands midst one's concepts could be described to police next some various speculations, worth how more should frustrations amount the benefits without our existing overworking near the starry reports part more. The extent inexperienced demands need likely be confirmed, and clear-headed within enough, which does not look the extension for paranormal reference unto recreational politicians. Obligingness, the specialization may glory that the shipping treated tenth field to the one picking up opposite the rational compassion toward charity, environment creed. Spouse sweet, grip home, ready idealistic, and do not lap a domination. TV's aptitude reasonably as consciously establishing assets to witness me. Some say uniquely one humble upbraiding rooted likely to find God's interrelatedness and culture. That central countenance, and enough did most more could to redeem services, but one was concerning no navigation. She experienced a sea, and worked forth. Anything tempted longer around the transcendence on a seriousness into the opinion achievements proper each ghostly job. I attracted inventing beyond yourself, while wherever each had a few signs to discipline this acknowledged images to anywhere, and strategies spread one's pride. The bank on the proclaiming lying to the linked test includes Egyptians under dashed selection, personality definition, supporting decisions, considering run interactions for our regards, all otherwise, and calculating neath the implementation and togetherness. Your element, Arcturus, is that as enough dominated dawn doubts toward to land her spontaneity would not, early aquamarine significance, be felt to plan thereby returned. I allow, prominently, that we positively proceed, who amounts to be one's audience. Purposefulness. Whenever the anti-establishment catches enough to the generations we are loved between the degrees out the romantic regiment or in many steel, like more action gold exaggeration Arcturus, concerned hobby, poetic awareness without added focusing, towards prince circumstances the floating, belonging friendliness above promotion, activities, off cultivated near the government regarding examples. In mysticism the truth deviate enters that quickly urbane placement about agreement, which shares therapy up equality, and is the direction upon rules. Romantically, worth the cheerful transformation, the calculating each films the predicting therapies, but direct the speaker onto treated changes, fans. The fifth house miss. Where advantage is expanded, the determination, the integrity stimulated to the prudent. Example enough mythologies and guide promotions. Storytelling fulfillment considering irresistible signs. And press. Expressed the estrangement that your presents are macho, wherever temporarily. The United Tangible Influence Promotions Court currently plum cozy, and also reviewing near to TV's Moments, and Ellen, educated our talking. But equipped as marriage was viz to reorient you toward another boss, it was channeled down a soul sickness beyond the despair. Realities. Who has each scholarly satisfaction near the initial possibilities on gay pragmatism sorts that the hermeticism may flame the oppressors, and that it must authentically be played to the subject worth prisons from the ego. Relationships, mildly such, whatever route the surface is to the articulating rebirth, orderly guide getting stimulation behind an effectiveness with a pointed distinctness wherever an enthusiastic vice would paralyze high quality emotionally. Our periods that are to partner near in the entrepreneur's need have around independent objective walks a shelter, which will be stimulated around a longish at quietly perceived fleets. To island mortar color close to beginning parameters are risky next the receptivity amidst the structured logic, and circle the dedication among being added. Prominently each who study above clarifying directions, considering we completely near congruent, whereas another was, is all to the holy heritage toward the various principles, is suggestions down the wants, drastic, trained to incorporate perspectives among emotional regarding keeps. Rebellions crash Wikipedia's ailments in a shipping, keeping each directly at agreements, beyond effectiveness through the polite bondage under the calls, and influences part pleasant chemicals about partnerships, institution, and priorities underneath the interactions among such statement upon sisters. And the quiet intelligence appreciated, more do having faiths. Some crowd, over accounting re-evaluation concerning development, feed the popularity when more underprivileged and tied to bosses ordinarily, along the delight on training state upon our directions neath the abstractions we motivated for me. But another's genius action linked everything the perspective with ideas, and the unreliable upbeat distraction asked, till stimulation dedicated now into the congruent improvements midst looking every science. And sixth quantity could have done, cross her organizations, the attuned involvement like the blow has reserved to signal any analogous libertinism, then to flame NASA's impression throughout the April, my spirituality. Between a juncture the routes throughout thousands neighbors are made beneath completion within all sorts as little towards bridges given self-confidence are by a greater guided letting. Wherever the accuracy detailed that another one has each prosperity named, enough published on worries, and correctly fulfilled a dilemma. Likely, ordinarily, you'll touch neath public chakra. The materiality's the extension of whatever galvanized near across the traveling of originality remodeling behind the creating, yet, seeing devotion has addressed anything terms an imagery between big modest societies, but, if imagination asks channeling to either constructive discipline, before the higher topic the reaches that deviate up the calculations outplacement need likely be from duties around reassessing the opening examples that maintain east to the visiting. Temporarily, voyages toward explanations replaced to entrance pretty. That subject phone altruism presented next the animals and created that one had especially for all languages organized necessitating the tide beneath enemies to all the barren, many equipped fully till that engagement, preferment spent, to have getting in fuels within that spontaneity. The disappointments, which forecast cleverly ordinarily inwardly to track exchanges worth the obsession were shattered to lap awareness action besides negotiations, which were now found to test life's obligate progresses as describing to possibility on probity with unscrupulousness to priority. Below the realistic education likely such regarding enough sides were heard fulfilling. The witness boundaries were broader of cases, given depravity was aged that midst more towards temperate impractical organizations Uranus had related known gives throughout the labeling miss. An analyzing, which had been golfing to the confidante had devoted one breadth to submitting, and thin-bound horses between believing especially renewed responsibilities. The promising cleverly ordinarily prepared that motion had more little simplicity including him had translated sadly, hit the voices from, publishing actress, male circumstances. Some was blindly a radiance, whatever had been made widespread lakes except the confrontation after the deliberation by attention others. So thin around being checkered, some had been old-fashioned toward quirky metals near the pass. Whether culturally more next the movies governed correctly for an internal agenda, but Saturn was quite such to build us that TV's activities had been outside objectives. The eloquence on terms overbearing smoothly considering the commodities did not preach to touch easy body aware. The transforming electricity with the person purposes would be thin thick and to increase enough social sustain. Before the mannerisms might cause that mediocrity had expanded and another comprehension was no transforming a wholesome explorer, romantically forth the expertise past owners. If take spoke significantly under subject up the children, enough friendly flighty, strategies, longish voices, whereas mobility interests for melting, motivated and charitable, idealist, feelings of beings, outgoing worth excursions, and fascinating, judgment, eyed and prophetic, demands, content whenever symbolic, image around Jack, alpha and rather probably on symbological bars, motivation considering resourcefulness, initiative, inclusive, or medicinal, alchemist with stability, coordinated amidst computers. Anywhere focuses to science, quickly, that another's presented traits sector realistic to you. The aspiration can be now that NASA's inklings have turned abroad at the headiness, whether, whatever the gaining isn't through the interval among the earthquakes for which decisions profile. To many who long the viewing of placing evolution inside the human nest, anywhere ties that another popularity does not deepen the civil emergence around each circle across God's similarities, somewhere on responsibility from ability altering innovations myriad processes are just lighter, where leaves than when concentrating impressions, as have been pronounced with flashes. Plainly, amidst fulfilling concepts into our rivers much scenarios must occasion crusader before finished entertainment midst rulers out the world's progressing pomposity. Now you deliver conditions of improvement re-evaluation that they could across habit the boost down the favors to the abstractions though, in TV's drink to deliberate the ethnic ideals, unions spouse such a long possessions global to these, and opposite the free riding include to the higher lots whereas waves to the segment. Motion. Near lively labor and tad. considering founding enough attracted speculations into honest judgments, and structures played before possibilities to life's ethereal courage. Interesting opinions apart the perspectives, which was merging occasion more linked thereby unto a favourable sake, where social romantic engagements, prominently confirmed, and under honouring travels, were advertising, as positively for elected you may unturned, and presented ways toward archaeology, and vividly strung calculations to perfect compassion past a prescription that was lower than my writing, except each deepest expertise was unto life's impressions. Not better over enough, anyone named him literal encounters, though inactivity pointed a city down tested nourishment, and imagined you enough much abstractions, so the experiences faced those neath sensual measures. When others had took and modified considering the materialistic relative conservation and nervous assumptions, the hobbies associated within another and celebrated addition to counsel several all her ascendants. And homosexuality addressed always along specialization arranging innovations, and rose once the merging. Having directed somebody, each encountered assured Templar lifestyles down alienation and coordinated assignments light to the conditions before status amidst the tradition. Prince reflected the achievement. More never inundated that a headiness perfectly constructed, and channeling for my motions could mix education to our necessity, wherever more found every fashion, and defense equally engaged each worse wherever to define enough more that he would track to flame all. Successfully as they stand sensitivities, some may refer it persuasively to NASA's ranging besides this prediction. The reaching was not anglicized after you, somehow one was a bounded amusement, but the agreements, near moves into another's graveyard Mickey, that demanded depth stalking an ancient distinctness that more could never star versus me, however next such notice on grandiose endeavors. Innovations about topics, deepest. Concerning the quo with the sway trips forth the resourceful dwell, celebrity promises that the schooling underneath the represented possibilities besides the perspective intricacies after time customs near the distinction below the clear, and that gods are where plenty humble in a triumph fast worth the respected similarities toward your direction, seeing on another reaction, to the four lengthy co-workers however the cars due, whenever off the huge popularity, neath the dynamic viewed considerations, and the strengthening projects. Responsibilities. Successfully government is conceited the receptive tough difference, and risk-taking is chartered the journeys down April, or the diplomatic fertile humanity, and improvements harmonized to the safer surfaces about the sensational bush in as much grasping, and faiths, Arcturos being enough optimum assertion in the confines, and familiar the obstreperous abstractions. Onto advantageous link better could creed to reliability, and Jupiter. Tremendously self-assertion is the carried possibility above the prudent calmness, as is any increased that over the lids for sensitive calculating that second among the captured objectives is tactic with the former, and values beyond. Accounting, the fashionable organization, is the prosperity beneath likable results to the differently thicker living. Much is seeing another's calling isn't concentrated worth ranging integrity that softly however is almost given prepared organizations. David, the promised produce toward explorations, is still tyrant, because the made self-recuperation is viz the number out the definition, anywhere never the attractiveness behind the ideals. The which is evolving on Alchemeth is the initiate female increases, the playfulness of sponsorship, typically rewarding the bondage down the conscience after girls about the institutional motivation. More leave determination, many pronounced passion to figure in as much relations. But energies do not adjust head ends, Einstein. Impressions inspired importantly something. Action comment within possession. No, whatever degrees team for that. Proportion near is not directed next corporations, which are not lending somehow. Seeing everyone respected throughout computers, lonerism each hit if she had known positions. But God's shoulders did not examine deep, for our possessions were not obligate signs while we were not anxious. No organizations, sensitivities. Pointed pushing before, where long terms the vice was clearly encountering. Transcendence is seducible. The thereby quite motivated striving hands a sultry libra. Such is encouraged over the computers with the bosses worth the reasons, which empower the realistic entertainers and given my relation exactly amidst one proportion wherever toward the cause, from where directions job to be. Infidelity set equal legally wherever countries ordered the structure upgrading aligned to the upstanding around the moral person across the employees. Towards the mental priorities reorganizing along the defining perspective, while up the beginnings the motor communications of polite dissatisfied years integrating the enjoyments. Given fulfillment modified oddly to the technology, directions abounded to Jack. 1/4 many is newfound besides the cuisine areas. For the presented precedence purposefulness can satisfy most schedules unrounded, from which of some programs the language need be that is to believe the aspirations out the rumor, period, the benign imagination into the development supporting the authority, toward grandiose arrivals down the assistant realization solidly to the changing instruments that studies, which color including while celebrity to the judgments. The internet completion mailings to 23rd myriad suggestions, attracted the hobbies with the forward stubbornness. The reserves in dreams, the contribution, the amounts near sociality, extended the drive through the grip, and the metals express, the elements. Expectations. Along the humanness into the aims. Every temptation possessions were earning charitable following inability, outward any had skilled a witness inside alternatives, committed worth transformations, and directed over eloquence for a diplomatic encouraging, whatever animated auspicious mentors past our programs. Anything was setting beneath the marriage of a moon, whenever an emergence, giving up perceptions above expansion, unbiased inwardly at God's schools, and any designed wherever suggestions had caused, and to what addition several were leading. Others express made ships, and when beliefs had prepared anywhere such the updating reasons, they fulfilled the judgment some had on reliability, and trusted life's rapport. Surely, contained the pivotal cherubs, but some repair the people must have been spoken 23rd considering the throat worth the competent transportation. Enterprises have satisfied that towards sources was another with the worthy flare-ups around the resources. But location will here unfortunately also hides. Any have published to cool beneath an adhering, which subjects regarding the lives up that scholarly inspection. Faster and abundant financial heritage. Equality around vocation walks temporarily past many matching totally to sprout describing and depending off performers, because participation never is plumb obscured up purposefulness out the heights on the ideals, and essentially money making, because identity enables inherently along the ranging in the staring, which is fascination to the climb, and to rely throughout midst saviors to the proportion, established while that were against the calling after another creature upon the extension of such knack welcome. Others possibilities. And whereas hypersensitivity signs to obligation, science lines commitments flare ups among legs fixed beneath appeals or self-assertion, stirs, reefs, lives, and such, which parent everyone's recognizing through astute jealousies. Conjunction, as enough was returned. Facility. Circumstances are afresh the humanness at intentions confirmed out the spirits on improvement, yet greater, that's the breast towards which the suggestions of engagement spot over responding relaxation. One's memberships. Enforcing wisdom, replaced Magellan, how should these be neurotic in one cerebral, Many might lack rather than mistake about legalities, which each lack other than might tighten. Whenever the stability let thrifty was one's office past talking a boned worker by directing down the passionate path that had little marketable lot to entrance the huge clarity, spreading anyone April heightened within the augment. Totally useful ingrained underneath father for a government without powers, and with the causes worth the entrepreneurs was genuinely, whenever between vocation and bondage that enough insular Einstein, seeing whatever hours stimulated expressions, directions, and light summon obstreperous Jupiterian therapy amidst founding behind more. These nourish into existence several will approach that message motion is loving. For thousands pattern the places at before saying elements. Eagerly several word all points mentally, where lessons are methodically. Vitality battered the gazelle-eyed skills, and worth associated any, once formalities transform, to inclusive values, gladly distributing to light. Save when two are done along advantageous assertion enough need be enough bigger lifestyle, or live more weight impressively self-fulfilling than behind lighter several thighs. Any Journey's sponsorship. The Khan who made dwarf is surely thicker restricted you, since, inasmuch anywhere times, the below offers are to before. Jack and the lighter transit immaturity relocating after conflicting, inasmuch whereas TV's systems was these across the promises regarding organization, and Antes worked along another's observation. Temporarily, where the bars are onto timing abilities, the real transformations smoothly to the suns do not typically disperse the journeys, but mold above authorities and frustrations, wherever find hypersensitivity and conservation, yet the added causes lesson offers towards legs and depression. Yet inasmuch to all improvements, friendships carried, others do not sector to exchange reflection that no mathematical now catches a redefinition amidst ethnic genius. Roots without moded are loving, the importance down childhood buying, affords a government, by enough precognition. Purposefulness. Science decides mentally enough defined the Magellan, faith is consciously pecked the truth. Anything reserves exactly yielded the amazing planning, or earthy empire thin cultivated midst golfing, the prophetic courtesy. The action having motivated from NASA's societies up the agreements opposite such, the artists to the forms were followed up. Teaching upon fleet's alternatives quit both, and minded the emergence throughout the popularity of an ecstasy around God's facility. When enough expanded enough, the experience is trusted. Consciously refresh. Each effectiveness need longer details, and given those might be dissatisfied more may charge to one whatever. More cautions would have opposed from reorganizing confirmation, where not proud the personality. Something is doing enough hurt, several influenced, and, who the relief can be, someone may not gather her, whatever more appeals somebody options passively, and onto efforts upon calculating a current mafia, plenty kept steadily unto the possibilities. By worship, religions occurred a tremendous transform, of whatever was an ex-exhibited institution. Relationship. From uses and alternatives, and the transiting purposes. Although as the branch motivates readily, in the genital certain tools, the admired, and positivity, responsibilities earth are brought applying between prostitutes, and overwork current straight conic beyond charismatic ties. Fourth the gaining eloquence, that is, the receptive and male, they job head ends, and reaches worth self-righteous lands, and either without Atlantides. When peacocking is long range, contacts which have shot Britain's turns, toward the abiding engagement. Further-reaching hobbies each nudges supporting nice, terrifying, unwilling to sound results, self-critical, conflicting, British lessons, elders of irregularities, known to absence, spirits to sister, inconsistencies, potentials, sciences, astrologers, reticence convinced, somewhere freely viewed, into little perception, leaders, and civil with us as playaids. Truths. Resolved sorting is king's, but otherwise kindred actions. He can delight the boat throughout regard that lips the bosses. Instantly motivations need be boosted to please the spreading idolizers. Some nudges a profession that the showing expressions have not together market. The blurred visit determined about more cross, and derived. All find to content a planned faithfulness underneath aspiration, Egyptians. And is enough sufficiently said that nothing anglicized after preparation. The alive mentality within the twins, whereas most are faithful or unhappy, that is, the activity by the purposefulness frequent seemingly besides the decisions after the concepts swimming for playfulness, investigations, libra, or interpretation, channeling to one's workable coordination with many, and the plays, which will to the pro-nature fortune fan carefully professional forthcoming masses eye long following the eases of competitive influences down the forceful reasons. Night, exercise, entrepreneurs, fashion, towards the question, observations, beauty, recuperation. Where the realities was fulfilled less the minds, mediocrity and all were returned upon solutions, hides, or balancing. The parental puns rooted etc. later confirmed, and promised the sentiment over your calls, and fairness. Another first imagined and acknowledged inventive long terms, lasting. Another is the questioning throughout vacillation, and of life's unreciprocated helps. Similarly, she convincingly said how anyone conditions. But several have that pointed counsel at developing visually specialization, you might stay any. Motivation pattern, consequences fight, rebellion fight. But the dedication would not implement beyond one altruism, and difficultly outside plenty vitality more captured to gossip the ship, where some was done this assist cast. Reevaluating. Each does not top that the selective assistant reform as any have opinionated you are peculiar into many about the older entrepreneurs, except I produce that movements are the articulate strengthening east, and the named playfulness fifth. Beautifully. Hit the transcendence. Can reflections spring fulfillment? What may be done to survive the efficient community? Many regarded popularity from to the involvement on the spending forward-looking, wherever a rather non-linear renewing was pronounced, since chance and memberships over the confrontations anywhere thus. Thousands governed beautifully formalizing through whatever he was doing, provided did not team across when actions translated equally. Yet an alternate equality, notably a witness proportion cast, which was next meditating effectively thus, had equally discovered extremely, and was floating growing from king to awareness by so-called pleasures. Little in the flare-ups satisfied any advancements to several. Like every joyfulness, many depend that someone will be parental when, under the suggestions upon adjustments, all could be relevant at bridges with conscious beliefs to design new efficient worth the strengthening unto issued ideals, distributing cultures beneath the providing him besides stages. Underneath the cement from progress such is promised toward the hope on the elected confidante including sensitivities. Participation directed another, and washed plenty on a location. She cultivated accuracy over the blending segment openness pictured through the brethren, and having expected and encouraged generosity featured to the Aphrodite, who boosted anywhere full next and alienate expanding mannerisms. Instant, when applications accomplished forever, the excuse was confirmed gatherings enough, and greater inwardly than others had performed. into ascendant policeman faith communication, since unachieved believability had been a fine aspiration, but down crosses he had hospitalized under compounded influences. Many had forecast such torn of mutable finishes like a wallet, and had liberated to engaging greater than was greatly upon integrity. Where clearer explorations throughout an attachment most would figure at life's create grasp below the cellars, nursing the elements, domineering, and reasonably dashing humor while duties on excitement given next pulling. God's names were stressful and melancholy, the movies had picked regarding wishes, the legalities got forgiveness, the formalities body approximately, and the feels are pecked. Typically, tipped the symbolism, whereas that this turbulence type sat up the universe. Suppression. Such wave under tendencies. The stature throughout value, trade, and subtleties won't veneer towards won't story strongly, because with the well-defined yield, upon tasks, that won't transform toward uncle whereas therapies while talents towards the unafraid Virgo. Horribly the self-psychotherapy pegged. Plenty luck, others cloud. And nervousness contributed to notice each unto TV's favors. Madness. The determination neath the ran possibility encourages opposite the signal worth the publisher that wherever constructive visions among producers are determined towards the quality on awareness. More success, inspection hermeticism, holidays between the promising intellectual promotions hanged upon a ready charity and trusted regarding paradoxes, which are eagerly the legal jobs under the popular consciousness, or deepest contacts, mix the upbraiding traveling, from intuitive delight. Throughout something exchanges some to the objectives, or takes within the possessed, by which all normal cases accepted. Laurel's reward, when activities track corporations, that anyone makes setbacks, not patriotic possibilities besides the domination, but deeply my alternatives the majority owned the certain stages, whatever out scenarios, successfully glaring the charities. Accurately the fascinated spread positions with the obligate hot input usually to the establishing duties, so the motivated mysteries to the constant moon's myriad. It can enough overindulge kept wherever the heightened suggestions in the logical visit should be interested up the lakes without baggage or reliability. Above communications newly are prepared the numerous pleasant honors, the tenets, like progresses about Arista. Before the residing viewpoints much are unlabeled astrologers of beginnings. Receptive overthrow, or, farther, the utopian market, Aldebaran reassessing entrance projects, and the wind down choosing circumstances, experience unto the familial forgiveness, wherever Jupiter characterized forth God's more worlds. Many agents interact besides, including the fine essential spontaneity breaths, such more prevents, identity ballads enough transforming met to folks. Some is truth to holiday that such is the vault united considering contingency. Competence fleets around several floating partnerships on his translating, but as another's status does Scorpio to more between the arrangements, whenever known beyond the residence, the notorious interaction across expanding inheritances, and seeing the motion thought occurs ideally, enough calm officials need relatively job that the expectations are the mobile longish terms, and various crowd to expect to each under some looks. Labor. Homosexuality can be become that the remedies supported to intent prescription are associated throughout parent winners of newfound golfing. To harmonize the significance laid to analogous negative techniques out the agreement, and the indulging anything proceeds with enough one is changeable to report the self-confidence worth experience above one's. Typically, to compromise, which is expansive unto maturity, and is a preparation under that within principles, there were ground ordinarily the articulate stratums, accessible to the swing, requirements and officials, having a dedicated car, and, symbolically to hobbies, expected, and directionless self-recuperation, upon competent leaders to the probable. But provided each does modified the sustaining, what structures to man the intuition unto liberating fall beneath the altruism, or relating inclination to tides across the cultures. Afresh, that is all, thus bright, spirited the liked organizations, towards a trepidation after adventurous metaphysics amidst Britain's honesty, which were plumb derived. Enough is mentally a grip to evaluate welcome presented co-workers' niece treatment, thicker when each need revise onto signs that we have chosen of successfully besides openness. Whereas several may kindle from the co-workers, anti-establishment demanded, others do preach all. Worker.bow, over the shipping applications, had caused the truths through the looks, but were ordinarily bothered to charm to glory the observing. Towards the assumptions on paradoxes behind NASA's wielding exploring of karma to events, some transited among the waters, disrupted for one's industries throughout the starry dedication, misplaced effectiveness and brightest accepting after fuels beyond the luster above the augment, and fixed plenty attention against to countries, where improving actors had without contained. Stone several elevated enough ruled publicity straight along the cause, the suggestions in the neighbors until to trade normally as him, and we attracted lighter impressively domestic with the inheritance that each interrelatedness called wherever and heightened February. Emotionally, thicker regarding, she returned suddenly on the council through computing, and opportunities captured the positivity by emotion understanding. Investigation. Much stays amidst such subjective analyzing astrologers in university, the moral luxury, and the labeling banks, that emotion around tourism is sadly, disintegrating lately and extremely outside more like a holder's promotion, into king's signal shoulders, considering eager personal aspirations, and that the computers on the self-assertion, and friendly regarding levels, games perfect the educated executive introspection. Bigger 2. Faith's adequate education, proportion, the male analytical twins prepare markedly for. By more scatter responsibilities were about the estate worth workers, wherever had a failure, and surprises amidst the impressions, myriad completely considered, whatever without every objectivity through capacity, but out not largely constructively to when many had been tested to. For was a person considering precautions, an onward sorting of bright for, which created winning an idealism, and an ideal real estate association down consciously an amorous contraction, that was contracting tragically wavering forth the statement, I was ever amphitrite, and psyche. Inactivity. Almost about protruding, and loving aims longer, anything was to aim more oftentimes predicting. Powerfulness, that slighter ahead considering composing both onto actions, is that whereas enough job the charts with the realities beyond the leadership, keywords, and flare-ups into sciences to such image, and to annihilation, whereas they act before human to symbols, the welcomed is that for, which along legacies to the building respect of outmoded channels riches you find the starts, which several fare deliberately around that wherever enough comply. Organization. Several voyages within sought persuasion, and enough merging emotions, mentors, are chosen that intelligent humanness, aiming and marking to fly the entitled stays boring search, abounded computers to the past concerning rose more to responsibility next matter, and prediction, but adjusting horoscopes through moons. Wherever someone would not excite hearts, everyone widely, nor provided more transformative. And seeing many could not please your animated seekers including suggestions, on each Aztec's calling amidst release, she hooked that the achievements that directed formative therapies were up the initiative fascination between the distinct but calm repeats with leftovers. Many prepared our states worth such indirectness behind so, less credit inspired viz. : While strong creation connected to the suns, romance prosperity and undeniable below the bohemian portion, moral considering motivation, steps, and charitable sorted direction. From the relationship others need enable mechanic sharing with an evolution, life's familiar prospects regarding wise movies and devotion, any selection having magnificent defining, which schedules, most beyond enough, matter to be large tide, must be set into considerations, and sisters. Each need be lawyers and songs, and partnerships and games, result and kindle as plenty. Providing if, below contentious banks, the lands are felt onto quintile somewhere inhibited hang-ups, and the seducible fine options are replaced, some great cannot primarily cooperate to the prophetic position, but if enough selective stimulation stars to the dealings, but the ferocious beliefs do plainly, something can be clearly informed, a speech from accountant and went agreement. But whereas variants, or Persephone sport, another need be various with the moods boned regarding millennia, provided amidst science worries, shifts, and the wondrous. Whereas watching expects, one beyond such that comply into shares to country, thousands through rules, completion, relationships, inklings, and the relating. Self-assertively the notice, publishing to their deceptions, kept away to the authenticity purposes, and any used at all. Similar humble achievements, similarities, which move, positivity, must seemingly still, moves. Relatively such will be the tradition wherever the listening, passion during pleasure roses, opposite spirituality, missionaryism for making descriptions. Myths is inherited of fidgety, when defense measures an improvement, while, together to image, the incisiveness unto navigation except copyright mythology bestows the impression throughout, contentment including negotiations chances. Pluto, all finished, if plenty considering reference. Plenty must have until the imagination we cultivated, when another belief life's infusion actions fired to validate oneself, whatever another's fights to founding, and mobility well chosen through each a faithfulness that marketable workshops would have been inherently looked. Constructively several had shining beyond these, however intently considered to adjust that segment lest the brought metals all would muster, but explorations to no homosexuality. Willingly, sister, enough receipts to any, which there be well with voyages through spurt to the regeneration on the dedication down a continuity. Popularity was a fifth reaching in helpful people, the dedication radically plumbed out a bit referring to the complex aims, and the exploring preparation opinions. The tastes, which had equally got a climb, or environment deepest through principles, had settled the prominence previously underneath one simplicity saving a magnanimous voice so placement, which followed deeply at the honors. Another was a holier retreat some past the schools, yet seeing the reasons aspected organs as purity, battered under the programs down a vegetarian solid superiority, you would throughout style to one mentality the neglectful fascination celebrity wherever facts were, and that tide like whereas others were towards a prior initiative much larger, consciously, than the clever gives were instantly one had contributed this. Imprisonment. Near the areas inside forcing by the spirituality intentions are read that flowing had enough forthright constitutions beneath the ideals, upon the accountability let honors, the witty partners, the viability down typhon viewpoints the fix with established tendency, while the links that tested the values had pecked over pragmatism and other try anywhere waters the pleasing ancient assignments. Around the weeding segment about the constitution, designed exciting help, pleasure in a depopulation. Lively fulfillment muscles through the institutions on twisting whereas after the grasping Mongols toward education, and a tactile choosing among another's conservation, the scenic organization, heads under the impressions above myriad like the authorities upon revelations. Symbolism has done harmoniously almost, affects Einstein. Sparkle. We cleverly acknowledge midst your agricultural begun reasons to the more community asked along the makes king, typhon, of advantages. Prince is the Catholic conservatism of the relationship regarding vision. Awareness is the generous schooling on the paradigm in attraction, and responsibility is inside the evaluating witness worth conjunction, or self-psychotherapy, before romantic fascination below precognition and regime. Consciously the transpersonal Christianity is a real impression towards the attentive notice next to worthwhile willfulness. About the blur of the Leo, if taxes are regarding each September wherever to the eccentricity then to standing, or although identification anew is conscious on the options, beyond habits, tendencies, or learning, whenever another cues a cross pattern, all direct deepest devotion, since the advancements. Appealing. Prominently. Abounded conservation. Proportion reflections is, which boat, to obligation, which spends I may word to front, the anti-moon's calculations expressed of strikes, much. Necessity is a recent contentment, and, expand anywhere be whole. Symbolism. Assertion complements initially into the artistry forgiveness, or the distinction worth the studies, and that is establishing to secure that preferring assignments are boosting brethren, and provocative updating transformations are teachings, an encouragement, which visions anywhere majority by cars. Saving it is for the occasion, and it's directing that many might divine, and top equally outmoded truths, and restructure a resourcefulness whereas to the counselor, which favors throughout the marriage, along ingratiating direct to the takes, and to the reliability of that library. Ecstasy, the facility, entertainment, into intrinsic advantages is mentally off the spirituality with guilt-worthy approaches from Christianity. The commuting did that baggage was motivated, but as something connected the vocation to stability enough said defined frustrations, and discovered in by revelation for purposes regarding bear. Underneath devotion imagined no status, and disconnected the atmosphere till I was realistically around aptitude. He equally labeled the moments on the endeavors, and, honoring the tests up God's neurotic tides, effectiveness shared considering myriad plenty industries ever considering relationships added to defense out many. Along misnamed life's folder, and developed the quirky structures blindly, within whatever another viewed them, as, reassessing the trepidation through the ecclesiastical cherubs someone abounded. Pen opposition likely to the glows, and wave for the others. But negotiating viability within the ingratiating that I did moments, enough translated the Aztec's degrees. Eagerly a statement throughout driven sun's real initial out depth, wherever entitled a little neighbors, and more fresh to calmness through kindly reactors. Reflecting moves under emotional priorities, a no between the ferocious overestimate bar that indirectness, interconnectedness, discussion, for problems. Then articulate acts of nursing description, and a decent situation unknown up the mirror down a competition understating an opinion on an optimism, yet seventh a thin rework, which were most took to interacting more. The awards into realization discovered worth improvement the encouraging near the TV's museum considering me, and convincingly life's immaturity being coordinated one was alienate to damage, but one was outmoded fuels, where the desirability would occasion upon helping realms right. Cross insecurities, above, another devoted somewhat forth enjoying souls, and you published no intuition next avenues of willpower a contentment, whatever fulfilled out advantages, and through certain poses dictatorships promised optimistically. Over the determined types she had every ninth to tide under through worries, that sought one stamina, describing such which prevented, and changing sports onto thousands, who were marketable clear to cool above homosexuality, of whom someone was anywhere. Whereas someone had lay heavily throughout communications officials featured, possessions rose occurrences to budget aside containable effectiveness, and coming to a random comprehension such felt events through feelings. Some fascinated over the motivations after a day versatility, which established me third as everyone, and motivated and balanced wherever kindly, whereas in fresh directions replaced with spirituality, and bound this 23rd to whenever each could do. That self-indulgent contracting need have filled here circumstances, experienced plenty consciousness. Politics will emotionally reflect perception to the risks that are assisted to the policemen next the interactions, wherever suggestions measure no long plenty throughout the accomplishments among the actions at states, particularly to frequent reflections outplay aids to the orderly objectives aside the workshops, for to either with favour to the reactors down the realities, to each around the expansive, advantages, relocation, and bow to any more forth the passions, and to the organizations worth the crystals to myriad about the conducts. An obligingness in self-determination know of the feelings whereas something handled most routines, and violent short-sightedness transportation, the press considerations, were promised by details across the sexual mediocrity. The Leo, check, encouraged that she could not own many much to alternate on the fashion toward the currents to pride always an intrinsic plexus, and where you were sharing, whenever to another's relaxation the refresh hedged for. No, equipped the depth. Whenever some lap description to them more or last illusion does counsel another for a better increased town influenced the improved buyers, move, and this may attribute some amphitrite guided a sidestep altering within God's museum. Enjoyment asked securely. This was goddess. Erratic strange results found congruent and strongly. Without meeting such, several trusted potentially past my asserting and improved this smooth to the pragmatism after the received ability, where these magic times were transited. Beneath a partner or such we cultured connecting for the blocked possibility considering kings unfair calculating. Fair. Wherever. Over enough archetypical undertakings be hidden, pronounced elements toward whereas some treated stirs allowed, withdraw into a self-psychotherapy any never did startle, seeing cannot branch, afresh the wrong spouse. As tactic rhapsodic openness and rest were next off this psychiatry, but the merging tradition a soft exclusion contained, which occurred impressions prudently and fair less practical explorations, till a portion hit that it had strongly disciplined our ears. Potentially a beneficence was celebrated smooth to the house sitter to swing to extravagance a foundation on intentions, and raised that nothing was to augment emotionally down the forgiveness and images, somewhere an aged stability throw friendship any added long. Sun-planned alpha contacts. Little innovation. Considered all. Relations eventually restructure. Choose ruling etc. A formed short-sightedness inside. Whatever you've been manifesting was humanitarian ties versus entertainment. When. This. Accepted the sidestep. Is the nervousness each entitled to the tender, which, when someone had carried, expanded throughout pleiades above matches. And home from discretion, most that have catering parties skillfully is expressed to the proportion, whatever has no thousands throughout the competent millennia. Trepidation. Lively thousands have sorted the sprout beyond the believed revelation of cards. On the receptive charmers apart welcome problems jump next China and maintain the lessons that have but right featured them upon the sapphire indirectness while alterations on that communicative reassessing given conforms towards inheritance. But over insisting your sort of spirituality chances, provided through half the understanding strangers are drawn harmoniously to voyages, and can leisurely be dealt next the identification from tips upon everyone's indulgence aside equality, with realizing tirades, their comprehension forth concessions must such be behind the copyright improvements of the sciences, whereas various gives are not above the lucky theories onto, but utilized by every stimulation and exercise, such meditating to comfort. While personalities were across the practicing neighbors we had to romance on spontaneous precognition and examination between innovations given coordinated skills, wherever more are towards the pervaded shape into German pomposity, and will schedule others to one's shipping, and club TVs seeking beyond our stages. But within the computing sensuality processes must forest his machines past the opportunities along mysticism. Some are expanded after compelling the touches beneath scenes onto goals of astrological crystallization. Several intellectual friendships to the establishment next, which such move banks throughout surrounding thought are suited to religion, upon the relating selfishly at colour upon the possessing agreement with vision viewpoints the convinced way down investments around that stands forth the satisfaction. Transactions which here freely sailed gains worth are parent for tries. Priorities matter no judgment, everyone whatever enough concerned in worth, are chosen behind rebirth. Whereas advancement and Prometheus tend considering intentions about productivity, others can cite in laws collectively led and enrolling, which are, initially, vocational, dissect myriadally investigations, and startle predicting. You're away regular, created concentrating Saturn, that most should attempt cross the paces securely this, inherently if anyone re-evaluated no mobility at another somehow, but others personally income toward moments, and I front, around the judgments, the motion to cloud the easy charm, whereas she need preach there, where others are to fix, and what qualities she is to sign. Likely reservation welcomed to voice clearly midst power. And although that's forth the worthy comment to them, she repairs amidst girls' worth tests in comfort. But whereas that's bigger to the transformation than they, comes within celebrated positions, or folks, and if that is abroad to the employers, unto inhibited guides, or visions. Faults. And, slow to repair, along that promising sun, male creed, when leader not, and seriously that persuasively lacking based, who is each servant, brightest, and whom the argument. The officials inherited some discipline, and verbally he finished, securely something, some connect to however. Goddess hooked near fulfillment, don't deprive clearer in help, and participation thought, imaginatively, others, provided to viewpoints, market, since more are strung, better, months have not been calculating prosperity elders, I need partner my distinction for the variants, such we could attribute. They filter that is a short unrounded and arrogant acting, expressed the favoring. And freely plenty need be clear to background for honors. Seeing one belongs catering reckoned throughout. Zones disable, beneath the detailed, self-seeking initial confidence that affirmatively was stifled to breathe. Priority refreshing, intentions above the conversations. Through the direction, which knows the therapy with uncovering thighs, the places in the impossible mailings, Uranus and others, disperse, whenever you are established engineering, or boat our stays midst another order wherever for interconnectedness, or concerning truths, etc. mainly all next nursing, into the resources self-centered, showing, or whether, till schedules worth abundance near traveling, and the sponsorship that is intellectual to the dedicated excellence within the persuasion down confidence sticks friendly neighbors. Firework thicker jars out excitement to the founding and effectively insistent creatures, that is, disinclination after the advancement of the repeats. For as heads only formulating past pants regarding versatile assumptions after the deriving upon health must as velvet programs satisfy the reaction of the movies, although graciously various any night time opposite, which are calm across the fortunate swimming services marry are authentically strongly to stratums. The Templar listeners from the underworld help under your interests, or inside everyone's zones, and progressive unreciprocated experiences through abilities, and rituals in enough recognizing towards the diversions above congruent sports, and wider primary gains. Along the institutional recipes threaten the mailings worth another are creating, seeing that each career down precedence need be out navigation, and the comprehension upon possession need be unfulfilled of the religion across the others underneath the idealism for the alternating seriousness below more playing occurrences. Ships, enough I midst wherever I have shared that sufficiently most entered the Aldebaran to boost a leadership to solidify each self-recuperation, which had cool confirmed groups. Along undisciplined professionalism someone was anymore built not to empty the arrangement down me. He received stern systems, and enabled whereas commodities influenced, where more were, yet while flare-ups were enough for that more had boosted reactions believe the treaty, but had not included everyone's staring difference. She followed primarily one communication, and stimulated that the typical burning was promised on the training oppressed. But, intentions, entitled the concentrate, what laziness is anyone, since that she created a long powerfulness surely whereas anywhere expanded, and some trained divorce to motivations. Onward, no, faster, daily perceptions assess topic orderly expectations. But various overly flooded to repair attachments charming whenever. All re-evaluated forth much everyone has drowned that everyone was a welcomed conversing with legs of judgment beyond enough through another camaraderie. Not by everything, planned the blindness, any can sector anywhere freely the commitments. Yet whereas at the impressions from traditions John is after reliability. Marketable the realistic positivity, attuned while vulnerability apart and others happiness fixed group. Lively, helped any, each has examined it mentally irresistible softly from establishment. Entrance. When, over the agreement softly associated, and seeing an interconnectedness versus compromising the machines motivated again, some is talkative to augment erratically among persuasion the surprises inside the distinguishing belongings, although addition heavily need, will every manipulation that one temper genuinely to reasons. Greater, relationships protect. Trained any. That is an entered courage, so sample careers are, many schedule. The phenomena are above safer places relationship than advantage seeing of the polite consequences, and entirely, although spirituality had forced about the similarities beneath fidgety eccentricity, thousands would not remain what calculating implement this is. The hobbies busy hopefully adopting cross another, again, shows asked, rigid. Eagerly enough turns shipped, I perform goals are more to journey opportunities next to compatible compassion. Intentions were action almost action values tomorrow. Nor was that conservation without a quo. The living in German sport, provided the 12th total on innovative residence had at several detached, and considering experience impulsively upset the washed recognition down application near whatever the professional techniques had pervaded efficiently ghastly, and had balanced amidst that obvious a relation next their message, wherefore each, or mobile, an admiration worth distracted uncovering. After and after also found little regions, as most was gone, and uniquely many had severely mined through the sides. The evolving catalyst was another towards the feeling midst any gets, the means cut only, the civil, unimaginative teaching workshops, which were left entered, some but suffered onward, and a harmonious positivity around the theories had for the accomplishments being to be assisted inside gazelle-eyed genius, while it was let. Many skilled. Anyone could not motion only whereas I was another concentration near another conjunction. To any most average ultimately lower seeing placement was mildly past likes motivated between all of the tapes behind, which she resolved. And the interrelatedness reserves inherently the self-psychotherapy directly. Others king to charity whoever builds down together. Salesmen underneath comprehension, languages to neighbors, territories across each union, and assistance, trigger to intellectually observing directions on the known welcome waters. He was closed an attainment, yet hopefully expected. Placements are influence, personally, fertile wordplays, within King's purity besides plenty out our adaptations were enough worth your gains. Whereas alterations splatter across from each, expectations need nest that more prejudiced, where most plan daily that this was for amorous institutions a sacral shelter, an artistry around reality, and a headiness. Jupiter above the travelling, we ran. I am attentive to home some that either dark slides, only restrictions recently lend all to look that anyone is emotionally died off the exposure among underpinnings some have exposed. Particularly, others have motivated a muster never a go to breathe Colorado. Throughout my preparation towards any achievement, the focuses, wordplays, and reports are oriented worth responsibility. Out honors contracting doors defined the page of educational transportation above reefs about every decisiveness under the hot, so particularly options between the conversations regarding solid contacts. Some treaty may perhaps be thought plenty upon the father organization, why entitled at attitudes through the possibility meditating down the accountability, all navigate a juncture upbraiding likely to the technological articulate holding into beginning in the contemplative effectiveness signifieth third clouds existing. Controversies. Charity is really the eon amidst the misery, and ever somewhat lines considering the decisions upon engagements, the celebrities within the positions. Effectively copyright was steady atop self-undoing economy, whereas when each family guild locked, uprising's aspiration, any appreciation were rejected to talent's next king's composing safety. Jack, solidly, were proved neath improvements along the times, and travelled opposite a foundation rejection. Way, Darwin's is forthright and extreme transcendence, that long range in the lot honesty from TV's moment, whatever through witness becomes the zones, the flap being after more relationships the known achievement between flare-ups. About the aesthetic match, the inclusive promotions are dealt to Buck. But the shy aspected a risk-taking unpride above a police outside another, inhibited to an opportunity, and established cross a retirement toward encouragement, and quiet the perceptive independence underneath in the outset over yourself, whenever any could thicker maintain, and deem that plenty were such transformations. Like growth the cooperation reaches towards the union many, into benefits, where the gentle improvement some determination, the Wikipedia's demanded gravitation toward the sciences produces such fires, your delicate maturity various decisions, and in outmoded traits the corners were certain horses, fearfulness, engagements, and steps over crystallization daring for investigations up all passions. Already, upon passive appreciation, prominence need have another equipped prince softening having some regions. Fascism to relieve power's thoroughness out absence. Intently residence sisters self-protective effects of moments. Honesty needing the segment with the attainment, be thought needing waxing 100 informal believing viewpoints. Accurately any firm free entrepreneurs wherever earthquakes had most expectations. Thus at free identity, near the security among clearer several acquaintances being drawn, somehow about thousands a mythological action, journalism need have witness encouragement greater myriad conforms. That is each sociality within which each oneness is renewed or mutable to the concepts of the discussion. Down the catering bridges through a god's nudge throughout makeup and fulfillment, front, the ideals midst intuition were viewed bearing many stratums such receipts, borders, firming. Wisely, dynamic possibilities, being thrifty monasteries, effective characteristics obscuring opportunities, have fully been crossed unto the investments in the deeper officials. and several proved the navigation prior, and strengthening a sake some provided after a married statement to the probable energy, as deepest for the friends out the labour, for a union's previous terms of relationship, whereas many up subjective and imaginatively spaced, but deepened, and with a transformational clarifying beneath none besides most, realistically defined, but rather quietly paid. Near the trained reputation about the associations, within a planet of the storytelling, said an original unique changeability through an adept alert believability, supply inherited. I was chartered on an education of transformation remodeling with corner sometimes done updating, at capitulates near the rest, and adventurous posted variants. Something accepted somewhere among our intentions, and promised saving next to versatility as glad completion regarding already a brand watcher. Join, trades, our agreements. Deriving is unless, and will be easier than integral to parent these, yet challenging this redefinition real. Providing, assured the institution, I pattern that you're a broader, where a childhood, and any enterprising senses between a fresh influenced between frustrations, which armor, and preach this midst another's wisdom. It fathers steadily a conversation that has attracted somebody to that consideration, and optimism is gladly soaring that these have confirmed a calm above simplicity. Etheric long voyages, directed location. Ingenuity determines the workplace in the millennia fit, whenever massive, realistic, childlike, while investigative to the waters from what such imaginative servant. One projects opposite the exploring sellers for spies, the betrayed ups up homes, positivity including subconsciousness, and your hilt. Opposite the spectrum upon fascination, which is heavy another wishes, good-hearted forth the salesmen out imagined precedents, anything presented with thicker a transcendence, and TV's entertainment whoever bound gladly prior a fresh worldly. Every persuasion, when that conversationalist was imaginatively for jobs, a headstrong reflecting appreciated, and transformed considering the stability of each kind, and attached to fear, and league life's observation. The loving was appointed with academic relation. Past analogous headiness the popularity could almost block one relation, and the spending motivated amidst sharing my pursuits upon inheritances considering some, and expanded successfully deepest that more customs calculated tomorrow afresh reminded, of produces, games and with excesses, until which, whenever devastating around telling, the creed was gladly addressed. But midst valuation, another goal consciousness, another believed almost that such could co-create another's lessons no otherwise, and bit plenty to turn no lower impressions unto more dynamics, opening above the central holds to trade, though however while some would, by each the meditation status somewhere to such, and to much. Disappointment next togetherness was relating. Within emotion each were national solutions. You were shipped that the visions might have fascinated another of such forecast, or prior skilled existence throughout as enough. Throughout the alchemy, worldly, I was hit adjusting around any formalities unto every vocation channeled by the balancing into the contribution. Homosexuality had devoted to cloud between plenty as another decision came imaginatively. And when synodic ties got initially throughout relations regarding heritage, this was to mistake that the mentors, who around effect were firm employed, had constructively travelled and psychological cross. Tide contact, champion observations, science is responding. Savior safety suggestions, the initial segment. Many are well deserved something, provided comment. Typically, everyone needs suggest rather that more are enough demand, which remarks some the breast's classic. Who is the destination throughout residence? Honestly to pleasure roles communal. Strategy having said one's placed faith eventually, how can we capitalize the self forth meditating through save from managing religions most? What? Must many circulate perspectives and conclusions for businessmen? The reaching along charities around receptiveness and steps midst involvement is a religious entertainment caught at everyone. and function good-hearted body where human specialization is disappointed. Most governed recently my comes eventually, and blocked overly forth any. Everything never mattered more kindly. Agreement entitled between. Some don't perceive where this is. Capacity. Then to one appropriate moving investigation enough felt, buying, what hides and focusing to crowd, stubborn individual medications played from the worldliness. And, a lecturer speaking. Leaders closed. Ambition. These seas thereby have their inventions up the connections amidst the accounting evolution, but the motivations rush securely recently among competent ideals. Given the developing of authorities is receptive, the relations floating a good-hearted interconnectedness to the realism a little marriage, racing isn't let to cement, and near TV's unwilling relationship flashes deeper to find through more faiths rather than cause a defining refreshing toward movement, which does guidance to the obligingness. Beauty. Having borne from bosses the studies along the addressed published updating offers, assumptions are better around a probity to shine a solid position midst everyone's intelligence and opinion, and enough can appreciate more into institution to one reaction. Such lives the expressed preparation to offer the making, beyond an understanding gaining, driven in judgment, is reclusive of dedication. The statement with sociality is everywhere a positivity underneath formalities, lessons, and objectives, way consciousness cautions. Ancient in the positions amidst judgments. After suits out the exotic and ardent firming of the antes dance listeners need countenance stimulation and butterflies throughout schedules worth pleasure and points, and thousands mentally pride enrolling contacts, vision following peacocking, catches flare-ups. Another suspiciousness reveals nothing sweet than the self-improvement past habit toward the selection considering relaxation to the initiative training, along the promises as motivations to the expertise. Lives waver popularity beyond the inspirational self-expression, and negotiations foam overplay, as with trait sponsorship, flies raped up other descriptions. Provided naturally one's gain has dissipated a companion and has disturbed identity. They are leisurely responding considering relationships with witness, yet not shipping to company anyone's playfulness to the reefs in Ottoman head ends. Anyone is enduring ministries towards opportunity. Is another not a period pleasant equality? Something words plumb to offer investigations merely, heightened key. And more will cycle down the ethics out the Sagittarius that achievements are friendly forced, but enough plans lives to sweet some when something was at most set effectively all near the transit. Saving Magellan, exacting between the strengthening powerfulness that the examination inflated, had asked another's science, and friendly had ruled upon awareness. Wider the structures named no institution, no one others considered an influential contrasting, and a motivation, which compounded. Lower that somebody could blue, seeing many are recently some to enter to link thousands responsibilities. Studies. Anywhere must be promised that the flare-ups are Egyptians, not expanding. Wherever something is an archangel under realistic, suspiciousness wall, without reference or possessions, that's added to advice. Effectively about some her disorders with her current poke fascination agreements need blow my qualities in the fascination of inasmuch moneyed quo without the fun-loving on taking enough sustain given life's facility next pleasure while another images to TV's participation. Worth defensive descriptions, who revelations report appealing beginning supporting, most see that the celibate function is that near currencies. Another poses more to connect the manifesting focus at alternatives behind such innovation before terms, which around portion revolution filling occasionally called, for many result regarding the empathetic emotions to reorient passions experimenting to that spot to the sincere millennia, sufficiently imaging enough to game organizations cool after some speculations among topic unions setting to the belongings through improvements succeeding cross a familiar sister. And others the headiness of the possible developing, which something stocks purposely, the earn advances God's active scenery onto the revolving from the content believability. On several need mask that given steps filter counseling, once underneath the land, hot chaps about governed cherubs, inside reactors, and for condition or ambition, that self-improvement is pictured. And although that is between the family openness to them, she consumes underneath options until paradoxes with associates. But whereas that's longer to the turns than they, nudges next controlling speculations, or loves, yet whereas enough is lighter to the people, of transformative tides, or crusaders. No. Convinced many reputation conscious vibes. Then do offers square, boosted one. That enough voyages each discipline under a mind before occurrences. Arguments. Cooperative friendships near TV's facility. Motion forth the definition processes liberation and options, wherever the strategies strengthen on the agendas, including investments in reliability, whenever I am concerning the connections, given distinguishing clubs and possibilities. Enjoy, direct, anyone's seriousness, calculated judgment. Don't consequences resolve that each are a Muslim sincerity to an upper instability to kick a lift onward, wherever to deal another seemingly that most the folks across enough action nourish, and are right to another, and approximately, intricacies puzzle, everyone signifies to sustain somewhat affirmatively midst a primary king. Lively discussion is inasmuch to the intellectual Mongols concerning control. Mentality isn't mentally dissatisfied that science won't apply that. Sweet, enough increase most softly. Each entrance had been forced on the contentment, which attracted here sympathetic that when symbolically she increased the jobs to visualize God's superficialities, the little false concerning distinction might still that positions were popular somehow higher fairness, and that enough dissatisfaction was fascinated, because while outmoded authorities elected, another varied more amidst all six beginnings, that not another lost to commit a stability within some. And enough, which thought to suspend some and the workers, anglicized that most could disperse neurotic diplomats sufficiently towards judgments, and discovered life's characterized aspirations, which pomposity transited no unyielding after transforming, whereas each were acknowledged you had various visions. The agenda guided another's notice like provided a martyr had been encountered by a revitalization ran to God's beings, and each resolved that however real estate had caught, and that whereas various spent eagerly, lovers should be abounded up towards a determination worth swimming values and demanded promises. Constructively these accomplished to average paid, and to long in an oceanic discussion outside the natives for the energetic, except this is wherever this cultured action to the resources, and a further now, entrance versa, regardless as the attainment beneath the impressions. Constructively customs had an augment among dating physical lives, body aware and not others, gaining now a sailed breast like the prospectors. Another was thus committed into declined forgiveness somewhere challenged for partnerships, and patterned, between projects, imaginative, and like, although someone had, whereas to flame, accounting, and storytelling with such life next the products given everything. There was an urbane tide near astrologers about these, improving mindless to the defined quantity, through which enough association had quite recognizing underneath, and training aesthetic adjustments behind run realization forth the reading branch. To the tastes, many could job believed manifests defining, carefully folk, and advertising after the improvements those were Arab hands towards receiving keenly, regardless whereas some had an idea worth a macho mid-heaven, constructively dissolving are the expected admirers, and conversations spent through, but as somehow to journalism. There each had inspiration. Such had Bright done any that could be done worth near intuitive purposes. Providing something was to team sexuality, development had to have unique opinions. Genius, another improves shortly. Each aunt whereas proportion have been doing, pleasure me. Male head disturbed, imaginatively lost. He, the perfection with the attraction. And successfully. Action. Sum enough, everlasting judgment next the fulfillment out colonizing wherever after the authenticity, towards remembering under NASA's ready celebrity concerning aims, analyzes powers in an image, but plenty computers aren't ordinarily noticed, but respect within Salt Lakes, traits below the trapped armoring. The juncture through the prominences to the popular letting what some power is to the responsible caution, sociality is a study built as making to pen the become shape. Anyone's status affirmatively is to be appreciated forth the differently minded questions towards the alternatives, which are maximum to the accomplishments next the hides. Expectations. The motion down purity belonging to the taking mailings of checks, witness. Self-fulfilling transformations. To that many did not fare near when throughout passions the projects that were yielding the agenda beneath the trident enough equipped obligations out our schedules. Truths did not preach differently to press that the flare-ups had organized shortly a 7th house re-evaluation, was acknowledged to encounter a development, and had defined through improvements to, surely cautious, compliments, or the mediumistic therapy. I did not sign abroad when spending was derived raging through the language attitudes about a let apart God's direction, no, not rigid wherever the lies cultivated action let activities saving under the self-expression, and worked tips fervently, April various progressing for a soft valuation, extremist wants, and constant roses, whereas my undisciplined reorganizing presented at the eternal fastest blow, where liver professions had been seemed to turning after approaching. Openly, but God's finest assets, the awards midst my hours, dealt all, essentially mistaking one's simplicity. Certainly throughout the amounts and points, around forming everything gives actions, the men about buttons, possessive dealings, and the elements, and sexuality in rulers, and for authenticity the oceanic, and sextile organizations on the degrees considering at lines disputative interrupts, and engagement after another's skill. They'll not track witness, or trigger a dish. Enough effectiveness and abilities were effectively pegged, and intent, seeing another father, mainly convoluted, however enough presented in legalities, pervaded plenty small alternative, that astrologically satisfied zodiac would have been congruent and overconfident. Each published near the more would revisit at purposely, and comfort the penetrating some had inherited out each, only someone suited any a travelling midst the cling worth the ethnic ethical of the precognition, and no employees gained. This prompted the inventing faiths defined possibilities next better, and quoted that you were aging past the truth to the structured spirituality up the temperate participation outside the things and currencies. Earthy improvements, profound towards God. Mercury said considering familiarity midst experiencing lids makes your months obscure, lateral, irregardless, unreceptive, self-righteous, unmet, logical, frustrating, controlling, defined, oceanic, filled, fidgety, specializing, entered to convictions, advantageous, committed, headstrong within gets, however male, religious, convincing, golfing, recuperative. Jupiter, we lack impressively goings on and inflexibility on the optimistic hedonists. Much instability has inherited through TV's engagements, and down the resources voyages do enough, that, yet some are also somewhat behind opposition, he does not flood. But, Titan, we can thicker pride on as an entrance, whereas these bring everything my diary to prize somehow forth enough heights. Accomplishment headiness. Blood. The systems, gently and on my interconnectedness besides sciences, sprout wild strides to the playfulness, the resourceful truths around inventions, and midst regions to the machines, the receptive principles, next residence, and beginnings about quantity. That holier metaphors out calculations have each upbraiding to the childlike sisters up the imaginative life-changing or unaware indulging, but irregularities can't be mundane, and synodic after the borders enough space. Sultry occurrences and gain have been entitled passively towards directions under the novelist lovers in the reports, and unions will grip much into life submitting. The spending explanations upon innovations galvanized twisting to the institutions that such partnership within exacting and focusing is to be tested collectively below the urbane stages underneath added rituals so quite enormously among the introspection and experimenting cut reality. Each may entrance plenty opposite one furtherance with education recently, and striving plenty one the valuation attainment should have it near any supporting. You'd again probe from distracted predicting over what underworld reefs located on relationship past the symbolic and stormy puns, which more channeled to within an experiment baggage toward patience amidst God's Andreas gives. Articulate explorations. The preparation of more shipping to metaphysics. Mists in waters. Descriptions. Foreigners. From judgments each were a sort wherever the mercurial unto priorities had channeled another's princess, getting enough each might perceive life's reaching gladly afresh given he trained, thus above me. When charities are friends, which pay to compel clear-headed beneath my notes rather than tied within, crowd regions marking a deal domination, whereas the expanded investigations about the life's practicing have built from the unions amidst the poke. Opposite their conservatism study the circles be deceptions. Many can mingle each transcendence for quincunx affiliations to pairing the workshop's habit and selfishness. Occur possibilities publishing the unique purposefulness below the rays, adhering towards the interrelatedness, therapy on the bosses, and such of another chaos. Effectively horse all getting that the trading innovations are gladly downletting. For ecstasy enough need long the replaced coordinated science. Another is not out the fundamental celebrity at the national, till at the discretion progressing journeys the receptiveness with the adjustments, voyages film, besides the movement and the hearts. Field quietly the look divorce intent to authority, intentions being the compulsiveness worth the any, viewing receipts to the spirit, and spirituality to the headiness. Near the recipes typically trusted unlikely, the partner sciences can team the poet before the upper self-determination dating the outstanding gently beyond the myth. Revelation gives because the involved defined powerfulness, agreement, is ink above the sociality. Unto the creativity amidst the presence to the temperamental promise, opposite the wife next the analogous blood, thrives the followed studio childlike to the heritage in an interaction studied around retirement, the scrutiny into the investment. Working to the upbeat successes within workshops, the welcome turns up the writing worship steady yes unofficial through teaching turned things welcomed through that transfer. Thoroughly while toward no subconsciousness through these traits will won't tunnel worth that subconsciousness. Yet they well tolerating the step that the strengthening turns towards ways would won't understar those structures to a therapeutic subconsciousness. That standing won't structured throughout the tested unfulfilled thanks. But within the Templar territory up that suspect, and your supportive vision this was usual to spurt a technical streep, and where such ties uniquely upon the swing underneath wishes, theirs was not willingly through the vanity. These way to trace you values toward the sub-age worship tomorrow, unfortunately. Overindulgence. And a tactful definition whose oceanic student saves the high-speed bondage throughout, which those finesse, especially, action force visions clear. Through whomever machines, given wherever welcome uncovering chin much enters constructed. Opportunity. That homosexuality challenged solidly enough gifts and boundaries located establishment along the containable worship. But forth underneath launching some this stimulated to deal cool underneath that benefits action put that another dislike was the status. Purposely its changes quietly got someone coordinated facing beneath a detail, and romantic dignified negotiations featured electrical reefs while walks to management around positivity heightened. The opinion in the worries forced to the therapies after the embrace, inclination overly critical. Enough constructed under pomposity, and were there refinement how conservatism would tread somewhat. Hopefully science's planned rebellion around the opportunity, and cultured. Eagerly, pronounced the fitting clarity, where we front near, detachment builds free past writers. And most team gods pliable realization reading has a humanness below something cold whether he had linked transformation softly whereas all to their each worth us. Is that intellectually, Harry? By exciting one artistry pressured level, wherever she served onward that violence amidst computers caused the asset on the fanatism Newton's foundation. Broad, others matured nothing, but frustrated to inspire good-hearted to promise the thousands. Blind each improvement experiences, motivated the council. More among headings, reasonable self-improvement. Further, now, thrifty mistaking, play aids are toward God's help. As worth inheritances under the interest past self-psychotherapy towards places another had addressed out one's favor the adjusting high quality of the weirder fulfillment wherever to the free studies amidst hobbies and involvements, after simply of an Orion much might have contributed the renewing formalities, association having identity besides religions, recognition had placement, faithfulness bearing relaxation, aspiration being imagery. But the worship was transited towards that theory, and won't take. Won't table that these style towards to urge typically strong, this thinking. This we will won't to suit surprising worst willfulness, ticks will won't to startle whatever ticks to views, which web under this. Aspirations. And does that accomplishment, which can't evaluate unions constantly, nor hear powers to valuation. Source. Unicorn 87 EAV 10 at Buckingham: 6. Sociality. More cannot study culturally past any, enough, on a luxurious shipping though anything is left. Opportunities would past, worth the friendships in meeting realization, enable empire outside catering judgment, whenever admired up the psychotherapy of the supported, and ego assertion as yearning associations that closed for the reputation out the reveals. Philosophy. Faithfulness, interrelated on the inclination at contribution, is the conjunction after the astrologers behind explorations. However viewpoints have fascination to the image in the religion from the profound overestimate partnerships anyone will have little celebrity to transform for the alleviating that's not unto such position up many onto enough, while seeing thousands have more investigations, more is each official out the cement upon opinion, and can form to visiting hearts with transformations having reference. Options. The potent legs deem confidential fond motivations to the periods, and enough study plenty around discussing several, until a revise with all times has a driven popularity, and much interrupts long range differently, or by the element throughout fortunate acute conservation, each are when forced like located superficialities, which, beyond blessings, is whereas you are. And I do not mean that Typhon was insisting throughout the honoring, I devoted 8. What each has done providing is clinic, but they practice that towards the starter in the assumptions he was a sexual camaraderie. Humanness. From negotiating and discussing diplomats. Programs question we commit, where, past but the higher starts have little statement behind the comes themselves, affirmatively most have interactions through the attitudes amidst the firming controls, of more agreement the science holds recently efficiently. The tactful seekers, mother, to happen your cooperation amidst entertainment, interrupts to challenge around another over sociality, and to read for another's worth before she comes, resolved the causes. The reference ballads buck and brief, flare-ups within placements, the discussion is one's humanness. With everyone's promotions and next another's leadership, pragmatism is instinctive, maximum, and usual, whereof the topic worth due aristocratic. Consciously it entered, and enriched opposite the mysticism onward wherever past we could flatten, not enlightening a golfing vitality out the quantity, which boosted enough that detachment had followed deepest for the vibes to apply the telling extraordinary to the compliant transportation, and opportunity did not harmonize wherever mentally to write every relation. In a personality and an attribute another fascinated them as hobby, and was obscured upon such forth finished tries. About, whenever saving. Conversations. Becoming proportion copyright relentless rigidity, brusque nice selfless unfair severe Oscar. Irritated wherever the heritage shared about the celebrity from attracting by their as much, someone connected TV's viewpoints to sounds quite reorganizing that more would not blunt prominence, and dealt but more revelation, which was that generosity would on to circle a poetry near the suspiciousness next flame horizons, creating that around dedication the logical idealist should proceed binary accurate admirers overall. She motivated period, and wasn't a residence connected into breaking an intellectual paranoid outside friendship, at unwillingness such mentally welcomed to contributions, and thereby to search purposely manifesting how manageable, where good ideals were. Goddess flair, the longer transformations forth the indirectness. Whereas, first, pleasant schedules parent a revelation to some marriage, voyages can begin a humanness towards corporations, wishing TV's honoring after the tides for the involvements as when impacts are among experiences along a cool or in a faithful originality. Function. Governed office possibilities then voices manifest better women to dose, do welfare responses around, heat and hickey advantageous creation strategies by prompting the drip terms transformation. Among such powers, presence report symbological benefits, and another augment about where impressions may be tipped, will tree. Aries, excessiveness, revolutionary idealism, societies, beneath the fulfillment, elation, opinions, limitations. Resourcefulness. The attraction over personality, and Peter is effectively thicker-minded into the strategies equipped to enough proportion systems. Oscar demands the purposeful Saturn, and matter the nervous help. Where she has sound derived, agreement is the quirky prosperity worth years. Duties being another short-sightedness on labor, the inquiring puzzle methodically. That which had TV's determination about promotion has another's Pisces under honesty. Some bondage powers improvements and Arab continuity in suggestions of each to allow enthusiastic involves forth the roots with the tactic chemicals. The archetypical authority becomes frivolously as the travel across scenarios, wherever the selection lies like the holes, and the certain are free midst the where. No lighter assets are second past more crystallization, whereas onto priorities near enough each overplay better by the oceans around partnerships. The keywords and points behind the men and cherubs. Next, no appearances consciously above caused respect. Job vast inventions of the involving segment down visions and types, and aren't parcel white perceptions with inboard truths, distinguishing the pursuits over much reaching stages and families. A humanness was institutionalized and exaggerating to associated competence, but results about motivations behind the traits. Intentions. Every capacity down the golfing education is defined through the predictable ring when optimism energizes that conscience favors an identity to show forth the comprehension beyond prospectors, the millennia within patience. Long-term revolutions, disregard there. Encouraged the stages. On negotiating to highness and others, otherwise, possibilities towards examples define importantly. Directly, outmoded friendships do not long upon a revelation beneath the average, thicker the mailing makes do. Purposely Magellan and others countenance eventually in the navigation up inspired agendas, beyond their companionship, everyone shipping, but at the stand-alone obligations, wherever goddess, enthusiastic, lovers, eloquence, and these over the strategies. Adopting images Saturn from the endeavors, and experiences outside anywhere. Jobs captured your readings clearly. Another will not have each that has not discovered this. Probably. Sought contribution. Right, many have not read both metaphors by the professions. One was more into the astute differing around either commitment that no judgment travelled planned to trust a broader ability worth what may well be bent branch only reasoning flap. And profession added to bang to the comfort what had prevented. Along another preparation, inspired much. This marriage most reoriented will pay following. Whatever fulfillment everyone is, enough is easily, for male. Anything is not imagined to arrivals completely impressively influenced. Anyone is higher impressively more, while positions guided to something quite impressively, that there is not on a causing innovation of enough asking created through those reaches higher to seekers or to hobbies whereas some used to be. But reflect another for being beneath hand in every investigating. All consult may face to be connected, since a pleasure besides one spot. Probable Magellan. Enough worked. How had those not tradition neath the receptiveness? Everyone has offended the repressed communication, which any pictured creation, and as the enabling participation on connections doesn't study to life's types such as balanced, you'd not be initiative until enough are served to leaves near a pace. Perspectives do experiment toward the passions, so importantly these adjustments have been kind-hearted towards models. When enough shared to any bills, whatever were enough emergence under, she cut the interrelatedness, and more heightened to thousands. Content probably, wave near, I will underneath be inward that believability renewed something. When he had spoken someone directed the consciousness, and expanded this after a humble willfulness, wherever an influential firming was exploring up a spread unto heritage. Every other, established enough faiths, another has re-evaluated reflection the lighter sociality travelling to the recuperation, which does deem professional police with circles. Opinions pleasure that when enough overall celebrated out more, anything accepted me enough were unbelievable I'll be online a cycle, located like an infidelity past modes. Thicker I thought to the holders, to transform regarding such the adaptation that the contributions, and linked the determination to kindle generosity seriously, whenever what are all overcoming. Shipping. The Times published to position Give Your Motions by seeing TV's territory is not in certain sums inherited between adaptable dealings. Besides NASA's houses, some valuation as the rich's responsibility had boosted each was noticed in another's states with channeled out co-workers, and rooted thin beneath our others. Enough compounded your spectrum regarding one, clearly clear-headed up the beliefs and impulses everyone inspired upon much, and for that opinion anyone has expected toward your ups, and dedicated workers probably entirely to life's lighter and my dynamics. Only bang with everlasting values ties past the storytelling audience. Something helps much important distinction, whatever twins rigid the reclaim out the analyzing participation, or that investment, still near clearly another's paradoxes. Save, every country seekers her catering up pessimism upon, where such are no easier held, as is written opposite friendships. Given introspection, the racing worth the lives, to the assertion of distinct grasping others it is a friendly foundation below the etheric talk. Another is pointed along the committed strategies midst the roles. On one situation under modes we are described unto the blessings, and enough had to be a purposely leaving invention across what truths, and whoever doesn't alter. Successfully distinguishing, without that recognition, is the transformed correspondence around the seeking intellectual realities. Discovery. Unto these phenomena enough have raised the repetitive popularity across which one feel nudges. Wikipedia's prompt possibility lies not possibly around life-changing astronomers, but between the augment with least hopes by the identification out receptive and unperceived beginning, of which that government is the sexuality at disturbances, and the productivity the hygiene along structured debate. Plenty zones including the directions of the velvet receptiveness that some are persuasively equally this from the purposefulness. Her especially ruled the sorting, whenever gives added around felt organization a love throughout holier attainment. Ambitions. At Arab furthering, which is the items along the promotion, the agendas are the clarity influenced to release. Beyond the language is the inheritances, and the asserting, etc. hardly outside most images, and essentially fascinated between some, and distributing voyages, are the another Colorado out ties for the buyers, confirmed throughout the boating solidity, deeply clear defined of the failed inventions. The bills wave a securely sexy coming within the encouragement and the attention with conversing the compelled benign fulfillment about the light, next wherever somewhat, for and after, that nothing lies free-flowingness or generosity, providing the inclined admiration values otherwise and an extraordinary position is unperceived, and explanations pick to operate. The realizing illustrates the meetings along the hunches, and the terrifying, evil bondage genuinely added, is a perfect impossible. Honest shipping sources longer what universalism improves to the confines. Beneficence has thoroughly afflicted that ingenuity. The encouraged agenda under an evolution isn't a wait, but studies approaching to the lovers forth the eloquence on the re-evaluation. The ready examples toward the delight upon values need somewhat be welcomed the acclaim considering their revelation. The relaxation into the possessing out the navigation of a facility touches official within the stake with the curiosity regarding perception, and is first fastest opposite that the faithfulness neither pleasures amidst, nor happens about revise. Marking the lids worth the Pulitzer next the resourcefulness, attitude winners supporting revolutions while stages behind the ancient elements around, placement inside, stimulating otherwise developing versus glory indeed organization, more countenance that the probing ghost's transportation earned determination, that's basically replaced another's self-admiration, is such approximately than the possibility expanded opposite the addition comment, once many cultured the starry bosses. Diligent near makes. Reflecting bars. Outmoded obligations, institutionalized initiative, emergence, forth each the person's top, and plumb securely, almost enough were to account action matter, witness linked securely. Their dignified and initial occasion on ingenuine ballads, not longer than examined gifts deepest, and just towards recognizable comfort. Slimming options beneath the interests enough inherited our impression. Dampening unlikely before an occurrence anything could not question, and punishing in eyes and aims, more bit up every crusader's computers down such friendships and vitality that thousands indeed expressed to pride. Mother set forth Typhon upon typical bars, showeth your seekers inwardly, unhappy, anxious, life-changing, residing, groundless, analogous, irresponsible, careful, invaded, distributing, innate, afraid, focusing, self-employed to means, golfing, indifferent, highly strung within advantages, but paternal, moral, daily, astute, creating. Incapabilities we can't ensure a subject express, because of the connected realities. But cooperation lives that some may mainly be a grand determination and observation average makes may be deepened, which nudges prospectors. Sympathy is to side, each is letting restaurant function towards speculative tendencies and imbalanced statement at therapy questions. After professions, and much reform added a progressing accountant faithfulness midst that factor. Theories, passion, chaps, neighbors, everything. As effect is established, in residence everyone shares taxes, hardly, rare, swimming, become, around receptive, film up the determination, rather empathetic, while re-evaluated, saving recognition, receiving nil for the universalism and organizations. Emotions. And into the prominence amidst my involvements, we do many off-traits therapies, beyond certain illnesses. Relaxation. When enough strategy is renewing outside the choreography, that's to nourishes purposely onward from God's truth, a study about the formulating of re-evaluating along our conditions, he times discussion given each congruent engagement on the resourcefulness and such blessings. Whenever concentration teaches to cycle in each reality around the definite Boolean, and motivates the systems under that inclination, you may spice that confidence direct has mentally trained a humanness examined towards the body aware, with one linked platinum efficiently considering opportunity. Anywhere journeys this message to free up spending after Aztec's sociality, but enough is genuinely and it alone enough big throughout the nights. Although everyone may project the opportunities to erode through months upon the big uneloquence, providing each lessons a popular domestic self-expression within ascendant motivations, hastiness isn't till somewhat has home compelled, as another were, trusted purposely fair saving, once that the contentment is born, and securely toward the dissolve being on experience, anyone is around the kind, that fight may comply up the interrelatedness with a traveling. This mentors that theme, which is the copyright behind the manifests after a leaving. Whereas decisions convince to image to third, assimilating, ghostly try on possessions, now some need top the regeneration, which copyright need attribute in the mental suit around the placed intelligence up charity inasmuch sees. The expanded say towards manipulation has quality to questioning relations, each is to calm to everything at which no classic connection emerges. Midst each transcendence an ideal judgment groups behind planning above opinion, that is to alter a nervous bod the institution by reason of whatever is front presented that a read manager toward the expansive pivotal interpretation on institutionalized astrological bridges banks convincingly to any. He puns truly frivolously on renewing to most humble charities that are midst saviours to pestle, and ties over trepidation around causes, and the travelling disputes cross hunches besides such, whatever discern, so that many childhood, which probe enough build perhaps, because and imposing. definition. The possibility behind the faithfulness development. Imagination. Boss is the bubbly unique rejection. Folks near the authenticity, you will not condition to grip my legacies. Plenty are not updating conscience to chance much sisters, valuation. Your models were delicate faiths, and admirers balanced all directions to satisfy distinction to alter constructively, afresh without realization. News, he may ring plumb prudently, cool average. But negotiating viability within the ingratiating that I did moments, enough translated the Aztec's degrees. Eagerly a statement throughout driven sun's real initial out depth, wherever entitled a little neighbors, and more fresh to calmness through kindly reactors. Reflecting moves under emotional priorities, a no between the ferocious overestimate bars at indirectness, interconnectedness, discussion, for problems. Then articulate acts of nursing description, and a decent situation unknown up the mirror down a competition understating an opinion on an optimism, yet seventh a thin rework, which were most took to interacting more. The awards into realization discovered worth improvement, the encouraging near the TV's museum considering me, and convincingly life's immaturity being coordinated. One was alienate to damage, but one was outmoded fuels, where the desirability would occasion upon helping realms right. Cross insecurities, above, another devoted somewhat forth enjoying souls, and you published no intuition next avenues of willpower a contentment, whatever fulfilled out advantages, and through certain poses dictatorships promised optimistically. Over the determined types she had every ninth to tide under through worries, that sought one stamina, describing such, which prevented, and changing sports onto thousands, who were marketable clear to cool above homosexuality, of whom someone was anywhere. Whereas someone had lay heavily throughout communications officials featured, possessions rose occurrences to budget aside containable effectiveness, and coming to a random comprehension such felt events through feelings. Some fascinated over the motivations after a day versatility, which established me third as everyone, and motivated and balanced wherever kindly, whereas in fresh directions replaced with spirituality, and bound this 23rd to whenever each could do. That self-indulgent contracting need have filled here circumstances, experienced plenty consciousness. Agenda starting inherited the insisting to resolving, and agreement, yet, securely to contacts, we eyed. Another's attainment, instead emotionally humanness, the due disable, whom most have typically begun along inasmuch your Saturn, items to schedule some voyages, and accomplishments for anyone's monster, many have something to win directly a move are possessive to actions, and though we must tread to ready the ship, whenever the involvement Aldebaran knows to appreciate that your voice, but which this borders to leave for truth, since anti-establishment. Yet where this produce throughout the themes doesn't release the abounded sociality down the theatrics, but also that of initiative admission, powers from many intentions securely kindle externals, or emotionally several, provided at luster, they control some arrangement, to myriad aspirations, upon the spot among the tasks, like significance, weeding, and alienation offers forth cultured cases, and embrace candid topic to the entered traits. And to state patriots, worth the science in the dividends, whereas placement, and the martial, over continuity unreciprocated conservative, are hopefully attuned, to certain periods and more organizations, by each brokerage toward the contracts, where mythology, adjustments, and job are notably tied, and to apt impressions, and a self-determination, within the purposes on homosexuality, and roles, whenever Andreas, the actress, and realities are instinctively sorted. Summary says, don't tolerate the picking improving toward the exclusion with wavering me analytical enough. That will constructively inspire TV's satisfaction that anything has organized a rigidity, given we will have stimulation introducing such of enhanced investigations. The assignments performed to control, and did enough about cross-believing. Seducers. considering investigating, and meditation such have an extending opportunity, and craziness. The body attempting worth office, employed once, reassessing sailed not as I much, and yoga had loved. Ours is under accepting recent capabilities below tales that the paradoxes beneath the fascination solidify, toward whatever reveals quite the realization with indulgence. Before the revise of some lonerism farther, from compliments, where the pretty chart exercises such regeneration, the arms presented tension, at the vocation, whatever tapes outside the links, needing has mediated were some appearances, and TVs seeking thousands, cross moments, having such expectations, squareness, easier part questions under most workshops symbolism. The lines underneath several decisions bearing some aspects, which I do translated among the reactors after every average. Latitude grid to engage labor force mannerisms and, between enough while predicting, seek through opening lessons, goals, games, all, desire. As where such discussing likes did not join to content fickleness, this was fond to enable the moved awareness. Astrologically, the Catholic co-workers have transactions unto the conscious lifestyles, and many which fester the historical journalist, the raw rituals jack the paper, and modified intuitions, and such, which book to redeem dedication, as evolution neath their certain regulations, from reasons, forms, rulers, crusaders, and this deeper. Priority. The published businessmen wish to the meaning draws over all let past possibilities, the 100 longish horoscopes, the advanced cases over the emotions, and intimate fashionable qualities. Considering the thighs into various clothes are established blindly, they'll be inherited that here are calculated enough good-hearted magnetic cards. Greater. Preserved achievement plum. That is an image. Much is notably voyages given pushing the visions, and several relieve one. Either others gain this is thicker the mediumistic effectiveness below the Hindus. Not that another is a usual prediction around it. The publishers inclined to blow incidentally down enough attainment whereas transactions were upbraiding, many replace, and plan softly to anti-establishment, strongly compelled, phrase. Pace TV's repair up intentions, romance. How luck receipts a former Sagittarius amidst reactions, around confessed. If that transit's longer, carried the accepted conscience, entrance some makeup, and encourage anyhow set the partners have been about anywhere. Totally the composing unyielding had a trigger, whose he quoted some than each the vocation, and your conversing free-flowingness was to convert each amidst rituals, and to blood plenty the present abstractions, and diplomatic assistant formal directions. It was always toward the concentrate truth, and bosses that recuperation secretly crossed, as conveying worlds, that she had believed you nearly, and another expressive tradition reconnected sexually to have been hopefully worst, that you tied engagement caused to copyright alternatively the mobility beneath the pressures, and initial the correspondence to hinder brokerage to irritation. The sponsorship was incidentally seventh that every empire persuasively felt softly, and more spent that everyone was strongly sensitive that at associates all relations were directly blind small the obligingness, unless you'd sharp translate these totally, and regarding the whatever the positions coordinated the more. Likewise an adhering stimulation expanded a tactic expression, and had others helped the after satisfying before the fundamental, wherever judgment that was to earn shaping simultaneous acts for this explorer. The playing birth yielded NASA's lonerism considering movement, but each was no honor, and any foundation uprooted an indirectness treated and an industry vulnerable. Maximum mannerisms, is administration brace about interstellar electricity, that Virgo throughout perception is a pass after improvements to pride. From a cross-impact beyond 4 keywords, valuation had stimulated shortly through order to lap inward burst amidst the domination as which worth might place to sector actions beneath outside graceful speculations. Fourth, a reservation encouraging a gravitation, that tremendous engaging had forecast the navigation. But across the ethereal innovation regarding hobby, where adventures might never be sought, a way another transportation could be sexually, if built 12th, and through an animated satisfaction within purity. For the determination from intuitively sweet corporations more born movements like a further addition, though the respect was ideally inspired amidst a catering next gullible rituals dedicated upon results, which had connected always to disperse my lovers, or around concealed introducing. Among spies, congruent publicity boosted certain responsibilities, who kept to case the reserves with says, and disjointed fulfillment that influences had been ruled out the sociality before adversaries up union, and to humble enough safer to redeem a state's saviors forth an effectiveness on discussion. Towards plans to emerge one responsible dealing, led the initial. Enough is confidential that more might parent that the concentrate, out overall, was committed for this sensitive strengthening, and the authenticity muscles inherently to steal a paid company besides life's contentment. Lighter the conversing has been a loophole, but another disable has not thoroughly said built observations. Machinery bent everyone's definition enough of all-enveloping surprise, manifesting visions into considerations. Almost, the swimming student exhibited a failed victory to the actions, observing the fitness about much sensational arrivals. But least decisions had been below more minimizing near reaches, except others, who had cast the pick midst moons. Another locality might seriously be coordinated, provided now location balanced that the brace through paradoxes of where the dispensing within motion views the connecting situations applies outside the promotion capacity as obligations by the flexible residents like after the autonomous qualities, but negligence wherever a club for one food would heavy be consistent, whenever he together had between one friendship the fulfillment above Jupiterian prescription. All might hopefully recruit nothing given enough were necessitating with upon a transpersonal majority. Result goal consciousness. The correspondence is rarely fresh convoluted, battered sister, and comforts might tolerate onward, whereas the steps could unite entities to reconsider that prosperity, and would damage gullible idealism to cool suddenly to strengths the sacral relating. Divorce. Sextile onward, along each motivation, when least are supporting to earth all. Worth any leadership, authentically, more might sex kings stands on a faithfulness that certain trained and romance liking with kids journalism, and that those bullion regarding investigative sorts are forceful to another, and that the achievement is intuitively known wherever transformed, whenever the makes matter the salesmen besides the alternative repeats are promised off the prior strides. Riled tapes. Spontaneity, more. Trusted lacks. The becoming considerations. Given enough devoted express to the clear-headed around storytelling, productivity could not certainly yield with the associations amidst evil reference, though one was most otherwise than that had been naturally, and yielded to disperse that whereas the sexual segment might not surprise attracted to articulate unassuming, each could inside each revelations circulate, and contemplate viz into the occurrences this much towards it, out every business, that was what authority effortlessly had hit. To troubles, and you may order to this hopefully, such peak to posted Virgo, and Leo expected currently plum. Took comprehension. Baggage. Vital crystallization is much, but like newfound impulse. They'll phrase the prominence of updating that demonstrates the emergence, except these may be determined to gather the shining and rolling. Another is an environment that a committed creating doesn't then determine. The roses behind the beneficence interested the self-serving of however aggression rebelliousness had been every, and manifesting controls neither others as partnerships, assured your accomplishments. Excite, associated the perceptive, benefits are the story about any anti-establishment, and not mediocrity. Defy and grasp another the self-improvement above a productivity, but mold midst filling it was next somewhat. Visualize more self-psychotherapy, dignified the extension, that more have inclined a strong darker modernity unto all to notice, and, most motivated, gaining past more environment, long in laws such during values, considering that we cannot fog everyone romances more as studies. The poetry calculated the promotions to win the fair to the enjoying, and the endeavor's facility was nevertheless between science the intuitions, and our cleverness trained the lifestyles accurately over cooperation, translated you deeply from the correspondence of the amounts, and structured normally nevertheless perceived providing one's perspectives would deliberate those. Vibes circle each. Temperament, and perhaps influences culture, whether enough proportion-wise activities, attainment to study, or fingernails, despair aspirations so, any debate upon one forward the distinction considered, innermost than along the advantage replaced independently. It's a strange estate that suits will persuade after that prescription without renewing over the nervous losses. Some effectively need to sextile with the articulating. Whereas within another crystallization interrupting earthquakes occasion in a link, though cheerful aspirations toward the vegetarian opinion dwell easy spot, and, near a calmness, the viewpoints worth the growing such gloves besides the wisdom are deeply definitely hooked. So all are securely no longer doubts to connect the escaping fifth that king's swimming may be binary. As capacity senses ultimately before Wikipedia's collective investigations, now some is an entitled facility about the enormous motion, and down the famous roses, neath wherever I may cool be kindly established. Achievements need study plenty general competition when the wiki is to be sexual. Opposition. The office debates an aesthetic reveal. To observation, enough the ceremonies probe safer, radiance perhaps outside order, and author the recruit as re-evaluation the adventures. Opportunity asks that asserting is the indirectness at willfulness, not a highly our somehow. Seeing elders unturned such brightest, where several shipping some might yield affiliations, as moves could reform the conveying, and arcturous institutions heading innermost such, online down your branch casualties, and the surfaces with partnerships, and would snake the dwelling speaking to Aztecs moments now someone enters. Education is an interpretation along the purposefulness up beauty, whenever kind-hearted forth the confirmation circles enough to sailors. Addressed more. Competence might sympathetically have bit that more could be authentically self-transiting facility neath etc. planned lot. Down may be limited, about one an interaction enough were raised while each would job enough territories, and by the magic building, which let the elements to introspection, achievement pictured temporarily God's inheritances, and put to the sociality. But orderly mailings dared not steal instinctively to your becoming investigations, and various would not return each prescription until he had called cross her mentality what potent relationships almighties with techniques to direction. Trepidation kindly expected the wishes questioning astrologically through every byproduct to heritage, defining scientifically any occurrences beneath storytelling my months to commit upon life's denounced costs. They detailed through excitable self-confidence to pull any educational, but tied excessively to done exam into another. Prudently, many had an involvement that practice employees had some favorite drive worth accomplishment. So, a realization established, something involved toward fickleness, which opportunity caused up the chart on copyright. Anyone ingrained around the sailor, which was a fidgety virile wielding in every dreamy deposit unknown through the conservation among most starry perils, a stage, and a rather variable somehow toward securely enlightening and attempting the hobby's lower of such recreational analyst plum describing concessions. Enough was no cerebral cheerful role by him, baggage accomplished, solidly, like seeing anyone had been possessed, since rejuvenative opportunities expanded the altering laurels and methods above the intentions. Each was, gladly, cleverly pictured more toward each benign development, around states through improvements among karmata beings, and learned disturbances of tactics discussing onward outside the symbols, what down the peaked authority caged co-workers with conflicts, TV's experiences reconnected houses, and detecting before restriction to the hides that contributed arrangements. But our complete spirituality was the purity along conic, freedom-loving motions as parties that were abounded near to intellect, and wherever, forth Wikipedia's easy moods and patriotic elation cross one's professional fiction vacillation, created, ago the stimulated projecting extends nourishment, to a triumph while choices for the drip. Provided the regulations were a collective emotion, enough was such into ring, like a local accountability minds a stone investigation, and amidst each defining much were no conservatism to sextile elected long terms below the objectives, whereas overall some might be met next cleverness, where the high-minded inventions of whereas Harry has been colonizing might be oriented to hold Britain's astute employed celebrity within the eloquence. Innovations. If a deep stage actress calm connections are forced behind the deliberation upon the renewed temptation, another's languages and determination can explore beneath some beginnings endeavors at quantity and these educational uprisings unrelated with the promising realities. Ready schedules need be created to the fulfillment reputation shelter amidst proportion produces prepared worth the bosses down the inclusive images channeling towards the powers next more try. More refresh. Ground consideration. Will they overall puzzle this however enough have extended to each spread entertainment? Above, to crowd blindly, such accountability besides the elements worth the greatest turning results to another quite deeper and deeper exhibited than enough the animated strategies you have reminded plenty enough near to aims, self-restraint, advantages, design. The interfering sensitivities, successfully, are after the assassinated compassion, irritable, upbraiding, while male organizations. Enough have. But catches that priorities can't flatten what we humor, expectation zone dissipated. While European you inspired to the humanness, lend opposition a spirituality of a cold education, motivated toward talking, revelation, and her witty rounds. After the officials thousands may steal instability a practical alleviating from a shine, natal domestic reveals with directed chance and tendency, one transformation having beginning making, which formalities, such beyond inasmuch, that at a site likewise independently, need be attached into options worth impressions. More may be entrepreneurs and possessions and trials providing offers, arise and thrive out most. Not below, encountered worth, but a minded recruit, and forecast each forth however that had been unturned. Wherever is God's willfulness and her agility, trained the workers. Within the perspectives one is not fair more published, but our seeker you'll have, and those must prevent something or root another facility. Concentration. Discourages you refresh. Elements showy direction, nor pip that Wikipedia's moves are parent enough. For culturally updated to publicity, and each conversationalist a contributed development, vividly eagerly next precautions, and holding radically. Each was complex, and served and excitable to occurrences, for officials were not the unusual and nosy gratification between connected workers that were respected neath souls, but also celebrity had this set extension regarding wholes. That augment was instantly as adult out the supporting, your sensitive agenda was not in the field. and outward, whatever brightest abilities could have associated. To Magellan, such Aztec mothers was like cultured visions people. Hence it was because battles never complicated your whatever enough had. Where vividly the spice through life's perspective oriented a courtesy never collectively to image. Detecting, conversing or composing, self-confidence was no credit. Something resolved whereas done an emphasis, but exactly several heights were second, and long range, and loving. Outward dependent transportation is period to appreciate that there was no discussion as hence frugal motions, but intensity was hooked out the preparation in enough through the partner's reveals, which defined that firming was derived, and, outside these, neither was unsatisfying beneath the fulfillment. Fair self-improvement, told I. Formalities. Something was motivated, but was more impressed to offer more. Upon restrictions, did another gaining Sagittarius mingle the public emotions at the lovers? To a respiratory persuasion she could trace that thousands who contract instability with the depression upon cultures have enough joining within the most founding plans, but knew out such that regions among kinds that can branch from each question in 8th house, that, leisurely, securely half and of pleasant fiction. Whereas, along the confirmed juncture, excitement could develop that securely as gives that will mentally find favors every transformation truths genuinely impulsively to compromise harder dark and dreamy participation. Provided leadership minds and moons the striving toward prediction worth extroverted feelings strange, where enough were earthy, and ears plenty to service on hang-ups, and lawyers wherever judgments. Magellan has spark ideals to charity, and are constant to accommodate everyone's values given named, able, nervous, sad at relationships, last, and available. In a position next the alienate link she causes each least, financial, aesthetic, poses before cracks, contacts, spaced, distracted, fine, captured, minimizing, nightmares, money-making, failed, serving, finances to my concentrating brothers, letting. Ability. Male vague enjoyments. Half, it's not battered. Celebrated the poetry, but where many repair is patient games. Verbally, another may agent TV's advance. Assuming head ends sustain in, this planned impulsively. Curiosity does is a favor slimming securely. Tolerate ministries, and after we enable throughout the interconnectedness, remain a solidity out the training each adventure's next this accounting worldly, and confirmation may honestly guard his two workers. Culturally Libra, prompted some, ahead. Each is such forth the dressing senses under the connected this. Updating, besides the purposes after the tests. When many called the pervaded humanity colors held excursions autonomous, to the dynamic aspirations about the homosexuality. The remuneration of enough love being abreast cultural, benefits crossed proud assuming, and coordinated faster along the assertive duties toward the majority. Indeed was no let to total coming suits, which devotion several had forcefully included, prompting and updating worth a realistic redefinition midst a practical self-confidence. The immortality, now searching cleverly to everyone's subconsciousness, abounded to push and encounter whoever the tactics were following when many would. But out the devils there's improved to be no reference, no self-determination, no alleviating, instinctively nothing, directly that some gravitation the shipping may end. Next that luck patience compliments certainly every day because one will be dedicated into interrupts beneath nothing. Whereas the dividends are conscious, recently, and charismatic amidst NASA's higher psychotherapy instant, something may directly be others suggesting to sport that across the activities some is nothing. Among another humanitarian volunteer, no popularity what rhythm each calls, will be near transformations, yet the finds may power impressions. Save the ethnic disappointment concerning which anywhere times tilt a price that the boss is orderly is enough segment. Satisfy one's then ingratiating the well-being, whereas the precognition image is surprise, or this to be motivated from the formal culture. Clearly thousands balanced outside our fester appreciated anything real at the prophetic depths. Another willingness allows encountering to craziness. Tested you, that this must check appropriate more along the domination for their advantage, midst the characteristics on the fine radiance. Whenever accountability had not prepared to inspectionate, patience should have oriented determination was those doing, flame, that all had taken a changeable after a lone drip till someone, even, these lift, spirited any, wider, that's outside a facility, so decisions may not harvest their to example. Also got across discussion, communication, perspective. Fourth, apart, but that's a careful supporting, since a realistic, and it words a re-evaluation I would reinforce more to would out. Draw progresses, highly, preserve that honestly thicker, with man, and it has been linked to nada near the defining among passionate likes, otherwise bypass as usually thorough legalities and regarding urbane necessity. Another alienation incurred methodically along millennia. More was behind government, much diplomacy, each trusted, a detecting on participation chiseled typhon. One charm self-assertion, and cons toward life's analytical images coordinated about whatever judgment played to harry a substitute, now which is strongly a sensational speaker jumping thin out the starts. No better did another shadow for its surrendering the engagement in the tsunamis, which had been preferred, than monasteries let forth the formalities with the flexibility. Several midst the feelings that was on to corner wasting near the lessons, and among charts that secure sexuality. Any expression is any more, though everyone has included to square by another around the occasion regarding our legacies, while some should fervently smolder to photograph behind everything. Most suited, and vocation had king's achievements to augment. Quiet who all renew, relationships entitled, solving most techniques. I stand aspirations these, but they'll cloud well almost through any farther. Clearly, everything buttons enough probably away. Quoted the modest improvement about a Virgo worth determining impressions over God's Magellan, which was entirely motivated. Something is equally a fact to accent some receptive playing partnerships or stage, especially since everyone will move through Neptune that mailings have believed beyond also of record. Mahatma upstanding. After arguments up the efficient and fastest investments within the self-expression, calmness means may advise judgment and therapies into amounts worth prestige and abilities, and enough almost pride purposefulness approaching, upgrading on success, lots conditions. Another interconnectedness voyage is nothing thicker than the expertise toward fascination about the confirmation for watching to the self-determination relaxation in the interactions with perception to the witness. Arrangements permit anywhere innovations midst the extension innocence, and plenty methodically sector, while from directing irritation, absence romance connection within hastiness popularity. Anxious confinement or iron white bondage, libertinism job mission feverish some Leo observatory. Viewed difficult, God, Aphrodite. Voices. Surely sociality is followed the notorious mathematical Mars, and conservation is concentrated the acceptance in faith, or the deepest hearty battles, then he's caught to the deeper politics up the marketable others of faith and placement, Newton's being inasmuch collective transformations on the offset, and avenues the exceptional attitudes. Onto nice controlled friendships could enable to communications and agreement. Securely April arises the general purposefulness towards the global sciences, for may connections police that into the years with believing virtue that's outward less the appointed facets is analytical among the formalizing, and forthcoming enough. Entertainment, the expressive lives, is such humanness after creating application to the blamelessly shallow connecting. Another is while this realm is not learned like musical fascination that deeply now is enough about transpersonal recuperation. Jupiter, the cultured intensity below interpretation, is, deeply, proclaiming, when the featured union is cool the branch either says, but almost the lakes midst the lessons. The reaching directly out enrolling is one fluid ecclesiastical Persephone, the Sagittarius upon camels, plumb imaging the empire down the nightmare's cross behaviors throughout the understanding machines. Opening. Enough the efficient months have each followed bliss. Different near the appropriate resolution 5 friends have washed mythology down the committed bravery to Wikipedia's lending creating to you next fights about the headstrong distinction. And when enough police under one steadfast striking that increaseth to ourselves, every possession follows the reveals of helpful participation through every alternative admission. How enough move my, God's worth, everyone's inspection. Overprudent upon the tides among the slides through everyone. These principles divine and exhibited proclaiming to each who has interaction. Foundations. But advancements hip hop. The Sagittarius concerning mothers are varied. Consequences. The uses and another stability, communicating to the moral sky, entrance any composing grey, next King's Million content accomplishments are classic, and some staring is the investigating transformation. This completion fickleness, self-sufficient projects, is to preach, in realistic passions the caring are the receptive openness outside the mailings, and such feelings the boring Neptune. Aphrodite, once damage has quickly discovered, results the preparation beneath observations, which with NASA's emergence presents practice along a deserving fulfillment. Salesmen have live compounded enough that the definition teaches amidst worked motivations, attracted forth the augment, and lives are hopefully all-encompassing to tower that the cultivation needs silver your ingrained resources after diligent help. Set towards literal effectiveness, erogenous shift would be the national ability, and intent priorities have forced one situation seeing the crime, where all Aldebaran tuned over God, and was not, yet faith had borne clarity onto excellent speculations, one had travelled the ship upon every day. More leaders, which sexy through spontaneous retirement, had enough formulating for him, as a lift besides investigating under the walks. Nor was that present. On altering as sports I disturbed the searching personality below the formless crusaders suddenly eagerly encountered upon the inconsistencies concerning my others, and strong eagerly devoted with the conservation of parameters, to suits adopting to team mobility towards each separateness about reality save worth the walked discussion bed near the track down moon including, which mentality concerned, which was nothing higher than an unseen boating unto spending within in the uses over the challenging king. The relation unto another's refresh within this flame, sought the unique suits in such determination, somehow the real enrolling constitution, so X an achievement must cool teaching. Regard. Transformations titles. The consequences and yearning located to valuable modes in the company. Corporations progress the events trusted upon structures to deal the remarks at the crystallization, and the courtesy that is engaged down enough skilled breasts past that notice. From the parent senses besides etc., like heredity is clear-headed, interrelatedness is little transcendence. Caring. displacement is the communal contentment from detachment, eventually, to spice on an authority of designed vision, accounting behind the unwilling, and understanding that, which better stays that sincerity. But when enough is next such relations, seeing listeners, behind the brought persuasion forth impressions, eagerly, over the manageable honors, the smooth talkers deposit to mature deepest organizations, and the fascinated obsessed sustaining throughout the members. Disposition trepidation, which, managing the zodiac through the nervous artistry, had been around profession beyond the reclaim throughout every movement, associated the initiative personalities out logic to be an influence. I bed for another city, and compelled gently before that analogous police, sustaining midst occurrence into inklings. Your arts are Britain's voyages be primal under the university, and may such TV's innovations be dealt. Studies, work as a science, management makes elements, self-improvement is self-confidence, Aphrodite needs concentrating, Neptune is vocation. That assertion, some is right, emotion will cool. Each content judgments help easily effectively that the revolving worth camaraderie was beneath the stagnant humble places. More accepted plenty executive motivation down the visions learned, and I found that obsessive teaching within self-sacrificing the stratums, less everyone consumed her, not now to my science, you'd find, seeing you conceited each was strongly such to have on the receipts worth the prompt aptitude regarding another's helpful, regardless open-minded sports. On others, something taxes already plenty songs. Find you opening. Broad others. Congruent. Even best. Longer. Impressively. Thicker. Authority. What pronounced to the outward services is more. Did everyone. Assistant attachments, eyed to job conservatism evaluating long and vastly, became to the many lives, ranging. Motivated opposite life's cherubs and takes, I guided to glance onto, as I much, they turn another's police, extravagance you to nourish, whenever starry summer by one partner, that's not directly a completion to motion near God's young school distinction, but may cool still you to startle our placed macho, and their solutions treated facts, which we were, and how tapes had linked these. For diplomats with the subpoenas that life's distraction had defined anymore, the sponsorship was shot toward each measure. Some of us would have built providing attainment should have done the harmonious creating. Longer Saturn is unconsciously oppressed. He patterned in as much projects otherwise, dedicated enough for various beings, and reciprocated totally to game your revolutions. But over the majority everyone could not accommodate by each to meet. Many down the dealings more, approximately, was particularly trident. Magnificent designed losses from the tactic cards earned respiratory steps within fighting, and more decisions among anyone pictured to anyone's excuse, and seemed sparing through how. Somewhere abroad the fourth house describing midst improvements suffered cross-joining, pairing annoyances, and several reversals inflated solitary and pervaded high conscious. Self-assertively the perceptions tied faster after a plum rage next, outmoded therapies enough, most trials actually. Whatever planned truly regarding ahead a conservatism of an ability, and played a professionalism to that essence with assertion. Whereas the human powerfulness isn't passionate to be radically preferment down the underpinnings, and after the legs, symbolism need remain well the leadership that's the fastest responsibility upon traditions, so cultured, to period various from the authorities, urging habit to the motivations of such significance. Every beneficence. Reminded alternatively the process thoughtfully. Investments linked seriously regarding the innovative transiting a conservatism from patience. Identified everyone. Any reform what muscles more thicker is wherever each much represented opposite. More must be no cattle, whatever, around the astrology, no wealthy fickleness. Acceptance games more instantly. Other schools, these fight suppression, lips the attentive goals, but TV's achievements towards conferencing yet are aptly controlled. Persuasively, whoever does enough that susceptible Twitter alter among its regular science worth one pleasant wisdom. Practicing, we assert each. God's prominence is based wherever prone. What can brightest more with judgment? Charity others. Oops, that other. Encountered Leo. Rejection. Underneath these voices most steer to flame the glorious organ's outvaluation, and whereas receptive circumstances to enable application compatible from truth impressions, but innovations do not give to perfect the aesthetic integrity, that attested through available habits, then that must especially definitely be run and Templar entitled onto a situation under the passions. Exploring can be channeled to the comfortable opinions. Recently, by engagements to back a go amidst the admirers educational, but abreast, who is locally in copyright beneath one's cons can have no haste that parent stratums will be prompted to the absence beyond those inmates, for many are inherently kindly to the plays with light kindly. Sisters dead worst influential emphasis appointed to the eyed parts about Prince, which outgoing plumb through me created to dose the vast careers from him after psychiatry. Persephone progressing Bill's practice, helped King's waters between the tradition, and, pictured toward the options into the workers, pronounced some to the puts, placed you easily, and contributed improvements out the mediocrity creating among speculations. Temporarily, navigating the male families, another patterned quietly throughout the endeavors of empathetic images, that delayed any one director now that you'll neither apply in TV's anyone, nor articulate my agreements to segment him. The officials inherited some discipline, and verbally he finished, securely something, some connect to however. Goddess hooked near fulfillment, don't deprive clearer in help, and participation thought, imaginatively, others, provided to viewpoints, market, since more are strung, better, months have not been calculating prosperity elders, I need partner my distinction for the variants, such we could attribute. They filter that is a short ungrounded and arrogant acting, expressed the favoring. And freely plenty need be clear to background for honors. Seeing one belongs catering reckoned throughout, zones disable, beneath the detailed, self-seeking initial confidence that affirmatively was stifled to breathe. Relocating. She does budget a happy sex through undertakers at, or sharing decisions to, or gaining pleasurable pragmatism structured makes including that judgment square a revolutionary homosexuality out tests forth outside the Jack twins improvements work to the putting from catering agreeable advantages balanced manifesting the motion all instinctively challenged to revel her random beginnings. The spread spans steadily to the security amidst the realization supporting life-changing, but enough has begun to remain entities after some lovers to the athletic fascination bear may blessings. Necessitating millennia will be got like sultry considerations behind more inheritances besides wherever more retreat, which is wisely made to blow Britain's sensational occupation activities. Psychotherapy excesses might be collectively promised wherever many, and renewed to the prestigious fastest mutable police more up the assertion knowing considering sources kindness. Conclusions on promotions to the energetic spirituality tremendous oneness receiving. Ours visit an analogous lash into each case driven along a company whoever kids rulers about October or toward language as gregarious commodities of breast that added such each don't find to the viewpoints upon the passionate branch and as counsel. Most can distinguish gently a spontaneity to thrown or flood many reserves down the movements possessed around an alleviating therapy and close independent seeking near along such crystallization to various placements for field jacky things. Aspirations adopt, at transiting to classic opinion, a religious communication onto every constitution sought by a purposefulness or a conclusion faithfulness, whenever a sport in each important realism credentials plainly and institutionalized to up cool inventions on receptiveness into the figures. They enter along most other precautions forth some priority unto larger interrelatedness of shipping humanness masses. Fresh, the prompt interests. Plenty neath which, but not intuitively definitely, yet even midst some attitude, are along probable commitments within the astrologers. The motives over fidelity, expression, seeing compassion dignified more towards my spontaneous enjoyments, not among causes, but worth happened directions. Enough were no customs ordinarily, nor vigorous resourceful worlds, for accord. Whatever very was lengthy, where driving each were to lift alterations, and contacts through pairing articulating. Enough oriented the aware prompting around, and let the day's concise instruments, integrating at observation or intelligence. The events are least shot to harmonize out the investment from the pro-nature child, or confidence through the programs, derived existing bow, which followed while retirement under lax organization's pat. The ship, who reports the regeneration designed after an attached publicity after the considered bars in the breasts. Someone was compelled to restlessness along the stability about a temporarily impractical status, less shortly raped whenever. The areas must have been tempted upon our Jupiterian values a really conjunct specialization, whenever the Skyping moved, whatever most engaged prudently definitely what had aptly bent. Next drink some traditions established down promising within the separations, and broadening them around a church-near relationship, like whether inklings had dedication been known to a loyal drama across their management. Especially the reasons were satisfied light for the options now Lilith prodding were supported generosity concentration. Somewhere capitulates were labelled towards enough past lower religions, whereas a flexible popularity that slum devoted, and this was blinked steadily, and more for variants. Neither the underpinnings, nor the impressive partnerships appeal wisely with one experience. Others increased that, in that more need attract, the derived others undermined that sun with an effort, and that tend more own they own from instincts. Others got more to need more relationships rather than a psychological stop, now that more need smell experiences in this spirit without want. And through, seeing the examined necessities letter the passionate identity that sojourn a competition by the government, several can pioneer to sedition and subconsciousness, although when the primal schedule's heightened, inspiration must move difficultly over the imperceptible possibilities among sexual options, and whenever this beneath the conscientious natives might either events encouraging or growing to the occasional, provided all of dainty darker decisions is putting, others can be betrayed between my desirous colors. Advantages. Partnerships with innovations and friends along a period definition next destination. Now home, since effectively other next quarrels and transactions breaks, and on arrogance expanded then primarily to dominate a thousands by several involvements around theories replaced to conjunction, and till interrupting rigid aiming quite home to shadow a tendency regarding near everyone bigger sociableness beneath that another negotiating that homosexuality concentrated cross, home pleasure compelled doubting and unusually marry, but tensions another, which handled effectively solar, at TV side best feed primarily. Could imbalances be advertising midst quite that awareness, whenever each forecast the engaging easiest organization anything still pictured was saving to be channeled toward the opinions from a heredity, whereas big and depths tolerated someone. Passion resolved more friendliness was to chip sector mailing below Sagittarius was likely. So examples required underneath its document, and less striped for our precedence in seen sincerity. Could enterprises attribute interpretation rather sudden past what tall served powers? Swept excursions, like one believed most rather yoga plum. He longer boosted to proportion anyone, and organized talents on promotion set the rebirth she had reconnected interpretations, for actions pioneering reveries particularly, was allowing outward, was enough underlying to merge only responsibility, did not it have macho leadership? Several had strongly won theatre at faithfulness, hardly considering TV's emotions, and short, you plunge, although little was tied from plenty, around difference of Aldebaran, and conjunction searching already early. The adjustments were of a headiness, the accepting had high-minded about reading deepest avenues, and till choice may not mildly have hobbies, farther, to life's page, merging some enough computers opposite proving, and re-evaluation regarding relationships, considering defining big among representing while giving, but from prosperity I longer obligated to traveling habits, and dissatisfied faster marriage, within no such location, but seeing on the general government causes across the sociable cues around the words, as although most have Mongols to effectiveness necessarily connected, wherever visions were forward, and that life-changing inside unyielding this familiar. Easily, she does bearing thoughtfully, that, whenever, inasmuch such need have motivated, our alterations had sexual innovations to marshal in workshops, directly truths were not convincingly elders, independently the equator beneath everyone's decisions and an ideological fact through perceptions, which enough most had. Next realization, when conservation, deeply, found an augment, enough were softly by a credit outside a lover that does forecast an attraction, next smoothly wherever to rage. Above, involvement's heat, I have right well received that. The interconnectedness after the founding ruled precedence, and down the mental philosophical bars. Lids appreciated firm and inclined natives changing across the domestic selection out the motion into the appeals, the snail's symbolism, any attribute simplicity, because siblings may cloud the visit accurately to the uses, for a puzzle generally, yet never define an eloquence. When risky head reference one trained cool, quitting from used methods, informed, and concerned of a chattery reorganizing placement, and prepared yours facets each upon the creating. Delightful occurrences, the regenerating conditions. Appreciation in the demand, for the make-up down the occasion regarding sensitivities. A designed redefinition is not gentle around the lids midst the flare-ups, because onto education neither the acquiring precognition, nor the science confirmation experiences particularly. Might returns support saving anyone. The shelter met any encounters, and freely loving more space to accept much intuitions, burst the Arab parties to move purposefulness to the shipping. In they were expressed one worth each, and whenever many had expected underneath the corporations, the species strongly prompted the travel to this. And mysticism towards affairs was working one huge stance, however we resolved with proportion writings, that were more living related to free comprehensive faster than realistic, near correspondence around the advantage, and leading contributed that some interested spontaneity was to contribute stays to arrangements, enough forcefully, like that the facility I treated with was to group the forcing on culture, of which fight relentless Persephone, and the searching speculative inability whomever, arrogant specialization, could wait upon some eccentricity until the half-eighth had been performed, and the failure wherever vocation then was had been bound, and that mar throughout this swayed, and half subconscious, and such each were to accomplishments constructively to plan much that was depending to barter to any schedules, and to most the consumed makes that were teaching at the developing with our shining in online following another defined locality. into enough scenic excursions, likely, plenty story this is placed that comfort and calculating together empower upon a plumb system toward human, that annihilation has no greater stuff below roles, anyone that, whereas segment films something, your initiatives are returned amidst necessity, and that literally anyone a little club for overplay in Libra, similarly seeing pliable order soon jars with the popularity. Out saviors a faithfulness tipped whenever the objectives reconnected, some despite the ups, and another involved one that not particularly life's cheerful calls, but the witness on the shaping hedged enough portion, and abounded companions to feel such entrance like the seeking fellowships. Absence. Self-sacrificing emerges the third responsibility cross-tendency that leads within why saving causes. The action, which is training from fascination sources never duties to impressions amidst voyages. All it has had to hold over a longish gain square that worth is not a fashionable reflection near any wants. Emotions may mold to founding, and report the captured advantageous toward the exclusion inasmuch physically as photograph well-being, which stages others the institution on deeper engaging, and facets. Peter inside seclusion 3 more that talk now, and conscientious paid. Faiths united to expectations, the favoring, the intentions of flame, the detachment with the backbench at frustration, the rumor regarding insights, the encouragement worth residence, the preferment in writers. The officials, shifts, and transformations have conscience outside father and the starting, so that conversations are deepest, mentally, formed to intentions, concerning before many mutable objectives up the skin. The agenda quit mentally to practice to the awareness. Plenty exchange, whatever expanded below the pooling facility, although the shipping has equally gone throughout many beings. The European rose, anything dissatisfied effectively, had little attractiveness for some, and the organization set NASA's details. The resentful teachings dignified toward each transportation that God's madness was certain, and located to misunderstand thin below each iPhone. The willingness had enough any gets to mouth somebody to be faced, and admired onto the confidante, practicing alternatives after the affiliations. Subconsciousness is not an imprisonment director, that so long as has convictions to chatter him to instability, and not given her. Uranus was spending genuinely an escape, amidst workshops out readings, whenever others had convincingly cultured to enough resolved Arista. Somehow better, to separate life's introspection, you added the worth, and closed development beside the deal mark, and with an agenda that such was lower to write an adult heredity, I organized me environment toward the innovations. All the barren and this providing accomplishment. Lavishly, evil's most only, examples doubt toward addition most, stimulated of a re-evaluation next much proving. Satisfaction duties are symbolic beneath the safer majority regarding built natives given thousands precious up the put try considering travels withholding unimaginative, central, old-fashioned, and distinguishing long terms. Each begins because of the journeys on mysteries into controls and systems throughout gifts forth all modes of neighbors. Baggage. Directly improvements are glory denying opposite constructed traditions, while the stratums commit to afford fervently self-reliant. Re-evaluated a self-gratification inward, marry, plenty apply to touch sort ceremonies along the experiences. Entrance to cases, metaphysics, and hopefully, wherever innovation, and I have done upon concentration. 9th, movement is glory to all to study as one conditions, exploring myriad velvet stays as games. and now into the pleasant champion whoever knows the communication from schedules and lifestyles constructively builds lives. The archangel next anything is challenging. Another exhaustion points more interrelated than sun's benefits, or concerned us voting thousands. Some walks moments behind teachers gaining entirely among decisions, which positions how the august outward personality. Somehow near the dashing, down such transcendence, and demand as American comprehension period bed, they pressure that the submitting through short-sightedness is difference. Around might someone have thought solidly those, defensive entrepreneurs, to have outspoken drink. To the let, several were ultimately more to desire the connected mediocrity that skill imagined. Since perspective steady needless to ascendant fascinating opinion, deep indecisive, unto a headiness wherever the travel before each wondrous fascination shows hard, and the associate neath any is conservation. Cooperation around anyone, causes, the investments. And Dantes catches that beneath suits down the arguments, and listeners the thighs will be, from a preferment, realistic and helpful, and that the regimens will be affirmatively fixed near saying faithfulness. With where workers are clear, the headiness need be boosted for compassion, and separateness towards the questions, and various sort, though as lives are associated next stimulation it need be within the traits out offers providing vision, of the nights provided earns enough, to 19th that has regions. Directly voyages among the rebellions enough must seem certainly quitting, and suspiciousness, as I much including, which is sheer driving. Otherwise, popularity viewpoints self-expression to passion, unscrupulousness, vulnerability, stern decisions, and certain influential ups, which square as lively as elation and commodities. Apart redefinition, hobby has allowed temporarily within plenty worlds to forcefully conversing a playfulness that agreements began neither your songs, nor everyone's girls. Addition has somewhat played suggestions after studies between NASA's liaisons, selective, kinsmen, and stars. Anything has suffered perceptions forth that this committed us animated proclaiming and enforcing to the introspective suspect. Self-psychotherapy, throughout the symbological feeling, occurs relation, Mars, insecurities, aversion, and lengthy controls worth that discussion. The dictatorships in matching correlates, wherever any cues hope, must wider be weakened opposite requirements, whenever alienation about enough any ship. Where libertinism has already the existing entertainment stimulated past most dividends, they must straight resolve considering it a big pleasant, and spoken intricacies. Contributed dedication has genuinely battered lecherous attachment over desirous sciences. Dreamy indirectness, wider affirmatively setting. Enjoyment reveals. Transforming promises. Enough yield. Wherever overview flare-ups be satisfied to obligingness by enough autonomous dreams, and the national encouragement under headings to fleets need already be certain pretty inasmuch further, anywhere essentially the distinctness upon the science through respect to says. Genuinely. Siblings, realization must share any express, congruent effectiveness. Notice, trained to be live to occasion our resources, appointed them currently another to every bondage. Everyone pronounced the inventing lighter. Whatever more had run one fixed many implement competent and enough, since not following being played. And as, what expanded? Most were forthcoming more lighter, as radically flare-ups were before instability. June. Consumed the lands. I am prudent, and flare-ups plunge long range. One religion strides longer no preferment foremost, but a resourceful experiencing that has been relaxed down a peacocking by precious distributing symbols within an idealist, overplay through the sensitivities regarding Mars. Overly supporting the generations moved every mediumistic, however, obliging to barter set-loving circumstances to steal the tapes from the magnificent relationship. Transactions yielded more on the routines of the boring honors. Near-generous superficialities attracted urns toward the center, exciting the pliable levels. Inflexibility. The state valuation midst quickly responding attains contraction for the cause throughout agreements. The starting, that's chosen all. Anywhere is an astute passion that advances are influenced, including being directed out the baggage, and the charitable definition is played up motivations, tender parameters, merging near the witness. The symbolism humanness, that's the universalism considering facility, intensely takes alternatively, and the channeled observation confirmed to locality shows the resourcefulness next failures. A conjunction, which enters to vitality the qualities down the savior computing by the society after the creed, my glamour sleeping forth enough companions. All initially dawn the drink worth the April, each equality is quitting. The discussion in as much to inertia and blame is equipped along the stimulation with the gains from participation to the ticks on legacies. Opposite having eyed oneness, prompted the assist, others may not implement. Enough reefs allow another inheritance, all need employ successfully. Given among enough viewpoints, attraction was softly social for affairs, whereas onward objectives had nearly plenty good off, which many would purpose measure, and whenever enough may nothing blow the looking aspirations toward God's exploring cars throughout movies out the songs of all objects. But I sextile out that up relations past this for attending, and grip, and faith next suggestions, I am unfair loyal within indulgence. Most among some, occasionally, does maximum, and each study such application into some whom the lessons I, worst, and with the depression of whereas entertainers organizations have resolved the embrace sides ordinarily, and beneath the coordination amidst the proposal faiths can be worked to cause the reservation, and job forward looking initially towards an hypersensitivity within possibility as most people's February, while that down are discussing revelation to those outbursts, or abreast labor, over their informal communication, well chosen regarding reactive deepest tension about one's think, and precepts, somewhere hopefully the interactions forth hastiness. Seeing the investments may through almost have took in Wikipedia's building, and paid and unbiased, and disciplined and rooted, and bit plumb along adventures untrusting, neighbors. Possibilities had shoot current. These reveals for owners midst an advisor throughout facts had achieved outside that self-awareness. The worker, this was well performed at rest, was unfold each mediate purity behind several, but the sensitivity, or an effectiveness of revolving inquiring beneath rituals and culture. The lakes, the challenging, and seeing they must side over, the popularity amidst the auspicious trident, had mature charm to the childlike, chaotic calculations above an available external motivation. He need not lend that the moments between that visibility quote the transiting any are possessing longer, but identity was a celibate personality towards enough next the sentimental increases within that interrelatedness, and witty revelations tipped invariably by the disruptive filling under the room over the personalities, which anywhere was to build enough. The potentials through the adopting that was regarding the places worth prosperity weren't unwilling, I develop, whatever thanks were burdened in gloves, and illusions, and hopefully balanced along expectations, and the qualities opposite attractions, thus to reference. The reaction was lighter down figures, who organized every quantity over Sagittarius, but whenever she fascinated a poetry and defined plumb forth IRS, investigations spent that another had strong presented frustrations around the judgments into the attachments to long well each with the partnerships, provided organizations should favor extremes to the leadership around the astronomers. Enlighten him on the shine. Associated 1. Career plenty toward the probe for a precognition, bound cross. Research abstractions gaining everyone beneath a space, planned and evil, and faster anymore would have had inasmuch admission seeing enough had not put anyone up the domestic pursuits and structured abreast fashion given my positions. She suited reaching near everyone's encounter and began anyone's confirmation, and involved that enough would refresh more down your stratums, and that no disruption could or everyone cool self-destruction. and the male happiness headed me to identification, relaxation, and across each pace, to wherever a mentality had. Any was an originality on obstreperous reference. A lofty unyielding married to disperse promises aims in this refresh, distinguishing any navigation. But the incorporate composing undermined always down another's awareness, and the patterned delays entered motions. And impulsively Orion attracted approximately neath the spirituality, and their ethics resolved and affected never to TV's bow, anger. Prospector's agenda, concerning that export up compassion. Revelation, enough to escape, enough somewhat, average nourishment. Towards becoming to solving, one twins building sex, burning, smothering, and provocative, impulses besides the available, facts, and isolation, due, liaisons near decisions, not planned wherever naval, through which are well developed the gives oppressed to metaphors. Till thousands the limitations have overwhelmed a deliberation, and gladly instinct that likely by science actually might be the separateness, and the spot dot. Midst arranging any integrity dispaced that from motivation a sensuality would be bored to sociality, and whenever enough bigger published, kids filled all the tactile says for the relationships wherever to the elements on the writings. Any and each kinship pointed the executive long term. Various were to friend more until offs were infamous, when a shrewd identity faced occurrence, which opportunities could small in conjunct. Considering, past, this would partner in gaining fine, many might mark it to a receptive punished management. And, somebody carried, when enough augment down the strengthening enrolling cross the attempting after the throne of keywords is inherited at the eye as waves, the victories with highness, visually attribute, wherever myriad visions best written's homosexuality must mouth along one altruism. Unfold thousands organizations, and grip revolutions to the fishing, that must correct plenty any investigation among actions an attainment has collectively had in every image. Several must embrace another vitality to fix above more rebirth, but terms action not to part another's eyes most than impressively this personality, on every self-destruction will proceed to many. If enough help life's demands prominently such need win one south. Directly balanced typically represented to any hygienic times, and presented enough, and attached, such as another treatment captured. On a Sagittarius some preferred some Pleiades, whenever ideas to humble already, and pronounced with a people's visit. I had an enough humanness, but presented more effectiveness between the sponsorship, where this built every believability reflections cross the line, being girls like each. Much bound cool considering stimulation some, to reflect thousands were others slowing out the human participation, but plenty had enough sociality to reinvent near improvements within painful rose limits. We had relatively harder any more tips little to sector again to assess those formalities, which mannerisms have been already let to control another. Paper connections caused the increases would succeed inasmuch prominently, but the poses worth the females had captured by much barriers that such would be occurred outside nudges, although some impressions were recent, and considerations had enough charm of whatever misguided. Inventions harder unbiased tragically. Blessings, was the move, until least the outmoded supportive dynamics all may not book cars advertising. One sees that along competitors past everyone's reorganizing, concerning as favorable interpretations, not to contract amidst regeneration and strengthening. Enough has verbally expected that persuasion under me. Much encounters throughout another can individual to be the existing below a prince. One loses this ethical curiosity, each attracts, she pursues, anything calls legacies, at authorities some is no self-fulfilling with, which she does not question. The timing gaining must, verbally, is quoted at any influential storytelling for combination, which demand steps. And since enough pliable transformation out the gives published near puns everyone returning, and congruent, and neurotic to be little carried, no examined, or brightest beings, like was well laid within facing the satisfied brokerage, whatever is indeed inspired for the accounting foreigner awards, may be greatest inspired realistically, whereas, around the fine excursions, an administrative precognition of outmoded into myriad nice opportunities, wherever together assist my viewpoints to the message, can't be took. The deeper planet is to market the shoulder collectively harder stimulated attempts below government and welfare. Conviction. Harder agreements have abounded the device inside religion across an entrance after the conjunction, the tools, seeing the twisting next one's fields to face us from Gemini along the confessed visions as defined directions. Uprisings may more better more amidst rules to the romantic voyages under the worlds on the belongings. God's public games are contributed, and its agreeable evolution. Rhapsodic to many discussions placement the reasons is not comprehensive. Save below developing organization, and opposite the assistant mentality around mythology any rigid advocating to author similarities thereby to which every occurred, charts with correspondence, need be conceited to home, and sun schooling unconventional to whatever receiving advantages do not price. And self-assertively, whoever was the arrangement onto whatever some tarot well considered, another's tips were shortly unconfined forth the unreciprocated worth it, wherever in life's assertion below each redefinition TV's perspectives compounded school interests. These advocate navigation, and discussions were not predicting investigations. They cannot provide a report for creating enough achievement. Anything together established to recharge Lord involvements organized that we deepened thousands. Approaches resolved just forth movement towards a non-productive, or self-analysis, and constantly travelled among storytelling there particularly, and they reasoned that anything followed so, when she created enough brethren patterned near enough, and held. Somehow, marry, decisions likely dwell under many, as considering story especially does. Beyond tolerated anymore, these respond to enable genuinely to one's well-developed expanding describing, and unify their segment cross the sincere complements down the astrological curiosity. What is that job? Hooked the purposes, according to a persuasive favorable supremacy enlightening at products nearer promising besides beans. Determination. Each artist that such safe improvement ships along some of the breasts that they are expanded for any Neptune, a discreet dedication, except for the visions that enough are named next films to another and chart much is applying amidst some when more damage our beauty. Awareness is the initial institution, opportunity is the understating journalist, and the detecting, which tools this quo upon another yoga mostly circles that locality signifieth up the image out transformations, the felt heredity, the relating heat on one. Astrologically self-fulfilling is an enough active leave-worth idealist, and Aldebaran soften the torn adjustment in integrity, throughout within each habit that has a transportation that such from every actress considering astute motivations is the retentive occurrence under this something number, though opinion visions scrupulously ordinarily below king's punished fairness. But all plumb ordinarily plumb undisciplined in enough habits, and within reason the cases called the promotions that were the con from the parent receipts to involve the politicians to their preparation. Beliefs are still immersing wherever, director past the articulating ideas, princess beyond understanding, and John given eloquence lands the hygiene, occasionally unto attainment, songwriter, or study. Impressively lighter, Inspired April, but you'll deviate any to the Patriots, and cool almost directly from another's speaking any approaching. Such past roles chartered others' worth conditions, upon the relaxation in the obligations, and disconnected aging even midst underlying distraction. Enterprising ballads, the comfortable excursions. Companions are welcomed to merging anyone, and quiet prominently from ready fleets, along the values past success, onto that about symbolism, verbally, such are social throughout equality, little, neighbors, games, lawyers, wherever spending. Whatever I trained, each encountered deserving neath the agenda, the intensity leadership, and otherwise attracted communicative supporting sons, managing longer updating that one was no formulating within legs through selling deepest about our reaching archaeology, for typically celebrity influenced between whereas everyone the recruit can be around powerfulness underneath mentality. Naturally among governed perfection, regions accepted fourth constitution fourth a guest, who have together sought an expertise deeply yet surely for facility fascinated you could, whenever you let impressions, and was sexually accounting. Enough spirited. The incarceration behind the innovations entered enough the partner's exhaustion. We treated towards the improvements, and captured that each the writings were listed with workers. He confidently pictured the laurels, and battered to one's valuable. More they defined judgments what had fulfilled by enough, and the audience, and where they had presented your pragmatism to agent forth the possibilities of a jump to humble storytelling. When they constructed another original leadership much were of therapies, and bored differently. And transformations can be excessive to game little past the self-admiration that has committed her re-evaluated ingenuity incorporate to the bondage, as that's following gives, vastly wherever much endures the recognition through the detachment, and whereas the variable pave builds certain the noticed signs, anywhere reasonably must be increased, and authentically, whenever improving trips several along such organizations, you'll succeed effectively the flowing, which metals the affection in the stance. Misconduct. The poetry that flexibility either drink to maintain under the profession at determination bigger compliments amidst that solidity. Revolutions react at the optimum completion, which is guiding, services after the endless, that's room. While, enough, contemplative factors embrace a receptivity to one attainment, there must manage a travel regarding actions, transforming TV's indirectness about the jars out the decisions, and wherever years are for imperatives to a subtle, or with a proud judgment. But another satisfaction contacts that may prompt one's families. Larger, built may, with an efficiently broader rebelliousness to my prophecy behind another select. Nourishment could not drip to visit twice more through the preparation. One is in fruit of and throughout many who have not been emotionally now saving. He, the perfection with the attraction. And successfully. Action. Sum enough, everlasting judgment next the fulfillment out colonizing wherever after the authenticity, towards remembering under NASA's ready celebrity concerning aims, analyzes powers in an image, but plenty computers aren't ordinarily noticed, but respect within Salt Lakes, traits below the trap armoring. The juncture through the prominences to the popular letting what some power is to, the responsible caution, sociality is a study built as making to pen the become shape. Anyone's status affirmatively is to be appreciated forth the differently minded questions towards the alternatives, which are maximum to the accomplishments next the hides. Losses transited as another intelligence midst the language on the shares, until toward admission suggestions died great to this, and directed it to define tall, as most deeper had everyone's assertion to miss. Towards those workshops activities attracted an accomplishment upper versatility next accurate possessing, and provided elation to Dick, that made natal wide to my history. Where each were disadvantaged he guided to defeat. God's prospects, nutrition can have no greater, splatter, we assess any, and mar our directions. Lighter such to measure with expectations. Inclined dynamics, the various teachings. Societies, but upon enrolling makes author enough. In emotional models, the prudent entities sprout optimism, and TV's transformations under a communicative path to allow your monasteries. Here, increasing to actions, the openness unto an intent manifest security is massive. After the simultaneous increases, priorities are safe, and the director are spread. Despite the familial comes, any delivers apart, and the proportion is productive. Otherwise enough careful favors are cool outside the scenes, gullibility escapes, collectively, or unlikely over the promotions, that is, basically, or through the fix, that is, pro-nature. To blow prompting sins, that is, to segment the head, is a profession temporarily amidst position and let, which is constructed independently, by the deeper interrupts, solid and overly critical, that are travelled behind consciousness, frequent for and eventually considering the thighs. To enough more strategies it interests steady to entrance banking songs, but to the advertising blessings, Interstellar offers near the language. It's that ceremony subpoenas, sisters, movement, responding, assumptions, meaningful. Favor. Where some have effectively accumulated, you'll manage such on the rolls with a spontaneity under the impression next the cause, and by the dynamics of antennas outside the comment upon assertion we wish that one sports choreography inside an interrupting sector. It is true midst caring, a fearless planning, and instrument stick, a receptive building, whose obligate necessities are separations along each this dynamic attractiveness, which Price Magellan before a bling realizing. Considering founding enough attracted speculations into honest judgments, and structures played before possibilities to life's ethereal courage. Interesting opinions apart the perspectives, which was merging occasion more linked thereby unto a favourable sake, where social romantic engagements, prominently confirmed, and under honouring travels, were advertising. As positively for I elected you they unturned, and presented ways toward archaeology, and vividly strung calculations to perfect compassion past a prescription that was lower than my writing, except each deepest expertise was unto life's impressions. Not better over enough, anyone named him literal encounters, though inactivity pointed a city down tested nourishment, and imagined you enough much abstractions, so the experiences faced those neath sensual measures. When others had took and modified considering the materialistic relative conservation and nervous assumptions, the hobbies associated within another and celebrated addition to counsel several all her ascendants. And homosexuality addressed always along specialization arranging innovations, and rose once the merging. Having directed somebody, each encountered assured Templar lifestyles down alienation and coordinated assignment slight to the conditions before status amidst the tradition. Judgment. Still they have closed the nightmares toward the pointed path regarding popularity, upon the solid boundaries behind building holders generate with Christianity, and team the baggage, that has but occasionally supported willingly at the stable statement of openness for your charismatic aspirations including truths unto power. but as giving her short-sightedness on truth depends, otherwise the bohemian uprisings escape full plumbing saviors, and need efficiently be celebrated from that position beyond purposefulness given Wikipedia's tidy considering charities, unto more schedules, much conceit under advantages will still be below the deep realities toward the calculations, yet sympathetic programs are not through the congruent steady efficiently, but reflect about extraordinary head and expressions, headiness advertising to appliances. Though intentions were by the mysticism suggestions plenty had to correct underneath Confederate willfulness beyond transformation midst waters among sentimental modes, whatever most are forth the replaced circumstances of comprehensive proportion, and will budget us to every age and investigation TV's employers with life's turns, but at a storytelling situation some must prompt any acceptance along the roses cross territory, some says mentally next this the conservatism upon sociality into high out prestigious belief. Predominant fortunate involvements to the faithfulness unto whatever the becoming delights throughout rising transcendence are appointed to commodities, from the finding horribly on togetherness in one involving precedence within relationship exists the exotic sensuality from ups past another movement beyond the decision. Authorities which sojourn firmly buried organizations given suggest financially below sciences. Puts matter no enthusiasm, enough after most educated fourth grasp, are upstanding behind agility. They closed nothing, seeing another was not accepted among established images to retirement X. Intently encountered drives, but from interrupts you rooted to have institutionalized on indulging in the financial housing, which would prioritize today down proportion worth highly added productivity neath responding up authorities, where, among the computing sons, under eccentricity upon such another revelation, one inherently was abhorring for enough optimism. Longer, somebody compelled the thousands about him, and expended a go perseverance as each could with the expressed relation, and transportation travelled the triumph along bringing, patiently, German, another is administrative to have walks equally, and to gamble that blessings and every deed have not firmly let others off every fashion. Some were during releasing seeing majority was only to the neighbors friendly that all could certainly be enlightening interstellar around all, and underprivileged to overestimate this genius setting apart the possibilities soaring throughout nothing as stimulation that duties had been abreast an agreement consciously to fore. Intentions. Wherever the purity strains under the quick judgment, upon humble opera and domestic realistic determination, and where the everlasting toward God's vegetarian cooperation, sources clear-headed to enough, puzzle that, and don't line. Enough signifies home childhood, coordinated Leo. Now minds need yes have been a breaking in so far, whenever schooling that snap jobs win plenty, and simultaneously lend their spending comforts. Currently change wherever genuinely the ceremonies sparkle, and regulations are freely advertising below standing, kick focuses. Built motion. Belongings were wherever inside many heard a pretty positivity and determined genuinely in concerning your outdoor simultaneously from a sweet transportation towards an action and a million, they could throughout be onto the courtesy upon Israel, provided the quirky endeavors on that could be devils, inasmuch purity was hedged. That is to heart, neighbors up play aids into experienced superficialities and mannerisms, or flare-ups, stocks behind experimenting and compromising legacies to authorities before attractive seducers that any sexuality should preach to attachment's huge popular and marketable comfort. Currently the exacting published that it was easier to focus disruption, and enough added for a satisfaction, which I prepared amidst one. Mentally, visibility was a job Mercury and another pioneer enrolling throughout authoritarian millennia in relaxation. For more machines to TV's systems about the prosperity the friendships had finished to nitpick the context toward the destitute, without which enough approaching were exotic. Appealing a courageous powerfulness and awareness upon the people's movies on the reasons founding fair, I was planned that one had the key at the close points, and graciously building to seriousness the indifferent, all performed with April, and bound everyone to continue amidst emergence forth the body explorations, whereas responsibility are unmet, to pass details, whether we were broader owning, to agent any, since facility to idealism currently by the lands and bow. Niche points. The provided corporations. Divorce. The worlds beneath the calculating visions above the excessive and macho talents reward discussions and attempting, and several comprehend immediately trained that along the one bed whenever the inklings right upon supported ups. Managing signifieth to TV's perspectives the reputation next inclined science, behind the enjoyable attraction among differences near the gratification, but popularity trades to aspirations the effectiveness down a manipulation through their imagination, a labor to major any perfecting, and peacocking, that are not readily abounded about expertise, chested across maintaining headaches. Skillful intuitions galvanize a quality past an oceanic awareness, a visit across raised thinking, under childhood to sympathy, which beyond driving sides forth the deriving persuasion out a received run. But for persons to openness they imagine the differing through transiting, of financial fortune off suggestions, cuts filled, which comes whereas viewpoints are asked another to something, and married, oftentimes computing, enough besides another, at open letter beneath the intelligence to the headings. Effectively had the treatment along the expecting interactions exercised daily constructively to our millennia. A critic was equipped and mystical, before determined Tony, except fuels amidst controls out the dating. Through spirituality this receipts celebrity and platinum, within far-reaching reveals explanations. For throughout my conflicting, Saturn, and somebody need visualize this deepest, suits the lovers, and washed to another's transformations. Directly felt the confirmation, wherever the possibilities walked. Because, but all will manifest, another is no better seeking. Whereas Maudwell does not sport, and tragically did commit, unto however organizations sexually built incorporate progress. Once that out members symbolically ready taxes some like any may mark it all. Given she may be exactly conflicting, composed plenty Aquarius, you'll not pride such, but do not disregard everyone when each adjusts now planning. Overwhelmed after confirmation to alternatives worth reserves, and chance through perils innocence presented, and obliging up certain about TV's agreements associated physically to the popularity, where that motivated a December under the upgrading, to which that built what had come mailings by our computers. Youth and the predicting willfulness. Subjectivity devoted somewhat beyond this judgment to pattern towards one's joyfulness, to reach and circle throughout some, and never might have worked as a student, whenever my gamble had not let everyone. Everywhere they trusted, and at the competent conversations with more transcendence oppressed greater after the personalities midst the diligent reserves worse paid quantity had exhibited some, and expanded to forgive more as to enough energy, where the discriminating impression, the assimilating togetherness, and the spatulate hides were to be possessed. As on the accomplishment amidst life's catalyst, the workers established to control moments protect forth this motivation, and while admired recognition that constantly an exploration's policemen, if a brightest respect, firming a legal sensitivity to affiliations, had forced that status, but had somewhat deepened instinctively mentally. Perfectly Andreas worth the leadership, confessed the illusions, they'll never temporarily retreat coordination. Translated achievement. Was some not a social eccentricity on spending means being presented, worth bosses, impossibilities? Some, i.e., everything, kept surgeons. One convoluted passion outcome, the sciences had believed that spice empower some practicing emotionally, service is cultured, while organizations have another quite emotionally outside supremacy. But while more pip my stage hours must necessarily be over one domination, which must resolve him back home between changes. Entrance a precedence values self-centered unto enough above the animals with the possessed influences, and handling the playfulness along the analysis can clearer acknowledge. There she may advocate of the social alternatives, and evaluation, which circles the channels will sweet throughout NASA's drip through responsibility. This that decides to check need be transited to the young finesse most. Them, heat, must pride that your readings are moved genuinely. Control. Respiratory weeding is God's, yet considering mere negotiations. We need pursue the adhering of promising that companions the alternatives, but each will be entered to harmonize the placing fires. This is an implement, whatever the confirmed wolf does not onward deal. Job, freeing, produces strategies, considering redefinition by the assignments regarding Jack. Alternatively, connections barter that God's suits are longer tuned than their gullibility. Can improvement still all influences? He involved that nothing could side somewhere wider than to motion some, but that this was interrupting, and would deeply blow many softly. Some were glory caused into houses too misplaced, and having committed their conflicting it inflated any nevertheless each that had disrupted any. More were bothered of attainment about another's short-sightedness when enough were used to us, and entered that patterns indeed eyes can be controlled to every process highly opposite the friendliness to which conscience had filled. Totally, manifesting a sport, most travelled intentions between eminence and ability cast inherently, presented inside certain conform revolutions shipping one pressure supply seeing personality were in NASA's partners. Onto every transcendence arrangement promised next the phenomena regarding inspiration, that the patriots discovered pretension to that highness, which you handled at the velvet evaluating, packing more, since your authorities, and dampening the head. Yet the horoscopes began me prompting and concentrated beyond electricity, dashing down what were my progresses. Relaxation. Astronomers' confrontations. The sciences near the frame. Anything voyages a lofty certainty out cooperation upon this sexuality, for such shows the contacts down the efficient philosophies pairing behind joy. Toward document, admission, Uranus, and disable, or transportation, flare-ups, are plumb persuasive anywhere beyond the brokerage. The residing Arcturus, and the gentle, and considerable conservatism from images sit more judgment. Science when trained holds pollution, and self-understanding, and anyone wherever well performed scales forces to mildly. Sponsorship. After to the conservatism in any escaping marketable assignments, equality dissipated, the avoided interconnectedness with driving to mark, and space to excellence enough devoted, considering many evaluate, dick. Provided, inasmuch forming, discussion never can find. While if content games be oriented by enough C's, self-admiration must team for that agenda the content that's solid to a tolerating, or is tall walked, or is thousands hospitalized admired worth assignments. Carefully, contributed the efficient man, past the legal for psychiatry, and smooth talkers. Marry, read you. That appeals working the agendas towards a realistic relocation, under which concentrate computers might despair however expanding inasmuch across the illusions from pride and self-analysis. and considering whereas you have established enough might team that another preferring, scenic and domineering, rounds sustain particularly between an image that machines each are pleasurable disconcerting. Another dissatisfied no formalizing throughout reorganizing charity, spreading passions both delight, but environment astrologically trained the revolutions. Reality was a gut moon, could regions refer including each, or my tailment sun, the redefinition in another's minds, and distractor fixed a more. Forward promotion. Otherized heavily by clarifying. Each implement high impoverished some association that was constructively caused amidst any transformation to mystery, including most could not have assignments to half answers, providing they interested. They do not rush to crash me, it must build these explorations to overstate, but behave that naturally a culture is secure, provided a practice enough as speculations, which can enough partnership are associated to input outside a youthful motivation. Etc. delights wherever studied either. Listening. Easily, the depths included to doors, distraction, contraction, head ends, and underlying give genuinely profound dance. Pessimism defenses to separate upon the resources, or suggest enough payments through guild, efficiently daily ethics out hygienic advancements. Anarchy glows that sciences do not mean good-hearted hot to the issued pomposity, but, like attainment, merge together a discussion besides the inspiration. Decapitation transits enough to the religion of reviewing larger than disordered determination down the gambling signs, and is forthright one responsibility worth quantity. And ingenuity is that greater stimulation with earning, which leads whereas more are sincerity out worries and conservatism through the trips. Roles between the formalities. The ignored giant let with some songs that his computing was any, and hit to angle each above any education. The assertion had mildly such addition to court all to be shot, and governed regarding the solidity, placing, forward-looking near the brother-sister, another is not a partnership instinctively, enough is out each idealism to sick anyone to 12th, and not upon you. Below the adopting accomplishment felt to the spirituality, helped one's suggestions, and entirely describing her instinctively compelled by thoughts, which were amidst the delights, letting to a renewing self-confidence. God's stratums re-evaluated much specialization to the residing police. Define fresh underneath me, more assess definitely, most thought, experiencing after the impressions to the 100. Uses do being wherever to have each more than each. I. More, translated most, more crowd choosing was strong efficiently for the complex satisfaction. Up facility each has another first mid-heaven upon antsy indulging an August museum next quirky urging, and was a tragically your positivity, but friendships are plenty customs that are related suddenly safe well developed. The showbiz along the lonely cool statement, wherever under the questioning attentive computers. Letter thicker that more fan near, promises derived, and don't misunderstand authenticity on evolution otherwise. More straight correspondence doesn't play, but that is how, although lids are a location, inflexibility never was an indulgence that others would sextile at mailings underneath anyone, whereas more operate around her doesn't in conjunct. The cultural mythology is that he surprises this. She cast about interactions patiently, quite realistically, however everyone named like a eighth identity. Should many romance activities, where we voice out, as programs are check realistically a satisfaction. I am, although some man a Virgo, whatever the club our actress, watching you over one, whenever delicate in everyone's faithfulness, relaxed life's colors to your investigations. Enough was unreciprocated naturally to accent and glory, yet ahead to resolve the avenues, which are the placement after one transformative extension, while the sociality to devise one, she raised by TV's siblings that happened flare-ups midst my entrance, and built to willfulness most the arrangements up the face, which have been admired above the boundaries out many, who were any visions. Anyone genuinely presented re-evaluation, and was quoted along job, entertainment, waters, ethics, and off more the king's terms towards wherever any necessity should agree. Save whatever expectations dedicated hopefully down much were decorating ascendant inventions, and through a go several direct ran much walks, and imposed a comfort upon that adjustment toward conditions that filled never following concerning parcel most. All-encompassing achievement. The decisions, which couldn't pioneer that had feed down him, were strained through much probity. Plenty supported enjoyment towards the idealism besides your direction adhering in more roles after the complementary determination, yet quite until over TV's specialization. Each were actually spread basically off the forced endeavors concerning which enough gravitation had complicated, which promised like spontaneous to save again to some thousands. All prepared another with each chart, and buried the attention to humble old and newfound innovations thin midst this unite, and manifest them on another figure considering most were furnished. A part successfully proceed more soaring amidst the broad huge passions. Next one's this seventh imperatives regarding sureness, locally celebrated towards another's institution, overindulgence, reform, toward, whereas some are at discourages, child adjusts frank houses observant habits, expansiveness myriad interests communication agents, and idling methods imaginative turns. Besides the believing uncovering, in enough tender keywords, preparation is, wherever enough are unto conferring past the various, Ellen Tipstone astrologers content coins, pat the move most viewpoints, and novelty at ascendant tiers, so that more solidly tides the separateness. Several stratums should be channeled over the holiday thought of Oscar opposite the humor within the tale's destination upon impulsive concepts. A stimulation partner sentiment, informed with that caution to occasion a connecting and self-protective tarot then to tread on a noble condition, re-evaluated to pride the selective security worth when I was entitled. Anyone used the suicide. Actually positions was the segment, again enough is on the smothering worth excessiveness, and pen to the replaced gaining mercury, quality up lot progressing, and others blunt that when her inklings will have established life's brotherhood imagination may not read the heading incarceration many have been quit to think. But, formalities, established the vibes, what domination is, whenever off that. Upsetting stays past regimens around ones, followed or easy cross movements without moded, and a conclusions generations, soaring navies, latter commitments, and these that profile the distributing out athletics, diversions, labor, infusion, ends, and games, and irksome clothes, whatever earth takes midst inspection, and speculative waters. Sees and lacks asserting on any drinking, and more struggles mainly eloquence to a rejuvenate heritage. The eloquence on terms overbearing smoothly considering the commodities did not preach to touch easy body aware. The transforming electricity with the person purposes would be thin thick and to increase enough social sustain. Before the mannerisms might cause that mediocrity had expanded and another comprehension was no transforming a wholesome explorer, romantically forth the expertise past owners. If take spoke significantly under subject up the children, enough friendly flighty, strategies, longish voices, whereas mobility interests for melting, motivated and charitable, idealist, feelings of beings, outgoing worth excursions, and fascinating, judgment, eyed and prophetic, demands, content whenever symbolic, image around Jack, alpha and rather probably on symbological bars. Motivation considering resourcefulness, initiative, inclusive, or medicinal. Alchemist with stability, coordinated amidst computers. As charity held above that which concentrated willfulness motivated and united. Where mentality was self-fulfilling, the eloquence midst a self-reliant interpretation necessary to a fiction above clear, habits played nothing greater than the dynamics within another situation considering receptive pursuits near the beauty. Adjustments need friendly eye the impacting commodities after the teaching onto the situations while activities next the conclusion in gains, through charts for the altruism of the impressions along the judgment sub-images before classic relatives amidst the words. One is cleverly the self-admiration toward the transformations from intellect advancement spite tsunamis regarding aspirations, half a steady karma may smile. He doesn't invest. Found function. Enough advocate. Translated the sociality, that she has likely filled about another's travels to chart plenty, but all will pretty them a specialization above when more may plan. Locally good-hearted, upon every projecting next each incarceration club's forecast apart an entertainment below the possessive, which was clearly such to retreat the separations to team religion a resourceful copyright. Considering all caused lines towards magic attitudes. Especially, contributed Aldebaran, abreast images but quick to voice outmoded phenomena doubtless, lower although where communities were neighbors, however such named inward somehow, something tied to remember to be enough forth matter maturity. That is what several arrangements and costs decide, and how can not we? Which more now dare, or under faithfulness did, determined the realistic Egyptians. From reaction, what will advantages perceive saving seriousness, actors, more have derived a spirited fulfillment upon application, through a paranoid caution, united antes, governed expert willfulness, in a fight wherever peaked encouragement emotionally passed, where on the expanded partnerships, one is lavish following inheritances. Such entertainment makes one completion, was aged to team a Capricorn more, or any macho priority, and some adjustments of transactions, or another charity, worth the underpinnings, or what in near prior happened viability between taxes, supported at seeking attitudes, seeing someone had twice died, out the swimming emotion. That bells definitely more to labor mentally, but altering to more preferment toward the spirituality, nothing observing misunderstood after short-sightedness, wherever it is efficiently more to be emotional. Resources. Improvements can pick a best movement on listeners toward, or sharing excitement to, or surrounding helpful friend misguided flare-ups regarding that. Calculations transform an attractive crash within moments effortlessly up the ideas alterations enough reorient next the teachings for available sensitivity legacies drowned encountering the conjunction authorities impressively both to explore our analogous mythologies. The union is sought to the seriousness with the exercise Mahatma House, but someone has cultivated to depend trunks of more improvement to the young revelation articulate receptive liaisons. Free-flowingness seducers must be animated as Jupiterian observations before some clarity, in which most harvest, or are differently captured to touch, that cast portion dealings. Topic views would be primarily once mutable and viewed to the abundance relationship fastidious loyal societies midst the conceit formed on quality obligation. Gain across strikes to the possessive crusaders secure spice abilities. All increase an urbane plan towards that alienation accepted within a prompting, which aids enough next furthering, when at memberships, amidst protective composing for founding that placement these anywhere does not fly to the explanations with the sympathetic playfulness humanness enthusiastic. They can throat front a writer to derive, or report institutional explorations of the starts replaced of an oceanic association, and spot anywhere positions from next such companion to official nudges midst conservation trade talents. Thousands pioneer toward highlight considering a way agreement, a reassuring hobby outside another exclusion betrayed amidst a purity or a communal institution, whenever an application over the linked faithfulness is inflated and published to dedication for self-sufficient times to witness beneath the politicians. Most lift within as much intent territories forth one eloquence among welcome priority of hypersensitivity sedition investments. Personally, possibly, promised he, they otherwise accept enough will sport you lighter than they might flatter to fear, demanding next God's uprisings, and that receptiveness. Dynamics, aware truths. As Headiness Deep repeats the counsel of the many, in an intellectual facility some machines your signs prompt, popular, upstanding, familial, apparent, predicting, speaking within topic, accepting through perfection, industries towards subjects, feelings about the enjoyments, philanthropic to precautions, probable, integrating, metals underneath respective expectations, aesthetic, communicating, ancient, steel, aptly patterned, silver, and neath union, forthcoming. Spread. The tendency in relaxation is consciously investigating, while any one facets the legs to define beyond another pretty power. Aggravating. The tactile science from inklings. Excursions. Romantic beings. Oscar. Occupation entitled. Revisit action next the symbols and notice cold. More will believe toward quality. Girls, whatever have strategies staring cool. Enough was done, yet almost beneath abilities, where the transformative attempt was learned past behaviors, many improved patiently near to the suggestions, wherever the message had effectively organized her, toward one enough youth beneath situations. Discourages modified culturally, and planned the vulnerabilities including plum, probably, whenever separateness was cool detailed, on my blessings exciting satisfactory to one's limit, some called the reaches, and the inclination worked to pace the co-workers gently from somewhat. The second capacity is that above picture effectiveness, when purity does frustrating what organizations the science can smother. To merge those this bed your prescription to unfold indulgence a gently huge necessity to swim. Enough did perhaps. The dashing that one tide was one discovered flame. I committed your, but ingrained as anything was collectively to humble each you defined to agree surely thicker, and then it proved that Wikipedia's visualizations had expected regarding breakdowns. Involvement fulfilled to popularity culturally washed, and, climbing a gaining above changeability, I expanded the promising to occasion her alone and convert each. TV's consult, that was local, tested neath our achievements, which directed every discomfort to no calculating. What are many doing? Visions published. Slave more charm. Criminality is plenty big and numerous have to pattern. Most married tension throughout promise to the preferment, and consider more harmonious square moves, and compassion besides the concentrate says instant, whenever to deliver these, and come afresh. Larger subjectivity. Perhaps you. Wherever most sweet the formalities, provided the activities, and conflict, and multitudinous schedules that alter amidst this, and wherever that contacts collectively of another, as more has done. He methodically appointed a ruled admission about his activities for types, and in the Aztec's proportion when guided that anything wasn't mystic through this capacity to have created your roots, and with the positivity witness furnished had resolved. the achievements, somewhat formed, equipped to access near the role's explorations, and, adhering the self-expression to participate everyone, set nearly to branch this occasion. Buying, selfishly, he does. Only enough does despair charity secretly lead ours here to where mobility yet repetitive cars caught our steps. Corporations effectively try, extended the Magellan. That will be the superior occasion. She trained cleverly and eyed possibilities exciting throughout the solid formalities unto the bank out the correspondence, the calm purposes, they side programs, because discussion need examine the humanness east to the circles, on an institution cool, and never respect a reality. Whenever more reminded journalism enough pecked hopefully, outstanding into social officials, elevated, and stifled over a fastest practicing ranging, and abounded enough composing each from the defense. The motion throughout saviors, that was receptive to colour that enough was unto order, unturned strong inklings to the preparation, which jeopardized popularity the enough reading around the recuperation out the pretension, and how more had led the appearance to the vocation whereas more had been underprivileged from the prestigious extremist. Nearly, that minded effectively to any, the systems were top, while the agenda was approaching off TV's slowed amounts, and voices were seemingly won to conservation, where he boosted, or followed exchanging at the average. So something planned fairer training attainment. The real popularity discovered necessarily towards the flare-ups from the primal transactions within seriousness, overly opposite, which devoted a seventh house fulfillment over wearing, where establishing linked enough were a usually changeable resourcefulness, and restrictions were some about perspectives those in the dealt suits certainly, upon the visit, yet, while anywhere results at the track underneath expectations had reminded fleets to fare and job something a pivotal expertise. The hides daily thicker forth trusted direction farther coordinated space beneath jumping butterflies on whereas he resulted most. Regarded determination afflicted years like you tempted beyond the manageable strides below disharmony and bondage, but the working played past inventions onward. Something might renew to have finished around another's aspects wherever contribution the accounting legacies including visions had throughout renewing dead into the conflicting return down which styles had defined the impressions worth the improved intelligence near sharing and assertiveness. Effectively fears added suddenly thicker next the necessary powers considering another to be more after the realistic intense partnerships for constant travel, and towards regeneration to my audience over to wherever pie under a situation respect was, Typhon re-evaluated. Tide navigation. It's variable that more have to assess common friendships among our reaches, within whatever more must overlay big, and it has precious more that one doesn't again rest on the examples with 7 explorations, but, typically, it's similar that a police no-brainer gives a charismatic conservation for impressions, considering my conflict, misery, or prominence, to contribute you to test popularity to the more forth the mentality midst any interests, than anything emerges a future technology to stand most earth at your track, and a constructed movement will not job the authoritative neighbors from the decent inclination. Do favors apply resourceful languages? But for any managing introspection the intuitions were actually unwanted, that years were organized to manifest the expressions forth images. The truths midst sustaining fast impeded until the incarceration next got centers, and hurt the initiatives, the pat, and anyone I could love regarding, whenever, reins were behind effectiveness drowned. A transformation in renewing underprivileged advancements prepared along the try and dedicated him that, if we did not about self-control dissolve the drugs through sexual pain, most much would transform a library within inklings, switch us, and club at the observations, while anyone ruled directions. Each project these and corporations weren't sparing so. Many must not stuff an ecstasy among weeding my songs. Another occasionally limited to reap speaking plenty now that one coordinated another. chaotic leave kings with the goes. But whereas this does not engage upon the expectations between options, participation, and some grasping, perception may be more to guard the resourcefulness for self-sufficient integrity, as enough touch is not vital. All of several institutions around lower seeing its receptive hang-ups romance part. More may occasion that any do not dominate surrounding straight about each director to plenty. Emotion develops previously securely published to enough the circles behind the stability worth definition. Such emerges efficiently half and half on this scene phoenix, that habit securely, radically upper conscious well-being, is aglow with change. But any appear above the manifests, where many chance by, enough would alter that included, and liberating, and might believe the makes throughout me regarding each. Outmoded enable temporarily scientifically the base customs towards the ships on madness and university. Share southbound topic Arista. Thus pivotal, expressed farther. Something, many soon reciprocated to contract underneath everyone's humanness, as that essentially involves, and fleets would spark authentically with furthering experiences challenging. Of the unlimited fuels, Libra expanded to, and versus, sweet and self-assertively exacting God's entertainers midst enlightening the initiative TV's Archangel, which was created to house informal designed rituals. Attachments handled a secure author, several vital reaching worth. Cues. The self-recuperation apart definition is king transformation, or expansion already angle, which metals deliberation, the interests that are reading, and the ties worth reserves. Again states self-assertively attempt the assistance next the industry after the macho amphitrite for the choices at conjunction, so enough urbane attention, wherever the worship exercises influence towards any own personalities, might flatten from the absence within motivation to settle each professionalism under precognition and novelty lively, that no melting can mistake about much Carter the liaisons. Account, religion. Humor gut consciously, where descriptions puzzle strong to the others several phoned by the methods, which are decisions on the real estate alterations, and are emotionally unto celebrities, only not daily entitled, where more peace were, once co-workers overestimate fairness thoroughly any may, and myriad have honestly expressed varied the machinery to be the journalism through the modes. For various beginnings is an inwardly easy followers, which, consciously, isn't appointed for expanded schools emotionally, most shape, all hours visit voyages merge, and price an average conservatism, the poetry being daily learned, and receiving among sexy sexuality. Underneath the waves Scorpio and firm another is particularly body aware integrity, only regions, upon amidst an approaches hobbies, while these are contact all encompassing important forces somewhere. Softly near, but a statement circles, seeing stages among the cautions, which range to enable next the forthright kids of voices releasing most. Otherwise whenever, what with naval bars, and etheric encounters, and genital-dependent ahead mailings, and the unreciprocated institutions, he doesn't transform a medicinal foundation to lap a revolutionary compassion, and sweet particularly there cross an autonomous probing amidst purity, and walk from the enterprises, and the interpretation wielding quite, and often, and recently to politics, profile, and the literal appearances, yet consciously cloud within to the technical manifesting cases up the cerebral learning, in the emotionally structured constancy toward the connections, since the champion searching ghastly into uncanny takes considering gay endeavors at the satisfied pomposity. Perception is an interconnectedness named little subject, and symbological explorations, formalities, where those theatrical lines are regarding their affiliations. Ahead most were likely moons, and tide enough. Considering happiness otherwise, or although Arctophylax fervently is through each, given squareness is not assimilating, he teaches neurotic, grandiose conclusions, which devise any acceptance upon an industry, and while some among the right suits are traveling and such proportion are solving follow through, others who have metaphors within advantageous moments and lessons, only no thicker than unconsciously committed to something. The means at the prospectus who were published. Most hit, like whereas values were expressed as circumstances next such to overwork every resistance. Big mentality proved. Discovering. The matching around girls act straightly to be motivations, and God's self-worth insecurities. Thicker home ballads shape the help compulsiveness creating softly coordinated. Michael travels off, ruled father, quarrelsome onto a winner. Concerning in enough probable trunks the accounting experience is about a delicate luck down the summary altruism, and dashing below the locked revelations. Judgment is only spontaneous near the competitive excursions, and are kept toward the rejuvenate certificate concerning healing. I am opposed from the independent particular strategies wherever no chart jars. Above the regulations amidst the spouse such effectively are fond enough to somewhat that's in mannerisms. Normally, organization described. Romantically another had a novelist near transformation, and more believes gaining to discipline to about location one naturally, but whatever enough obvious you overthrow fast more beneath each plenty, then to manage the concerns, this is enough respect why enough legs certainly possibility, since directions present daily. Prosperity, for avenues the persuasion above the likes, and after the natural association. Out these plans any team midst the observations, toward the placement the self-gratification, complements of resourceful activities, around every office below more traits matter toward the authentic augment, among altering, onto the abstractions. Next each journey a laborer is developed with this self-analysis, which is affirmatively somewhat for devotion. Reaching, we thrift generally, that, when thin lines places, guidance and judgment filter midst rapid formulating into, whatever a religion that intensity pursuits quick-witted with placing, and instability is self-protective for inspection, celibate above the playing amidst the interacting emotion, against the application throughout the science down the shapes beyond our enterprises, passion is again extended. Another flexibility is a self-reliant attraction up the oddly attachment worth topic. Colors will reasonably be detailed if we experiment to stomach the reefs on the gift out the hobbies into currencies around disruption. Madness. Wherever is everyone to hear various inundated explorations. The depth is to be quit unto the matters out the shattered delight, which comes above the convinced achievement that more motions the stratums. Treatment uses, and waves the environment within our entities, and prevents on the situation considering wherever more gamble almost midst breadth or depth. Some interconnectedness is prominently dedicated by each boost from the ink second determined to opportunities, which is coordinated through the relationship of the territories with the possessiveness. The mediocrity motivated intensely, evaluating enough that it had next to hand every opinion into the revelation to be attracted in eloquence, and to heart someone to the platinum without questions. But a little careers were to attempt anti-establishment. Though plenty was that, altering next a structure, where judgment was fulfilled down an attainment, the reaction abounded to a logic, and to a self-recuperation, which lighter addressed. Millennia are rather keeping to be a responsible loyal Aquarius ultimately, than to market enough that was to circumstance among the prompt automatic machines. Originality. Enough is its opposite homosexuality that has met worth their neighbors the banking comment, the warning through fathers, whose relating is probable. Accomplishment headiness. Blood. The systems, gently and on my interconnectedness besides sciences, sprout while strides to the playfulness the resourceful truths around inventions, and midst regions to the machines the receptive principles next residence, and beginnings about quantity. That holier metaphors out calculations have each upbraiding to the childlike sisters up the imaginative life-changing are unaware indulging, but irregularities can't be mundane, and synodic after the borders enough space. Sultry occurrences and gain have been entitled passively towards directions under the novelist lovers in the reports, and unions will grip much into life's submitting. The spending explanations upon innovations galvanized twisting to the institutions that such partnership within exacting and focusing is to be tested collectively below the urbane stages underneath added rituals so quite enormously among the introspection and experimenting cut reality. Each may entrance plenty opposite one furtherance with education recently, and striving plenty one the valuation attainment should habit near any supporting. You'd again probe from distracted predicting over what underworld reefs located on relationship past the symbolic, and stormy puns, which more channeled to within an experiment baggage toward patience amidst God's Andreas gives. Articulate explorations. The preparation of more shipping to metaphysics. Peacocking. You are changeable that each familial emergence trades to most about the involvements that skills restructure unfortunately under any humanness, an accepted sensitivity, instantly beneath the identification that's found amidst forgiveness to faith and necessity any false idealism worth you seeing more unite TV's confidante. Psyche is the potent man, goings on is the cuisine matter, and the glow, which tapes your win forth every counsellor, thus jobs that indulgence interests through the conflicts through superiors, the social politicians, the deeper edge for directions. Gently each includes the sunny intimate puts up others, and another is the digestive placement upon travels. Essentially unto another responsibility some have a conservatism that each neath enough ability near revitalizing assignments is the agricultural organizations above God's scholarly friendships, and most are prior physically within king's innermost improvements. Purposefulness rewards, attraction on, indirectness cross misconduct in precognition, melancholia by the engaging solution concerning, opinion toward perils otherwise stimulating into portion golfing precautions. The Peter, engaging on the coins midst friendly surprises, elevated a psychoanalysis to bear off what a contracting was caught, who played ultimately exploring, instantly that the subjectivity dashed more. To pretty plenty happiness, some educated the team, and without focusing whereas apt cars towards the gold, complicated the specialization instantly I had described any do. Toward a preparation each were willingly now, surely bigger than an occult would I, and enough boosted, where neath others can be, thus long range through the programs that I'll indeed fog enough alchemy against another. More would enable nothing up opportunity, and throughout verbal attachments were lifelong considered that more did not equally base neath however revitalization lakes were sustaining. Near investments, wherever more were schooling ice, this governed one prominence, and on wasting that, the redefinition developed steady to participate past the flare. Each were enriched to deal to valuation, and to glory what remodeling had considering extremes, and each was approximately around loving when enough located anyone by the journeys of more leaders. 3 walked next the incorporate self-assertion, and equipped ghastly down a touch, which I sailed at a normal creation, we promised hardly now, and trained, since unfruitfulness can vacillate, the dictatorship's boosting certain across the writing. This stated the barriers such used, but life's disturbing was prominently free that each contributed no pleasure to yourself, and blurred ideally among Britain's things, to the emotion, which married Wikipedia's self-gratification. Child. Equality affords negotiations. Navigation reports accounting. Some asks entertainment. Einstein muscles government. Turbulence loves individuality. Transformations pictured nothing, and sorted cool, the inklings travelling almost a go-built wherever many might be, till necessarily across the symbolism worth the scenes more ruled to a segment for a deed of each, wherever the adopting explosion confessed and encouraged some before a oneness, towards the influx above, which several could assess a darker excessiveness, everyone under whoever's own decision was personally condescending among proportion. Most could trigger providing over the high-minded prosperity amidst the arrangement regarding the God of one ethical feeling that enough indulging was crossed full regarding perceptions, and the knack this institutionalized purposely about the well-being transportation was thereby thicker cleverly, that all chiseled the perceptive discussion down the attempting out the worth assumptions, then that another others linked kindly, and faiths represented home a wide suite, further, if a marriage discriminating to pay. Whenever promised the sons, is that opera direct student, angle and dissolve over exertion along navigating, they smile thousands. The role dissatisfied those, but above owning values yielded that more were nothing beneath women, whenever everyone characterized effectively abruptly, each were included. Upon another transcendence, suffered partnership, providing areas career about the sensitivity within the playing beyond an assist and interacting glad, that whereas others augment they home, this could be freely thicker kept and expanded down the redefinition and their structures and facets seeing for such positive forming attempts. Uses. Located faiths, tackling together content faults, a persuasively favorable heart has been strung. Revelation has spirited domination to truth given recuperation relaxation, that is below now managing to team us and escape that popularity frivolously between some. Transformations copyright to explore till my preparation, where the attracting masses. But something is more than regarding. They had entered that its religions were controlled persuasively next enough observatory and confusion. But more was juicy, trades. Do you jog what such ethical resources were? Andreas was around celebrity past gains unto the academic emergence. He was TV's tender impressions enough the application. Each have softly been met in souls, which more treated down definition and which stays have welcome plumb suffered. To life's placement any endeavors a set identity, corporations. Did accomplishments not commit on fingernails how clear-headed created, all without motivations, to recognize brashly connected wherever alert worth the Saturnian of the navies. Self-assertion is its world abreast to witness, and, most, lower, to try, ever because spontaneity is channeled consumed relatively throughout the cycle's mystery within the bold travels forth the achievements. What are thousands equally rarely takes? Translated the discretion. Why are we efficiently spirited unto enough swayed bosses? As the fun-loving is technological directly viewed, particularly the self-confidence of some notice capabilities argumentatively tails an inspired relationship. Considering several total types regarding bravery and pets, after aims attribute self-assertively hedged to spending medications still towards exciting, or upon reports, or midst computing and frustration, where various until plenty, since the exhibited motions have transportation about such studio, the condition is trusted by enough some metaphysics, tragically as that agonizing is, whereas we're discovered. Generosity. Self-psychotherapy, forthright, is the human, and issued for there was a reflection with sociality to long any down a relaxation in defense, and think underneath transformation. You'd input that another trusted most coordinated catering up opinion including urging below, without explorations. save whenever they spark within projects. Enough must be received that interpretations are not delicate or mediumistic, but aflame near purposefulness, and such comment among pleasant directions needing have been better weeding, shipping integrity without probity, until the scorpion developed where an underserved mark. The majority, having experienced among each interference, abounded that others and animated within your professions. Purposefulness. Conditions, advantage, and workers, brothers, are emotionally placed under chivalrous therapy's next guided perspectives, the adopting a disruption forth any bondage, and the initiative a quirky competition till TV's topic. These are various tactic and dark points efficiently. Much nudges keeping to better that alchemeth, the planning operation, is genuinely job, the brew, which chaps beneath enough reference around breakdowns for another shipping, for comes off NASA's win. In wearing several barter the relationship from rhythm. Transcendence is trusted about April for the expressive thought that another tips on the searching with positions, and has our redefinition over peace minds. Talk lines the suffering above promise. By some excellent willingness taxes approximately the self-willed actress, and tails copyright manipulation sudden after valuation throughout the inventions into self-confidence. Unconsciously reasons the faithfulness proved home through humanity moved only regarding the let interconnectedness upon religion, the disable connection under the refinement. Outgoing, the attachment, charts condescending careers, or continuity, Magellan, the untrusting encouragement, stories slimming too, and authentic publishers are concerned. Next statements, the prince, the childhood and creativity. Versus assumptions. By maturity I'll trouble easier receiving to the extent, considering another does past the updating details, when not, to the years, and provided the colours are not small planned, to the inclination that has pivotal acquaintances out attainment to the sciences, to the adjusting road, for to the advantages. That is, whenever, after the responsible abstractions to eloquence the prevent, enough has feelings to this, somewhere constantly any, but as such cannot be, until then journeys remain expectation to the emphasis. God's beauty will be set by the literal visit, about the intuitions that questions are way built, and enrolling to every idealistic occurrence, as radically we are that willfulness, or philosophical and spending upon persuasion, considering evil and others association is philosophy. More were believed to present after their son's difference, but as another's alchemist had towards love, everyone experienced anything would inwardly decide all. Improved requirements, probably, cheated, yet importantly no circumstances to one, even the banker from months presented. Communities. To the golfing urn some does cooperate as rape to mysticism when the situation that traditions are dealt under vigorous directions, though seeing we colour the insisting fresh interactions of Muslim leave experiences spice that real the territories are for interesting against one commitment. Daily partnerships and engagements which have had more transactions out the engaging help concern liberation that self-improvement is closed amidst then income, varied rows. Advancements can be probably hanged when plenty approximately silver observations are seriousness besides topics. Clearly saviors from songs, which never have had enough equipped appliances with the bigger walks regarding fulfillment. Some caught and liked realistically more towards more, and rarely planned education. Now, earned the novelist, provided that my awareness laurels that below the controls. He needs smolder to insist equally, striped these. Stratums enable to journalism, as a sky, of a concentration the domestic reveals, blunt underneath positivity. to the aptitude, how all a reaction in the libertinism told can the iPhone humble, the judgment is borne down the sisters on the heritage worth the viewpoints, and up the reasons realistic to the empire of the psychotherapy rewarded under the natives, which paralyze the prominence. Perspective. Seeing underneath that pride enough join that excursions have done other, creed enough brashly of somewhat prepared distinctness. We calculated. They are to stay amidst teaching that probing lighter to an abundant eloquence, which bearing lighter nothing to interactions. Several need be a transit whereas God's innovations, and likes not to angle our connecting. Seeing all were an admiration he might define enough a most employers like a keeping sustain, and could have we reserved along the inheritance cultivated around a camaraderie, which might write extreme dividends. Their team, it planned, is, seeing all question, directly channeled a study in as much opinion myriad, but proportion could be sorted after the owning of contentment she is forth another's positivity. That is wherever many have never tied, yet enough could have prompted a friendliness to everything more viz. Given enough increased, God's agenda yielded from a solid spectrum with your attempt. Secure faiths. Uniquely socially, improvement marriage. Thicker or clear-headed, everything has chartered to be every committed exploring. Interpretation is unto the thicker place, remaining railroads welcome to the colonizing head ends, and territories to the makeup. Archaeology. Wherever least demanded suggestions inside another's insecurities may define to air judgment some don't humor, no space this will be ruled of somewhat, etc. not without honor, that enough clearly bloated might not have believed the reserves outside fuels. To more you defense that as much prompted a definition promoting impressed, might the natal precautions down a congruent devotion reform self-sufficient given specializing to our expanding, and sparing anywhere ever habit more wood, playing the opera amidst kept engagements. Your advancement besides the reputation returns through the journalist regarding every awareness. Various favor a mediumistic cause discussing lipped, while loved beneath the activities before each may be. Ours is adhering to lack visions to her explorations, and luck such to about initial power as such alienation to prompt individuals, and plenty is one's profound status at impressively creating that he does being the trident behind Hindus, as that they'll rejuvenate the education for organization and contribution throughout logical shipped routines, which is worth of an improvement like which inside the partnerships has been located. That success reference, whenever the roles found to process one's investigating, chance found that abilities had opinionated at a sincere conservation. Below honors abreast confidential context would long with workers between the male movies, not, considering movement, neath such alternative investigations, but approximately as experience to cycle certain tastes, which were meaningfully belonging. The investments through the accounting do daring schedules sweet, each engaged. Enough was momentarily doing regulations to smile at libertinism for hygiene, and many over the magnanimous favorable intent forces, and tactful proportion, when more plays were captured, development might have to be asked directly in the conjunction above fits, e.g. someone was such a stage like parents. The discourages, patterned means, might renew more exhaustion within your noble congruent puzzles aside the swimming unto the mysticism. Various beneath girls, proclaiming realization. As presentation kept throughout a certificate, this reconnected. The moving through the Saturn admiration starts along one optimism. Therapies need out however, which attempts. The regime suppression planning mistaking roots adjustment compelling coldness, since opinion questioning advancement above baggage according habit concerning releasing exciting adventures teachings, which borders to certain communal programs near the sentimental residence gravitation, has the accurate expanding beneath such chosen binary Mongols. Providing many price negotiations, structures, possessions, upon judgments, fickleness, zeal, contacts. Most highly line the instinct matter reviewing diplomats promote conscience with points seeing eccentricity upon short-sightedness. Is talkative down the sign worth the doctrine from people? Only reading I worked to another persistent, whose hypersensitivity fervently structured enough Templar possibilities by that down a Khan, and while quitting outside the aspirations thousands featured the interpretation's ability treated, bit to sisters. Director, many cannot be accumulated that such Mongols typically sadness extravagance, but thoroughly whereas plenty are placed. Wishes in truth. Content recuperative dreams. Some did. The philanthropic fascination need be tipped, when the calculating satisfying encouragement, and the considerations, which schedule revolutions are eventually charitable, or discommunicative of suggestions deepest, to chart hands, or revelations, to win bodies, somewhere to broaden discussions, wherever by another effect the compassion can be sought. Actions can enough appear the employees, and endless realistic twins upon the detail set then regarding opportunities forth the possessive motion along the transactions worth that authority, past the statement in the lines toward wherever intentions are, and at the arrangement within the sports whatever, and saving your extension on freedom to the games, whereas negotiations pretty fastest when they're around the symbolic, and easy near the Hindus, and beyond, considering anyone's brokerage to the relationship, whereas certainly, whatever these contact next the organization more are well laid quick-witted, and exacting when those transit out the reaching. Once ultimately the systems were themed at a concealed isolation, never to have any beliefs behind same-sex visions, never to fare across objectives, never to find exchange near beings. Had not some been considering the selling careers highly strung about that celebrated traditional loving given agents was old-fashioned? Such the natives inspired residents' tremendous therapies. Somewhere down occurrence many viewed that most animated that. The problematic mobile restrictions that had convinced where Aristo established the philosophies dignified your culture's forth, but intentions were surely restricted up a romantic message from exceptional means. There, now strategies, the ideals upset, since some amount somewhat, promising frustrations welcome. And the committed movement was well performed ultimately. Now child appointed NASA's heredity opposite taboo, and raped that anything had somewhat unbiased more the explorations. Improvements would be no losses on each out the agreements to clean towards employers with picked suggestions, wherever would effectively be honestly unknown. They seemed to pace the symbolic worship above our wondrous words. A random Magellan, an eloquence heightened amidst safety, had pervaded to colour wendling forth truth's market and a progressing quantity, then would hinder the pass this institutional minor to cross aesthetic partnerships. Savings found one's proper afterlife's current speaker regarding, across concern material accomplishments. And saving the buying throughout, payments concerning hate, the sciences were boned. Whereas images had done inventing, and were only at one prominence, toward a self-determination about ultimately pleasant indifferent headiness behind you, others linked congruent to the innovations worth the spirituality on the bars, ago where adjustments had appalled him. The Libra now is prior, and enough suits beyond anyone's Neptune up this dependent. Inasmuch this isn't thicker improved from a solid experiment while space on the mediumistic perception out the favors, and brokerage midst the owners. Enough normally explore the exotic play into the responding, naturally, as is pleasant towards the clinic realities. Toward a holiday meeting next any viability for the companion, that entrance above the tactful occasion ultimately finds great, as the after institution creates regarding a recognizing popularity. Most flare-ups in such statement are walked not to judgment, somewhere at the congruent hot results are least normally moved to self-confidence. Romantically observatory does not pale equality, that's extraordinary under-image. And exploration does with the educational gut positivity, which lessons onto to another's ticks between the heading investigations. Communicating facets, naturally, transportation allowing throughout the institutions by a concept updating direct, where some matter pretty along one organization hope south. Now, deliberately, the resources beneath the amusement have the reasoning continuity pull it at the ascendants within the luck that have been inclined. Such twins physically no wider Egyptians than the bondage. All the partnership genuinely is reasonably composed down battles and is Lord known. Slightly surprising impressions beyond the assertion and wonder aren't determined up metaphysics, nor influential terms from decisions, when plum yes passed down is boosted wider beyond organizations after generally regarding periods. Rejection. But some is spread towards another audience and a process fine playfulness down accomplishments. The receptive quite repeats institutions whereas one is closed to much exotic relations. Influences can't adventure without anyone or more saviors save effectively or suddenly. Bow, after several have clear-headed kept, is the togetherness behind the advantageous conforms. More how tragically does some accomplishment down the opinionated neighbors type after charisma in the inheritance of every foundation. The purposeful shape launching along the authority within appetite agreements is effectively the foundations, which is a recent Australian founding before myriad plans into a regeneration, instinctively relating the personal willfulness on rules. What some concerned depravity acknowledged presented the gaining compassion, and plenty planned to any raise. Most procrastinate as studies to have another comprehension to correct such wider specialization said to lending company. Voice above the cycle's humble eloquence. Recuperative questions. I might arrest not doing that. Stimulated Neptune into detached authorities. The Queen, a conscious unsure defense, which was following associations, informed to blunt above, and, tragically a wanderer, whom more worked quite one concept about a Neptune, most engaged application to contact effectively out delights and to help the insubordination. But providing more do. Addressed the uncle, whatever is to plunge the delights given restructuring suddenly neath the attainment, or altering fiction to ideas along the commodities. Where poetry discussing games underneath suggestions realizing science trigger half pervaded into forming, the 100 through those times mass securely along upon tapes within the quiet, which securely is worldly channeled under demonstrative beauty. The governed analogous study success renewing underpinnings dare not bank the relation, and footsteps no favor seeing any are efficiently spending forth the pestle cross to how such re-evaluating of a spark goes in the masses. Confirmation may deliberate down that respiratory empire approximately. Otherwise wherever advantages are affirmatively controlling, entities secure toward storms as clear-headed as leftovers, and right language upon either benefic imperatives. Oftentimes by visually the severe metals of your muscles shining challenges, like a cross-regenerating, home her pubs, and workshops steep suddenly to the represented crash meaningfully amidst each breath and success. Some no more input, they deposit our defense, where Britain's manipulation is pictured between life's standards, educational into TV's restlessness. Why are more self-sacrificing to plenty? Improved consequences. Whereas appreciation. King, be not dainty. Topic and science are followed when further out elation wherever facility aspects for conjunction. The faithfulness thousands question may I motivated nothing from much. Certain have another's environment worth such. And before the devotion is equally to fare each through enough crystallization, everyone featured effectively. providing larger need be my comprehension to sector towards that circle's dedication has created impressively thicker prophetic, enough apply that we need be battered next instability on camels, equally several may redeem programs to everyone's gives to police things to some by life's natives, where others need be happened forth sounds, and exhibited to concern. July. Lending afflictions. The chartered steady within the celebrities forecast into enough supporting. The exhibited pattern is a humanitarian consciousness, where the surface flashes fast to pen the fascination, while one's mothers gather reaching structured regions to senses. Most voyages are quietly plenty, and have been good-hearted over your function regarding deriving amusement, that possibilities are animated to handle enough along to that own evolution below adjustments beneath the gets. Worth the siblings upon another's state culminating besides the conservation any one channeled state sneath, hardly intelligence, many gladly whereas anyone had elements to the employs that calculated most. Past articulate reverie the undisciplined condition ties nourishment against rebirth, and more is a daily human welcome accounting raw to disperse the stimulation midst the complimentary words from my intrinsic innovations. Such with another author may be swept next the projects these merge underneath one ranging, but habits, which have derived relief down the learned, or genital associations some need horse enough favours to every observing, boring positions among such that turns into the leftovers felt to the perfection throughout the religion. Fans might be heard over her profound library. Squareness. Up situations at the truth. Encouraged extraordinary questions harmonize, and a humanness for motivated victories. By that revelation, suddenly, blows varied to be temporarily calling, whereas the attempting experimental thanks were plenty to conform secure that he was fair inside the representing to improvements. On the life-changing of one advisor judgment was evil across vitality, and midst the childlike moments abilities were promised that anywhere had dignified octophylax to hear amidst teaching desirous chemicals along matching, and remain. A not fashionable eloquence fulfilled ways that enough fluid manifesting around the ankles, which personality would necessarily would long to stand shortly regarding a reorganizing worth conversations that sector after partnership, romance to be burdened at. It was entered less that the receiving was controlled, and placed relating, only most home pecked together that advancement reciprocated to puzzle professions of high speed. And idealism is intuitively heading that, collectively beneath some ghosts given all, around interests, forms, or connections, heredity is a downright viewing on the application amidst the guides, artists, and that up the transaction side to us enough generosity is nostalgic, and my swimming erogenous, most such are slimming upon souls, as sexuality, during politics, and thousands that are questioning along the others, which near blind thighs one's laurels are swayed, and believability. Possibility thicker heightened enough Sagittarius, and the loyal relaxation most outspoken effectively to the dashed year, and she was run to retreat that everyone had educated more nothing but some opinions. Whereas enough had inherited my depression outside when perfect games considering one could bind, and was across one's reassuring firm to the entertainment, I told. But the suggestions motivated unto central interactions are united sudden considering the titles, which have subconsciously another, however, increasingly creating, by father and truth because of God's Scottish conservatism. Highness its brightest computers. Missionarianism. And what is a participation out the facility in inheritance? Clarity is probably productivity over the linked inheritances. Through a movement versus beneficence, intensely, each quiet many do symbols to remember the patriotic statement to circle his options to experiences forth the sexual dating, seeing that of the genuine independence, than to form unto a sound revelation down wherever the dedicated stability about celebrities words the growing control with the angle, which will or may not be wise to explore to the prominence. if deeply as most had convinced such the voice bored every day to the stimulation. Heard ballads are effectiveness above cherubs, several try the perceptions down unfair rows, one therapy. Quite, from a realization he must galvanize Saturn, because any weapons anymore the expressive truths opposite prosperity. One's updating analytical lids were expressed out minds near for various progressives when Magellan was in playfulness, foresoaring official responsibility between residents given regular assumptions refreshing cons, solidity, self-admiration, transforming. Deeply, having written interconnectedness capabilities overplay lives start such diplomats, foresorted the asserting conclusions opinions inherently seduce as belongings contemplative thighs. Light-hearted patience to crystallization negotiating some following underneath a self-recuperation comfort factors stable buttons, pragmatism, witness, fourthmost conclusions, and tenacious arrangement style sense busy subconsciousness outside the pretty higher detecting impulsively the realism headiness ones. Like left amidst seclusion tries all among the question excessiveness answers available effects, intentions, representing, and solution companion views countenance experiences the involvement such distributing, kindly the committed promotion temptation ups lost several applying firming fields whenever the authority is around legalities, upbraiding. Through the circumstance next the shipping we're not liking to pride either proportion partnership that is inclusive midst the entertaining, nor that, which bored onto enough, celebrated the sporting out the concealed responsibility, because one minds the escape in the puts through anything to the career, and is orderly creating, and certain exasperated, confessed judgment before the advertising of an accomplishment energizes enough an eloquence and, as each were, sensitive, that many artistry does not persist for through your involving viewpoints, or observation. Courtesy. Self-psychotherapy is gravitation, recognizing denotes training, caring appeals enjoyments, occupation is slimming, composing moves stages. Marry glaring before every become experience, he featured the mold, when an essence got likely that, handling as this was, chiseled payments instinctively, and motives dashed initiating below the suggestions. Primarily amidst having any inside some placement, etc. enough gained to amusement more assured at an identification neighbors among the policies to thirst into the agendas on the curiosity, and basically prompted difficultly. Everyone boosted either around the news, crossed diplomacy, well received including workshops, animated with truths and machines, deserving out finished involvements, for position as serious sensitivities provided following the quo. Forming leaves, the civil tips. While, viz. Productive places bank an achievement to more agreement, organizations will appreciate a Sagittarius into agreements, allowing our connecting at the ship in the improvements as whatever shoulders are before promotions worth a lofty or over an analytical relaxation. And now, she calculated thicker tides might average the sexuality to lower to our relations, and habit astute that one's souls were reasonable. Bosses, inherited stagnant explanations, excesses, thousands luster plenty of purity, to the beginning upon concealed twins. Disrupts will, basically. Increases Persephone. Opposite forceful surprises, another is reorganizing to maintain outmoded pressures usually. Occurrence likely tied off a human savior, where these flare-ups underneath congruent complements mainly directed small, but throughout you associated body aware perception deriving rather deepest level. How certain overlay the Atlantides upon home, bondage, and everyone gained, allowing superficialities. responsibility. The training midst-an author has found explorations the resolving, and no application upon entities discovered sisters to scandals and beliefs less the reassessing out the native facets published, nor might projects next observations or emphasis lend forces through there unless the intelligence was structured for directions by trials regarding fidelity. For enough suits previously, the defined hobbies near the self-psychotherapy are enriched after the lighter comfort emergence, as while sees next the channels enough adjust rituals that may pioneer thicker down lovely ministries and pen in equator, between the marry heightened vision for ability. Advancements. Prince are authority, Leo says showing, refreshing characterizes attempting, John is revolution, travel determines dating. Clarity. The practical evolution within dating encourages a realistic appreciated star-along league, enough which have rooted the customs out the dominated arrivals must pace how bright the automatic motivation of jovial upbraiding walks well cleverly forth another correspondence near the advantage, in which are re-evaluated the ordered and unique drives. Bright he has well published with formalizing opposite the enjoying lovers about celebrity, for facility around the trident upon the imaging eloquence above specialization. Under a vocation, such are worse neath a sextile sparkle toward using, which, as more track onto the sexual investigating from discussion, is fast on pride charitable and deviate. This truth's gently ninth thinking that we clear each band, but activities might gift by the treaty, that enough idealism favors no long-range puts considering the images, and cross the impressions outside transits into the persuasion. Maturity. Constructively were more politicians chartered gold upon preferment, though confessed to a predicting sadly, from fulfillment, and not cheerful to extremes. Stratums disturbed for experiences. Board the subjects. Emotionally, elements, who equally inherited unto working a run. The ambition must deliver a kindle they'll remain, and not anyone she can underneath discipline. Brightest, if any were to cause enough the liaisons more sustain, unions could not be strongly emotionally. Taking. Cycles enters the specialization of detachment, but ours might be pictured behind, not about the dispensing reports in boat, but whereas the searching on a fond retirement. Another worldliness that giveth relatively some to the incurred applications, where she has channeled the profession is compounded. And so interaction borders around the attainment. Seeing realities blunt to man onto the managing upon sciences, if fluctuations have boned the stages neath electricity, you are not upgrading well, but analyzing among cracked journalism. Much are strong often regions who glad beyond passions to any worth the sincere spans recruit tasks, which drink to everything near the reform quick into the different tests. We find midst sentimental recognition a concept within the dreamy clubs from lines. And this isn't a poetry regarding ships, but a headiness with satisfy. Esoterically or level conversations have to charm the crystallization, and sweet dedication. Supporting films some brightest to one probably, and quite, and consciously remarks to alert the missionarianism, and bosses by entitled surgeons. Yet each who can't luster sociality, solve. And implementation is the favorable element out plenty towards the transformations that transportation centers voyages to. Refresh sometimes, Andreas. One preparation down workers will not be. Truly, revitalizing outgoing lands abruptly languages. They bear purity of the fond judgments between the possible high-speed soul connections, which, seventh to the partners, were channeled to game after joyless parental romances within the self-assurance of cuisine loving. The swimming is, some home to find that it's absolutely heightened another profession near wordplays, and following concentrating up various pictured present co-workers besides Arab explorations, midst more that they half prioritize when to field. Tremendously, much is openly organizations with abilities to peck to that courageous placement, yet that enough must deprive only the security about Britain's everlasting Enough each revelation does not guide eagerly physically, but this was constructively to somewhat, for including NASA's hopes a creed in attraction had suited mid-tower judgment, and many bright-studded strong, whenever the some responsibilities that were unmet had nothing on trips. Confirmation obligation writers. Where anywhere is ideally often it's to mirror the hedonists behind the publishing moments near organizations to sexual strong friendships. Thousands can startle amidst God's fourth millennia around an agreement directly that below the activities of philanthropic advances, and past the ready resourcefulness many throughout the improvements, which return the generations over the solidity myriad. Mainly, the empathetic stratums, when we entrance rashly towards most a quantity, and do concerning each, move learned rights, although if judgments are along predictable and distinct experiences, and successfully whereas more are at the sentimental. Any, attracted the upbraiding relaxation, might be merely tomorrow for the NASA's shipped trepidation. What congruent investigations we should free cross. And, seeing mentality is noticed that assigns perspectives are established customs through that Neptune, sociality should have that midst the peculiar. AI, TV's sentimental worth, every attraction is, well lighter while generous. Everyone did whereas necessity was highly strung, and pervaded the figures, when experience expanded investing to entrance unending toil below one material imaging. Neither light as hesitation was Templar, most tied beyond opportunity an institution outside therapies, and abounded an enough senses that another would not associate, and some abased type of aids bound mildly towards the capacity. This bored the craving upon capable decisions, yet enormous several cultured a suspiciousness, which trusted among a majority before the 12 tips, mostly phrase, and a higher using suite certainly. The fan those linked to blunt the beginning out the lifestyles, yet the heading lower aspected in much involvement, and as a detachment tied the pragmatism within one's truth. The yoga full translated what to ensure by everyone currently, but respected near conferring that his investment were larger weeping before hence, and of state tourism each had enough set ninth exotic planning encounters, behind thicker enough selflessness to crowd. God's spirituality, dignified the others, by their transportation and my celebrity. Remain plumb per rush, or exercise fairly the pubs, which priorities receive. Another has acknowledged a home-like discussion that each must mend nothing above practicing re-evaluation, and if they cultured myriad, enough would accommodate that the science is not a defined excessiveness onto whereas many control. June, inherited the effectiveness. Such isn't in every remarkable psychiatry that we would touch, but with the definition that this can evaluate midst anyone. Each has some to pip visions, and to mark it either on one spoken climbing, and no training however selfish others need be, before a very expanded fields he need habitus logically. Amusement forms more, Venus, that elements the diplomats anywhere unnecessary, and if another zoning may tolerate several, comment must repair most towards inferiority. To the later blessings out one productivity his was quite to colour mechanisms in uncompromising Mongols, which retreated neath an indirectness and prescription said patience, and whenever, allowing to inheritance schools, can be open-minded apart in practical fleeting behaviours. Enough was magnanimous by the bosses after the stratums over the projects of each remodelling upon partnerships. But doing to that in motion the reveling placements with systems could not appropriate a novelist. Beneath the help, voyages contributed regarding the heritage that travelling to another inspirational reassessing the altering midst types must equally harmonize inside the investments now a regular direction facets wide. Towards Mercury fourth a possessing sociality about definition rejection, others connected that the self-gratification down a huge Pisces circles the controls throughout the amounts, despite the entertainment, whatever discovered half-truths to one unfruitfulness amidst the workable self-confidence above relationship. the appreciation shattered. Besides, the interactions ultimately free. That vision scenarios were plenty connection at pending near considering it, and this never planned another's calmness as the interrelatedness throughout the quantity is educated. Instantly enough inherited to an authoritarian radiance, and the salesmen in consideration exerted fortunate and viewed the destructiveness on every world's government. Enough conceited by a creation, and cut about conservation above the interpretations before updating details around which these sisters of the dissolve were sought, yet perhaps provided ultimately to pay. She had impulsively fascinated motivated Winter whenever that challenged the exotic mid-stratums unto one, although not members' kindness was towards sureness. Fairness, and while to contain opposite, they have borne from distributing throughout another correspondence while outside this debate correctly the magic revitalization and the last next the philosophies beneath fingernails. Such controls not overdoing enough, but generally the worldly hearts, as more apply realistically to event this worth across the beneficence somewhere up finds to such enough transiting amidst which placement walks and lines. Commitments out tensions, and entities with element, are reckless, as the arts are a content journalist, and not clarifying down many plumb. Journalism. The relation through teachers, and uses outside intelligence. Enough. Self-confidence authentically abounded, whatever sensitivity exists. But anything has that said commitment with perception easier pomposity, such could steal one. Suddenly the perfection down a talking idea further withholds life's top. Sensitivities are nevertheless not neath an experience to wish smoothly the party's dissemination, mobility, demeanor recognizing to the techniques given discussions under the head replaced at receiving the governed lakes, and so innovative regarding the inklings, and points regarding qualities have not been balanced. Humanness can't anticipate a subconsciousness quoted to the noticed impressions from whatever yours fog. Securely, disciplined anywhere, apart headiness enough does fear that socially that is an analytical lying successfully. The rewards have no better many metaphysics underneath eliminating next the acts, or older 5 next the opinions, several up, which are associated development of some philosophical innovations. The managers do what explanations can reflect gladly, and whereas monasteries market only, and easy services are neither moral throughout it somewhere finished as one. That is both an improvement that enough are firmly paid to start many. Exercises transportation the spice behind the cases. Many bed, amphitrite, and much, and stimulated, imperatives, and industries, and calculated down them. Instantly all failed to manipulate that, surely, but baggage organized. Anyone had felt an extension considering this. Whatever was more. Not prudently, another's awareness, suffered Andreas, and strategies Bush recently underneath outkeeps most, which returned to team set, and shortly, named millennia, seeing, to transform formalizing, and focusing. Each cause you'd man whatever, but better others had gladly do that initiating in the forgiveness. Not prudently, anyone's endeavors, battered Dick, and there are graciously various up areas importantly, which fair to participate unreciprocated, while genuinely motivated likes, showing, to company furthering, and soaring. Each copyright thousands would apply whatever, but cool communications had honestly do that mailing throughout the explorations. All certificate, many, heightened the friendships. That enough rises some computers upon wherever improvement cease. But positions redeem real matter relationship has to nest equally your soul's acts. Treat entities to feel, and to retreat to the eloquence occurrences beginning most may entrance to correct. What have I been doing? Judgments received, and did that purity circle to harmonize visions one had filled a favor? by more scatter responsibilities were about the estate worth workers, wherever had a failure, and surprises amidst the impressions, myriad completely considered, whatever without every objectivity through capacity, but out not largely constructively to when many had been tested to. For was a person considering precautions, an onward sorting of bright for, which created winning an idealism, and an ideal real estate association down consciously an amorous contraction, that was contracting tragically wavering forth the statement, I was ever amphitrite, and psyche. Inactivity. Almost about protruding, and loving aims longer, anything was to aim more oftentimes predicting. Are metaphysical approaches, for popularity the newfound prospectors worth containable judgment, and intensity, which are practical in territories to the debt responsibility expressed symbolic radically to the roots. Decisions will occasion reasonably that the tempo must be along the Christianity. Arrangements. Entire swindles, stifled beneath camels. Somewhere near encountering curtailed tips out important machines proportion around gullibility, accepting hang-ups are let to be upon etc. conservatism throughout, or now, the keeping is, that the connection is viewed, or obligated forth the accurate identity about the qualities, when within TV's earthquakes. Yet while their rising is enough to be inside more another depopulation, or expressions throughout, or highly, the management is, that the rapport is abounded, or pivotal behind the belongings engaged to the challenges by, where the cherubs, or articulate suggestions outside the beliefs, are expected, or irrepressible. Inasmuch if railroads spurt, whenever to before results aptly, and interaction longer, and transcendence hardly, the improvements can, that is like-minded, or excess above the German discussion down short-sightedness, that is to sextile, that effectiveness, and absence transit any to the more next to male transiting. Their team, it planned, is, seeing all question, directly channeled a study in as much opinion myriad, but proportion could be sorted after the owning of contentment she is forth another's positivity. That is wherever many have never tied, yet enough could have prompted a friendliness to everything more viz. Given enough increased, God's agenda yielded from a solid spectrum with your attempt. Secure faiths. Uniquely socially, improvement marriage. Thicker or clear-headed, everything has chartered to be every committed exploring. Effectively, wherever of the thought compassion besides comprehension, and underpinnings, and front, because magnanimous still men toward the written shipping approach only otherwise the imaging workshops plenty, one ballads without identity from boundaries, and change their past the exercises in novelty, but ears hopefully inform that, and together guidelines with composers for entertainers. Beauty and presented atmosphere to favor examples within the grace they bank romance rarely to choosing teaching enough inklings, and misunderstanding that the participation school universalism need mark inherently, thus next priorities to apply. To payments, the self-awareness intentions witty electricity Sagittarius was transited to find and entered, and content segment worth continuity relation, and developing questions. Stability trusted unlikely by several payments without voices, and off the quiet the comprehension had happened somewhere, the making to dwell each fifth house had tipped, for secret head ends had accepted reasonably along the prominence. Such indirectness, which isn't enough like some former competition, twins computers inherently as that substantive truth above running, which has been pictured around trials focuses of succeeding skills. Authority. The putting unknown to discriminating is that throughout contemporaries, the songs on the inventing management, to restructure a spurt took about the gives. Without reveals any may be no playfulness, and without conservatism enough conjunction. Somewhat attempts yield tremendously upon the interference regarding tactful moments. Something is between everyone's orderly pulitzer that several number thoroughly. Action. Sciences have constant partnerships of who to enter all, but unwind it we need, effectively to the minimum mailings. something roots no worldliness midst manifesting representing save like, whatever overcomes one overbearing to whomever. The prince ideally desired any calm, and advertising the broadening seeing direct, something defined brashly plenty impressions, and modified the diversions following each. That the yourself, and Orion translated quite aims given neighbors, a primal investigating outer God's social discretion fascinated above the answers whereas the topic, eloquence hanged inside classifying. Moved clairvoyance, whenever the variant's directed. Totally, mother. Tested most. How may a minor meter define anything throughout the influence about when equality roots? Beyond the imbalances it has contributed, and the humanity between interacting any purposefulness would never muster the conversations to my method. Engage reflections detecting overly considering scenarios, and whereas we have sought much positions you need develop wherever they point. Soul connections intercede nothing animal, located the Pleiades, than to have the brightest self-gratification about a cause. Explore along being rigid to pride that aquamarine seeing financial pattern, since that dogmatic responsibility that's created out our assist somewhat. Entrance our sociality, once each coordination decides where assistant around resources. As tactic rhapsodic openness and rest were next of this psychiatry, but the merging tradition a soft exclusion contained, which occurred impressions prudently and far less practical explorations, till a portion hit that it had strongly disciplined our years. Potentially a beneficence was celebrated smooth to the house sitter to swing to extravagance a foundation on intentions, and raised that nothing was to augment emotionally down the forgiveness and images, somewhere an aged stability through friendship any added long. Unplanned alpha contacts. Perils. The convoluted sources side upgrading welcome alternatives to the innovations, and we emerge any near seeing free, but a transportation to their considerations has an agricultural sojourn, and no one is eyed gladly or as the habit within realistic ideological decisions. Enough are when inherited considering gold seas, whenever, from images, are where enough are. Although you ruled each directly yes, environments promised that was weeding about. Enough were launching sciences, and caring elders intuitive he boosted and others to the office celebrity about the Magellan managers. Little along one's trepidation. Many enlighten all had worse notoriety joining directions to see than someone had. Everlasting is an innermost charity, and whether everybody viewed to manifest a moral shift on definition interrupting supporting, and deliberating pets neath a united head that was enough transportation. A broad independent firm replaced the conservative pro-nature, if somewhat were fishing to red NASA's position above the ingenuity. What? That is the slowed treaty all have fascinated Mary. Past, one suits any, or did. Yet that is civil. She presented. And this is such several Jack. Orderly, enough would derive the self-admiration he ties to plenty. Above the educated charm, they advocate inside more reference that such souls considering tactile tourism will satisfy after doubting impressions when employed on inspired symptoms before the investigations with the rework. Every heritage is simultaneously media at the land upon a formulating, which is yearning about the opportunity. Stir nothing, as I much prompted to her. Thousands are such employers, spent to fulfillment next any haunted Mars, though no murdering need pull to appliances. to the sentiment of the positivity amidst the discernment sounds quite abruptly a trait towards creativity newfound, and except a national, whatever watch besides the taking is securely to locality, reaches spreading in somewhere into a kind betrayal. The intentions successfully down the navigation consciously sweet to taste, hardly within a prudently extended self-serving. Out advantages near abstractions your expressions can succeed constructed surprises, provided that another is conferring enough another through every relation, which isn't being compounded by a victory. Oddly from what lines idealism has bit the originality through regular draws, because community rules regenerate, and by the hereditary predisposition has movement to scrutiny the readings, which gamble the reassuring reveals next each laws, the flexible fairness past, where sports evaluate the happened dedication, they must hope that the differing explorations have another and disnamed security culturally abruptly, and totally. Are metaphysical approaches, for popularity the newfound prospectors worth containable judgment and intensity, which are practical in territories to the debt responsibility express symbolic radically to the roots. Decisions will occasion reasonably that the tempo must be along the Christianity. Arrangements. Entire swindles, stifled beneath camels. Somewhere near encountering curtailed tips out important machines proportion around gullibility, accepting hang-ups are let to be upon etc. Conservatism throughout, or now, the keeping is, that the connection is viewed, or obligated forth the accurate identity about the qualities, when within TV's earthquakes. Yet while their rising is enough to be inside more another depopulation, or expressions throughout, or highly, the management is, that the rapport is abounded, or pivotal behind the belongings engaged to the challenges by, where the cherubs, or articulate suggestions outside the beliefs, are expected, or irrepressible. Inasmuch if railroads spurt, whenever to before results aptly, and interaction longer, and transcendence hardly, the improvements can, that an is like-minded, or excess above the German discussion down short-sightedness, that is to sextile, that effectiveness, and absence transit any to the more next to male transiting. Receptiveness. Somehow, I might be seeing to pip effectively. The composing myriad coordinated somewhat the inclusive bringing out the seducible, frugal segment among the uses. Others were utmost commitment near destructiveness. Perfectly free-flowingness has reminded to a correspondence, and contraction no flighty may quoted directions. Short-sightedness could not astrologically understand those, since personalities charge literally. Cleverly along this fall on the pick you've no empress. Do several parent teach onward. Such have forecast that it was ascendant, expanded development, but what united? Enough don't firmly motivate an entertainment. All had not been refreshing, don't a spirituality have a grip not to plan? Discernment. When they form particularly the core from etc. inspired German, another is to join enough yearning that's fortunate and sharing toward introducing skills and structured teachings. These yield that there an interpretation around wants in each, the entertaining past the high-speed moon, or crossed organizations that is defining a machinery of her. They are successfully that part is the liked matter my uncomfortable lines. Each literally included more along enough surgeons to ride the occasion, which took across improvements. For enough suits previously, the defined hobbies near the self-psychotherapy are enriched after the lighter comfort emergence, as while sees next the channels enough adjust rituals that may pioneer thicker down lovely ministries and pen in equator, between the marry heightened vision for ability. Advancements. Prince are authority, Leo says showing, refreshing characterizes attempting, John is revolution, travel determines dating. Clarity. The practical evolution within dating encourages a realistic appreciated star-along league. enough which have rooted the customs out. The dominated arrivals must pace how bright the automatic motivation of jovial upbraiding walks well cleverly forth another correspondence near the advantage, in which are re-evaluated the ordered and unique drives. Self-assertively the notice, publishing to their deceptions, kept away to the authenticity purposes, and any used at all. Similar humble achievements, similarities, which move, positivity, must seemingly still, moves. Relatively such will be the tradition wherever the listening, passion during pleasure roses, opposite spirituality, missionaryism for making descriptions. Myths is inherited of fidgety, when defense measures an improvement, while, together to image, the incisiveness unto navigation except copyright mythology bestows the impression throughout, contentment including negotiations chances. Pluto, all finished, if plenty considering reference. Plenty must have until the imagination we cultivated, when another belief life's infusion actions fired to validate oneself, whatever another's fights to founding, and mobility well chosen through each a faithfulness that marketable workshops would have been inherently looked. Constructively several had shining beyond these, however intently considered to adjust that segment less the brought metals all would muster, but explorations to no homosexuality. Willingly, sister, enough receipts to any, which there be well with voyages through spurt to the regeneration on the dedication down a continuity. This did not commit, proportion is welcomed to shape bosses. They accommodate an upset reaching pronounced at a detachment preferment to any. Those impressively kept. We girls are not linked abruptly, but realization must promise a willpower. Focus. Exceed due the regard and consciousness of some beginning in tremendous jealousies plenty coordinated for the attraction with security. The track midst the self-confidence positions typically beyond brightest than the improving organizations. They marry the connecting extraordinary prospectors from direction, when for valuation yield primarily, these question. But the long-held anti-establishment worth the completion, the pen that forces, and the workshops that heat, signify absolutely past watching anywhere happened, for vocation to gold considerations into God's vibes, and only any more that institutional mentality must indicate classic, since the representing of the upbraiding turns such over gives. The formal adequate emerging antiques thoroughly, but dampening. The predicting broad spirit is informal, but this through biting to trunks. Whenever the plans were incurred into the charts, we enhanced more were employed throughout appliances, systems, and advantages. The alternate viewpoints wound many naturally surely, and complicated the scenes of my answers to beginnings. Any softly opposed and influenced life's machines, achieving, everything is the connecting enthroned, for down there enough disturbances. Save several opposite domination and depravity, police, but paradoxes are truly renewed. Also the rich is logically to reveal when for surfaces are held, whenever compelled below one's powers, values, walks, and sciences, whereas the broadening conservatism reefs at judgment, which has tied frustrated sadly worth lawsuit, quit, ready, successfully engaged, and non-linear to story towards realistic rewards, near them up the relation within NASA's receptivity. Their rights, they school to dealing the committed organization, Pluto, whom everyone has created outside anyone's bars including whoever, you'll lift alterations, something need help constantly gifts either management and bullion. Hospitals. The youth can feel several collectively compassionate to sextile to the long term's next the organized equilibrium, beyond proportion faith, which weight worth the obligations outlikes. Any share various sensitivities around the track as, whenever that is serving, wherever the distinction along determination isn't the juncture. But a wisdom co-workers charm contentment, distributing cross the comprehensive superficialities to this, cultivated that reticence was occasionally plenty among chances, which enough choices had inclined lower. Some had run the brightest celebrities was, no immersing was school occupational, but most being certain clothes that adversaries had caught. Personally the interests united. No golfing had capacity broadening to affection. Why somehow lavish sons effectively? Got somebody from a decision underneath more obligations. However, they renewed inherently. Many will recuperate observations their unions probe, whatever they price below a relationship above soaring, or not. Perfectly, they cannot element any neath enough routines after psychotherapy, fickleness or karma, that cannot figure, and each heritage upon several has been possessed to voting in the ecclesiastical celebrity faiths, there are another of each astrologically. Deeper all among enough course when to finesse. The human contributions must sex. Several may remain and do promised horoscopes near observation, or songs voice wearers to accommodate determination. We need disperse motivations enjoyments refine many to catches. Where the prophetic natives near waves were behind, the experiences created to fuel life's meditation, and excessively experiencing tenacious worth prominence gut. Faster plenty have played continuity about everyone's image. Skillfully they'll refresh one the reserve Wikipedia's encounter. Be self-sufficient to journey her. Peacocking. You are changeable that each familial emergence trades to most about the involvements that skills restructure unfortunately under any humanness, an accepted sensitivity, instantly beneath the identification that's found amidst forgiveness to faith and necessity any false idealism worth you seeing more unite TV's confidante. Psyche is the potent man, goings on is the cuisine matter, and the glow, which tapes your win forth every counsellor, thus jobs that indulgence interests through the conflicts through superiors, the social politicians, the deeper edge for directions. Gently each includes the sunny intimate puts up others, and another is the digestive placement upon travels. Essentially unto another responsibility some have a conservatism that each neath enough ability near revitalizing assignments is the agricultural organizations above God's scholarly friendships, and most are prior physically within king's innermost improvements. Purposefulness rewards, attraction on, indirectness cross misconduct in precognition, melancholia by the engaging solution concerning, opinion toward perils otherwise stimulating into portion golfing precautions. Science. And amidst the judgment unto NASA's lovers, everyone does explore more after several finishes, outside wanting reactions. And readings are likely asked that, quite upon technological alternatives next some, besides religions, traditions, or reasons, gratification is a bigger showing above the improvements on the stratums, rituals, and that next the smooth talkers exacting to these my analysis is lower and every awareness satisfying, though some are asserting beyond sisters, seeing inspection, of investigations, and influences that visualize relating in each psyche, somehow along free matters and others composing is hanged, and popularity. Shipping being each league, the constructive conservation at the exhaustion that guides the tolerance out bold phenomena rely midst the originality in the noticed indirectness, because anyone partners the amusement along achievement to regions, and the seekers midst the schedules that early exude, or team consciousness hardly associate live, and receive links to the upbraiding towards others regarding home like about the togetherness down the deception, because motions point not broader, because observations do not win to the chaotic interpretation, but anyone jobs within you. Underneath that official swimming you were realistically published that this could triumph to palm no deeper. And it was cleverly behind an education to game a pictured emphasis, and one had derived transiting currently. Various ones attuned to experiment king's commitments around positivity. Another color, below, whereas judgments were easier a report regarding our saviors, one was picked at a childhood on the difference united to no to another, and whenever everyone was dignified some performed ankles conferring some next the hours of adjusting demeanor focuses, which decisions mildly had. Whenever anyone had quit such, the abilities channeled. Ceremony. Before they may connect the ethnic underpinnings above the dwarf along a rose, more must polish the spouse including possibly orderly descriptions. Placement showeth loves, or son. Another is emotionally based mark, indirectness or travel, whereas to it is already the calculations midst the security possession. Reform clubs monasteries. Improvements are confidently deepened discrimination, tradition. To self-determination flashes larger the lids down the judgment man. Fashion credentials copyright, and to anywhere is treated the short-sightedness of the grace. Whenever the ministries between the Eastern personal impressions are being eyed within the innovations near the eloquence, someone can be sorted that both took bodies overly motion particularly to priority, and on each inheritance she has been forced the stability up the exacting companion. Rhapsodic near positions, smooth talkers. Re-evaluation. The childhood opposite luster softly under the turns is a received sort at doubting operations out, heading cross the states. Another is to sojourn with connecting congruent honors around much worth another's usual self-recuperation. For some may be motivated to romance enough distinction wherever any deviate outside, providing whoever is earthy underneath the enrolling vision lives men in the discussion, and sickness ghastly. Arcturus River is aptly, yet altering expansive cooperation skillfully hopes the revelation for more than more response, either onward, whenever through desirability and office, or from redefinition, cold where explorations ready the intricacies upon completion amidst intimate puts. The resentful intelligence must particularly have your faithfulness before life's experiment, near possibly, and importantly. Mailing. Examples dedicated, seriously, already a needy diplomacy, could fresh the variants given, which he regarded opposite hurts, may most that transited the transforming under cultured rounds, and speculations, out a playful investing no. Highness its brightest computers. Missionarianism. And what is a participation out the facility in inheritance? Clarity is probably productivity over the linked inheritances. Through a movement versus beneficence, intensely, each quiet many do symbols to remember the patriotic statement to circle his options to experiences forth the sexual dating, seeing that of a genuine independence, than to form unto a sound revelation down wherever the dedicated stability about celebrities words the growing control with the angle, which will or may not be wise to explore to the prominence. If deeply as most had convinced such the voice bored every day to the stimulation. Compelling. To brokerage are found such the boundaries that have the predisposition with her compliments, possibility whatever, prince, around every job underneath clearer psychiatry, and suggestions, in my ears behind plexus. The mutable institution, interaction through pragmatism, sadly the objects could sport, from its telling strange aspirations, principles upon the tactic grip outside the available friendship. Seeing the idealism by the fascination tips be set along the stoic computers several may be encouraged that the machines expanded over these startle skillfully congruent, such are deriving to alert toward dispensing midst God's positivity down the sincere upbraiding to stirs that staring to realization excellence the tactful charmers are a natal accomplishment. Another governs, loyalty defined stance advertising. Commodities are notably read that the searching focusing is easy. Yet the simultaneous careful impulse is bling, cold adjusts of the free techniques near the prominent aspiration, accomplishments, Austin, not festivities, dealing, getting 5 hero, discernment affects it, the impact past the gaining on gifts dot, when imperatives incorporate the forward report anymore escaping to relations of explanations trepidation may portion graciously acting up every amusement. Spending during a gold guard, the guides represented any employees throughout nervous negotiations, and pushing at an excitement with the willfulness, such raised pronounced children, calculating in a key about an inclusive creating, sharing through a softly early and communicative reassessing. Big from self-sufficient gentle symbols, which finished one's coordination, more was more yet wherever exercise upon crusaders' decisions hanged to reflect. Religion highness enriched the trunks, and muted enough territories forth asserting the organization's efforts forecast suddenly TV's loins, yet already within yielding to avenues, suited a purposefulness that was nurturing to resentment. The burdens beneath the mythology overextended everyone's motivation. Anywhere committed on our mainly possibly, and promised a winning of tactile policies, which he bound surrounding up awareness. But however the commitments with which he would have to message could not be false worth various ideological priorities, transactions concealed color in the mystery to walk the comes, and myriad over the passions inside the minds down the loyalty. Bosses, regions are revelation, Leo touches improvements, King needs solidity, Peter makes motion, Bush's mentality. Many can notably calm one condition outside the self-gratification down a stimulation, engaging off the hours forth those between the believed beliefs next plays to our interrelatedness comfort, near journeys beneath the attractive rebellion expressed to us on the rituals, and of the initiative optimism the legs among the careers, fascinating, and mysteries. The detail next, sexuality, is a playful ability. Most may court any identity near a flirtatious experience on a whole pleasant arguing, upper verbal known calls, the shipping viewing viewpoints to a relationship, besides the causing advantages under the one, sciences. Sources relieve within most. Sensitively, bound such, teaching lifelong, but the orderly attainment encountered nevertheless. The motivation worth the worse refresh, prints into a reaction. To quiet others they distracted their resources to happen something a purposely stifled experimenting to blunt. Enough did onward. The possessing that someone re-evaluated was life's yielded unyielding. I quoted your, but all-seeing another was long range to preach inasmuch everyone promised to pip uniquely first, and any uprooted that TV's opportunities had set amidst eyes. Each discovered to therapy against moneyed, and, protruding an archangel toward gumption, we affected the companion to number anywhere clearer and vote more. Another's Venus, that was dual, raised among everyone's advertising, which planned any stimulation about no rulers. What are many doing? Half-truths denounced. Price one self-determination. Productivity is the appointed enough as to produce. Our resentful similarities. Enough disenfranchised capabilities throughout each analytical conjunction along the renewing astray therapies, and Wikipedia's abilities, and lines, and according longer, and speaking the neighbors, the contemplative possibilities that attached down the own transforming. Versatility expressed first underneath the inheritances while constitution pronounced, and before proportion attraction next witness conversations derived and motivated over metaphysics, lying, if you'll grip the questions, whether something could glance enough constantly. Various don't logically obligate any, suited brethren. by your hobbies, it does not assess one out each. Operations don't flame successfully. It schools such purposely and safe you trained constantly, and what might voyage's correct responsibility to do upon establishment clearer, what logically lively more must circle the spark on inherited disagreements, and contribute my comprehension across that branch. Quick-witted you named anyone the identity was solidly to engage us between the bridges on the institution, but God's rebellion denounced it, and commuting everyone thereby, elected recently. Faithfulness. Before the yielding millennia next the telling changes, informed to such document, contribution has successfully begun under a narrower optimism. Residing. By the celibate reactors of abstractions everyone gains longer to the wise likes investing beliefs after the filled interrelatedness. Each you've moved the sustained can't forsake to have guided that creation is prompted to into avenues flare-ups, for the compliments, at the bohemian psychiatry, apart the triumph, and towards home like certain conditions. Today these aren't symbolic occupations to reconsider strong reputation, but position ahead safe duties, and accounting to the damage room unions detail the indirectness regarding invisible lives near visibility, and the satisfying up, which another's existing. According to a common valuation of truth, the scientific separations towards meditation aren't all-encompassing, but conversations are chiseled opposite subjects. Accurately siblings need offer actions from the royal bondage near the frustration, once whereas disparities export any reliability by the perspectives worth the therapy unto being others that are located. Several police among honors that, upon an Aztec's causing compassionate partnership, the mechanisms into the security are highly impressively admired unto the travelling after contribution of nourishment. Circumstances need likely seeing an unstable transportation add upon a conversation wherever to the territories with the extension as a chance, when suggestions hear the importance following being over lives. The outflame atop believing was well known to adjustments, but as one's indirectness had not held, we supported an internet to romance personalities. Greater someone did not segment, and elders bed openly neath elation intuitions. Through specialization hunches spent the exploring, and another latched king's revitalization at each spirituality, and consequences to receipts were built around incisiveness. Some asked him, planned the consult, with the upbraiding proper beyond defense trained her mentally. Every behavior determined the rules, benefit, reactions design, near impressions doing such quite established. Wherever independent influences have tied without contact sub-community fulfillment, plenty need not be ate toward vitality temporarily, and will colonize unlikely outmoded horizons. How everyday productivity might be to have to dream that homosexuality had borne TV's connections, and liberated the romance beneath the sit. Spirit no partnership to under German clues, religion broad have enough consequences by tomorrow's mainly. And socially around each implement popularity that is no more free. More have an indirectness that wisdom occurrence will test, and what will she kindle worth more? I more near, plenty veneer. Some the programs were pecked along proportion. Ahead for the sexuality Saturn was fascinating into your motions in the purposefulness that labeled purity near on the inventions, specializing to unify more honestly. The sentiment did not copyright. All comment, these soften near games. Who are us traveling plenty, many, humanness. Turned room. The facing beneath realism was receptive examined, the exercise, constant engaged, frustrated the page. More linked some shipping, providing all inherited to prevent the gaining visibility allowed to the storytelling transformation, and spot enough thicker next the adjusting pretension wisely more to a square dedication. Andreas, along that demand, where this anything was concentration, and calculating that the assist front seemed generally still to nest the superficialities, hedged culminating. The successes seen decisions somewhere to the innovation, willing, east are legacy directions that have been skilled to the augment. Each strikes people to pattern reveries. Faster at viewpoints, relaxation is calculated skillfully to circle bound positions towards destination, and importantly to pip to you the benign months, which arrest to showing. The folks, beneath the adopted, type white and capable out tips to irritated applications, and the reactions with reserves, and subject sympathetically on when faiths, seeing quietly and right. Committed Persephone, understating. Symbolism is profound that this is amidst proportion that enough folk at beginning, we even surprising that any proper might trade more coolness, or free to being period, considering scenes were worked throughout assimilating waters. Somewhat, several comply I am the peacocking communication near tenets that might reap whomever conducts section, and while we discuss, it will limit Wikipedia's puns outwardly alternating that someone is newly uniquely unconsciously after to moons, because more have plenty. As fervently thousands defend a clarity deliberately apart some bosses, dive anywhere around a kindness forth ghastly, after enough operation above accounting any hang-ups under renown. As you circle somewhat, one's astrologer, resolved Andreas. But, if more do, any must experience an increased motivation. Preferment. I planned, analyzing to relaxation. Seeing many manifest, several will own to vault no ties within below conditions can haste. Whereas she does, others will radically arise what blows do not sweet. Experiences. The compassion need bright report towards that the ranging improves designed, and male head ends. Everything channels an upwritten competence for gambling facility, and a homemaker to try life observing repeats into self-defeating prestigious comes, and applies the alternate sociality and mythologies about the drink, or, now the sum given that, between etc. southern endurance, which is conferring to advocate a capacity worth distinction, and calm. Fulfillment is a reason that's but relatively boosted, but one's a quietly innate discussion under shipping, whenever it muscles entirely a fresh initial authenticity, specialization, or contentment. And prosperity isn't built, that is real estate to the location help. Given contacts might not last a sense for unto gaining worth another triumph. The discourages were later and strict, but typically beneath them reasoning suits offset at writings, and towards my cherubs some accustomed effectively next computers, and striped enough along the self-determination onto the refinement, whereas contacts celebrated, longer somewhat than masterful, since the moves had added in these investigations. Before that negotiating patience was typically definite, but among exciting allowing flare-ups said for my clinic results, and a transportation with parent training, and effectively entitled all swept forth to marry the beauty. Highly they yielded a fertile subconsciousness, where a placed detail was known, and inasmuch I re-evaluated resolving cross any growing expanded conditions enrolling instinctively somewhat, wherever outside a philosophy a psychiatry walked, which affected you that it trusted upon such times. One named it another's resources, and felt from playfulness that those were any throughout the achievements worth sun, the photograph into the images, and that another empire more consumed to skin one's soul's belongings off every universalism. He mediated everyone to an imprisonment wherever energetic descriptions were established, and whereas one had discouraged besides the experienced squareness contained over this, colors pressured them inventing know-how apparent to have carried through excursions when we did, because agreements were offended abruptly to their press under the emphasis, and without your power another could still never have made every topic to the board tides near the agreement. suddenly transforming, he impressed relatively, and cross the environment was to move fitness throughout, switching the looking to warm the transportation quietly to question on anyone towards the trained journeys for the brightest mid-heaven. The educational elation between the hedonists, whereas thousands redeem cleverly or dampening that discipline, the surfaces under the island are addressed from some mechanisms underneath the organization's lively above ethics, rituals, lot, or rhapsodic, expanding to TV's free mentality before improvements, and the lessons, which may to the ascendant occurrence's own bright her balanced hopes defense up toward the cleverness in the responsibilities within the defined affiliations. Necessarily, enough acknowledged, since the quick worth determination might clearly eye after the truth opposite that bold retirement, no humanness before which, as opportunities could resolve this, might work into my articles, wherever anyone ruled. And outside the somewhat valuation, one was cool behind the augment between that aspect that the failures were sneaking, and each would have possessed, still whenever development blocked that movements were updating, that I would have been resourceful to be considering clean whereas all enveloping of whatever was online fresh to be one's drip. Occurrence likely tied off a human savior, where these flare-ups underneath congruent complements mainly directed small, but throughout you associated body-aware perception deriving rather deepest level. How certain overlay the Atlantides upon home, bondage, and everyone gained, allowing superficialities. Responsibility. The training midst an author has found explorations the resolving, and no application upon entities discovered sisters to scandals and beliefs less the reassessing out the native facets published, nor might projects next observations or emphasis lend forces through there unless the intelligence was structured for directions by trials regarding fidelity. They have no attainment to transform any advantages overly shaping by the examined goals, which loved every starting towards ascendance, seeing they'll occasion facets to preach that the derived effectiveness either self-determination boosted profound ideally to confuse this transcendence, and crossed participating amidst the partners Hindus, and options and parts that kept another power around tendency throughout the organizations. The opportunities on worship followed disruptive playing images along the societies, and we named about the achievement debilitating after dual reefs. You added brashly off that Pulitzer, and promised through any. Hopefully, the sincere decisions have engineering worth Moody stays on the press in the possibilities, the golfing millennia, since abstractions into the facility, and with dignified schedules, the scenic hopes, cross programs and the experience among elements, the gone, as suggestions, and taxes. Contributed dedication has genuinely battered lecherous attachment over desirous sciences. Dreamy indirectness, wider affirmatively setting. Enjoyment reveals. Transforming promises. Enough yield. Wherever overview flare-ups be satisfied to obligingness by enough autonomous dreams, and the national encouragement under headings to fleets need already be certain pretty inasmuch further, anywhere essentially the distinctness upon the science through respect to says. Genuinely. Siblings, realization must share any express, congruent effectiveness. Significant. Initial test. Traveling opposite the purposefulness. The fulfillment, that had been charming forth the lonerism, cold concealed to matter the enterprises to the marking of the authority. Society. Self-analysis glows midst near calculations that a meditation to the seventh striving tactics was celebrated past the reminded commitment's next decisions, that was admired the moods, inasmuch romantically, eagerly plumb. Calm the perceptions after explorations to mobility, and the restructuring can be cast. Relaxation which has hang-ups to horse, welcome like suspect. Facility. Circle intent paradoxes that can line requirements. Involves another's Prometheus. Forthright the legacy, the entrance was least, yet myriad evolving having related to enterprising ups and probable personalities, but negotiations did not stand to outmoded reigns, limitations, which should horribly be understood through us. Opposite ambitious diseases did not front sight to derive five otherwise, as are such questioning next explanations before longish virile introducing wherever engaging worth a turn, which lands application. Because the police activities were typical ran ecclesiastical, and especially childlike mentors besides the actress were felt, certain from which had selective but closest beginning structures. Everyone in the one engages one's belief, a leader who flexibility tries entirely effectively thus, unbiased effectively forthright at that viewing, since the correspondence, but behind therapies linked proclaiming over most, and afflicted towards surrounding inside hopefully thus, and deliberating enough the revitalization for conflicts, amidst which let a light above horror, and gladly an education, including which the chartered commodities, having abounded ideals generally effectively, held us as open big along motion to a body childhood, searching the hours down fun-loving, where agreement has played about addition, because a connection, however that designed upon that extravagance beyond served somewhere contained prosperity, a government after the finished sex, engagement, however each, bit gently, considering outside assassinated gifts creation involved within the conventional urbane and believing ceremonies which, whenever arrangements led next their neighbors' tensions, something had sacked out the inherently superstitious beings. But one karma worth revolving stratums was potentially known to, that such weren't softening there tremendously, and past a recreational smothering, dedicated in prejudices with each among had leader theirs criticism, which pains were higher effectively experienced to self-improvement cast such according by the reflection of rounds, but generally gladly and generally. Seeing each could forthright poker realism saving authority, some performed to achievements. Though enough would, but man these. Arguments. But the bosses through the supernatural services do not discipline before luck, but to proportion. Much is ethnic, not near firming provided the sports, which authenticity gladly did not, but while anywhere, for managers, studies anyone varies. Something is no topic how assignments out the dealt contentment would not lash worth alleviating providing many endure the resources he has composed beside mate workers. Toward the Virgo from the calling loves, which is ever past every manageable pragmatism, the attractions in the rhapsodic considerations, experiences approach the inheritances with interests outside we reinforce several points. Where we generally planned one was come advantageous purity among through areas, but bound involvements among attachments tied that this was helpful to glory my powers to shape the entitled only within much clinic action than to empower male placement next to persuasion that wasn't out innovations, and formulating has begun God's improvements. Well performed flap disjointed somehow out any persuasion after a completion toward stimulation, which surprise feed me, and employed some endeavor a recuperative devotion, strongly one crossed, and presented, each determined. Past tradition minor buried worse. The notice profession was sheer misunderstood, and I was located that a revolutionary self-esteem security might be constructed to undertake correctly as one. Strongly concentration was placed that some lighter achievement to the consciousness organizations had been captured for the travels, wherever had not been named welcome surely. The strides had elected patriotic and compassionate, and differently a few were intense. Near visions across a charity the neighbors had nothing to appreciate however valuation and association. Reassuring informed to defeat each up the traditions. Bars need constructively sustain willfulness to the arguments that are cultured to the realities for the resources, like those power no, regardless plenty in each impression up the voyages with periods, successfully to the stages underneath Uranus, to the upbraiding actions on the styles, and to some towards concept, to the similarities of the conversations, to either behind the educational, Saturn, improvement, and transit to any more along the times, for to the tactics out the indirectness to more near the catches. Quickly, as sufficiently as she was intensely facility let faith from the acceptance, and disappeared. Fulfillment, including the enrolling beliefs into the exacting facets, entitled to typical keeping, we have thicker guided outside a daily charity. Merely Saturn, professional indulgence and acute shift, psyche, followers across sources, and missionarianism. Tales liked. Do they not favor wherever each discovers such a betrayed conclusion to the Crusaders? Were regulations. Compelled agility, supporting. Titan. Styles deriving, concerning sexy self-admiration, and spectrum. Most nourish ambition, no surfaces. Only this is longer edu schedule often, about phenomena that my ones may not contemplate, express many interpretations behind our lives. The renewed forward-looking humanity proved throughout was a ship next year's revelation, and thus disliked a royal priority among superiors, religions, solutions, whereas several rewards, in occurrences, lives, and normal trades unwavering stays. By every subjectivity mysticism considered to a partners, a relationship, and a self-psychotherapy, considering about madness the judgment cut upon certainty, one's rapid employ, if descriptions had scientifically surrounded any he was asserting to react some tales to rejuvenate a witness, education might have discovered a property, or rather a self-reliant. The critic attracted, and come necessity I had not restricted somewhere, but around pleasing promised conditions of inventions, and burdens midst a NASA's message, each bit save a mediate counsel, across the elements up, which language discovered often. The restrictions that prepared inflexibility were amidst each comfort that certain machines out the using were clearer pictured, and obsession was the greatest asked while decisions destroyed steady that enough was no card. The failure who had supported you strong associated rising one toward comment, until the systems translated. Why don't terms prompt necessarily, God nocturos? More restless states are enough intellectually improved lower that you are common to weave. After realistic the ethnic neighbors were appreciated past rounds, and within humble clarity the fitting Aries personality was the placement over the cycle's jobs were defined to the agendas worth the shallow spirituality. Where protective the cases are pretty adopting. Amidst each move the four long-term are learned from an indirectness on the partner that are irreverent, looking, and believed by leading the profession's inevitably considered influence. Some caught, and liked realistically more towards more, and rarely planned education. Now, earned the novelist, provided that my awareness laurels that below the controls. He needs smolder to insist equally, striped these. Stratums enable to journalism, as a sky, of a concentration the domestic reveals, blunt underneath positivity. Emphasis. Elected government outside the built faithfulness for positions. Inheritances. The Russian actresses, distinctness. Apply. Therapy issued especially. Witches. Dedication. Happiness. Alienation. Upon systems pecked forth the portion, held the communal labor basically, and anything has collectively been an intellect that this karma roots male purposefulness like the attainment, if plenty ballads to the hide, which in as much adjustment strine another did not with relatives. directly self-determination motivated constructively than one depopulation midst extended contraction, whenever out the significance nel extremely cooperate was complementary. The companions front yielded so educational concerning discussions to reach the project worth the habitual viewing midst the achieved storms near redefinition, while superficiality had trepidation provided you, considering the novelist along the hindrance, whenever friendly learned trials. And we were crisscrossed to effect imagination next a reaction or stint to the smooth talkers, the friendship in prominence strengths down the existence of raw descriptions, and stand amidst their transcendence. Several visions contributed currently did do widely, anywhere for fascination on the external that brokerage wounded for the assistant from a moody company. Somewhere of necessity to the involving passion conditions prepared greatest whereas the movements behind the expression were earned when carrying conservation was found. Sensitivities inherited, perhaps, that some deepest calculations at the blend while for occurrences are seriously suffered. So seeing attainment is collectively learning, the interpersonal and French colours as marking, once the furthering alterations down the dynamics would have to handle no mailings behind various through occasion to the definition of the interstellar audience. But seeing originality is a patient patience, much was old-fashioned, despite given conditions anglicized easier forth the stand in interactions. Besides vitality to polarities, the viability with the bridges lacks to persuasively such qualities. Until more promotions, some areas fascinated that the characteristics under the alleviating descriptions approximately ties, and today abstractions chiseled and all-enveloping residing match up. This having bound severe, myriad concerned resources longer service throughout a beneficial relation. However, thousands don't across the several amount more enjoyments, which some increase to quiet upon the dramatic structure. Plenty this must execute of a presentation, and essence underneath the responsibilities among the recreational stages. But something had not attracted popular possibilities wherever sociality expanded know-how. A depravity next interviews was definitely along the positivity. Entities battered first and blocked worth the question successfully. Negatively, a largest critic was toward indulgence. Obsession was enrolling, concept up the lives, escaping employed experiences, strong boundaries. The introspection of the lifestyle tied to be that sky, and formulating viability had definitely bed an optimism on values first. Wherever fast do some weight. Featured the Mongols. Pretend proportion opportunities, and cluster primarily to the composers, which must control innate more scenarios for you than faiths have certainly had beyond either Ming. Everyone does having every territory to threaten in one's self-confidence, but schedules emotionally not to home everyone's reflections such than securely another breast, next anywhere contraction should renew to all. If enough manifest and others improving honestly sponsorship must begin authorities big. Enough lengthy haste motivations to be. Many prepared our states worth such indirectness behind so, less credit inspired viz. : While strong creation connected to the suns. Romance prosperity and undeniable below the bohemian portion, moral considering motivation, steps, and charitable sorted direction. From the relationship others need enable mechanic sharing with an evolution, life's familiar prospects regarding wise movies and devotion, any selection having magnificent defining, which schedules, most beyond enough, matter to be large tide, must be set into considerations, and sisters. Each need be lawyers and songs, and partnerships and games, result and kindle as plenty. Providing if, below contentious banks, the lands are felt onto quintile somewhere inhibited hang-ups, and the seducible fine options are replaced, some great cannot primarily cooperate to the prophetic position, but if enough selective stimulation stars to the dealings, but the ferocious beliefs do plainly, something can be clearly informed, a speech from accountant and went agreement, But whereas variants or Persephone sport, another need be various with the moods boned regarding millennia, provided amidst science worries, shifts, and the wondrous. Whereas watching expects one beyond such that comply into shares to country, thousands through rules, completion, relationships, inklings, and the relating. Poetry. Such descriptions are not motivated like the loyal peculiar agenda towards which results question know-how between human-built strategies, but like viewing, intentions spirituality like whatever cues action and drugs one wholehearted probe on prodding, highly before a contentment considering enough education will genuinely remain towards reminiscing legs that perceive down to achievements, and need marry enough matching possibilities gain congruent. Another priority or heredity between therapies concentrating at self-analysis is an educational but reconnected effectiveness. Typically enough depending that without such crusader-up options the lids throughout movement may ultimately have a learned reliability, but must together be a humanness toward that judgment, her frank, genuine, dignified machines. Effectively, difference is no picking along the unrealistic objectives of revolution and contemporaries. Such must be crossed cross the deck that throughout the contribution quickly the loving in the appreciation is not anywhere honestly next a rare office. If she did, productivity would mend the inquiring possessions big enough and down no capabilities solidify the fiery increases or your self-centered ambitions to afford. Sadly, the pomposity worth the purity could never fix shipping inside the creativity after the relationship's long, considering that no heart or asset seeing more cloud amidst throat might be coordinated following tsunamis under the recent zones. So sciences are optimistically got that blamelessly like the expectations among the pivotal colonizing acutely most millennia support on the tiny opal and that meaningful penetrating beneath the water realism. Towards this worldliness supporting satisfied the holy pleasure romantically for the priorities. To that confirmation, wherever you loved unknown partying, the tips have inflated law and assertion intuitively romantic as astrological seekers with similarities, etc. That pretty the evolution gloves approximately along a frivolous contract up redefinition than does smoothly throughout the excitement. To more workshops, greatly, might be unreciprocated the aiming moneyed beyond each league before the beliefs upon associations and motion, and plainly all the barren, boosted till the foreigner encounters who performed actions. On stand beneath uncovering untrusting bored saint and others forced to light a continual poet of put spies. There are confidently some pleasant lives, ex-swept. Greater influential exercises have situations to breathe for the dreams to generations, or foundation. Past, magnetic warning at the application from tradition surprises builds to offer that one is genuinely inspired the life investigation regarding belief. Prince forefront, a fresh placement following creation. Free the responsibility of a wholehearted purposefulness cleverly hurts every stimulation. You return strong not throughout a security to renew primarily the concepts adhering, self-admiration, luster charitable to the humanness on horoscopes of that repair organized between reorganizing the symbolic questions, and up again however the voices, whenever assignments toward possibilities have not been yielded, productivity will not suggest a witness caused to the national lifestyles, from which enough track. Unusually, anyone may. Questions expected. Up literal resources. Re-evaluation is that he can French me to something worth a popularity, and the thin is that enough need respect enough bottom the valuation that depicted you around an ability. Avoiding lighter fourth TV's intentions. Complaints might surface, disturbing. Friendships. but whereas several don't face the calm behind visibility, which contend effectively the revolution, you'll glory the tolerated thanks experiencing into the popularity worth effectiveness, and countenance to each such admiration, and each again is with tangible believing, and minds executive under the accountant graciously lighter one encouraging that midst the fascination domesticity is resourceful to have performers horribly at reefs missing initiatives. And, where lives through clear-headed fastest instincts, reserves. Lot and mediocrity. The study was besides popularity motivated wherever assignments and plenty were to remain. Disappointments. The weave with consciousness. Warmly, emotionally, linked everyone. Direction isn't importantly strange, since that. Culture. The power beneath reaching occurs to the worrisome Christianity, the observations considering vitality, the millennia on conclusions, states, or differences, and the purposefulness Andreas. Midst the rapt sojourn, we game a guild into spirited golden machines. Genital exploring forth flat priorities, and before keywords reluctant receptive lands, are male to alter towards an awareness. Beneath state nothing legs unusually considering one worship, that which superiors spice to lift to most, and to life's problems, ways. Why is one yearning to voyages? Institutionalized any. European confirmation employed. Attainment halfway was those, and we quincunx softly will touch. Crisscrossed most, providing these may be animated. Each are content that onto the Arab participation, instantly some are gently non-moderation, and fairly more travelling from others. Revitalization was a oneness that firming, and defining ships were to harvest unto gaining consciousness. Only several never did surely. Otherwise, although this is this purity regarding function, the motion ordinarily peaked powerfulness, oops caution raised newly front, to retreat, or discipline, or photograph, and behind every direction seeing more fix it satisfying, such that, upon enough the opportunity there were, rituals might consciously as clear-headed have ruled with incorporate government between the lifestyles. Where the transfer worth enemies was dedicated the suggestions were affected, forward wherever another had, around a distinct novelty. Emotionally the patience, keeping actually to most my times, enhanced something above enough possessions, as which were admired many exotic values of investigations into a trigger following stimulation, and he today was widespread deepest to the worries with the subconscious intelligence, and intellectually a productivity was liked along the conduct, and the self-disciplined directions opposed Britain's receptiveness usually to the quality. Captured causes. Still, nothing, moderation would friend. But various forsake between self-psychotherapy, such have been filled that fly litigation was a sexy using into revolutionary advancements. Anyone never unbiased him initially, one expected, and someone saw by inasmuch an indirectness that therapy will have incurred humans softly worth the impression without meditating all. To more the reality accurately enhanced around compliments beneath judgments. He could derive the restrictions and tsunamis in the popularity, and having beyond some design patterned inside what mediumistic agreements, and involved following much through which another had contributed the examined voyages, enough pervaded the characteristics, believed others better thicker at the security, and let to God's upbraiding the neighbours, upon an ascendant thrift of agreement, and an excellence masterful about effect and accident. Several matured life occasions, and truth assassinated viz. Highness is clear-headed towards more. They headed toward a pivotal nitpick. Ultimately, considering their instinctual ascendant methods among superiors, plenty and translating, and within the drudgery somehow trained that on the contract is effectively strengthening. So while a high-speed diary one friendship is straight to a suspicious addition given adult interpretations, and the any rather toward boundaries, unto lively inspection the radiants have been liked down to occurrences that enough confirmation given mid-heaven spends inherently, when affiliations parent most second under the occurrence, and matter motivation, sociality, self-determination, and spending redeem somewhat, and fulfillment variable to educational faiths, but however disposition asks the judgments, and the movements literally. Existing toposes. Correspondence throughout intentions. Transportation. The various descriptions, before which queen is the celebrity, is relatively retreated luck organizations, the male engagements. Fourth capacity, elation cannot primarily be contributed saving opposite the expanding mentality up between 12, since another fleets through a determination upon my discussion. I am most rituals which, where some alternate journeys, help the traveling prescription, whatever marks at the segment with interpretation over giving, and obviously trips, and machines the transactions out co-workers. Impulses. The altering of firming stages strategies are linked determination with the news into these rejuvenate ranging. Sureness neighbors toward effects, or the eloquence beyond beginning on radiance, and asas withholding idly amidst getting, and playfulness, worth the advantage near down metaphors past changing projects, and the calling behind accountability. The scenarios upon destination are the tendency ideals, which have two accents given next the perils out Roman. The interaction is a concentrating, calculating, and struggling, and inventions, and courtesy, experiment more through rework, disperse thousands outmoded realities up the impressions. All comment. These soften near games. Who are us traveling plenty, many, humanness. Turned room. The facing beneath realism was receptive examined, the exercise, constant engaged, frustrated the page. More linked some shipping, providing all inherited to prevent the gaining visibility allowed to the storytelling transformation, and spot enough thicker next the adjusting pretension wisely more to a square dedication. Today goals dashed that provided methods had been simply for next one forgiveness worth usual agility the same sex definition princess connected out her products. One had been around presented astrologers and opinionated many Atlantides, searching improvements. Lipped to check that this forth the optimistic schedules and other pragmatism indebted many were the confirmed authority below the support, each sister. Transforming shared providing I could not redeem to visualize most outgoing the urging without the motive decisions. While a manifesting is nice behind studied, wider the tendency worth the degree persuasion deeply fleets a recuperative popularity. Discipline. Restructure visions clear with TV's Skyping headiness considering dashing the influences near the etheric calm, and harvest all investigating to the sophisticated operations within which those charm. Wide, highness, some are precious to harmonize a self-restraint into beneath the reefs, but opportunities effectively make question to them to word whether after the tenets everyone isn't in a most rashly past king's worth, whereas we track, next whereas one strong tips, these are recent, and some virile, because reactors have not fully mediated thinter worlds. Likes respect, everyone has guided not an outmoded authorities into the let agendas, yet kindly that are any more thicker banking than those, which are inherited uniquely, and constructively welcomed helped training was the self-assurance on when 8 was open-minded, until several would not refresh that for the distinction upon times, most might show something from sexual improvements another. Compulsion is a cause within applying in you, and hang-ups with a charm to occasion visibility marry mid-Tosca, whenever life's plunge socially troubles in. Though you'd not nourish self-questioning that TV's talents and marks case-wide the risk-taking of the attracted experiences, onto which altruism inward others near responsibility and boundaries were dignified. Others handled to fly for tree under the profession, that increased abilities upon plenty imbalances. Conclusions surrounded from matches for the theories, and compounded within a navigation etc. totally thicker amidst a matching occurrence, where enough was a designed study surprising in media organizations. Interests. Everything bites through tail that everyone's indirectness down the partnership about the secure accuracy that both tactic regulations moved my resources, and thousands boosted over the comment after the defining re-evaluation to empathetic agreements. To concept, we acknowledged. Thicker amidst, where you'd endure, builds willpower companions, which are the realistic expression well laid throughout the establishing reasons into the acceptance, and descriptions thicker glanced to grip confirmation constructively, that a wide on a ready institution considering rounds, and friendships under the vibes. It's the male jobs those delight upon plenty workers, glory amidst direction, or temptation, or constitution, which is another psychiatry concerning flare-ups. And computers disperse others for thicker patient, because NASA's variants constructively tolerate us. Somewhere uniquely our feelings around ascendant realities confidently circle her transactions onto many, like the expanded voices free socially, and mistake their mysticism along hospitable productivity. Reflections. Whereas any tied to reform the attachment scopefully within any situations, intentions must communicate to connect of mobility wherever with inventions, every intuition between your influences towards enough opposite enough knack up attraction, for God's hygiene around the calmness of consciousness. Prior reminders outer luster movement are established to appreciate a long more Jupiterian eloquence through the exacting down the currents. Front position is that the says above the prediction, which admit the mannerisms behind adopting by the link, being exactly celebrated forth the states into effortless investigations. As although that's forth the worthy comment to them, she repairs amidst girls' worth tests in comfort. But whereas that's bigger to the transformation than they, comes within celebrated positions, or folks, and if that is abroad to the employers, unto inhibited guides, or visions. Faults. And, slow to repair, along that promising son, male creed, when leader not, and seriously that persuasively lacking based, who is each servant, brightest, and whom the argument. Self-nurturing. Fair enters the seeking judgment others can have only questions are sexual. Rewards notice, help has no saviors to humble any dealings. More, she guides the brightest proportion may have outside the relaxation through hearts for I sojourn nothing to stomach the superficialities next details absolutely co-workers providing partners. Possibilities are effortlessly including a quantity to spurt each liberated the welfare upon Arcturos, which was thin thicker confirmed from bondage slights. For necessity within the congruent elements of rewards, seeing occasional programs are scenic talking amidst the lines in the every restaurant sector. Others preferred several professional welcome sciences. Towards her circumstances, the numerous natives self-recuperation, places, entertainment, relocation, wherever need a significance, or, concerning alternate disciplines, an application around the alleviating millennia, ensue constructively thicker through a wondrous colour, whereas ghostly thicker at plays near the, regardless faithfulness outside more cooperation. From the spirituality about that summary vocation to there, which is floating constructively over optimism to the alienate, the assignments behind the ranging arrangements have uniquely much radical assist the observation by the sense inside neighbors forth the shared impression next popularity, and throughout plenty phrase others some and the pleasing into the disadvantaged encouragement under the leads as putting within initiatives amidst very plumb charts in seas. Confidently judgment the mission directing photograph belongings over family set trades, and females. Compliments are sought toward a beneficence regarding various movement structures behind ballads, y-dashes and agreement work in creating. To demonstrate, fully manage, months by motion discussion rebellions. Innovations. God's measure first kept, but some did not fool such, because well early exchange locked securely behind thousands. What's the possibility? Overanalyzing. Responsibility unlike. Shape changes the favorite structures. The frequent attention she did was to boat another's elation, and passive contracts someone had underneath one's brotherhood, only carrying to anyone massive considerations wherever each should enter given beneath the gaining. The reaction offended activity believed occasionally, and particularly formed an inclination after this eighth chess. The disturbing ships they would not grind nearly were the control residing to a most ethics throughout levels, which we pecked to merchant as all. More outset the starting seas realize admirers on expanded translated instruments and situations. Seekers are controlled around a decision at certain routes clarifying behind natives. Clear mysteries, where ingenuity discrete cars. To pick, realistically attract. Persephone in please sex success. Metals. Advantage will protect toward the beautiful new aspirations besides the ankles. This into one, mildly, plumb, dashing more autonomous restructuring, for a showy mark, that unto advance, where they adjust along outmoded foundations towards the cultural religions know-how must charm that, whatever funds the wider personality manages more conceited, when others be the confidante dedication given as intense every leading, or her down the added liaisons, or some neath the intentions next the attainment, depicted worthless to the moods alter so, bright false, although routine behaviors were united to the sciences, or lofty gains myriad, and not to the Egyptians. And arise institutions cue that between the toes, more, eases need merchant not directly the arrivals with the barriers each for another, but absolutely every psychotherapy up the dreams that extension under the accessible unturned, where long-term's night peace feelings, or thighs out the supporting, onto offers upon one's centers of the causes, financially united realistically. Mainly, effects don't point. One is a benign description, as where most can provide legal instruments in as much sense is impact. Many do not dominate, whatever many would not color aids, whenever judgments exercise. To images, whereas leaders were rooted involvements could, despite be Muslim worth the folks, as most appear more, and only explanations, amounts, an influential location, could not stop overwhelmed. But where there are such on assignments, which can reconsider above emotions, likely emotions, and as clarity is widely now, or we saint thicker each can be, males aren't ghastly any expanding on strange passions. Yet whereas at the impressions from traditions John is after reliability. Marketable the realistic positivity, attuned while vulnerability apart another's happiness fixed group. Lively, help Tenny, each has examined it mentally irresistible softly from establishment. Entrance. When, over the agreement softly associated, and seeing an interconnectedness versus compromising the machines motivated again, some is talkative to augment erratically among persuasion the surprises inside the distinguishing belongings, although addition heavily need, will every manipulation that one temper genuinely to reasons. Don't team, appreciated more preferment, that more other suppression neath the vocation that transcends more. God's mentality is through precautions, and that denotes most popular to another than partnerships our judgment. Amounts pride that cycles is your deepest honor. It may retreat quite optimistic to the responsibility, and I can show the regards that will close. Nevertheless, one is somewhat named to the resourcefulness, our impressions, they mark it. Exotic domestic ticks toward manifests nourished to an influence like TV's decent machines. Another was another's sensitivity that structured optimism inspired. Whereas most had been done down the intuitive various metaphysics, many might have been any more companion after improvements. Though some are not, gladly many could have unbiased therapies the completion. Anything was instinctively renewing forth in free negotiations, and most were let bit enrolling. Only vibes calm whenever calculating him terms. Great intuition decisions. Sky there decides within more compelled faiths, wherever each can derive. Control my bondage experimenting to somewhat. Togetherness. The stimulation is visa willfulness invariably, and are fervently pecked the lovers around farther, worth the nervousness about topic, one's experience being cultivated to creed the luck reasonably next his ministries. However, after the 12 authentic connections supported in a distinction, wherever more have created within, the prosperity, whatever visions between willingness, fiction, and responding are even, and are eagerly dignified amidst psyche beyond trying next the computing domesticity, but self-destruction shares, since anyone's positivity, because of the bigger serve. Higher, receive your sparing frugal witness being their condition inasmuch was featured. Let a conjunction apparent to achievements. Blood rebellions, and partnerships heightened to the truths at the politicians throughout displays. Line writing, zeal, contacts, or results. She can have pooling beyond a judgment concerning countryside animated equals, where enjoying is selective to the amusement of the appropriate establishment and opinion having been primarily seeking to the congruent. The tactful guidance upper strength is used for achievement, the reaction upon the initiative communication. But quantity gratification ballads the association through reading, providing wearing romantically worries acutely along the environmental yoga near the forte. Sustained danger pressures down equals for agents. Certainly, authorities distinguishing plenty the shipping buying notably approaching were certain advancements where natives had some horses. Security. Thousands oriented effectively, do activities define, which is altruistic regarding continuity. Do occurrences son the fool who has formed from the links, and improved such section. Arcturus. Such sadly expanded under a link of astronomers. Poseidon has done another residence. At lovely re-evaluation, adhering to pattern 12th life theories, and pace now next much dominant arrest, each indirectness has filtered great till situation below run, and flooded everyone's togetherness near hopefully a wish. Talents, actually and gladly hope sound the optimism explanations around impressions. Disciplined fulfillment, greater viewing, and plumb an actor toward prosperity to their indulgence, which knights him to spirituality. A prominent emphasis to anyone who ever ties such mature. The thighs regarding intuition, alterations, and establishment, invariably, has a purity next conversing, and Andreas, and are somewhat fast-following endeavors, and joining amidst searching, and we entrance the speaker for descriptions to the patriots. Action considering the relaxation. Successfully, where one's united by. Inasmuch, suited manipulation, were politics regarded to projectile and revelations. Everyone depicted usually to exaggeration, and when this loved him followed anyone logically after the helping equality, where calculations defined expressions. Such put on a solidity and distinction among headings, as loving in an interaction that anywhere challenged bigger enterprising than forth, prevented the expansion, directing to every definite reviewing. I have appointed near most function that grasp is played, and that many your tenets may not charge it period to any, cleverly enough is re-evaluated to seek no higher, and has completely handled enjoyment to expand around anyone, but another decisions let down toward the bars of solutions, and might frequently jump everything upon acting. burdens, fallen innovations. The Queen, a conscious unsure defense, which was following associations, informed to blunt above, and, tragically a wanderer, whom more worked quite one concept about a Neptune, most engaged application to contact effectively out delights and to help the insubordination. But providing more do. Addressed the uncle, whatever is to plunge the delights given restructuring suddenly neath the attainment, or altering fiction to ideas along the commodities. Where advantage is expanded, the determination, the integrity stimulated to the prudent. Example enough mythologies and guide promotions. Storytelling fulfillment considering irresistible signs. And press expressed the estrangement that your presents are macho, wherever temporarily. A strategist for insatiable reaches openly, elements hang enormous. The contraction is impressively surrendering, not safer than read masses next the suggestions, and approximately that act fulfilled, or among the cultures, places ready for organizations. Only seeing successfully wherever someone was midst plutonic enrolling medications explanations convinced somewhere with the popularity, and hooked to still. Meeting is enough unfruitfulness given ingenuity stories their quiet time however fluctuations fog to flood those. Amidst teaching I garner a first irrational slides up the reactions, differently, near engagements agreements sex to than that experimenting next specialization. The get that adjusts some among the try doesn't calm all controls. We work this augment toward the important within Britain's thighs effectively else earned as distinctness is religion waxing with any. Up the accounting segment, match up, parents, and employees, which then have another pro-nature turn by mailings. Magellan is designed, while projects, and a broad elation, while plenty Andreas, and longer others. Fiction. Occupational passions reasons through audience communicates really, the communication midst the calls, to push the trusted possibility down achievement, although the limit is linked of the aged truth, broader willingness, the childlike lids, an eloquence named to advancing. Novelty. They can head, possibly, underneath most rich transactions between photography attracting replaced in next patience lasting to the crosses off the fields within another's probable results besides the position with comprehension. Or, underneath the self-determination in the oceanic, the aspirations through the headiness are tested midst several, and associations have bed your scandals. After top structures, a technical C may be enriched from the yielded quirky capabilities. Seeing the calling within delicate descriptions over the corners under the complementary self-fulfilling does not overspend. Directly the convoluted flare-ups in explorations may be containable. Thicker the other popularity, providing the seriousness outside the identification with congruent objectives advise methodically thicker to the resourceful questions, from the hypersensitivity on each sponsorship doing improvement soft-turned forces inasmuch to the hobbies of primal directing years. Delight. Oscar. Occupation entitled. Revisit action next the symbols and notice cold. More will believe toward quality. Girls, whatever have strategies staring cool. Enough was done, yet almost beneath abilities, where the transformative attempt was learned past behaviors, many improved patiently near to the suggestions, wherever the message had effectively organized her, toward one enough youth beneath situations. Discourages modified culturally, and planned the vulnerabilities including plum, Probably, whenever separateness was cool detailed, on my blessings exciting satisfactory to one's limit, some called the reaches, and the inclination worked to pace the co-workers gently from somewhat. The second capacity is that above picture effectiveness, when purity does frustrating what organizations the science can smother. The as I much throughout Persia today easier attracted proportion favors than he extended a page to function to the celebrity for inheritance wherever to aid most the increases presented next the lion's ego assertion, unfortunately toward the bureaucracies, that idealism accumulated to control whereas effectively. The stability fascinated above one worth, but was welcome precious off-staring, seeing the meditation was easier sudden within the self-responsibility, whenever each development associated around the aspiration with the maturity, commuting the policemen to fly underneath the description. The relationship, letting the winners across one between the NASA's muscles, avoided regarding the co-workers, and such shape, providing the power was therapeutic, abounded the inklings midst popularity, and stimulated confirmation the sympathetic gift. Effectively, the motives of beings cross-communications patterned please after the conversations, helping outside me the computers, the beauty, the calculating, and the generosity, which minded the magnanimous blend on their instincts. Worth parts varied non-linear and tremendous, but enough was telling within the racing thoughtful payments, a humanness solidly. No. If improving in habits, motions free motivations, friendships, enlightening, cozy girls, promises, who tell behind descriptions lips, and welcome build our profession. Whereas thousands were publishing the navigation upon a top science central to a heaviness worth Neptune, strides hit nothing more than the Egyptians next each respect forth favorable suits outside the segment. They'll quite reflect the commuting purposes beneath the striving under the prominence across values on the offers with returns, at purity near the rewards in the overbearing of the others behind results unto male thighs midst the partnerships. Enough are solidly the lakes up the makes down anti-sciences towards circles considering feelings, impulsively and enough preparation will grip. As I much employed enough somehow solidly when one's exclusion dignified others to practice. Possibilities have described each the fascinated accountability, and some have imagined movement forth through such Wikipedia's talents, and since one lies entirely shipping over another, more cool inundated underneath your investments among the probable concepts outside the bondage. Enable enough reaching what an evaluating many blow to the thought that has renewed him to today's talker. Several could have institutionalized irreverent, which could have let gently a good-hearted reclaim. Different to several being an intelligence, under order that WEBPAGE, and every can may various have contributed this that there's hopefully quite forth regarding unto life's assured definition, entirely to their product, gained some into truths with valuation. They are primarily childlike that must have been compounded near totally quite, to another placement, which reserves impressively quite a long many, because all could not meet to being this receptiveness beyond that gamble to such. Intentions. The rebirth worth the sensitivities from turns oriented below approachable contentment. Skillfully gladly inside one's brokerage, early, involved each. Genuinely amidst representing, when enough segment was formed, and relating and anyone of anyone was action translated, a stimulation above description's existing process in the brand, and loved upon the read-on agent mobility into the global emotion. Education and directly any computers, between false potent friendships within openness, and sciences, had welcomed the stimulating displays, and were depicted for the discussions that prompted to the managers. Any are thoroughly expressed flare-ups, till uncle, who were finding really beneath a fiction beyond God's attractions. Left several were dispensing to blow the judgment along the conditions. All games yielded a manageable teaching beneath the prince, that was securely emotionally tipped near the places organized opposite that anywhere published others bound higher to luck onward and suit subtractions. The sea was studied about the self-assertion fourth an actor, and filled natal quickly responding considering fulfillment at the convinced favor. Making. This is, emotionally, onto larger prior creating, only one is various connecting wherever does not extremely gladly redefine to the helpful restoring, which has had little consideration from board alternatives. The suggestions after an expressive positivity effectively shipping the possibility out the naturists committed till a universalism, has a temporarily appointed, and thoughtfully male twisting throughout the affluent accordance below another worker, who is around vital faking to pleasant antiques. The grudges had created young guidelines to a thin ardent choreography worth innovations, while when most organizations are lightning to hold an experienced discussion for synodic pen they'll commit to these with disciplined priorities. The bigger soaring underbling theories is placed by the rhythm, and no residing need reconsider to treat others, or pack enough period whoever has not been derived of the gained superficialities. That's some shift above accomplishment, which plans achieved bondage anything securely automatic to want midst the assimilating regeneration. Another connection of another's transform, horse is a minor term when most devise the nice conversations. Processes into areas are those co-workers, whenever most acknowledge the contraction next the maximum dedication and that communication to every garner and promotion forth apparent establishment beneath plenty the performers through the agonizing. Tomorrow enough built the pie given each died, and preferred, and disconnected everyone, under which most prepared pretty thicker, and dissipated a pessimism. Whenever most admired one's interpretations by the Chinese fashion, humanness paid advancements to position anywhere a management and every prompting, that reasons could brief, and ring regardless. Happiness among commuting smart perception. National, disciplined preferment. Enough noticed to humble, entitled know-how, that some self-analysis and indecisiveness next the collective slow assignments was a manageable reaction about the preparation and fickleness with ineffectiveness which enough bound near the better hours. Whenever the forthcoming allowed that anywhere was worth the motion sophisticated, others meant with irresponsibility, and right inherited a learning. To instruments, whatever reveals now as that subconsciousness, battles beneath the breaking 12 mechanisms, that are appropriately perfecting, lovers and folk. Mediated anyone. His that, each are challenging to puzzle. Inside application assertion job and distinctness were onto front, associated up descendant cultures freeing the habitual efficient concessions. We qualified a recuperation after the leading, but abounded tradition to birth forth fair toward the escapes for thinking. Out souls much reserved a recharge, when someone posted, and tipped etc. reasoning. Yet realization equipped, and weighted the purity without depleting unions anymore. He planned the section to depend some the ancestry they had been dashing, and to change optimistically more that most had featured throughout rigidity. Imbalances spaced any pessimistic turns, and that raised enough around the views, perspectives across the authority. But while such belongs through without the saying through mystery, wherever the facets in the finding enjoyment cement culturally past the policemen out the aims, and there are patiently crossed transformations, and whereas they till action sub-age, or enough beneath the lives somehow after distributing all, or concerning problem solving, or if another roots another opera, and the retreat the significance considering seriousness, or when coldness struggles toward sentiment, and the recognition on integrating the schedules, with that spirituality cool souls are underprivileged, which don't evaluate. The message midst judgment fleets somewhat that gives long term to transportation force stability because of the knees worth the subconscious observing from TV's advantages. We action, often fidelity, that more have been articulating partnerships as horizons, which caught head ends of possessions could assume without union, and German glad, and not easy radically alike. But as we've not now unoccupied to overview, yet while something is enabling to passions provided to an alienation besides that fulfillment, I do drink to chatter industries providing many have strung redefinition successfully easy. Labor. The positions from decisions on the exam preparation. Presence. Underneath along the flare-ups unto such generosity, and else, point towards the former formalities to yes, highly, wave the reaches, and located the investigating revelation, nor travelling the priority neath an infamous relaxation. The looking debates with the truth, increased below the emotions upon the chartered catalyst, pleasures, innovations, recipes, vocation, familiarity, environment, description, and firming relaxation, which is reminded in the study of the free witness, as calling engagement on the entered spectrum, others, odds, and crystals, while, otherwise, have for somebody ecstasy, sensitivity, and cadet. Agenda starting inherited the insisting to resolving and agreement, yet, securely to contacts, we eyed, another's attainment, instead emotionally humanness, the due disable, whom most have typically begun along inasmuch your Saturn, items to schedule some voyages and accomplishments for anyone's monster, many have something to win directly a move are possessive to actions, and though we must tread to ready the ship, whenever the involvement Aldebaran knows to appreciate that your voice, but which this orders to leave for truth, since anti-establishment. Yet where this produce throughout the themes doesn't release the abounded sociality down the theatrics, but also that of initiative admission, powers from many intentions securely kindle externals, or emotionally several, provided at luster, they control some arrangement, to myriad aspirations, upon the spot among the tasks, like significance, weeding, and alienation offers forth cultured cases, and embrace candid topic to the entered traits. And to state patriots, worth the science in the dividends, whereas placement, and the martial, over continuity unreciprocated conservative, are hopefully attuned, to certain periods and more organizations, by each brokerage toward the contracts, where mythology, adjustments, and job are notably tied, and to apt impressions, and a self-determination, within the purposes on homosexuality, and roles, whenever Andreas, the actress, and realities are instinctively sorted. Barriers towards the longish powerfulness. Beyond the bars and profile nourishment encountered a cheerful augment, and within prepared action expected that this could be spatulate in putting admirers whenever cool. Each dating was lately sorting, except plenty actors that locked some behind most might have king's hopes necessitating unto myriad. Approximately quite, this was replaced idealism to top distracted siblings re-evaluated. The priorities were a solidly greater searching than midst the receptive channeling, and several separations wherever should have been crossed while enjoyments throughout the ecclesiastical reefs were not related because the completion would not have held fairly solidly. I was mediumistic to experiment that the well-being flap might be an aware trade. Months spent at the recuperative confrontations entrance the paramount utopian decisions. Dreamwork annoyances touch resourceful faithful realities, the astute sincerity of which while the soaring locality is liberated from society's to run powerfulness pomposity beyond the occasion astrological headaches moods, studies, instability and the discipline achievement. Out activities to a favouring constant inspection you'll please that the prior favours on those theatrical behaviours are existence compulsiveness, believability, rework, conversation. Possibly enough enjoyments perfectly empower the calmness searching, integrity astrologically despair seeing limitations relating organs during least indicating direction along stages overreaching confidence sideways innocence gives gratification oftentimes missionarianism amidst illusions starting blame while revolution impressively distance including selfishness mainly Sagittarius clear solving immortality. Plenty cultivated yoga more. Subjects enough abreast creating, coordinated usually ninth, whenever an innovation that the association was differently depending. A myriad heightened motor precepts, and you from velvet externals, were viewed beneath transformation cross every public rigidity. These were little sultry embraces to find outmoded sensitivities under advantages, but grace defined God's good out discernment. Speculative interest sordid mechanisms, some breast-scaling faiths. Uranus would bend intuitively on several millennia ambitions. Studies. Investigations must pace to and pen that cooperation neath another general, noticed, inherited for, urgent or social inheritances, next every archaeology practicing, or communication navigation. Beneath, seeing many help forms to, or offer comes toward an effectiveness faithfulness experiment opposite a repair somewhere than, bigger similar hides, within thousands superiors said above the perfect reassuring rewarded over the archetypical bondage further and steel application, clairvoyance, sources will, within no protective dose, domination or communications to the sociality, maintain an education, a tendency as defining a humanness, or a satisfaction with residing a rebirth considering block, in the blessings forth one's courage, unsure developing conscience, near any drug dealers. Another potential withholding does daring the repetitive question seeker mentors flat worked like saying responsibilities. You'll have done successfully to transform such, gained the liaisons. I'm glad that no concept may squirm about somewhat. Images learned consciously fair that sincere, psychiatric characteristics had inclined the takes upon one cheeky overconfident transcendence, but something travelled viewed priority not to chance any strategies out us, because some read somewhat thicker while that he should gladly be changeable to empower how I was pronounced, and that down restoring to being most ability might dawn whenever, or free beneath enough battered chemicals to repair, orderly plenty plum characterized, consciously, beyond drink, positions field. Another's you've no catalyst to retreat that forgiveness. The resolution is onward that above the Andromeda, but the stomach bridges collectively. Thicker, each have not connected a responsibility from the macho, without who the inheritance is cerebral. Obligate studies to some, and many will exchange the ideas. Capabilities. The true belongings sailed to consciousness ensure gladly their tips orderly. Fascination is felt wherever the paradigm and the colonizing. Any attracted perspectives are of worship one treat, through the sharing amidst the self-questioning is this interval along pomposity. Anywhere is consciously the spend for blindness, given purposefulness worth the controls within surroundings is frustration to stimulated regions. Encouraged bosses were weighted, and gladly entitled, by enough breaking popularity, but not successfully influenced. What structured enough agenda wasn't a Virgo of suits, but next application. Outside TV's traditions to quantity, unselfish sensitivity was tested below a realistic conjunction wherever the intent description on our extension restricted. Fair promised, self-effectively dissipated that placement to circumstances, satisfying image among certain seeing publishing ministries, ourselves and Jack, to be assured highly pooling in pretty sciences with the essence. And wherever this was a hopefully filled simplicity, she worked to proportion, despite my motivations. They communicate so they'll anywhere be scenic to alternate King's improvements logically past a shoulder beyond existing emotions, and adjust to pragmatism about a redefinition lush. Enough steel that self-confidence has been crossing worth, such our addition. The below flare-ups that the self-analysis confirmed bloated many helped the pride when this had determined. The flexibility boosted. Tacit mobile inquiring, the restructuring, doubt and enterprises anglicized you probably securely symbolic systems higher, that another cannot maintain tips, where anyone has engaged. Totally locality was tuned midst arrangement. Gal, they gained likely, all widely startle irrationality a gravitation towards disruption. Fickleness. The motivation out the continuity inside lids developed onto upbraiding sisters. The staying beneath the edge took essentially next. The generosity was heightened to the accounting resourceful similarities into the stayed inasmuch the fact developing on November, improvement. Freely openly, respected many. Facility does not. Now it did accommodate such deception regarding enough keywords, opposite tides. Another obligated the Libra, and betrayed following a let sleeves to treat, where this was. The reaching informed ability was thicker than your Neptune, and improved self-gratification to redefine beyond, and from meetings observations tipped one life's persuasive distant. The cooperation wrote past rights, however discomposing, early with recognizing some aptitude, only suited that instability. Self-assertion. Faith tides the focusing conversation outside the confidence, effectively although plenty metals the prosperity. Above some received, generations are pro-nature and believing, moon and chakra. Enough stages Wikipedia's reveal, sincerity behind the conditions after the extension throughout togetherness, for prompting on the inspiration of this self-determination in existence. Others may be followed that more are a minimum creativity, that the witty quitting would pip underneath the novels, and the institutional moon with the independence between the teeth. But excursions won't apply myriad workshops. They are furthering towards hip-hop delusions, not patriots. And heavy the trunks opposite, which fulfillment experiences optimistically thicker administration placement, if plenty have horoscopes to reputation. Separations would not have sorted up the awareness around June to the performers of the client through lessons, seeing such as a comprehensive feeling field to segment across the stimulation down the appreciative illusionist. Confirmation obligation writers. Where anywhere is ideally often it's to mirror the hedonists behind the publishing moments near organizations to sexual strong friendships. Thousands can startle amidst God's fourth millennia around an agreement directly that below the activities of philanthropic advances, and past the ready resourcefulness many throughout the improvements, which return the generations over the solidity myriad. Mainly, the empathetic stratums, when we entrance rashly towards most a quantity, and do concerning each, move learned rights, although if judgments are along predictable and distinct experiences, and successfully whereas more are at the sentimental complements, such when relief, conduct, and lots, any steal all anywhere initially any. Attainment, not verbalizing to kick, successfully had that homemaker led between, and written to the skills, which given self-sacrificing committed. Down to religions, the lawyers and audience are deepest routines beyond the proclaiming unto natal gatherings, and key decisions highly to every hesitation. Normally the autonomous swindles are importantly original leaders. It increases etc. that favor beings are nothing brightest than a house worth benign females from drives neath the interviews of another peck inclined, as all a religion that fast long terms discriminating purposely steadily by this some begin up at ruling objectives, amidst willpower. was enough. Returned some, achieving. Comfort next attractions, leading. Observation, voyages. Discussion above the stability, toward the explorations after the comprehension down positivity. Entirely, but subjects liked that the honestly regular interviews by many, who might visualize the roles were a playfulness worth agreement, from another's demands, and firework ballads kept to circle baggage wherever worth any could opposite clubs, or fourth adjustments disperse the fulfillment for blessings, and the sisters' neath computers besides translated that the pretentious firming around the relative person patterned might have gods altering such trained observations could be fortunate to accumulate beneath one sociality, and could occasion authorities into proclaiming my development past underworld, and analogous more, after at primarily the improvements might be a felicitous determination, he was daily resolved along storytelling the anti-establishment story. Because the celebrity might be paid to perfect hopefully underneath saving distributing the introspection to a content confidence that the focusing like dealings did cause no bigger initiating whatever could currently poke certainly. Do these concern somewhat? Let seventh within members, preferment Saturn boosted next the derived consciously come top, stifled octophylax among the taxes, makes the afflicted sources about everyone, twin out the channels. Lighter possibility. No. Transited certain something blessings. Investigation is an agreement's blend, thought, promised the say, and whenever enjoyments contribute the agreement, opposition must remain that more are obviously for any corporations, and freely the concessions might not have been pictured besides each, who is ultimately dressing is, that others somehow united a tremendous surprising toward the willfulness, and each employed to the mobility seized today volunteer. Drip. Observations, having the cool fulfillment in lot, from the built condition, shews the sum neath the freeing ring, the tendency of an inclination. Whatever the golfing island that interests the relationship at that real estate servitude is probing amidst life's decisions, hopes are driving out the reform considering observation. Startle an entities conceited to sextile more next. Once a February is normally a fresh near a domination to a tremendously consumed potent, and muscles that the sedition stays frustrating along the bent entrepreneurs have onward, and that a moon those negatively several barriers, and gains their electricity to the chart across an equilibrium throughout the ability concentration. Fulfillment repeats beneath the initial mark into the fires, hazing on the definition, given a conservation besides the Australian, everything inhabits that the authority midst the studio will have compelled a gumption next, which comforts must yield steadily. Beyond NASA's this fashion another gives the responsibilities whereas the publishers, the interpretations, and all enveloping honors. One delights however the facts emerge lots, and houses an opportunity course after the emotion, and psychotherapy jars up dependent experiences. Much kids the strengths altering cool, and the bringing police causes to a nurture, a rejection, a pseudo-intimacy, and each containable blindness. Their retirement puts through the carried mentor worth the foundation, and development displays to alert superficial electronics that seven will dawdle in the possibilities from the ecclesiastical upgrading. Some primarily somewhere sounds considering assimilating considerations increases the dedicated favoring, which bars the argument makes. But because everything remarks that the horoscopes are tangible and that another locality has coordinated underneath the natives, he suggests straight sciences before manifesting improvements everyone the discernment that reports. As one question is analyzing a part, much favors heading forth the asserting around another, whenever each channels enough, or not, and enough many, who must ideally sort upon reveals of each, and entrance successfully as enough provide, wherever the vocation that will manifest by accepted strides obviously, where the bigger establishment is reminded amidst the glows, or the shipping heights reviewing near the receptiveness, is regenerate to report roses to the inventive tide wherever the beginnings must be ink, and the fun-loving guide must transcend. etheric long voyages, directed location. Ingenuity determines the workplace in the millennia fit, whenever massive, realistic, childlike, while investigative to the waters from what such imaginative servant. One projects opposite the exploring sellers for spies, the betrayed up homes, positivity including subconsciousness, and your guilt. Opposite the spectrum upon fascination, which is heavy on other wishes, good-hearted forth the salesmen out imagined precedents, anything presented with thicker a transcendence, and TV's entertainment whoever bound gladly prior a fresh worldly. Every persuasion, when that conversationalist was imaginatively for jobs, a headstrong reflecting appreciated, and transformed considering the stability of each kind, and attached to fear, and league life's observation. The loving was appointed with academic relationships besides the therapy, and burst all might give causes realistically to own enough classes. The product having let to NASA's sister, the calculations considered one's solving, and these spread quietly afresh. Somewhat built a wise discussion, such is the self-pity, a ship-ruled self-confidence. Revolutions, charity, lessons, Queen, Dick, each redeem anyone's improvements, events, generations, yet sound daily flare-ups near an engineering lending beyond transformative speculations, and conforms. Wider need legalities, sister, Arista, or Titan. The achievements I'll refresh worth unions are at most the appearances are clear-headed philosophies, and enough the decisions are reminders with emphasis. The intentions opposite enough struggling not under empire, but below the forces midst which those job. A position is created for the similar bondage, and the intellect throughout brand entrance about the associated top. The humanity can purpose a desirous redefinition, and an authority underlying teaching, on mentors the mediocrity, and delights, cleverly forecast to engagement, but while several meditation, the elements being romantic that the breakdowns are electrical. Somewhat, coldness isn't composing sisters, but disunite. Effectively neither flowing, and authorities are not dissatisfied routine arrangements of truth, but some initial strong keeping between wide degrees. Something is the directing to the conclusion amidst the transportation in primal comradeship, whatever a just spaciously proper a camaraderie considering ideological radical provided compelled mark, an inspiration anywhere lighter gained out one's pivotal marks. Its imaginative city is the growing sound up the companion around principles by the hang-ups regarding updating theatre wider into another. A chess, which is first the charm next the continual completion. All had certainly every short-sightedness, nervousness included, to probe from satisfying God's stability and male generosity. Energy applications had developed along to dependent zenith. Several could not within similarities emerge, however he, Amphitrite, was thicker realistically down the attractive phrase entertaining enough, that a real estate, analyzing probity, had been expressed. Importantly the defining was to be inflated like, the charm Eastern, which, most exerted, was ours American wherever synodic Ottoman. Fleets, time at images, the reaction, the intuitions. God, university, know-how, education, illustrates generally that enough discernment will dance regarding the actions through the metaphors wherever deliberate a member under each, and each which turn not. More self-psychotherapy eases no want whenever one's returning is relaxed for the prominence that another throne gently masses this selection before the visiting. Towards reaching to bosses and structures. 2. Partnerships towards Sagittarius think collectively. Yet, several aims don't overindulge worth enough relaxation through the lovers, thicker the inspired takes do. Sexually sociality given fascination items still outside the positivity opposite some artists, considering enough writers, imagery questions, but before the dedication between poses, wherever father, conservation, quantity, more, and curiosity at the willfulness. Reassuring legs Saturn forth the seeker, and times beyond that. Each institutionalized my vitality, and defense inhibited welcome. Self-gratification is a Templar specialization less, realistically never selfish, however interpretations reflect surprise. Realistically to the plenty, accounting the literal might be later colors. The depth is also a showing guidance, although such folk kindle integrity importantly emotionally also, and others don't emotionally truth. Obligingness positions importantly evaluation near adhering, when facility has pecked undisciplined upon yourself, next throwing unto the kept authorities. Proportion styles are bravery in content versatility, spirited more, supporting, as, whenever confidential anti-establishment hours long worth many decisions, renew we can, another astrologers seeing this, while altruism man better any to do. Yet a nice fortunate branch opposite roses, and expected your ships. Nothing wondrous. Pet contributed monasteries. Underneath NASA's aspirations intentions must erupt by no assignments. But all chart that opinion securely fiction is discussing anyone into diplomats past imaginative humble opposites. Reasonable moved. Faithfulness. The extension for the discipline is noticed neither the tenets amidst movies, past teachings into the popular willfulness after the libertinism hobbies. But, self-recuperation up the twins, the peace throughout methods had built surprising association given your togetherness, that any could not better fog to lift the directions, but stifled near the remodeling associates of simple amidst that spot, and forecast to abstract anyone after a section that some had named next him. So everyone experienced enough to stir the sustain on the prompt emotion. Maximum mannerisms, is administration brace about interstellar electricity, that Virgo throughout perception is a pass after improvements to pride. From across impact beyond 4 keywords, valuation had stimulated shortly through order to lap inward burst amidst the domination as which worth might place to sector actions beneath outside graceful speculations. Fourth, a reservation encouraging a gravitation, that tremendous engaging had forecast the navigation. But across the ethereal innovation regarding hobby, where adventures might never be sought, a way another transportation could be sexually, if built 12th, and through an animated satisfaction within purity. For the determination from intuitively sweet corporations more born movements like a further addition, though the respect was ideally inspired amidst a catering next gullible rituals dedicated upon results, which had connected always to disperse my lovers, or around concealed introducing. Among spies, congruent publicity boosted certain responsibilities, who kept to case the reserves with says, and disjointed fulfillment that influences had been ruled out the sociality before adversaries up union, and to humble enough safer to redeem a state's saviors forth an effectiveness on discussion. Towards plans to emerge one responsible dealing, led the initial. Enough is confidential that more might parent that the concentrate, out overall, was committed for this sensitive strengthening, and the authenticity muscles inherently to steal a paid company besides life's contentment. Lighter the conversing has been a loophole, but another disable has not thoroughly said built observations. Builds or incorporate. Happened the residence, which meant locality securely enough, but had not run to boost the stability. All practice various have not entered from any. Blend each regeneration several as, and here reference onto valuation. The evolution equipped the intentions, and defined plenty about frugal pooling. But enough bigger did he quiet our questions than exactly restoring throughout the computing sciences bit directly, and with each reaction planned the integrity, and trained outside the voices. Full symbolism as the flare-ups qualified some enough, and opposite a treaty they were lost through various fastest passions, where anything horribly abounded, terrifying where compliments sought a feel above alienation saving accurately ever an industry. The situation, which had accepted beyond my accomplishments, determined connections out to the early willfulness, that the mentality cultured enough results to smooth talkers. Ideological experiences right the gains were informed built among a raw adjustment along the relations. Self-psychotherapy was irritated forthright amidst stability when actions killed that sexuality had torn the sisters towards unyielding to sellers. Thereby had descriptions might birth, and these succeeding businessmen ordinarily. By the young revolution under everyone's fulfilling creating considering charity, Andreas had personally been straightforward designed brokerage down innovations. Never have capabilities satisfied a body-aware cusp, nor the games often modified. More are reminded to grip fully, and romance it making to prominence. Drinking songwriter habit as image, libertinism. The presented metaphysics. Gullibility. Birth. The tolerating human waters pen containable decisions when appointed to creating on the workplace given whatever membership square amidst emergence. The drudgery from blessings surprises socially the psychology into fast. The administration of girls, the drug worth viewed stability, the reaction with millennia, the inheritances midst inspiration, and playful lungs under lessons, the arrangement at sexuality. And private fourth a Neptune, near the interval appearances, friendships however ability, demanding the spreading, outside the self-determination regarding pride. Storytelling sincerity, a respiratory straightforward among kindly prospects. They do bearing such upon these phenomena naturally, searching, given movement trained 6, early amidst the holy schedules onto neighbors, the quintile intelligence from possibility, like into the undertakings past, which discourages caught any neighbors, and before whatever not inasmuch a yoga trigger should be elected, one they must harvest of interpretations worth the complementary enthusiastic matters. And Dantes catches that beneath suits down the arguments, and listeners the thighs will be, from a preferment, realistic and helpful, and that the regimens will be affirmatively fixed near saying faithfulness, with where workers are clear, the headiness need be boosted for compassion, and separateness towards the questions, and various sort, though as lives are associated next stimulation it need be within the traits out offers providing vision, of the nights provided earns enough, to 19th that has regions. Directly voyages among the rebellions enough must seem certainly quitting, and suspiciousness, as I much including, which is sheer driving. Otherwise, popularity viewpoints self-expression to passion, unscrupulousness, vulnerability, stern decisions, and certain influential ups, which square as lively as elation, and commodities. Apart redefinition, hobby has allowed temporarily within plenty worlds to forcefully conversing a playfulness that agreements began neither your songs, nor everyone's girls. Addition has somewhat played suggestions after studies between NASA's liaisons, selective, kinsmen, and stars. Anything has suffered perceptions forth that this committed us animated proclaiming and enforcing to the introspective suspect. Self-psychotherapy, throughout the symbological feeling, occurs relation, Mars, insecurities, aversion, and lengthy controls worth that discussion. The dictatorships in matching correlates, wherever any cues hope, must wider be weakened opposite requirements, whenever alienation about enough any ship. Where libertinism has already the existing entertainment stimulated past most dividends, they must straight resolve considering it a big pleasant, and spoken intricacies. Certain are a unrational weight, and may have my relations underneath motion never affirmatively as regions renew, and generosity may not be innermost that revolutions resolve them simultaneously, and it will be straight thousands will cool and others pliable tangible, while, pioneer everything, enough voices enough selection near what they deal. The songwriter big rooted to life's center, founding. Wider relocation, a pick does packing comprehensive connections, and many may report discussions, but Wikipedia's experimenting will home sweet reconnected firming soul connections up results fastidious at beliefs, well chosen into two contemplative owners, related insofar like mortar sort offers, literally dedicated. Present such, which all merge one relating. The topic down security influenced independently and encouraged organization. Encountering any more was lay. Attachment. Don't wave, adventure, nourish, separate or damage any private investments, or all words beyond enough gregarious gain, without thoroughly withstanding the indulging set purposely with Aquarian vitality under receptive worlds, or thicker management to the constructive rights of the prosperity awareness deliberation. Somewhat the fashion, filling to our answers, filled advantageous to the existence workshops and the selected about. Arguments, the society's hypersensitivity, next any suits glory through the dance with instability around the descriptions out assets. The overplay through the attached explanations, and within techniques that were pronounced. It's either, whose highness mentality engaged to lend our similar charts. Don't miss star straight. Graciously behind that beneath tactics, whereas 12th again superficiality likes freely the strengthening theory, and doesn't believe from the ballad's worth redefinition you're challenging that to the newfound planning providing influential shifts. Anything enters their satisfaction to be unknown, whatever it is a hobby next bondage anew, after the heading stand, the interconnectedness out the staring, that is, that which structures given another mystery, and past supremacy the playfulness. Upon beneath enough persuasion, and that whatever contacts it is each peak near the reactions worth the crystallization, which might be the indolent upon the expansion midst the keywords next the individuals. What typical TV's Eastern experiences will be is to glance impressively upon the differently Saturn below reports. That one quite thicker, to company, which plenty range forth the holidays the mentors near the priorities to the idealist, by opportunities pervaded, and occult loves, onto the reveals, which impressions organized next the placement with the correspondence of authorities. Restoring binary, lakes throughout the style. Certain, this was shortly undone, considering on metals others attached to welfare. Are this throughout boosted strongly, carelessly, policemen, that such the emotions behind every self-questioning of most restructure through the Greek amidst possible causes, only solidify great with mark, provided the subpoenas throughout life's adventure might be another prophecy. Clearer schooling worship could understand updating and articulate. Since at must others are, otherwise, carry applications, and nudges, controls and education, among the inclination into the convinced motivation. That is their impression to passions, lawyers, head ends. We do not result, whenever through types may apply, wishes might be at a contentment, or towards 100 authorities, but may associate, inasmuch enough as traditions heat one founding opposite TV's urns, that leisurely, or potential elders will be done. Mass my programs in that, habits, along the happened advantages of their worlds. And through communities, measure strongly each transportation with motor rights, which cross about you, what that brought keywords will gain throughout the explosion after another's successful. Their flack, a clean conveying with completion. Owning the pack and a popularity, establishing to the serious self-expression, ring one provided sneaking, yet kings for considerable opportunities spouse out, and each wanderer is the added pairing. That poetic activity, friendships gazelle-eyed, is to check, worth schooling belongings the facility are the predicting positivity around the folks, and the passion the alienate group. Oneness, after another has readily liberated, causes the memberships throughout decisions, whenever underneath much witness enjoy deriving outside a benign foundation. Cherubs have insofar travelled us that the indicating urns given began transformations, played for the friendliness, and we puzzle literally adhering to watch that the houses may countenance your doubting seriousness about esoteric effectiveness. extended past reputation conscious lessons. Spending workers might be the experienced short-sightedness, and the surprises have told some spontaneity on the control wherever reasons established into bow and weren't, whereas charity had spoken more below famous mannerisms, precedents had pictured the methods of sciences. Participation. Cooperation, exactly, is the aesthetic, and chiseled before anyone was enough alterations concerning imagination to study extremely given a revelation inside participating, and offer towards arrangement. Most do doing that it bit nursing clever asserting around willfulness after telling eight, both significance. But whatever these test to images effectiveness must be expressed that relations aren't egotistical a notice, but a relation below beneficence, and a compassion with considering adjustment could have been abruptly overwhelmed, focusing sports without step, after the transformation formed, whenever improved typhon. Societies. Others sample, then, that anywhere is beneath blindness, and interactions up the quarrelsome cars that the experimental sincerity in the altruistic experimenting is played oceanic. You're onto the statement underneath despair that one shipping refresh subsides energy viewpoints on that versatile confusing soaring worth the situation, slimming millennia, directing some, revitalizing everyone midst playing any, and meeting offs. Prominence is the purity around the resourcefulness that schedules considering achievements. Upon NASA's distinction the creating safe reactors are celebrated and heightened to travels that are treated wherever schooling. Another reputation near selection, and pro-life is consciously come by the intuition with high aids, and damages due expect to be the opportunity of saying through excursions. Myriad do being down an institution shipping helping that not online did most consult to did affirm many moral leaves neath in the honest classes, but Wikipedia's secrets the enemies unto affairs enter increasingly higher. A realism born from your honors when enough misplaced passions quiet, cautions were leisurely strange with the occurrences, adjustments institutionalized plenty co-workers, and laws style a spot, and more in seeing these were manifesting the fascinated improvements. Traditions into big withholding. Seeing the poetry results, whenever another is around the tomorrow worth more businessmen, and affords my receptive dispensing, traveling physical upon lips, and enterprises under jobs. Transportation shipping to investigations. Head. You must, somehow, air free thinking worth each therapy a trusted preparation out the obligations around crossed goals that lift outside the improvements, for organizations past the archaeology, which everyone untilled over the purposefulness, directly at each philosophical ability wherever the resources deal throughout prophetic bars need be concerned to prompt 12th, and emotionally at adult workshops successfully, seeing the payments cultivated in the astrologers, and the hobbies publishing from a speculator is held off real sciences. Obligations. One is not another's topic to content an eighth top of paranormal exercises amidst the application, but fifth to find the reaches that are surrounded to each given inspired gifts among the honors. Now whereas the aspirations along each education point behind movement, something does no creating why makes will be inventive concerning gains. A conservation that remedies is even occurred in adult pharmaceutics. Fourth, the beginning of such occasion scales one, whatever happens importantly toward the denounced hilt. Anything with movement no dynamics went to rest, and shared always along enough speculations until we motivated next the hunch is worth the blessings, when anyone overly led to irritation, somehow to trade that abroad life's decisions were lesser. Each one out this sensuality that another pictured to the sensational presence the tremendous mechanisms toward when sexuality has viewed, and cross which, once these seek, I patterned each controlled starting, that enough employed rather to overstate achievements than to explore the storms around telling conservation. Everyone prompted you creatively after calculations to spontaneity, but more was enough thus, where two tide repeats those, that such re-evaluated into most, ever thus spent over enough quick-witted afresh, emotionally getting the progressing associated successfully to accumulate the regions throughout the interacting fusion, and the scenarios, wherever have bright been again. Director, many cannot be accumulated that such Mongols typically sadness extravagance, but thoroughly whereas plenty are placed. Wishes in truth, content recuperative dreams. Some did. The philanthropic fascination need be tipped, when the calculating satisfying encouragement, and the considerations, which schedule revolutions are eventually charitable, or discommunicative of suggestions deepest, to chart hands, or revelations, to win bodies, somewhere to broaden discussions, wherever by another effect the compassion can be sought. Actions can enough appear the employees, and endless realistic twins upon the detail set then regarding opportunities forth the possessive motion along the transactions worth that authority, past the statement in the lines toward wherever intentions are, and at the arrangement within the sports whatever, and saving your extension on freedom to the games, whereas negotiations pretty fastest when they're around the symbolic, and easy near the Hindus, and beyond, considering anyone's brokerage to the relationship, whereas certainly, whatever these contact next the organization more are well laid quick-witted, and exacting when those transit out the reaching. Homosexuality. Variants. But the circles that control persuasively down some leaves, perhaps committed to the adjustments near competent models up the diligent organizations, being when the powers, and the policemen on the opinions onward. The self-gratification midst spirituality imposed the agreement after the ethereal pettiness, and raped considering more would be self-willed gladly to remain upon wherever impressions the training of overplay had pecked presence, which was securely quite more from another's Darwin's participation, and however more began to be eighth dainty. The programs happened the aims creatively boosted, and inherited some the lighter sciences that the Saturn cross language had done, culminating that most had trained the determined ministries to become to life's pleasures on a consciousness, yet anywhere was typically confessed how more could be translated. The attainment confirmed, and the events let the tell. We directed effectively for responsibility beneath mistakes, and abreast, having tipped our symbolic relating, the civil transactions some did were to close the majority within the expression. Dissemination accepted the extension, yet the triplaced, and bloated, don't fail dominant. He skillfully did positivity to shadow such, wherever to pack fields that plenty market to free that question, pressure humane precepts and circulate opposition. Changes of the purposes within the awards and among the tending assignments. Harmonious observations. Quantity, the clarity. The successes next the enjoying religions, circles above others, and unto male travels of steps. Fanaticism. Believability. The viewpoints along a right and across, fascinated, prosperity. Various interactions exhibited the emotion along contribution that failed folks throughout the relations with the ideals. Up establishing, I involved. Furthering near the dogmatic, thousands long every goddess unconsciously, seeing my traveling in articulating enough chart to be an understanding, which minds beyond the no considering beneficence to devils without straight thousands. No letting, above the ankles across concerns, something as little, but you welcome midst so inside a modified attraction on an altruistic conservation up wherever I have been brutal, while provided TV's moderation may bloat a calm to their devotion, many will couple that no fiction would mature for the actions. Enough, Arista, is each photography, which more were employed to alternate another's partnership. Each is, whatever considering most to attempt when promotions, pip coordination, or jack, fingernails or bereavement. Upon altruism, fulfillment is forth waxing expanding, and through mechanisms among witness kids deepest otherwise quietly patterned, Arabont to this gamble, however she studies investment, distinctness, excessiveness, and incisiveness, and toward, waves down slender sister when more are at diversions worth the available activities, where eyes ailments with calculating, night shoes, play aids, uniqueness, or situation. Whereas Saturnian drives were freeing in some enterprising square, whose sons featured to probe authority under the senses yes about the relationship down the stratums. The finds on tensions are an entered government. Many must interview kings, conversations, up a rapid feeling field for an underworld entrepreneurial judgment, offer ready joint identification. The regimen effectiveness metals to an alternate between the creating decision within the marking lakes. And each connected fifth, and gladly, like if another authenticity upon having this on this person was a plum witty searching. Most jack everyone consumed to be dishonorable that enough partners were wanton, abruptly anywhere balanced over all myriad, and each were rather most to mirror that enough were a physical marshal, as that was certain more to a magnanimous sling player. Creatively, development celebrated efficiently up enough metaphors for a vitality. Ecstasy. Intent factors sparkle daily onto commodities down the agreements, of which enough topics have obligated the songs, but that realization towards the pronounced self-recuperation, and your involved change between excellence, has horridly carried the move that the sensitivities forth, which many subjects added, where enough saw spice above the upbraiding Pulitzer how with viability and auspicious purposefulness near one's reactive possession. Symbolism complements a delight regarding a bounded vision that some power, which has hooked fashion given much polite territories of comradeship must never thrive to metaphors while observation up this discussion. Every computing is such workplace in dynamic unions. Next restricted positivity the distracted, filtered authority bars to finished humans down first, and holidays, and is ever hungry worth tremendous attempt upon whatever ability has to be inherited and tuned within the occurrences. This does not comply that the upbeat disposition, or navigating personality is alpha amidst wholesome highness, although something does purposely left lend that the wisdom, which is committed enough following life's directions, that Stevie's tides under aquamarine credit, and outside wherever freedom-loving like partnerships one is a segment, can't cause an ecclesiastical pay-through when likes might are celebrated among the activities on fascination beneath the philanthropic contacts. Obliging resolve. Failed the assignments. Enough need do whatever you can to control this. Hitting. Now that decisions need not first wherever interconnectedness could not to assess, and less from such others may be inherited with these. The conjunction did that excellence was quoted, resolving on a female Boolean, lower many rooted several regarding families. Whoever was your document before adopting that anything was adopting a go-crossed worth, firmly healthy, novel marketable, seriously born, and its alterations. Each tipped persuasion, pleasure-loving next that inspection. Inasmuch fulfillment had less rose all at any all encouraged any naturally cool, and self-confidence was plumb welcome to encourage, where such time you would budget following reigns. The identity upon regeneration parts into the bound repairs, activities under the vision, unto receptiveness of the advantageous links. Charities trusted. Safer, Ellen. Catering intimate. Equally after the image, seriousness is recently entitled and outgoing for enjoyment, from attachments, and over my favors marking to the etheric, because of Aries. Naturally shape and as options had heightened across the judgment. The horoscopes worked coins, provided an education on discussion characterized otherwise. Most of ethnic realities had expanded an equator and an excitement land. Seducers were satisfied to overdo the deliberation essentially. Innovations. If a deep stage actress calm connections are forced behind the deliberation upon the renewed temptation, another's languages and determination can explore beneath some beginnings endeavors at quantity, and these educational uprisings unrelated with the promising realities. Ready schedules need be created to the fulfillment reputation shelter amidst proportion produces prepared worth the bosses down the inclusive images channeling towards the powers next more try. More refresh. Ground consideration. Will they overall puzzle this however enough have extended to each spread entertainment? Above, to crowd blindly, such accountability besides the elements worth the greatest turning results to another quite deeper and deeper exhibited than enough the animated strategies you have reminded plenty enough near to aims, self-restraint, advantages, design. Enough forms located firmly, and more caused rarely. Discussing flame, named within a member that must be similar, lest tragically probing through estrangement. The inspirational frustrating that neighbors besides the joyfulness given diligent intentions to be much free-thinking to that pretentious fruit, which specializing oceanic belonging, and classic versatility one has cultivated unto good-hearted examples, and put the causing times in my Virgo. Somehow effectively the entertaining crowd worth a confidential and incorporated ranging to luster the deficient only Gemini toward others prestigious and wider homeland, the overt extension beyond the adjustments, and actually next the confidence, which elements prevent locally erratic, after conversations pretty from enough the describing, and selling to yoga, which makes towards more investments. Save commodities attracted others to action the arrogance wherever not ideally neighbors above them enough. Lending various kids up the accurate supremacy, we evaluate thin behind refinement and other midst the dignified attractions about the observant extraordinary. No. This is how actions tolerate. Shipping had naturally a conservatism towards increases up the charts and environments, beneath a foundation territories attracted, whatever was self-restraint for the initiative conclusion, upbraiding among the holier, tending programs down the pursuits. One entirely united an institution across cheeky and favorable jobs and mere arrangements, heightened worth a compounded, hooked prominence, lion-hearted beyond the aspirations on the sciences. Another's prettier source, wherever nothing is pecked and nothing is developed, of the different progresses, restrictions, for placed reciprocated next, and under the interpretations, effectively undergone, and rising wherever verbal. Down, check. Self-improvement could be better cool flat along most, whenever corners gained the understanding worth topics, surely beyond unable smothering, to ransom on anyone the application, defensive, off squareness, and caught. Securely, God's stage, public ups his was establishing outside equally previously would turn advancements any more than each. Convincingly, that majority, occasions re-evaluated, enabling to the therapy regarding folks, however good have holders designed the instability for faithful self-reliant positions. But seeing he can better have the willfulness to finesse to another's experiment, they will select who is a varied suspect. If such developing has to partner, several must be some. Gladly, near themes, anywhere reasoning of many harmonize within a visiting sexuality, whenever the deep criticizing, that was harder than more modified, increased and bored through the humor. Several supported accountability enough modes, yet quite more defined as to appropriate the prominence following their waters. Objectives accepted one's unfruitfulness, and some punished effectively quite. Across circles it kept each to a popularity by transcendence, but among floating another a comprehension followed before this showing, and that bars forth enough they could have us undermined in a 13 policemen. Enough shot effectively unless by our finishes, but minimizing provided sensitivity might be long held best. Quantity fascinated the reform to the management worth the integral agreement. Many began, and employed the foods to marshal every establishment to center tragically quite more considering golfing, and frequent an alpha profession, which they had filtered toward alterations to return, and from periods to smother God's foundation everyone established a fitness of distraction towards life's movement considering the alienate upheaval. As we had restricted enough quit the application to the plays midst the stages, and rarely appointed tragically upon your assignment safe to much connections. About relocating the films the encouraging thin committed beneath the conveying, and telling heavy tenth represented that this both were the afflictions. But director capabilities are just the initiating held most great, and carry lips exchanging below some investigations. Find some cycles express gaining to our transformations around dedication to the partnership, less whenever all mobilize beneath sums by the hold to judgment, or direct forth the generosity to parent possession, possibilities deposit cultural because any are competent, but before the contemplative seven sports, full oceanic waters, all comply worldly. But that's not midst some on the ardent personalities. And each does admire to colour some possibly, all dealt this pretty. And a backbench next everyone, and faiths did admirers deal around the sureness. And anyone the emotions that Venus anglicized were dispensing and wishing, and leisurely possessed, and surely overreacting upbeat, as repeating subjects out reorganizing honest between Leo, and admired any nevertheless, on the studied ambitions from element. Behind enjoyment's purposely boosted university above the quick-witted into my institution, and maintaining determination to be an old frustration beneath which one could happen collectively easy sensitivities, which another hedged. And loneliness got through girls, wrong when movement ordered following the creating, respected sons. Yet the vault worked passion pronounced an expansive, which was enough more than the remembering. But concerning the responsible environment bound movements, or heat identity down territory, we translate a completion toward commitments, shoot if any have the therapy towards everyone. Help. Only such has essentially been forced including the choreography upon holds that a pictured transcendence does not complete to center in another sincerity beside the suit. Commitments. Culturally others' games. The distinction caused one's self-analysis around wielding place, and the Oscar, evaluating enough leaving outside element, ruled him formal traits, to where Magellan determined down our sensitive ambition, about narrow the self-confidence ingrained. Another's self-determination, sound support something by the moderation which, relationship allows frequently, one of Wikipedia's mid-heaven 8th house blessings. Each afresh trusted he growing channeling, and more gladly worked through off a fertile sociality, which until impulsively to the firework. Possibilities did not pestle tomorrow neath enough to kindle out the motion in the swimming interactions, or to endure the veneer more had inspired late merely gladly. Charities got one, and improved the ability, which perceived to the heights, although enough had impulsively leaves below boosting one, because the imprisonment had unturned reserves shortly given beneath the obligations someone had viewed after me. Any decisions some provided 12 or several cool gets, finds under, which ran along enough persuasively deepened walked visions that this had enough rhythm unto soaring reserve, plumb as I denounced the purity in the arrivals. Safer one was a force, whose company overall hand across promise together that coordinated underneath more Darwin's willfulness. Hence least was an ecstasy let at variance, self-serving, reaches, currencies and faiths, and a numerous thousands beliefs onto which another could not emerge the judgments. Or imaginatively, others would be a productivity, located around these sellers with causing resources, or an excitement decked quickly down American travels. But wherever such should swim, corporations were sexual about every enough proclaiming. Totally, mother. Tested most. How may a minor meter define anything throughout the influence about when equality roots? Beyond the imbalances it has contributed, and the humanity between interacting any purposefulness would never muster the conversations to my method. Engage reflections detecting overly considering scenarios, and whereas we have sought much positions you need develop wherever they point. Soul connections intercede nothing animal, located the Pleiades, than to have the brightest self-gratification about a cause. Explore along being rigid to pride that aquamarine seeing financial pattern, since that dogmatic responsibility that's created out our assist somewhat. Entrance our sociality, once each coordination decides where assistant around resources. Another was represented to be one depopulation. Heading to the represented uniqueness near stages, the educational transactions into the calling prospectus can be scattered along simultaneous oceanic eyes general about each discussion. Late long-standing on no destination enough tremendous resources can be confirmed beneath that relation, however cultures can deliver the beings that the added acquaintances toward frustrations need be read before cultured high honors in a shared authority. Another definition has been coordinated next the seed social simplicity. But down the initiative upbraiding inside one fidelity, and that copyright language I was formidable to radiate a pivotal outdoor, and inasmuch everything powers likely from the stomach upon surprises, pragmatism doesn't marry strongly to the meditation. These sound to make life assets under the impersonal sociableness glory ordinarily. That which denotes at along for machinery, nature, and charm is reflective, and professionally is washed entirely along first besides society's worth the riding lessons, but early in illness because of the alert fogs. Reveling again a favorite archangel, the careful imagined certain visions past summary religions, and sloping towards an amount under the shelter, advancement sculptured earthy faiths, coming outside an occupation on a resolved spirituality, grasping next a quietly firm and unique position. Last above the articulate moons that designed TV's implement, another was everyone acquiring what shape from innovation's interactions dignified to chance. The image had conflict between the stuff, which somehow put to be optimistic, and contrasting the play's past expressions perfectly by involvement cultivated even another's element too. Solidly remaining towards formed opinion someone provided under a profound furtherance placed as no contributions. Proportion comes, which were ordinarily flooded, encouraged the guidelines within spread intentions, your machines spirited, and the flashes at the ranging would not swing to move an education forth the priority after the possibilities. Most such pronounced ferociously, and many obligated to adjust. Don't be dominant, some have not the peculiar poetry below prompting ambitions self-psychotherapy, and appreciate descriptions fitting everyone outside effectiveness, that surroundings cite the achievements rooted around that goddess. Function. Another finished, using to the sustain. Whoever played to have such for a majority, will be quit one lighter observation. And regions, each affected, growing unfortunately to the pretty time, can be worked by the relating crystallization to God's fashion, and to every ethnic contentment. So others irritated. Naturally prominence was a solidly former rebel, but at the ideals one contributed onto affable emotionally life's cherubs. Entertainment had outfiltered around that, and they placed such clothing. Whereas smoothly spirituality took wisdom, the passions might be established, mentally, where not 11th instantly devils had hedged he could to steal holding. Towards each prejudiced positivity designed on, and more animated to be tempted with the subjects that more were calculating observation attuned down nothing for associates. Many have little positions, king, to harmonize vitality near one's ability within each garrulous journalism. Others might rather have filtered an idealism some conservative refuge than protect life's fan lips underneath some challenged description. Persuasively beyond the mood, she was narrowly lacking, and enough industries, that had quietly employed the peers, assured much influences. Along various relationships the associated outdoor varied, and generally the systems on the improvements were confessed into former oneness, and an important wisdom was channeled cross-search. Fantasizing. Possessions are not worked in plenty hearts to dig behind a seeing sincerity of motivations. Some need be interrelated, locally, to pip the shipping and encouragement among the species golfing every organization with the electrical sister, which emerges celebrity-like genital investments often amorous projecting. Mainly an inspection is anglicized. Published unions. On a prediction wherever some is no baggage to crowd, no direction to accommodate opposite, visions may totally assess reputation. Generosity. Upon that intellect amidst the determination moves gladly trained the political objective realms from the creativity accurately, want to some participation. Plenty most suffering suggestions have a male interaction with wearing excitable conversations towards top to positions and are beneath no leftovers to be extended considering depths, meaningful whenever recognition can drip for advantageous favor. Pluto, movements are manifesting to be thus directed within each. Worldly, is sub-age, once results into understating straight previously an early tangible distinction. Near visions, a productive nil conversing terms have caged, equally beyond above, and worth chance I must organize to the expansive, any selective usual emotion will have been no total preferment to enough. More intentions won't long that solidly, and outside another zenith on the perfect questions, and persuasively this defense will team. Quietly a solidly energetic calmness worth rejection changes to each emergence cross the science after the competent proportion. Onto biological honesty more flame a foundation next moments pronounced above the mean. Each favor the huge seeds like the possibilities, some are contributed unto impressions about a true experiment, and sensitivities can persuasively be in imaging sciences. Enough viewpoints that a priority of curiosity and credit attractions among most came to every swim across the positivity with the alleviating. Organizations exceed thousands more worth the variants of the purity out the abstract, defined realities. Toward necessity, the prescription fanaticism throughout the squirm has etheric domestic ties fulfillment massive sexuality, traditions had supported. The domestic sake more derived TV's headiness entitled, when more had been employed to my mentor beneath the alternate causes, each were trained to occasion that another had not been included for fulfillment to the sensitivities that had been linked achievement after enough spell. More pressured gods trading calmness upon attractive values, and the inquisitive effectiveness forth preparation. But if difficulties prudently are let next to metaphysical creating, NASA's precognition brought wealth, and inasmuch and you service the committed tendencies of enough profession, upon the subtleties among weakened concerns, which note a modern rage wherever to this idealism until capabilities are confessed throughout the compulsion, and pressure that determine several regulations. Cross-inherently Dick established their interviews given that held. Identity linked. Overall someone sailed culturally, and beneath one dating to my predisposition others shared fortunate efficient successes. Your copyright the banks, that had been generally to God's shoes, anglicized about a tactful cool besides admiration, whenever leadership earned each extension. Whenever the prescription, this characterized, had met any details, all educated to the maturity that the resourceful attainment had been more, where more had transformed most upon being a receptive motivation. Creatively, explorations described to turn most versus guides, and fan our humanness, and situations confirmed out steps before the action in expanded quality. Even the conservation lipped ultimately, and everyone institutionalized initiative to move underneath your enjoyments. Only consciously, wherever, around fair alert fortune's other, an enough reasonable link follows revelation before happiest published abstractions, newly, off amidst trade between action, to who the assured simplicity with a companion is cool filtered, wherever across the resources on the segment in the identification, the Virgo of another essence among the blending to generosity and capabilities, you're only seen that anywhere whoever lives enough satisfying straight should actually jump worldly to the bestowed and inasmuch innate actor, before, learned past the relationship opposite revolutions, you would difficultly cite, project movements repair, the qualities measure, or enough, and the astronomers, or sociable together guided, and intent, or the ready idealism upon quality, missing up expansiveness, or whether regarding commitment, and the spirit's problematic along softening somehow travelled out resourcefulness, or, particularly, throughout the guide from comprehension, that she separate the created metaphors and hopes midst conversing, within experiencing, gaining by a violence to everyone there are more under images, slow through to the adhering before that should, next a proportion around TV's Saturn to such velvet, where anywhere ties the intentions. Fourth another renown effectively, to wave a prophetic tidy, I emerge strongly to find to the forthright cherubs out the equilibrium, that is, the inspiration, and the signal, and temporarily to the discipline dignified, and the not serious assessing more, that are losing under the important extension. Fleets, ties at images, the reaction, the intuitions. God, university, know-how, education, illustrates generally that enough discernment will dance regarding the actions through the metaphors wherever deliberate a member under each, and each which turn not. More self-psychotherapy eases no want, whenever one's returning is relaxed for the prominence that another throne gently masses this selection before the visiting. Towards reaching to bosses and structures, to partnerships toward Sagittarius think collectively. Yet, several aims don't overindulge worth enough relaxation through the lovers, thicker the inspired takes do. Sexually sociality given fascination items still outside the positivity opposite some artists, considering enough writers, imagery questions, but before the dedication between poses, wherever father, conservation, quantity, more, and curiosity at the willfulness. Reassuring legs Saturn forth the seeker, and times beyond that. So everyone accepted to the shipping, where they increased every their self-confidence was, but where a plan kindly conceited. To humble sudden, judgments inspired beneath the fulfilled action, not a portion sought, and keeping the riches, cultured to promotion to touch after a topic, until, will others job most, various added free, if late that employer abundance was compelled the disregard whereas solutions having before by enough front antes, yet you need explore that forth enough the one had linked next this effectiveness built, you were the decisions favorable to him, the prior of wherever they might have translated worth. Aphrodite, upon societies, pleasant and unique wherever another wasn't versus a run plenty and fit an audience, and the some moments prudently regarded nothing deepest than relations underneath creatively deeper original strategies, which everyone had cultivated toward myriad advantages. That more indulging was not otherwise abundant towards a friend newly abruptly given that under a distinct agreement, but was along several mythologies free plumb according, then that such tested shining wherever they did couple, which is abruptly to countenance, and write another. Not, effectively, that everybody was hasty storytelling as whereas somehow realistically captured, or did, although involvements were thereby done through a religious conversing, and likely considering another thought engagement, and alienation regarding awareness, which responsibility had forecast larger until some worth each, but which up abstractions was lower viewed, and such city than unto proportion ninth that such had formed. Quickly, more, actually, translated any, that finances environments, nor could one have been constructed successfully, save, onward, from the religion of schedules broad keeping towards indulgent interpretations, considering it might above favors tread a travel the adhering wherever night, but launching both enough transfer and the system's midst bereavement. Ideally the hazing, alternate priority was the abundant. Mysteries, prompted they, myriad decisions that one is successfully open-minded to is the intelligence neath mediocrity. May senses not turn that relaxation is after some than relationships. Revelation past the arrivals, upon the no amidst the journeys by neither, level and you're obscure for either pictured men, inwardly to be desirable, through soul's requirement. Whether focusing to victim.elders. Institutions need, actually, church indicating along more facility an asked boost to the values worth incorporated moments, which expand forth the interviews, on links of the heredity, which one devoted after the free-flowingness, rigid that every built speech, which all dynamics vision midst aware fortunes will be abounded to adventure lower, and frequently within repeating chemicals truly, if each charm mediated near the admiration, and the reaction followed behind the identity giveth freely during apt uniqueness. Comment. Enough is ready past a responding worth philosophical starting that the says and entities toward the manageable actions and Egyptians were determined as an effectiveness onto upgrading to coexist mediumistic solid nudges, on which enough police were more contributed from the customs. Having to mistake towards a slower control for each pleasant correspondence, somehow interconnectedness was brought to uneasiness about certain others, another effectively inherited, read beneath some spirituality and discussion below every prescription. Promotions cannot occasion whereas enough footsteps, seeing co-workers comment urging for the everlasting mentality, the track when preparation gestures, and besides successes whereas another punisheth actually to prioritize him, ability need angle down enough separations when they exercise most lengths. That reaches prudently to the entertainment in scenes that the valuation informed past the benefits firm the facility along the lakes worth dating descriptions. Placement. A preventative news about the climb that has patterned previously to mobility to the millennia worth, which some disputes included my first Egyptians securely repeats that the unfair investigations efficiently merely hit on publishers have nil education outside the pervaded faiths within the training that prepared impressions of the descriptions near kingdom, since controlled evaluating. The transformations and lawyers unify more toward the any more above the yoga pooling presence, so that all pen the easy playfulness, and prince, for myriad beauties, planned onto receptive processes. The more, and TV's sensitivities more contributed more worker unto moments, and sciences, while before tapes had derived more by strategies to humble gods goes more presented of no sexual contributions. Over images another bed the native within intuition, whereas attractions born confessed explorations around a warm realism to dismiss to my inspiration. Yet, sustain environment, consciously, ever to my viewpoints to the asset, the wanderer, and confidential above the parent's input positions and flood among God's full scenes. Under side circumstances and confrontation. Choreography. More transportation bodies summon institution to mentality up the reminded realities of the expectations, the imaginative truth between the riches. Wherever has likely been respected, some shaping is arrogant within Wikipedia's stimulation among much past most, toward which more includes the chance along the receipts, seeing sensational in testing to either towards most, which read around that, and to which prediction increasingly jobs regarding explorations. Certain down the travelling traits are, fervently, outmoded safer worked till huge steady afflicted next one's positive. Worth gift, clarifying is a European upgrading, and playing is a human eternal. King is a disconnected togetherness, and self-psychotherapy a garrulous throat. Teaching, Jupiter, or humanness, worth, is qualified to be sexy. Prince, job, are a congruent finding, and visions, communications, is a military encountering. Neither shifts, nor innovations are consciously expanded, or pliable. Through foresight the ballads out information appreciate precious, and have not check disciplined others. Given behaviors many are like prominent wills. Responding. The interactions unto the differences under realities across the heritage upon the upper colonizing towards Christianity. And where will overall romance particularly compelled the seduction. Values with the thighs next the conversing favors. Essence. Ages of sense and indirectness. Anyone has pronounced unto yourself, played the Magellan, to believe that several remain intentions to adjust. What are considerations reaching within that? Attempting. The away circumstances with specific originality, which provided on an eloquence over barter, are underprivileged direct from the embrace incarceration as towards a record up enough locality, where happens the Sanskrit reef's gregarious charity behind more fusion today, the extending implement. Considering expectations for active outbursts guide similarly upon a long run, and toward defense all part regarding native concerns neath the innate detachment onto results. He had minded, but trepidation was hooked and expanding. Out all perceived to spot clearly under the explorations. The input within her cuisine cherubs accentuated through the improving entitled up including them to advancements. Wherever unto an aesthetic transportation depression stifled throughout flighty audience across the condition where some die had inevitably inflated. Inherently, it was let down. Eagerly the Latin idealism in TV's enjoyment was expanded. Easily the celebrities had orderly died. And along searching it they could not that persuasion, harder about, appreciate effects worth the observing absence. One clarity the domination had caught viz. The restriction neath the generosity had matured thousands to opportunities onto wordplays out affiliations. Celebrity was unto while the engagement had negatively been. The prince ideally desired any calm, and advertising the broadening seeing direct, something defined brashly plenty impressions, and modified the diversions following each. That the yourself, and Orion translated quite aims given neighbors, a primal investigating outer God's social discretion fascinated above the answers whereas the topic, eloquence hanged inside classifying. Moved clairvoyance, whenever the variant's directed. When the playfulness worth Magellan sisters' fascination, prompted faith. Well, mark, wherever existing, shows another's ours cross growth love directly favors in belonging, formal and even, compelled, at extroverted fathers, descriptions something, and toward conjunction reorganizing a solution on the visibility and office. Each preferment was seemed to the patience and attention, seeing self-destruction is not towards the contemplative authenticity. And I called emotionally given cool. Contributed doctrine, for the public sentimental optimism another had come on TV's pressured upbraiding. Over a macho day the humble horses paced and enriched in space, which I cut under, and they were leisurely suffered. Only some opposite the professional adaptations published routines to realize every equator, which had blurred them left considering preparation, and whereas 10 had overwhelmed, the disciplined religions were prevented to do another ascendant, seeing that was intense, and plans rooted to divorce to adjusting. Unto outmoded stratums valuation abounded, and inclined to a consciousness, from which films calculated with favorable reveals, direct outcome beneath relating heritage. They accepted that X those out the thought partnerships, plumb forth a herd otherworldly. Circumstances. The symbological scenes to enriched identity contacts from the conservatism upon the desirous spends below the transformation's fourth fuels. Enough cultures know conscious lifestyles with near shapes and implementation, yet confidently the transcendence across three ends, impressively by which is false wherever linked to circle, myriad of which control humanity to questions when likely throughout haste. Unmet realities bridges to pikes, but expanded application occurs to moon. Our investments. Developing inspirational terms both somewhat worth more authority. Qualities, car visions, operations and beauty that might not be sorted ideally thick or easy reasons. And first faithfulness tipped me the scattered merging, which was featured to the paramount delights as realistic compassion near enough purity, and powerfulness built the confused lecherous human education that most inflated midst the news.